I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Sacred blood creature shrieky beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points. Han Sen had little interest in listening to the voice. He was staring at the meat cooking in the pot with his mouth watering. His stomach was rumbling as he was starving. But Han Sen was still being patient. He waited until the meat stew was ready and started to gobble directly from the pot. Meat of sacred blood shrieky beast eaten. 1 sacred Geno point gained. Han Sen gorged himself silly and devoured nearly 20 pounds of meat and soup altogether, which even scared himself. But as the warmth spread in his body, he felt so comfortable as if he was a sponge that was filled with water. He lay on the ground and almost moaned out loud. Sacred blood meat is indeed wonderful. If I could have such a pot every day, I would be so healthy and strong. Han Sen licked his lips. Unfortunately, he only had such a blessing every 3 months. With the 5 sacred Geno points gained from eating the shrieky beast, he now had 34 sacred Geno points. It had only been half a year and he had 1/3 the maximum count of sacred Geno points. No one would believe him even he told people the truth. He went to the plaza and bought a primitive creature the size of a chicken and fed the black crystal to it. While doing this, Han Sen had something else on his mind. He could finally claim his beast soul reward from the contest. No matter what kind of beast soul he got, it would be a sacred blood one, what many people could only dream of. What is the best, a bow, a mount, or a humanoid beast soul? Han Sen thought it would be difficult for him to choose, because he wanted everything. However, he had only one chance and it was not even up to him. At midnight when there was no one around, Han Sen quietly entered the martial ring, which had been closed after the contest. Except for him, no one could enter before next year's contest started. After he had claimed his prize, he would not be able to enter either. Standing in front of the sacred steel, Han Sen placed his palm on the steel and suddenly all kinds of images of beast souls started shifting rapidly on the steel. Han Sen removed his palm and the images were still changing and slowed down after a while. Han Sen's heart was racing with the images. When the image froze on one beast soul, Han Sen was completely attracted by it. A seductive blonde woman with hourglass figure and scarlet pupils in red-fitting armor and a ruby crown, walked out from the steel and smiled at Han Sen, almost stealing his soul away. Then she became a shadow and entered Han Sen's mind. He suddenly heard the voice say, "Sacred blood beast soul fairy queen gained." Han Sen was ecstatic and quickly checked the details of fairy queen. Type of sacred blood beast soul fairy queen, shapeshifting. Shapeshifting. Han Sen almost cheered, but on a second thought, it was a shame that such a beautiful beast soul could not be summoned to stand alone, but had to be integrated in his body. But a shapeshifting beast soul was undoubtedly the most expensive beast soul type, not to mention it was a humanoid. Han Sen could not wait to summon the fairy queen beast soul and turn into a fairy. Suddenly Han Sen's body was wrapped in red armor, and a ruby crown was worn on his head. His pupils became scarlet like the fairy queen and his dark hair turned blonde. Basically he turned into the male version of the fairy queen. Han Sen felt all aspects of his fitness had been greatly improved. Although the improvement in speed and strength was not as great as with the Bloody Slayer, all aspects were very balanced. This beast soul also came with a suit of armor, which was not as strong as the black beetle armor, but would be comparable to a top mutant armor beast soul. The fairy queen beast soul had enhanced his abilities in all aspects in a balanced way. To Han Sen's surprise, his eyesight seemed to have become very strong after shapeshifting into the fairy queen. He could even see the fine lines of a rock very far away from him. He was also feeling odd about something, as if everything has slowed down in his eyes. Han Sen did not know whether it was just his illusion. The only pity was that when using fairy queen, he could not use Bloody Slayer or black beetle armor. But this did not matter much, because fairy queen's own armor was also quite good. The best part for Han Sen was that he could use this beast soul and shapeshift when using his real identity and no one would know it was Dollar's prize. Therefore, as Han Sen, he could also use a powerful beast soul and did not have to turn into Dollar to use Bloody Slayer and black beetle armor. Fairy Queen was just what Han Sen needed now. He did not want to be considered weak by the world forever. All the fairies in myths and legends are with wings. If Fairy Queen also has wings, it would be perfect, Han Sen thought greedily. After the excitement, Han Sen sneaked out of the martial ring. The day after tomorrow was the first day of school. He had to go register and then go to his dormitory. Blackhawk was a military school, so the rules followed military standards. Once enrolled, a student could not go out of the school and had to stay in the dormitory, except for holidays and special occasions. Although Blackhawk was large enough to assign each student his or her own room, 4 students would have to share a room in the dormitory so as to enhance team awareness and collective sense of honor. Han Sen's roommates were all specially enrolled archery students like himself. Han Sen was the last one to arrive in the dormitory. The other 3 had moved in for several days. "Brother, why are you so late? We cannot wait." When Han Sen had moved into the dormitory, his 3 roommates surrounded him like a bunch of hooligans trying to tease a maiden. "What do you want?" Han Sen subconsciously protected his chest and looked at them with vigilance. "Brother, do not be afraid. We just want to discuss with you who our leader should be. I think we should go by age. The oldest should be the leader. As you all know, wisdom grows with age. So, I will make a great leader." The speaker was a big man more than 6 feet tall. The rolling of his eyes suggested that he might not be so trustworthy, unlike what was suggested by his muscular body. To enhance team spirit among students, Blackhawk always trained students by room. So the leader of a room would have more say in most things. That was why they were all trying to be the leader. Xianxia, that does not really make sense. Age does not represent anything. I think as a leader, one must be intelligent to gain most benefits for our room. My IQ is 167. How about you? A gentle and delicate teenager blinked and said. Lu Meng, that is not true either. IQ is nothing. I think for a leader the most important thing is EQ. Many with high IQ are idiots in real life. How can someone like that be our leader? Retorted the cunning big man Xianxia. Who are you calling an idiot? Lu Meng squared his shoulders and wanted to argue with Xianxia, but cringed as he saw Xi raising his sturdy arm that could bear the weight of a horse. We are all in Department of Archery, so let's decide who the leader is by archery. Whoever is the best shot should be our leader so that we could establish a goal together, suggested Zhang Yong with big eyes, bushy eyebrows and sunny disposition while doing push-ups. New guy, what do you say? Xianxia and Lu Meng looked to Han Sen. I think that fellow has a point. Since we are all archery students, the best archer should be our leader. As a part of the group, Han Sen felt it was necessary for him to express his opinion. 2 votes versus 1 vote versus 1 vote. It's done then. We will see who is the best archer by each shooting 10 arrows and whoever gets the highest score will be our leader, Zhang said and jumped up. Sweat fell from his bronze skin and he disregarded it. Hugging Xianxia and Lu Meng, he said, in any case, we are classmates and roommates. Learning and making progress together is the most important thing. Before graduation, we need to make our department of archery the best in the entire alliance. Brothers, work together. Get out. Xianxia and Lu Meng threw Zhang's arms off. They were tired of the preaching of this hot-blooded kid the past few days. The 4 young men went to the training hall, and Zhang Yang got the highest score, shooting at bullseye every time. Lu Meng was second, Han Sen third, and Xianxia the biggest and oldest was fourth. Han Sen did not want to be the leader, runner-up, or the last, so he got himself the 3rd place. The first 3 months in Blackhawk was the hardest. Every day they must attend the collective training and lectures. They must grasp all the basic knowledge in these 3 months. Although they were in Department of Archery, they still needed to learn using firearms, operating war frames, driving aircrafts and other fundamentals. Blackhawk had way better facilities than the integrated compulsory education system. All kinds of firearms, war frames and aircrafts can be practiced on, and Han Sen had learned many things that he had not even heard of before. In these 3 months, Han Sen was learning like a sponge, constantly absorbing water. 3 months later, all 4 of them passed a comprehensive assessment and officially became Blackhawk students. In addition to a few compulsory courses, the rest were all elective courses. Apart from not being allowed to leave the school, they were quite free. As long as one could pass the semi-annual assessment, one could even skip all the courses. But if one failed the assessment, there was only one opportunity to take it again, and if one failed the second time, one would be expelled from school with no exception. There was a special teleport station on campus, and anyone could go to God's sanctuary at any time. There was not too many restrictions about that. The 4 young men who had just passed the comprehensive assessment ordered a few dishes and several bottles of wine at the cafeteria, celebrating the beginning of their life in Blackhawk. When they were enjoying the meal, the holographic image in the cafeteria became a match, and instead of combat, it was a game of Hand of God. Ji Yanran, Shi Zhikong suddenly shouted, staring at the pretty girl in the holographic image. Even Lu Meng and Zhang Yong were staring at Ji Yanran. She is famous. Han Sen saw Ji Yanran and was reminded of their agreement on the way here. But then he was too busy and forgot about it. Are you serious? You don't know our campus belle. She is a junior now. Her sweet face, seductive figure, fair skin and 36D. Shi Zhikong stopped and looked around. He continued when seeing everyone was paying attention to the image. Ji Yanran is also the president of Hand of God Society. She is among top 5 at this game in our school. A goddess with both brain and beauty. She has many suitors but no one was successful. Why? Asked Han Sen. No one is good enough. For her. I heard that her family has quite some influence in the military, and ordinary families simply are not their match, said Shi Zhikong with some regret. Even if her family was okay with it, Ji Yanran will certainly not go out with you. Lu Meng curled his lips. As if she would go out with you. Shi Zhikong was unwilling to show any weakness. Ha ha, where there is a goal there is hope. You have to stay hopeful. Since Ji Yanran is the president of Hand of God Society, let's join that society and try to approach her. If she sees our potentials, maybe she will go out with one of us, suggested Zhang Yong confidently. Shi Zhikong and Lu Meng's eyes lit up, and they agreed hurriedly, great idea. Let's go. We will apply for Hand of God Society right now. Before Han Sen could finish eating, he was dragged by the 3 to Hand of God Society. When they got there, all 4 of them were stunned and understood the meaning of People Mountain People Sea. The line of applicants was so long that it almost went out of the school gate. Ahem, I think we are so handsome that we don't need to be with Ji Yanran all day and she will still go out with us, Shi Zhikong said. She, well said, we are in Department of Archery and must join an archery society. No need to waste our time here, said Lu Meng solemnly. I agree with both of you. Han Sen nodded quickly when seeing the long line. If he waited in the line, his whole day would be wasted. Go in the line now. A real man never quits. Zhang Yong grabbed Shi and Lu and joined the line. Han Sen was lucky that Zhang Yong did not have a third hand. It chanced that his comlink was ringing and he saw the call was from Fang Jingqi. Brother, do you still want that sacred blood bow? I haven't been able to reach you and Fist Guy has already entered Second God's Sanctuary. Han Sen answered the call and immediately heard Fang Jingqi's complaint. Han Sen suddenly smacked his forehead and cried, I am sorry. I was in military training and was not allowed to use comlink. I have completely forgotten about this. Is the bow still there? Yes. Fist Guy gave it to Thumb, but... Fang Jingqi paused. But what? Han Sen asked. I need to ask you something and you need to tell me the truth. Did you get the beast soul of that scaled armadillo? Are you willing to exchange? Fang Jingqi asked. Han Sen hesitated, and then said, yes I have it. Do they intend to exchange with the bow? What type of beast soul is it? Fang Jingqi asked. A big round shield with spikes, Han Sen replied. Ha ha, that will do. If you want to exchange, I will contact Thumb and you two could meet and discuss between yourselves. Fang Jingqi laughed. Please contact him. Han Sen was not the kind of guy that purely relied on brute force, so the shield was less useful to him. If he could trade it for a bow, it would be fantastic. Okay, I will get back to you. Han Sen hung up and took a look at Lu Meng and Shi Zhikong who were in the line, and walked toward the teleport station at school. The creature he started feeding before the military training should have evolved into a sacred blood creature by this time. That would provide some nutrition for him. Before Han Sen reached the teleport station, Fang Jingqi called him again and asked if he had time to meet Thumb right away. Han Sen entered God's sanctuary knowing the time and place to meet. Good shield, it really is a masterpiece. In a grove, Thumb caressed the shield as if it were his lover. The bow is also a wonderful bow. Holding a large black horn bow, Han Sen was also obsessed. How shall we trade? Thumb looked at Han Sen eagerly. One priceless item for another, Han Sen said softly. Great minds think alike. Thumb gave Han Sen a thumbs up cheerfully. Brother Thumb, I wish you will be unstoppable anywhere you go with this shield. Han Sen laughed. Thumb wielded the spiked shield, laughed and said, and Brother Han, I wish you will be invincible no matter who you are against with this bow. The two smiled at each other, put away their treasures and left the grove, both very satisfied with the transaction. Han Sen returned to his own room in the shelter and played with the horn bow. This horn bow was the beast soul of a magic horned snake. Its effective range was nearly 6,000 feet, and that was not yet its maximum range. The strength required to draw the string of this bow was even less than that for Doomsday, so this was an archer's ultimate dream. Han Sen even believed that he could use it to shoot a fly 6,000 feet away dead with the eyesight of the Fairy Queen. A good horse should be paired with a good saddle. If I could get a sacred blood beast soul arrow, it would be perfect. Han Sen stroked the curves of magic horned snake and thought blissfully. Of course, a sacred blood beast soul arrow was not so easy to find. Luckily, the cloud beast that Han Sen had been feeding had evolved into a sacred blood creature, so he killed it to cook a pot of stew. Han Sen regretted that his cooking skill was not up to par. All he could make was stew, and even it tasted good. He got tired of the same food after all this time. But when the voice said he was gaining sacred Geno points, Han Sen was still very excited. In the end, the sacred blood cloud beast contributed 5 more sacred Geno points, and Han Sen's sacred Geno points had reached 39. Qin Zan knew that his schedule would be rather full as he was just enrolled and did not come to him, which gave Han Sen some time to relax himself. Han Sen returned to his dorm at night and saw his 3 roommates playing Hand of God. Seeing Han Sen back, Shi Zhikang ran over, threw an arm around Han Sen's shoulder, and grinned. "Sen, we are playing Hand of God. Join us. Good brothers should share everything." Lu Meng curled his lips and said, "Your skills are so bad that even if he joins us, he would still beat you." "Cut it, you won only twice and it was because I was not paying attention. When I get serious, you would lose so bad." Shi Zhikang smiled and said to Han Sen, "Sen, let's play together. You don't have anything to do anyway. Practice with me." "Okay, on the Skynet." Han Sen smiled. "Our school has a special battlenet designed for Hand of God. You can register an account and add me. My ID is Optimus Prime." Shi Zhikang carefully taught Han Sen how to register. Han Sen registered a battlenet account, and named his ID, "My girlfriend is Ji Yanran." He registered successfully and Shi Zhikang hurried him to enter the game. Han Sen entered the game and sent a friend request to Shi Zhikang. "St. Sen, you got some swag." Shi Zhikang saw Han Sen's ID and called out. Lu Meng quickly took a glance and gave a crooked smile. "Sen, you are asking for trouble on the battlenet with this ID. All the players playing this game think of Ji Yanran as their goddess. I didn't know you have such ambition. I like it." Zhang Yang looked at it and patted Han Sen on the shoulder, feeling satisfied. "Well, cut the crap. Let me beat you." "No, let us practice." Shi Zhikang was so excited that he had a slip of the tongue and quickly corrected himself. Coming, Han Sen accepted the invitation of Shi Zhikang and entered his game room. Shi Zhikang chose the difficulty and started the game. After the countdown ended, the game officially began. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were not in the mood to watch the match and each found another opponent online and started to play against. Shi Zhikang was very excited as he kept losing to Zhang Yang and Lu Meng in the game all afternoon, and could eventually gain some self-confidence back by playing with Han Sen. He was thinking that he should go easier on Han Sen the first round in case Han Sen gave up too soon. As long as he let Han Sen win by a narrow margin, he could get Han to play with him a few more rounds and settle his craving. A few seconds later, Shi Zhikang's face collapsed. Eyes wide and hands shaking, she exclaimed, "Sen, you asshole, are you the reincarnation of Takakato?" Seeing Han Sen's hand quickly moving as if he was having spasms, Shi Zhikang was more and more shocked and panicked, as he had not touched many spots near him. You are yelling like a pig being slaughtered. Stop being so dramatic," Lu Meng, who was in the middle of a game, protested. Shi Zhikang had completely given up. Watching Han Sen's hand dancing, he lost all desire to play. Shi Zhikang rolled his eyes and told Lu Meng, "Sen's skills are strong. I believe in our room, no one is his match except for the leader." Lu Meng replied, Your loss is on you. Don't bring other people into it. Lu, you are not even as good as me. If you play against Sen, you would lose all the same." Shi Zhikang deliberately raised his voice and said, "I'll show you who the real master is, but if I win, this month you need to do the cleaning," said Lu Meng. Shi Zhikang's face suddenly showed a trace of joy, but he then immediately suppressed it. He looked hesitant and said after a long while, "All right. But if you lose, you need to do the same." "Okay, no problem. Let me finish this round first." Lu Meng believed in himself. He had passed UNEVOLVED 9 in Hand of God, which was quite good among all freshmen. Maybe he was not the best player, but he could easily join Hand of God society. In addition, they were all in the department of archery, which had no high demand for speed, so normally archery students were weaker at this game in general. Except for Han Sen, Lu Meng did not think any of his roommates could beat him. Shi Zhikong had lost to Han Sen because he had poor skills. Anyone could beat Shi as he was too slow. Therefore, Lu did not believe what Shi had claimed about Han Sen's strength. Lu Meng finished his game and flashed the score in front of Shi. See. This is what a landslide victory looks like, 63 to 45. I'm a genius. Now that is useless. You have to beat Han Sen. Shi Zhikong smiled at Han Sen and said, Sen, you don't want to do cleaning either, right? If you beat him, we don't have to do anything for a month. Han Sen smiled and said, I know what to do. Lu Meng invited Han Sen to his game room and said casually, Sen, your ID is going to cause trouble. If you don't believe me, try looking for a match on BattleNet. The boys will line up to kick your ass. I'm used to it, Han Sen smiled. Failure is good, it helps you make progress. Lu Meng began the game, slowly drinking from a bottle of water at the same time. While drinking, he provoked Shi Zhikong, Shi, check out how I beat Sen single-handedly. Don't deny it when you lose. Awesome, Lu, you are just awesome. Shi Zhikong curled his lips with his arms folded, waiting to enjoy the show. He thought, everyone is only allowed to use one hand in the versus mode anyway. Boast all you want now, you will cry later. So I am, Lu Meng answered proudly, unaware of Shi's sinister intention. At the end of the countdown, the spots popped out and Lu Meng did not plan to put aside the water bottle. Reaching out to touch the spots while drinking, he paid no attention to Han Sen's hand. He felt as long as he played normally, he could certainly beat Han Sen. Only a few spots down, he caught a glimpse of the other hand and felt its speed was abnormal, so he looked up. One look and Lu Meng was suddenly stunned, forgetting even to reach for the spots. The water bottle froze on the edge of his lips. He maintained that position and did not move for a long time. Han Sen's palm was shaking at a dazzling speed as if it had a secret engine installed. All the spots were gone. Lu Meng had picked UNEVOLVED 10 for this round and he could not even clear the spots on his own side, while Han Sen had cleared them up for him, while looking quite relaxed. Lu, what happened to beating Sen single-handedly? How about you try with both hands now? Shi Zhikong saw Lu Meng stunned and laughed. Try your ass, Sen, you must have passed UNEVOLVED 10. Lu Meng cried. That's about right, said Han Sen casually. In fact, he had already passed Evolver 4, which was much higher than UNEVOLVED 10. St. Lu Meng cursed and cried, Shi, you are so devious. There is no way our leader could beat Han Sen. You were setting me up deliberately. You are the one who suggested cleaning, not me. Shi Zhikong grinned and spread out his hands to show his innocence. UNEVOLVED 10. Sen, let's have a go. Zhang Yang overheard their conversation and flames were burning in his eyes. Han Sen went into Zhang's game room and beat Zhang easily. Zhang's level was about the same as Lu Meng, or maybe slightly better. They should both be around UNEVOLVED 9. Play again. Zhang Yang was not discouraged. Once again he was defeated. Play again. Zhang Yang wanted to play even more. Defeated again. Zhang Yang was almost burning. Brother, let's stop here. You can even consider me the loser. Han Sen was really afraid of Zhang, a masochist who took pleasure in losing. I finally found my destined opponent. Sen, happy fighting. Zhang exclaimed excitedly and dragged Han Sen into his game room one more time. Lu Meng and Shi Zhikong chuckled when seeing this. Such a person as Han Sen could only be contained by someone like Zhang Yang. Han Sen was scared of Zhang. Ever since they played that time, he would drag Han Sen to play Hand of God whenever he had time. He was happy but Han Sen was hysterical. This is not the way to go. I must curb his desire to fight me. Han Sen's eyes were sparkling. Boss, today I'm free. Do you want to play a few rounds of Hand of God? When Lu Meng and Shi Zhikong went out, Han Sen took the initiative and suggested to Zhang Yang. Sure. Zhang Yang entered the game and sent Han Sen an invite. Hansen clicked on, agree, and entered Zhang's game room with eyes glaring and a hint of smile on his face. When he was playing with his roommates, he usually only focused on the spots on his own side instead of stealing the ones on the other side. In order to make Zhang look for someone else to play with, Han Sen was ready to disarm him completely and see if he could keep being happy. From lunch to dinner, Han Sen and Zhang Yang had played numerous rounds in 4 or 5 hours. The preparation time included, one round would take a little more than a minute. And the two were at it the entire afternoon. From the beginning to the end, Zhang had not even touched a single spot. Literally zero. Even so, he still hung in there the entire afternoon. Han Sen was almost driven out of his mind, but eventually Zhang Yang gave in first. It seemed his blood had cooled down. Ahem, Sen, it's time for dinner. Zhang Yang's words almost moved Han Sen to tears. Okay, boss, we will go to dinner. Han Sen quickly turned off his comlink. He would throw up if he kept playing. He really admired Zhang Yang for being so committed. If Han Sen was in his place, Han would probably have lost interest within an hour, while Zhang played in excitement the entire afternoon. But since this afternoon, Zhang Yang had stopped bugging him to play Hand of God, which gave Han Sen some relief. This was curious to Lu Meng and Shi Zhikong, who did not know what had happened in the afternoon that could stop Zhang Yang. But Han Sen and Zhang Yang remained silent about what had happened that afternoon, and it was referred to by Lu Meng and Shi Zhikong as the most mysterious afternoon in room 304. And Lu Meng and Shi Zhikong never'd play with Han Sen again, who could even put a stop to Zhang Yang's enthusiasm. Han Sen did not play the versus mode of Hand of God often. There were too many limitations and he preferred the single-player version, which could better exercise his arms. Han Sen had been very interested in operating war frames recently. A warframe was a semi-mechanical, semi-biochemical humanoid weapon. Compared with tanks, war frames had excellent maneuverability and could adapt themselves better to different terrains, while the requirements for their operation were also very high. When Han Sen was in the integrated compulsory education system, his school did not have a warframe for students to operate. Therefore, Han Sen was interested but never had the chance to try. To his joy, Blackhawk had some war frames for teaching purposes. In the first 3 months, there was a training session of warframe driving and Han Sen had learned the basics of driving a warframe then. He had also been practicing after that. In the battlefield, a warframe was the most fundamental fighting unit, because generally no soldier would go fighting wearing bulletproof suits and carrying guns. Even in a street fight, soldiers would always be in warframes. Hence Han Sen felt it was necessary for him to practice operating warframes. In case he was sent to the front, this skill might save his life. If he could do well with a warframe, fighter aircrafts would be even easier. As for interstellar warships, Blackhawk had but an old one for show, and the operation of warships could only be practiced using virtual reality. Ding! While Han Sen was still practicing on a warframe, he suddenly heard the tone of money transfer. Checking through his comlink, he saw 10 million added to his account, which shocked him. Before he could see who it was from, his comlink rang. Sen, did you get the money? It was Lin Baifeng's voice. So much. Han Sen was slightly surprised, not realizing the jade shell beast souls were worth so much. Originally, he thought it would be nice if he could make 3 or 4 million. We earned about 20 million, so I rounded it up for you. Sen, next time you go to Glory Shelter, we will buy some beast souls in steel armor shelter to sell there. This way we could make money on both ends and earn even more, said Lin. I'm not going anytime soon. When I do, I'll call you. Han Sen thought about the hardships of going back and forth and temporarily dispelled the idea of going to Glory Shelter. At the moment he really had no time to go. His curriculum was intense at this point and he was still working on the semi-annual assessment. He would only go when Steel Armor Gang had a hunting campaign and when someone asked him to hunt mutant or sacred blood creatures, as it was too hard for him to hunt a sacred blood creature alone. Even if he was just trying to hunt mutant creatures, he had to go to places like Dark Swamp. As it was too hard to walk in Dark Swamp, he had to fly in and out, which made it difficult for him to carry larger creatures, meet out. Thus, he would not have much gain there. Mutant black stingers were useless to Han Sen at this point and all he could do was to sell them. Meowth still had not finished eating what was left for it, but Han Sen was in no hurry. The black crystal could produce a sacred blood creature every 3 months, which was much more efficient than hunting on his own. He can wait. He hung up, transferred 1 million to his mother and texted her to explain. It was his earning in the shelter. He did not dare to give her too much, afraid that it might scare or worry her. He planned to transfer a part to her each month so that she could get accustomed to it. It was time for her to enjoy life after so many years of suffering. Back to the dormitory at night, Han Sen saw Shi Zhikang in the room alone, cursing while playing the game. Han Sen did not know what had happened, but she looked mad. Seeing Han Sen back, Shi Zhikang yelled angrily, "Sen, perfect timing. Enter the game and kick this asshole's ass for me." "What is it, Shi?" Han Sen walked next to Shi Zhikang and saw him in a game room, but the game did not start. There were two more players in the game. One's ID was Birdie and the other player's ID was Mangod. Shi Zhikang and Mangod were calling each other names, and Birdie would throw in a bitter comment at Shi here and there, making Shi flushed. With the explanation from Shi Zhikang, Han Sen got the gist of things. In the beginning, Shi was playing against Birdie. She was rather poor at this game and hardly ever won on BattleNet, so he bragged a little after he had won several rounds against Birdie. She had good manners, so he just bragged about himself and said nothing bad about his opponent. Even so, Birdie was mad and asked Mangod to avenge her. That was fine as well. She did show off and that was the consequence. However, Mangod cursed and said she was a dumbass. And Birdie ridiculed she as well. She was not the type to let it go easily and was thus involved in a quarrel against the two. But after all, his gaming skills were limited and had no confidence when talking back to Mangod, which made Shi simmer with anger. "Sen, help me destroy this disgusting couple. I'm so mad," she raged. Right away, Han Sen turned his comlink on and entered the game. "Just you wait. I called my brother to kick your ass, and we will see who the dumbass is." She saw Han Sen entering the game and said to Mangod, "Ha ha, whoever comes will be equally useless. The brother of a scum must also be scum. I can beat as many scums as I want," Mangod said arrogantly. "Well, just you wait." She urged Han Sen to log in. The reason she was playing was that his application to join Hand of God Society was turned down. Although Zhang Yang and Lu Meng were accepted, they did not join either for his sake. Feeling sorry, she wanted to improve through practice and try to apply again later. After all, in addition to Ji Yanran, there were lots of pretty girls in that society and it would be a shame if they did not join. That was why he was spending quite a lot of time on this game. Not expecting something like this to happen, he was furious and was counting on Han Sen to avenge him. "Ha ha, it does not matter who you called. Brother Long is the backbone of Hand of God Society, and top 20 in the contest last year," said Birdie proudly. "Sweet sister, we have to be low-key and leave them some hope." "Ha ha," Wang Long grinned. It was a rare opportunity for him to show off in front of a girl, so he had to do well. Wang Long was full of confidence. He was a key member of Hand of God Society and knew every good player on campus. Even if he didn't know them in person, he would recognize their ID. If someone better than him showed up, he would know and the person would probably recognize his ID as well and show him respect. Soon, Wang Long saw someone enter the room and checked the ID name. He almost burst out of laughter. "My girlfriend is Ji Yanran, what a loser. What kind of loser would name himself that? He's asking for trouble." Wang Long asked, "This is your friend?" "Yes, you got a problem." She was not that confident. Last time when he was trying to register, Hand of God Society did have a good player named Wang Long. Although he knew Han Sen was good, Wang Long seemed to be one of the leaders in the society and was in top 20 on campus, so he could be considered a pro. She was not sure if Han Sen could beat him. "Nothing. I intended to play casually, but now I see his ID, I have to kick his ass." Wang Long then sent Han Sen an invite. Han Sen did not hesitate to click on, agree, and the two entered the game. Birdie, who was watching, ridiculed, "He must be so horny that he named himself that." "What a shame. We still don't know who the shameful one is," rebutted she. Although he was not certain about the result, he would not let a woman throw mean comments at his brother. "The result is clear. You scums could never win Brother Long." "Well, maybe you can in your dream in another lifetime," Birdie said contemptuously. She gritted his teeth and did not speak. If he cursed, he would be stooping to her level. And she was not entirely sure about the result. Wang Long was a top 20 player after all, it was questionable if Han Sen could beat him. Wang Long was ready to teach Han Sen a lesion. And since it was a lesson, he could not limit his hand to the spots on his own side, but must make his opponent unable to touch any spot. "Boy, it's not your day. With such an ID, I will change my surname if I don't beat you up." Wang Long saw the spots appear and reached out to the spots on the other side. But just when his hand was out, he was surprised to see his opponent already hitting that spot. He soon decided it was just pure luck and he just needed to keep going. But then everything happened after made his face freeze. And Birdie was simply dumbfounded. Each time Wang Long reached out, Han Sen had already hit the spot he was aiming for. And he had got 0 point after a dozen attempts. Damn, I met a master. Being anxious, Wang Long gave up on hitting Han Sen's spots and focused his own side. But it was too late, the final score was 100-29. Han Sen got everything, and Wang Long only got 29 on his side and missed 71. Seeing this score, Birdie's face darkened while Shi Zhikong laughed and texted, "This is what you call top 20. Sister, you are fooled. 100-29. If such a player could be top 20, then Hand of God Society must suck as well. Sister, listen to me. If he is lying to get money from you, that's okay. When you haven't lost your body to him, just stop." Birdie was quiet and Wang Long was pale. He immediately invited Han Sen again and thought maybe he simply used a bad strategy last time. Maybe he lost because he was aiming for the spots on the other side. He wanted to prove himself, otherwise it would be too big a shame. Han Sen clicked on, agree, and the two were at it again. Wang Long used all his efforts on his own spots and did not even look at Han Sen's side. However, as Birdie observed, the difference in speed was so great that it was like bicycle versus motorcycle. Even an idiot could tell the two were not on the same level. Wang Long felt that this time he was even faster than usual and felt complacent about his performance. When he felt that he must have won, the game suddenly ended and he was stupefied. A neat figure, 180. 80 was the score of Wang Long, which meant his opponent got all 100 spots when he just hit 80. A huge gap. Who are you? Wang Long was shocked for a long while, and then texted his opponent. He thought it must be some famous player's alternate account. There were few on campus that could beat him by 20 points anyway. No reply from his opponent, but an invite to continue playing. Wang Long's face turned red, but he could not decline. Wang bit the bullet and agreed. Once again, Wang had no chance of winning. Han Sen did not even try to steal Wang's spots and was only focusing on his own side. The result was again 180. Wang Long did not know if it was a coincidence or design. If it was deliberate, he could not believe how strong his opponent actually was. Another invite, and Wang Long agreed again. The result was the same, 180. Another difference of 20 points, Wang Long felt a chill and did not know what to say. Boy, not so insolent now. You call yourself top 20. She ridiculed and Birdie left the game room quietly in the middle of their third game. Do you dare to wait 10 minutes? I will find someone to knock you over. Wang Long sent a message. Okay, whoever comes will lose anyway. If you call two, we will beat a pair. She gave him a confident answer and forgot about the displeasure before. Wang Long did not reply. He must be calling someone. She said excitedly, Sen, you are so wonderful that you totally beat Wang Long. You should become a professional player. Don't exaggerate. It was because he was too weak and did not deserve his reputation. Han Sen shrugged and said. I like it when you beat such weak scums, she said in excitement. Wang Long left the game window open and ran to the room next door. Seeing a guy who was talking in that room, he was overjoyed and said, Brother Li, here you are. What's the panic about? Liu Kei cut in impatiently. Liu Kei, I lost in Hand of God, and you must avenge me, Wang Long quickly said to Liu Kei. Go practice and avenge yourself when you get better. Liu Kei laughed. Too late. I played with him 3 rounds and he won by 20 points each round. Wang Long was not afraid of losing face as Liu Kei was his buddy and also a better player than himself. Last year Liu got the 11th place on campus. And brother Li, whose name is Li Zi, was a real master who ranked 7th last year. It would be even better if he could help. 20 points in all 3 rounds. Few in our school could achieve this. Who is that guy? Li asked. But he was wrong about one thing. He thought that 20 points was a rough estimate and did not realize it was the exact figure in all 3 rounds. I do not know. He won't tell, Wang said. Can't you tell from his ID? Liu Kei rolled his eyes at Wang. It is a new ID never seen before, called my girlfriend as Ji Yanran, Wang Long quickly said. St. Such a loser. No wonder he won't tell who he is. If Ji Yanran knows, he will be a dead man. Let's go catch him. Liu Kei was interested. Wang Long was overjoyed and took Li and Lu to his dorm room. He checked his comlink and saw the two still there. It really is this ID. I will first have a go and see which sneaky guy it is. Lu Ke said to Li Zi with a smile. And then Lu Ke turned on his own comlink, entered the game room, and sent my girlfriend as Ji Yanran an invite. Han Sen did not care who it was and clicked agree, because he knew no one anyway. She didn't know much about the players on campus either. He only saw Wang Long when trying to register and would not even recognize Lu Ke and Li Zi in person, let alone their ids. Lu Ke began the game. While waiting for the countdown, he told Li Zi, "Brother Li, I have made some progress in recent training. Let me know what you think." Looking forward, Li said with a smile. Wang Long was just observing nervously. Although Lu Ke was much better than himself and could also win him by 20 points, yet he was not sure about the result, as that guy had beat him in all 3 rounds by 20. The game started. One glance at the opponent's speed, Lu Ke was immediately focused and did not dare to slack even a little bit. He started to clear up the spots on his side and was not distracted at all. But Li Zi and Wang Long, who were watching, widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Absolute gap in strength. This guy was so much faster than Lu Ke that Lu's hand looked as slow as a snail. Wang Long was beyond shocked. This guy was so fast. Lu Ke ranked number 11 on campus and was not even on the same level as this guy. And Li also watched the game with a grim face. This guy stunned him. During the game, many friends of Li and Lu saw they were online and came to watch, especially Li Zi's friends. Many advanced players on campus flooded into this game room. FK, my girlfriend is Ji Yanran. Who is this loser? Some people saw Han Sen's ID and yelled. Soon they all noticed this ID, and felt it was too daring a move on BattleNet. They could not think of a single person with such guts. Later they noticed the game itself, and then found that my girlfriend as Ji Yanran had the upper hand. He also seemed to be very fast and had an overwhelming advantage. A simple look would not reveal much, but with Lu as the reference, they could tell how fast he was. His opponent was Lu Ke. Ji Yanran's boyfriend is so strong that he is killing Lu, who was number 11 last year. The man felt that Han Sen's ID was too hard to read, and changed it to something easier. Yeah, he is so much better than Lu. Who is Ji Yanran's boyfriend? This must be an old account of a master. Of course, it must be one of the masters, or else no one could do this to Lu. While they were talking, Lu Ke had lost, and the score was fixed at 180. Seeing this score, others did not think much, but Wang was dumbfounded as this score was exactly what he got, no more and no less. Lu lost and was shocked for a moment, not expecting to see such score. He immediately sent another invite and seemed quite unconvinced. Han Sen agreed. Another game started, and everyone was discussing who this mysterious guy was. When the game ended, all of them widened their eyes to see the exact same score. The score was still 180, no more, no less. Lu Ke could not believe it himself. He asked Wang Long, when you said you lost by 20 in all 3 rounds, was it like this? Wang Long nodded yes bitterly. He did not expect this to happen with Lu again. I have to try. Li Zi looked serious, and sent an invite to my girlfriend as Ji Yanran. Lu, who is the guy? He must be a master player using an alt account. I do not know. Lu Ke had a wry smile on his face and shook his head. He really could not think of anyone who would do this to him. He knew less than 5 could, but none of them would. How do you not know? His friends refused to believe him. But soon, their eyes fell on Li Zi's game. Li Zi, the 7th best player last year, a celebrity at hand of God, was falling behind in this game by a lot. It looked the same as when Lu was playing. If they had not seen Li's ID in hand, they would think it was still Lu's game. Complete wipeout. Li Zi had even no way to fight back. Ji Yanran's boyfriend is so impressive. Is this real? Li could lose like this. Is there anyone on campus who could do this? Ouyang Shaoxin and Li Yufeng should be able to do this. Ji Yanran's boyfriend is Ouyang Shaoxin or Li Yufeng. As the crowd was gossiping, their chin almost fell to the ground when seeing the score. Wang Long was the only one to feel relieved. 180, again. But if even Li Zi has the same score, then my loss did not matter at all, Wang Long thought. Li saw the score and his face twitched. Once again he sent an invite calmly. He knew he was no match to his opponent, but wanted to make sure whether this score was not a coincidence. His opponent accepted the invite and the game started again. At this time silence fell in the game room and no one was typing. Watching the game in silence, all wanted to know if the 20 points was deliberate. If someone deliberately controlled the difference to be 20, it was maddening just to think about it. They could not imagine what kind of people could do this to Li Zi. When the score was again at 180, all thought themselves must be insane. Li Zi was beaten, or insulted completely. His opponent was not even making every effort, but was simply playing with Li. They could not imagine the gap in strength. Now everyone suspected that it was either Obiang Shaoxin or Li Yufeng behind that ID. In the entire school, they were the only two that might have such capability. Maybe. Li sent a message to my girlfriend as Ji Yanran, who are you? After a while, Han Sen replied without answering Li Zi's question, anyone wants to game. Everyone was silent. Seeing even Li Zi lost like that, who would dare to go? Whoever going would lose miserably. Lu Kei could not help but ask, who are you? Ji Yanran's boyfriend, replied Han Sen and logged off. After Han Sen quit the game, she went offline as well and laughed, haha, Sen you are great. You were smoking out there. It was so cool. Do not worry, I will not tell anyone your ID, or you will be murdered by Ji Yanran. They are too weak. I was just warming up, said Han Sen casually. Such difficulty was not comparable to Evolved 4 and he was currently trying to pass Evolved -5. This was indeed like a warm-up for him. She despised Han Sen. Sen, you are just like me. What do you mean? Han Sen looked puzzled. Fake it until we make it, she said solemnly, and then could not help but laugh. Han Sen and she had no idea whom they had beaten or what kind of storm was triggered in Blackhawk. Soon everyone on campus knew that Ji Yanran's boyfriend had beaten Lu Kei and Li Zi by 20 points in every game. People were all guessing who Ji Yan's boyfriend was and if he was actually her boyfriend. None had assumed that in the beginning, but now that people knew what a master player he was and thought someone like that should cherish his reputation and would never make such a joke. When going out the gym, Ji Yanran felt the world was crazy when people started to ask her who her boyfriend was. Yanran, we have been roommates and sisters for 3 years. It's okay you did not tell others, but why didn't you tell me? Ku Lily asked Ji Yanran, grinning. Tell you what? Ji Yanran was confused. Who is your boyfriend? How is it confidential to me as well? Said Ku Lily, pouting. Ji Yanran was suddenly upset and said, who told you I have a boyfriend? Everyone on campus knows now. Your boyfriend beat Lu Kei and Li Zi in Hand of God by 20 points. Ku Lily loved gossip. Leaning toward Ji Yanran, she said, tell me, is your boyfriend Ouyang Shaoxin or Li Yufeng? Ji Yanran was even more confused, what are you talking about? I don't understand any of this nonsense. You really do not know. Ku Lily stared Ji Yanran in the eyes. What happened? Asked Ji Yanran grimly. Ku Lily told her what happened, and it was the edited version by Wang Long, who did not talk about his own loss, but only about Lu Kei and Li Zi. Yanran, he was not your boyfriend? Ku Lily asked with some disbelief. I swear, I really do not have a boyfriend and do not know who that person is. He is so daring to joke like that, Ji Yanran bristled. It had been a long time since the incident in the spaceship, and Ji Yanran had already forgotten about it. In her memory, Han Sen was merely a guy who cheated and probably never entered Blackhawk. Or he should have come to her already. So, Ji Yanran simply did think of that and thought some master player was playing a prank. But more and more people started to ask her who her boyfriend was. She had to explain that she wanted to know who that loser was as well. Ji Yanran intended to scold him for being so insolent, but she could not think of anyone who could have done this. Blackhawk's Hand of God Society barely made it into the top 10 in the entire alliance, and it was only because they had Li Yufeng. Another master player, Ouyang Shaoxin, was not interested in joining the society, and Ji Yanran was still considering whether she should personally invite him. Only these two could have been able to do that to Li Zi. Ji Yanran knew Li Yufeng would never do that, but she was not sure whether it was Ouyang Shaoxin. Who is it? Wondered Ji. Although the school already knew that ID had nothing to do with Ji Yanran herself, they had already gotten used to referring to him as Ji Yanran's boyfriend, which made her quite upset. After this, there was a trend on Battle.net and even Skynet to name one's ID as, my boyfriend is XX, my husband is XX, my girlfriend is XX, etc. Han Sen and she who had caused this were unaware. She was sleeping while Han Sen was reading materials on Warframes. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang pushed the door open and came to Han Sen. Sen, You are killing it. How did you beat Lu Kai and Li Zi? We know you are good but did not expect you to be this good. Lu Meng stared at Han Sen and said. You certainly deserve to be my destined enemy. Zhang Yang was full of zest. What are you talking about? Han Sen looked at them puzzled. Stop pretending. If I yell that Ji Yanren's boyfriend is in room 304, people will skin you alive, Lu Meng said with a crooked smile. What's up? Asked she, who was awakened. Lu Meng told them the gossip they had heard and grinned at Han Sen. Sen, if you don't do anything for us, we would turn against you. Ji Yanren must be so mad at you. Many people out there want you dead now. She could not close his mouth. He did not realize Han Sen's opponents were so famous. He thought they were weak. I do not care. Han Sen was not afraid. If Ji Yanren came to find him, he would welcome it. But she was terrified and quickly said, Lu, don't mess around. Here's how it happened. She told the true story, and Lu Meng and Zhang Yang came to realize what had happened. Zhang Yang patted Han Sen on the shoulder and said, so you were sticking up for a brother. Relax, Sen, I guarantee that no one will know it is you. There is no traitor in our room. Since Lu Meng failed to blackmail Han Sen, he turned to Shi and said, Sen made such an effort and offended so many people for your sake. Shouldn't you do something? That goes without saying. Let's go to the cafeteria and eat all the white rice you can, she promised. Get lost. The other three gave him the finger. In those days, Han Sen had been busy studying war frames. When he entered God's sanctuary, he was usually with Qin Zan's gang, hunting sacred blood creatures. They had been successful 3 times, but in none of those occasions did he make the final attack, so he gained no beast soul and just had some meat in the end. Thumb had now become the leader of Fist Gang and had invited Han Sen to hunt twice. Both times they were successful and Han Sen had also gained some sacred blood creature meat. All the meat combined gave him 1 sacred Geno point and he had 40 sacred Geno points at the moment. Han Sen was not satisfied with such progress and started to investigate where he could hunt sacred blood creature alone. He at least needed some mutant creatures. Meowth had also eaten up the black stingers and needed food supply. According to Han Sen's progress in study, he could totally cope with the semi-annual assessment and had enough time for a safari. After continuous research of various information about steel armor shelter and what was written by others, he finally had his eye on one location, Devil Desert. The reason he chose Devil Desert was that there were not many creatures that could fly, hence it was relatively safe for Han Sen who could. Few people would go there, so there was no shortage of mutant creatures, if not sacred blood creatures. Han Sen studied the conditions of the desert and was ready to ask Qin Zan for a leave. Qin Zan smiled and said, perfect. Our squad needs to protect someone in hunting and I was just thinking where we should take her. You could lead the team to Devil Desert then. It is your first task in the squad, make sure you do a good job. What is the reward for this task? Han Sen blinked and asked. He did not want to do a job that would not pay well. If you can make the girl satisfied and designate you as her protector in steel armor shelter, you could get an S-class license of St. Hall. Qin Zan looked at Han Sen and laughed. Any interest? Yes, I am very interested, Han Sen quickly said. Babysitting alone would pay an S-class license. Such a good thing could only happen in a dream. Then do well. You will get nothing if she is not satisfied with you. Qin Zan handed him the portfolio. After reading the materials, Han Sen felt he did not learn anything, as these people's personal information was all confidential. All he knew was the name, age and gender. Wang Mengmeng, female, 16 years and 47 days old. Station Master, you are not asking me to take a girl who has just entered God's sanctuary to a place like Devil Desert. I can't guarantee her safety. Han Sen looked sullen. Of course not. This is your first task, so I will ask Gambler to follow you. You could also pick some people from Steel Armor Shelter. Qin Zan smiled. About Wang Mengmeng, I can tell you one more thing. She is your schoolmate. My schoolmate, Blackhawk. You must be kidding me. She just entered God's sanctuary and with that kind of fitness, she could not even have reached the standard for any special enrollment program. Han Sen did not believe her. Some people do not need to pass the exam. We all have different starting points, like you are to protect her, and she is to be protected. Qin Zan smiled. Remember to keep a good relationship with her. I'm not interested in little girls, Han Sen shrugged and said. Qin Zan rolled her eyes at him and said, go pick some team members in Steel Armor Gang. You can choose anyone but the team leaders. There should be less than 10 members and the fees will be covered by the squad. Han Sen asked Su Xiaoqiao and some others who had a mutant mount. He did not want to waste his time on walking and would not consider those without mounts. As for Gambler, Han Sen was confident in him. He was an old member in the squad and had amazing skills, like Sleeveblade. When Han Sen saw Wang Mengmeng, he finally knew what privileges meant. A girl just over 16 who had just entered God's sanctuary for 1 month had mutant shapeshifting beast soul, mutant armor, mutant weapon and 1 sacred blood beast soul mount, making Han Sen and the rest rather jealous. Although Lin Baifeng was rich, he was only an upstart when compared with Wang Mengmeng. The beast souls she had probably could not be bought with money. Fortunately, Wang Mengmeng was not an annoying princess. She was delightful and lovely. She also fought well. Although she had only been in God's sanctuary for a month, it looked like that she had gained quite a few Geno points already. She must have practiced multiple advanced hyper-Geno arts since childhood. Using her advanced beast souls, she could probably beat Su Xiaoqiao in a combat. The team had been traveling all the time and Wang Mengmeng never complained. Brother Han, I heard from Sister Qin that you are also in Blackhawk. I'm in Department of Warframe. Which department are you in? Wang Mengmeng called Han Sen brother in a natural and sweet tone. In fact, kids from prominent families like Wang Mengmeng, Qing and Yuan were all quite well-mannered and easygoing. Ahem, you can call me Sen. I was enrolled this year as well. We are both freshmen and I am an archery major. Han Sen enjoyed talking to an adorable girl like her, which make the journey less boring. Archery department is the department our school is trying to enhance this year and I'm sure the change will happen fast. You must be specially enrolled. Wang Mengmeng started to chat with him. Oh right, Brother Han, you came to Steel Armor Shelter early, so you must have seen Dollar himself. Wang Mengmeng asked hopefully. Yes, we have all seen him at the contest. Why do you ask about him? Han Sen looked at Wang Mengmeng, surprised. I am a fan of Dollar's, but unfortunately he never showed up since I came here, so I never got to see him, Wang Mengmeng said with some disappointment. Wang Mengmeng asked again, Brother Han, can you tell me something about Dollar? Ahem, I have no way of knowing. You have to ask him, because he knows everything. Han Sen pointed to Su Xiaoqiao. Su Xiaoqiao quickly thumped his chest and said, What do you want to know? I'm Dollar's buddy and it was me who named him Dollar. Wow, then you must know what Dollar really looks like. He must be very handsome. Wang Mengmeng looked at Su Xiaoqiao happily. Handsome, of course, he is most handsome. He has wide chest, long legs and nice round bottom. Su Xiaoqiao babbled on and Han Sen almost wanted to kill him. It took them 4 days to reach Devil Desert. Wang Mengmeng had nice skills and was improving very fast in hunting. Han Sen and Gambler were always shadowing her. Even when she was fighting with a creature, Gambler was always following her and Han Sen's bow and arrow were always ready to rescue her. If something happened to her, the entire squad including Qin Zan would be in trouble, so Han Sen did not dare to slack at all. The next afternoon after they had entered the desert, Su Xiaoqiao who was the scout cried in surprise, a mutant creature. Everyone quickly urged their mounts on and saw a fox-like, fire-red and golden-horned creature the size of a tiger barking at them. It is mine. It was the first time Wang Mengmeng had seen a living mutant creature. She put away her mount and charged the mutant creature with a pair of mutant beast soul lancets in her hands. Han Sen and Gambler exchanged a look and ran after her, in case of any accident. Wang Mengmeng's fighting skills were impressive. She could even match the mutant creature using several hyper-Geno arts. The rest were going in left and right, trying to outflank the creature. The mutant creature seemed to have quite some wisdom and simply fled when seeing through the team's intention. It was also exceptionally fast and was 50 feet away in an instant. Stop! Wang Mengmeng quickly summoned her sacred blood mount, a bear with silver-white fur and raced off on its back. Then everyone was on the mount, trying to keep up with Wang Mengmeng. But the mutant creature was running quite fast and after a while, they started to fall farther behind. Wang Mengmeng felt anxious and urged her bear to run faster. Wang Mengmeng, do not chase it on your own. It is too dangerous, cried Gambler. It doesn't matter, I could kill this mutant beast. Please hurry up. Wang Mengmeng did not want to let the creature run off, so she raced off at full speed. Han Sen and Gambler exchanged a glance and quickly followed up, but Wang Mengmeng's mount was sacred blood. Although strength was not its strong suit, it was still much faster than their mutant mounts and soon she was pulling away from them. The team could only desperately urge their mounts to catch up and try not to fall too much behind. They did not worry too much, though, as their forces combined were probably enough to kill a sacred blood creature. Wang Mengmeng looked around and see no creature but this one. In addition, she was close enough and did want to lose the prey. So, she kept urge her white bear to chase the mutant creature. Nowhere to run now, she chased the mutant creature to a dune, and the creature stretched its tongue out, panting and lying down, as if it was too tired to run. Wang Mengmeng jumped off the white bear, summoned her lancets and rushed forward. The mutant creature suddenly smiled like a person strangely, which scared her. And then she saw many creatures that looked like this one, though gray in color, walking out from behind the dune. They filled the place shortly and were at least hundreds in number. Wang Mengmeng was suddenly shocked and knew that things had gone south. The mutant creature was sly enough to lead her to its nest. Although the other creatures were just primitive ones, they were great in number and she could never handle all of them. Wang Mengmeng immediately got on the back of her bear and ran away, with the creatures chasing after her like a tsunami. Fortunately, Han Sen and Gambler was not too much behind. Han Sen saw Wang trapped in the middle of groups of creatures, so he summoned his horn bow and shot an arrow in her direction. Wang Mengmeng had been surrounded by the creatures. Although the white bear had great strength and rampaged through the creatures, they still managed to throw themselves at her. Wang Mengmeng swung her lancets, but could not get rid of all the creatures close to her. Seeing a claw on her shoulder and teeth biting at her white neck, Wang Mengmeng was desperate that she could no longer fight this one off. At this moment, a whoosh was followed by a whimper. The creature on her back was shot through with a black arrow and fell on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows came from afar and each killed a creature. Soon all 8 creatures surrounding her were killed. Any creature that might endanger her was immediately shot dead with an arrow. No arrow was shot in vain. One even flew by her face and killed a creature behind her without hurting a single hair of hers. Brother Han. Wang Mengmeng saw Han Sen riding toward her while shooting arrows in her direction. All the creatures around her were killed by him. Wang Mengmeng was surprised and filled with joy. At least a mile away from her, Han Sen could have such accuracy, which was something she had never seen even in posh schools. Among the other few people, only Su Xiaoqiao was good at archery. However, he would not even dare to shoot in her direction from so far. Even if his bow allowed it, he would risk hurting her with his skill level. Wang Mengmeng was overjoyed and urged the white bear to run toward Han Sen. Wielding her lancets, she tried to stop the creatures that came at her. She did not worry about the ones that she could not fight off, as arrows would definitely appear timely to kill them. The distance between the two sides was gradually shortened, and soon they have joined forces. When the team looked around, they were surprised to see thousands of gray creatures flooding toward them. Damn, these beasts are really cunning. They even know how to lure us into their trap. Su Xiaoqiao cried while drawing the string of his bow. It's all my fault, Wang Mengmeng blamed herself. Now is not a good time. There are so many creatures here that we could never kill them all. Let's try to rush out. Han Sen headed forward where they came from. He did not go far before he saw the sand in front of him tremor and sink. A giant worm that looked like a silkworm but with the size of a locomotive came out of the sand and opened its large mouth, trying to devour them. It is a rock worm. Damn, there must be more than one. They are gregarious. Han Sen forced his mount to change the direction to avoid its attack. He felt a bit worried as he had read about rock worms. Although they were just primitive creatures, they are very large and had great strength. In addition, they had great speed when crawling in sand. For sure, they were one of the most scary creatures in Devil Desert. If Han Sen was alone, he could simply summon the purple-winged dragon beast soul and fly up. However, he had Wang Mengmeng to protect and could not do that. Boom! The huge body of the rock worm fell and made a pit in the ground. Sand flying and pebbles rolling, it was more terrifying than a grenade explosion. Even more frightening was that more rock worms were coming out from underground, and as far as the team could see, the ground was covered by these worms, which were at least hundreds in number. In front of them were rock worms and behind them were the tide of fox-like creatures. They were besieged by the creatures. Han Sen and Gambler looked into each other's eyes and understood each other's thoughts. Gambler gritted his teeth and said, "You protect her, I will clear the way." Gambler took back his mount and rushed toward the fox-like creatures. He was even faster than his mutant mount. "Listen up, follow Gambler out and whoever falling behind will die," said Han Sen, lifting Wang Mengmeng from the back of her white bear to sit her behind him. He cried, "Game is over. Now hold on to me and we will fight for our lives." Wang Mengmeng fought well and had plenty of beast souls. However, in a melee like this one, an inexperienced girl like her would not be able to survive. When it came to life and death, only the veterans who had developed an acute instinct had a bigger chance at survival. Wang Mengmeng hurriedly hugged Han Sen from the back. Han Sen urged his mutant three-eyed beast mount and the bull-like mount moved as it charged the fox-like beasts. Gambler was leading the way with one jambia in each hand. The jambias were flashing in his hands like butterflies, slitting the throats of all creatures near him. Nothing could stop him and a bloody path was left behind him. Han Sen rushed into that path and his arrows never stopped, killing all the creatures trying to gather around. However, he only had 50 Z steel arrows, which had been used up. All he had now was the beast soul arrow, which could be taken back and used again, but that process was too slow for him. Han Sen had to knock some creatures away with his horn bow. The rest of the team had also been fighting with every effort, wishing to clear out a way out from the endless creatures. Behind them, the rock worms were catching up at an incredible speed. Once caught up by them, there would be no other way of survival than flying. Blood was splashing and they had almost made it. Then the mutant creature that Wang Mengmeng was chasing in the first place howled, standing on a dune far from them. And then they saw more creatures coming toward them from all directions. There were even some fox-like black-horned creatures that were almost exactly like the mutant creature only with white fur. Seeing those white creatures, everyone's heart sank. Su Xiaoqiao cried, "No way. That mutant creature was not a mutant creature, but a sacred blood king of all these fox-like creatures. These white ones are mutant creatures. We have poked a hornet's nest." Wang Mengmeng saw the white mutant creatures among others and was mortified. There were so many mutant creatures that it seemed the whole team would die here. Gambler exclaimed in the front, "Damn, it is a sacred blood king. There are too many mutant creatures that I can't keep going." Han Sen said to Wang Mengmeng sitting behind him, "Hand me your lancets." Wang Mengmeng paused and transferred her mutant beast soul lancets to Han Sen. Han Sen grabbed a rope and got off his mount. He then carried Wang to the ground as if she weighed nothing and put her on his back. With the rope he secured her there. "What are you doing?" Wang Mengmeng said, horrified. "Going out," said Han Sen in a cold tone. In a red shadow he shape-shifted into the Fairy Queen and his entire body was then covered in red armor except for his head. Eyes scarlet, ruby crown on his head and short black hair turning long and blonde, Han Sen grabbed the lancets and ran toward Gambler like a red lightning bolt. "Gambler, cover me, I will clear a way out," yelled Han Sen next to Gambler. "You got it," covered in the creatures, and his own blood, Gambler replied. Han Sen had rushed to the front. The lancets were flashing in his hands and each flash took a life. Primitive horned sand fox hunted. No beast soul gained. The voice in his mind rang non-stop. Han Sen paid no mind to it and just stared the mutant horned sand fox that were throwing themselves at him. Su Xiaoqiao and others were trying to keep up desperately, but when they saw the number of the mutant horned sand foxes, they were terrified. Han Sen's eyes were red as blood. Moving like a lightning bolt, the lancets were so fast they became a blur. Ignoring the mutant horned sand foxes, he continued forward with Wang on his back. Holding Han Sen's neck tightly, Wang Mengmeng was filled with guilt and regret. If it weren't for her, they would not be under such danger. Facing so many mutant creatures, she did not know if they could make it. The few mutant horned sand foxes were in their face, yet Han Sen was still calm. With the slightest movement, a lancet bit into a fox's throat. A horned white fox head flew up. Han Sen and Wang Mengmeng were showered in fox blood. Without a blink, Han Sen ran forward and charged the second mutant horned sand fox. Wang Mengmeng watched what was happening with eyes widened. It felt like riding a roller coaster, but this experience was more horrifying than any roller coaster. She was lying on the back of Han Sen, and had the same angle of view as him. She watched all his movements, dodging, turning, wielding, charging. Seeing the endless horned sand foxes sweeping toward them and then the deaths of all of them, she felt that Han Sen was like a killing machine, his movements extremely swift and each attack harvesting a life. Both mutant horned sand foxes and primitive ones were killed with one blow each, without exception. Wang Mengmeng and Han Sen were soaked in blood, and the original color of their armor could no longer be discerned. Even the long blonde hair of Fairy Queen turned red and was dripping blood. Wang Mengmeng suddenly had a strange feeling. Everything seemed surreal to her, as if she was watching a movie about a gorgeous killing spree. Han Sen was like a tireless killing machine. All her fear went away when she knew he could kill all of the foxes if he had to. What Han Sen saw now was different from what average humans saw. All the movements of the horned sand foxes had become so slow that he could see every single move of them. In his eyes, even the mutant ones were as slow as a grandpa, inviting one's help. Han Sen finally understood the best feature of Fairy Queen. When he shape-shifted into Fairy Queen, his great ability to predict was enhanced. Now he could hit anywhere he wanted. Too slow. Han Sen was even dissatisfied with the speed of the horned sand foxes, because they could not keep up with the speed of the slaughter. I hope there will be more of them, Han Sen even thought. But Han Sen's reason was telling him that they should run as fast as they could, because shapeshifting could not last forever. Once his body could no longer bear it, he would have to turn into himself, and even if he used wings then and saved Wang, Su Xiaoqiao and the rest would die. Must get out before shapeshifting time limit is up, Han Sen thought to himself, wielding the lancets even faster. The rest of the team were stunned. They had never seen Han Sen fighting in a melee. They had always believed he was a good archer and did not like to place himself under any danger. But when they saw Han Sen put down his bow and arrow, they came to know how fearsome he could be in a melee. Mutant horned sand fox was also killed in just one blow. They had never seen Han Sen miss so far. Formidable. Even they could not help but shudder. Such efficiency in killing was simply a spree, so terrifying and satisfying to watch that it made one want to moan. The sacred blood-horned sand fox howled again and the mutant foxes retreated, while primitive foxes rushed to them faster. Just in a moment, Han Sen knew what the sacred blood fox king wanted. It was trying to use the primitive horned sand foxes to consume his shapeshifting time, as it was aware shapeshifting did not last long. It wanted to launch strikes at them when his shapeshifting time was up. Cunning beast, cursed gambler. His jambias slit another primitive horned sofa fox's throat, making it fall to the ground, twitching in pain. Han Sen looked at the sacred blood fox king and his eyes darkened. The lancets disappeared in his sleeves and a black horn bow appeared in his hands. The black stinger arrow was knocked and pointed at the fox king on top of the dune. It's too far away. Can the arrow reach there? Su Xiaoqiao checked the distance between them and the fox king. It was indeed too far. It looked so small from here, so it should be about 1.5 miles away. With such a distance, even if Han Sen's arrow could get there, it would be languid by then. And how can that kill a sacred blood creature? The Fox King seemed to share Su's thought, standing there still and gazing at Han Sen with a trace of mockery. Damn, that sacred blood Fox King is kind of evil, Gambler cried when he saw the look of the Fox King. Han Sen's hands were steady. The arrow suddenly turned into a black shadow flying across the sky toward the insolent Fox King. The sacred blood Fox King was too intelligent to believe the arrow could actually hurt it, and did not mean to dodge. If his arrow had that kind of power, then he should have used it before the Fox King led Wang Mengmeng into the ambush. Whoosh! But soon the Fox King panicked as it discovered that the speed of the arrow got even higher when approaching itself. When the Fox King eventually lost its grace and wanted to run, it was a bit late. Although it leapt as high as it could, trying to dodge the arrow still dug into the muscles of its foreleg like a snake. Blood splashed and its scream rang. The arrogant and sly Fox King was knocked out by the arrow and tumbled down the dune. Hearing the scream of their king, the skulk of foxes paused their attack and looked to the dune where the king was standing. Of course, they did not see it because it had fallen. The skulk was suddenly in a chaos and did not know what to do. Hurry, commanded Han Sen and dashed. When the angry sacred blood Fox King limped back to the top of the dune, the team had dashed out of the skulk. Almost without any hesitation, Han Sen roared at Wang Mengmeng, "Summon your mount." Wang Mengmeng quickly summoned the big white bear. Han Sen leapt on the bear and Wang urged the bear on at full speed. The skulk of foxes was snapping at their heels, but only the few mutant horned sand foxes could catch up with the team's mutant mounts. Han Sen thought that the skulk would give up the chase soon, since their king was injured and could not catch up with them. However, they soon heard a strange howl and what they saw was shocking. The Fox King was standing on top of the head of a golden rock worm and, gazing at Han Sen, bristled. "FK, this Fox King is abnormal. How could it command the rock worm? Is the rock worm also a sacred blood creature?" cried Su Xiaoqiao. The team saw the golden rock worm approach them at a high speed and was horror-struck. "You go east," I will go west. Han Sen then asked Wang Mengmeng to control her bear to go west. Now Wang Mengmeng almost trusted Han Sen blindly and did not even think about it before doing what he said. You have to be careful. Gambler had already understood Han Sen's plan and led the rest to the east. The Fox King ordered the rock worm and mutant foxes to chase Han and Wang immediately. A fox never forgets. It would never give up until it tore Han Sen apart. Han Sen had already taken the fairy queen back to save his strength. He had also untied the rope and sat Wang in front of him so she could better control the bear. Fox King, come if you want to eat me, Han Sen said and suddenly shot an arrow, killing a mutant fox in the blink of an eye. The Fox King was stamping with rage, roaring on top of the golden rock worm's head. The worm moved faster. The mutant foxes were also trying to catch up with the bear. Han Sen glanced at the Fox King and shot another mutant fox dead. Watching the Fox King losing its temper, Han Sen laughed, Fox King, come at me if you will, and watch me kill your buddies. Han Sen's hands never stopped, his black stinger arrow killing one mutant fox after another. Mutant horned sand fox killed. Beast soul of mutant horned sand fox gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Suddenly a different voice sounded in Han Sen's mind. He gained a mutant horned sand fox beast soul. With great joy, Han Sen was shooting with great strength. The Fox King was about to explode. The white bear was a sacred blood mount, so the golden rock worm could not catch up with them any time soon. Finally, at a howl of the Fox King, all the mutant foxes stopped chasing. Only the Fox King continued with the rock worm as its mount. There were no more mutant foxes for him to kill, so Han Sen made the Fox King his target. This time the Fox King was prepared and dodged. Although the distance was short, the arrow ended up hitting the golden rock worm. Clank! It sounded like the worm had a shell harder than metal. The mutant black stinger arrow only left a white mark that was barely visible on it. Han Sen was taken aback with a surprise. Sure enough, the golden rock worm is also a sacred blood creature. Brother Han, now what should we do? The white bear is slower than the golden rock worm. They will catch up eventually, asked Wang Mengmeng, riding the bear. She did not sound scared or worried, as for some reason, she believed Han Sen could always take care of things. In such a dangerous escape, she did not even have any sense of crisis. Although there were occasionally some creatures in front of them, they would scatter at the sight of the golden rock worm. Hence they did not encounter any obstacles on the way. The rock worms are only fast in the desert. If we can get out of here, we should be able to get rid of it, Han Sen pondered and said. It's full of sand and rocks here. I do not see any other color. Wang Mengmeng looked around said disappointedly, just dunes and stony hills. Han Sen's eyes suddenly lit up. Pointing in one direction, he said, go over there. Wang Mengmeng followed his order and urged the bear on. Soon she found they were on a cliff facing a deep valley. The path ended and the valley was at least 100 feet wide. Brother Han, we have nowhere to go, exclaimed Wang Mengmeng. Go over, Han Sen said with no expression. No, the white bear cannot jump so far, Wang Mengmeng quickly said, seeing the big white bear approaching the edge. Trust me, go over, said Han Sen firmly, while pointing an arrow at the Fox King. Knowing their despair, the Fox King looked cruel and pleased. Well, Brother Han, I believe you. Going over, Wang Mengmeng commanded her bear to rush off the edge at full speed. With her blind trust in Han Sen, Wang Mengmeng was trying to make the impossible happen. Behind them the golden rock worm was getting closer and closer. The Fox King watched the two humans viciously. Pointing the arrow at the Fox King, Han Sen did not shoot. Brother Han, Wang Mengmeng screamed and closed her eyes as the white bear ran off the edge. Han Sen finally shot the arrow, put an arm around her waist, and covered her eyes with his other hand. Take your white bear back, he said quietly. The sacred blood Fox King didn't even move when seeing the arrow approach. It even showed contempt in its eyes. But soon, the Fox King was aghast. That arrow was not meant for the Fox King, but a bean-sized eye of the golden rock worm. Although the golden rock worm had a huge body, its eyes were as small as beans and hidden in its stone-hard shell, hardly noticeable. Han Sen not only saw them, but also managed to shoot an arrow in one of them. With a scream, the golden rock worm rampaged toward Han Sen who was in the air. The sacred blood Fox King had extremely high intelligence, but golden rock worm solely operated on instincts. Once it was provoked, it would go mad. It was too late for the Fox King to stop it. so it jumped off the worm with its injured leg as fast as it could before the worm fell off the cliff. Wang Mengmeng was held in Han Sen's arms and took back the bear. She felt she was falling with him. With a sudden jerk, she felt ground under her feet. The impact was not that strong though. It was as if they had jumped from somewhere 3 or 4 feet above the ground. Wang Mengmeng opened her eyes in surprise to find they were under a cliff more than 300 feet high. But nothing had happened to Han Sen and her. When she was feeling incredible, the golden rock worm fell on the ground next to them like a bomb. With a boom, its stone-hard shell was broken in pieces. Worm juice, meat and inner parts were splashing everywhere, staining the cliff wall. Sacred blood golden rock worm king killed. Beast soul of golden rock worm king gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. A wonderful voice rang in his mind, almost making Han Sen laugh out loud. The Fox King was still lingering on the cliff, gazing at him full of resentment. Let's go. Han Sen summoned his mutant three-eyed beast Mount M carried Wang to its back, and went in the opposite direction of the Fox King. Should we take some of the worm meat with us? Wang Mengmeng asked. For such a big worm, there are only 10 geno points in its meat. Even if we eat for a month, we might still end up with no geno points. Also, it is hot in here and the meat will go bad in less than 2 days. Just forget it, Han Sen said with a smile. A creature too big in size was hard to consume, which was just the fact. But he had gained another sacred blood beast soul and a mutant horned sand fox beast soul, so the voyage was fruitful enough. The only pity was that although he had killed many mutant horned sand foxes and a sacred blood creature, he did not even get to eat a mouthful of meat. Han Sen took a look at the 2 beast souls he just gained and felt a bit bitter. The beast soul of mutant horned sand fox was a mount, which was fine. Even if he had no use of it, he could still exchange it for something else or just sell it. The disturbing part was the beast soul of the golden rock worm king. It turned out to be a sacred blood beast soul pet. Han Sen had been feeding Meowth for quite some time now, but it never transformed. This was a sacred blood pet, and God knows how much meat it would take for it to transform. And a sacred blood pet must be fed with a sacred blood meat, or else it would take even longer. Han Sen was rendered speechless. He did not even have enough sacred blood meat for himself. Just where could he find food for this guy? Han Sen tried to summon the golden rock worm king and thought it should be huge. When it appeared, Han Sen saw that it was just a mini golden silk worm, not looking the least impressive. Brother Han, why were we safe after jumping from the high cliff? Wang Mengmeng had been puzzled. When they jumped off the cliff, she was too scared to open her eyes, and did not see how they landed. In fact, even if she did not close her eyes, Han Sen was covering them anyway. He did it so that he could use the wings of the purple-winged dragon beast soul. Or it could never have been done. Because I know a special martial art. Han Sen smiled. What kind of martial art? Can you teach me? Wang Mengmeng looked at him with worship. It only runs in the family and only sons can be taught, so I can't even teach my wife and daughter, let alone you. Han Sen laughed. Han Sen did not go back and try to kill the sacred blood fox king. It was a sly creature. In the end, it did not escape but stood on the cliff. Han Sen knew from its look that it was trying to lure Han Sen back to kill it. If he was alone, he could give it a try. But since Wang Mengmeng was here, he gave up the idea of adventure. That Fox King was the most cunning of creature he had ever seen, even more formidable than the silver bird. With this accident, the voyage had to stop. When Han Sen and Wang Mengmeng were on their way back to the shelter, they met Gambler and the rest. They were all well with minor injuries which had almost healed. After some discussion, they did some hunting in the outskirts of the desert and did not go to the center. They had met scary sacred blood creatures when they just entered Devil Desert. The team became more careful, especially they had to protect Wang Mengmeng in the meantime. Han Sen made up his mind to return as soon as they could, and he will make some in-depth exploration next time he came alone. This task was successfully completed despite the accident. Qin Zan was fairly satisfied with his performance. Because Wang Mengmeng worshipped Han Sen very much and named him her protector in Steel Armor Shelter, he could have an S-Class license of St. Hall as his reward. But his mission would be only completed when Wang Mengmeng had maxed out on all other 3 types of Geno points than Sacred Geno points. Only by then he could have the S-Class license. Han Sen went back to school from God's Sanctuary and continued to study Warframe operation. Sen, you are finally back. You are in trouble. his roommate said to him excitedly when Han Sen just returned to his dormitory. What kind of trouble? Han Sen asked puzzled. The best player in Hand of God Society Li Yufeng openly challenged you in campus community, Shi Zhikong said. I do not know him. Why would he challenge me? Han Sen felt quite puzzled. Ha ha, everyone knows Li Yufeng is Ji Yanren's suitor. And with your ID name, the entire school now knows you as Ji Yanren's boyfriend. Of course Li Yufeng needs to challenge you. He said if you lose, you need to change your ID name or stop using that account, and you will also have to apologize to Ji Yanren, said Lu Meng with a trace of joy in his voice. Sen, are you going for it? She looked at Han Sen with hidden excitement. He felt even Han Sen's opponent was Li Yufeng, Han would still win. Although she had never seen Li Yufeng play, he believed so. Han Sen's performance so far made him think that Han must be almost invincible in this game. Lu Meng and Zhang Yong were also looking at Han Sen, awaiting his decision. Of course I will, Han Sen said casually. Ji Yanren was the girlfriend he won with a bet. Although he was too busy to look for her, he would not allow other guys to use himself to impress her. In the Han Sen's view, it was fine if Li tried to show off in front of Ji Yanren, but there was no way Han Sen would allow himself to be used in the process. Hearing Han Sen's answer, she and Lu were both thrilled. Zhang Yong rubbed his hands together and said, now that's it. Young people should be motivated, and we all support you to defeat Li Yufeng and make Ji Yanren your girlfriend for real. Right, if you really have such a gorgeous girlfriend, the entire room 304 would all feel honored, said she excitedly. Go on the forum and reply him with a time for the duel. Sen has a big chance to beat Li, in my opinion. Lu Meng laughed. Chance? Li Yufeng is no match to Sen at all, she curled his lips downward and said. Han Sen went to the campus community forum and found the post at the top. After he clicked on it, he replied with a time using his account. My girlfriend is Ji Yanren, 10:30 p.m. Han Sen left just the time and did not even bother to read Li Yufeng's post. Han Sen never took any of his schoolmates as a serious match of his. In a short amount of time, his reply attracted the attention of all the students. Because Li Yufeng's post had been up for several days, people thought Ji Yanren's boyfriend was too scared to reply. But today, seeing his reply and the ID name, a student was in shock. Having rubbed his eyes and confirmed several times, he started to spread the news. Haha, Ji Yanren's boyfriend replied directly with the time of the duel. We have something to watch. Really, he did that, so daring. It is Li Yufeng. What about Li Yufeng? I think Ji Yanren's boyfriend is definitely stronger. That is hard to say. After all, Li Yufeng is a professional player and the best on campus. He also had good performance in the contest across the alliance. How do you know that Ji Yanren's boyfriend is not professional? That makes sense. No one knows who Ji Yanren's boyfriend is, so he could be a professional player as well. Would it be Yang Shaoxin? I think not. According to Yang Shaoxin's character, he would not have replied at all. If it's not Yang Shaoxin, then who can it be? I really cannot think of anyone in the school who is so strong. Could it be a freshman? How can that be? Freshmen are all rookies. If there is such an outstanding person, we should have known when they had the entrance exam. Soon the duel between Li Yufeng and Ji Yanren's boyfriend was known by the entire school. Yanren, your boyfriend appeared. Ku Lily ran to the training hall, panting. Ji Yanren paused and bristled. I said 1,000,000 times that he is not my boyfriend, so do not call him that. Ku Lily took Ji Yanren's hand, grinned and said, I know. I won't do that again, but my girlfriend is Ji Yanren said online that he would have a duel against Li Yufeng tonight at 10:30. Yanren, I envy you that there are two great guys fighting for you, making you quite the princess, Ku Lily said admiringly. You can have them both if you want, Ji Yanren said sullenly. She did not really like Li Yufeng, but Li had been chasing after her for 2 years. She was quite upset by his pursuit. As for my girlfriend as Ji Yanren, he was using such a devious means that Ji Yanren had even less interest in him. But Ji Yanren was still a little curious and wanted to find out who that person was. In addition to lashing out at him, she also wanted to know who had such a good level as Li Yufeng and Yang Shaoxin. If he is not beyond salvation, she could consider recruiting him into her society so that their ranking this year could be further enhanced. I want to, but they did not do it for me, Ku Lily complained. If there are two men at a duel for me, I will give them a chance. You little fool, you said 10:30 tonight, right? Ji Yanren asked. Yes, Your boyfriend said that, said Ku Lily. Ji Yanran was speechless, but she was not about to correct Ku Lily. In fact, the entire school called him that and she was just powerless. This time I will find out who you are. Ji Yanran stopped training and went back to get ready to see their duel. As soon as she watched that person play, she should be able to tell who he was from his style. Unless he was not one of the players on campus, she would have an idea. After Li Yufeng saw the reply, his eyes lit up and continued his Hand of God training. Boss, Ji Yanran's boyfriend replied. A thin man rushed in and exclaimed. Li Yufeng suddenly frowned at him, so the thin man quickly corrected himself. No, the despicable guy replied 10:30 tonight. I have seen it, Li Yufeng said casually. Boss, you must kick his ass this time, and prove our society's worth, said the thin man. I will not go easy on him, said Li Yufeng coldly. This duel had caught the attention of the entire school. No one dared to gamble in a military school, but students were betting in private and more were betting on Li Yufeng. After all, Li Yufeng was the best player on campus and his skills were indeed amazing. For the last 2 years, the reason Blackhawk got good ranking in the alliance was him. So students trusted him. At 10:30 at night, the BattleNet had a historical number of students online. Many of those who did not play this game even registered new accounts to watch this duel. Ji Yanran was also watching. When she saw Li Yufeng had a game room set up, she entered the room. In fact, 80% of those online were in this game room to wait for them to start. The rest saw there was still time and started gaming themselves. When it was about time, the number of people in this game room was more than 90% of all the students online, and more people were flooding in. In an office building of Blackhawk, 2 middle-aged men were also in this game room. One of them lit a cigarette and said casually, Lu, you are too sensitive. You know what kind of students we have. Unless Ji Yanran's boyfriend is Yang Shaoxin, his level will not be very high. Maybe we will have some new talent. Lu Zhangguo just smiled. What kind of new talent can there be? This year's freshmen are not that impressive. Zhao Lianhua blew a smoke ring and said, if that person is Yang Shaoxin, maybe he could beat Li Yufeng. If not, Li Yufeng could certainly beat him by 5 points or more. Let's check it out first. Even if he loses to Li Yufeng by 5 points, it would still mean that he is a strong player. Our Hand of God Society has not made much progress in the past 2 years, so maybe it's time to add some fresh talents, Lu Zhangguo said. Lu Zhangguo was the coach of Hand of God Society, and Zhao Lianhua was the manager. After they had heard about the ins and outs of things, they also logged in the BattleNet and would like to see for themselves what level Ji Yanran's boyfriend was on. Zhao Lianhua did not care about this person, as they knew the level of all the returning students who played well and saw how the freshmen performed in their entrance exam. The good ones were either already invited to join Hand of God Society or other societies. Even if there was someone out there, that person could not beat Li Yufeng. Freshmen were just freshmen. Lu Zhangguo was just trying to hunt for talent. If not, he could also check to see which level of Li Yufeng had actually reached. At 10:30, everyone suddenly saw a notification. My girlfriend as Ji Yanran entered the room. Ha ha, finally. The crowd was overjoyed. Ji Yanran threw an angry gaze at the ID, and vowed to find him. Zhang Yang, Lu Meng and she were not online, but standing next to Han Sen, watching his holographic image directly, which was more interesting than viewing it online. Seeing that ID, coldness flashed in Li's eyes. He simply sent an invite and texted, after you lose, I want you to get rid of this ID immediately and apologize to Ji Yanran. Everyone was staring at the screen, wondering what my girlfriend as Ji Yanran would say to that. It is too easy to beat you, so no strings attached this time. Just leave my Yanran alone in the future. Seeing this line from my girlfriend as Ji Yanran, the screen was full in an instant. Ha ha, shameless just like me. He's too arrogant. Brag if you want, our boss will not lose to you, idiot. Ha ha, my Yanran. Is he really Ji Yanran's boyfriend? Just leave my Yanran alone. Now he is bragging. It would be so shameful when he got his ass kicked. This person is really arrogant, Wang Long said in a bad mood. Li Zi, what do you think? Lu Ke looked at Li Zi with a wry smile. Li Zi pondered for a moment and said, I used to play against Li Yufeng. He has beaten me many times and once by 27 points. You mean that Li Yufeng will win? Lu Ke looked at Li Zi and asked. Li Zi shook his head and said, although Li Yufeng had beaten me by more points, but Ji Yanren's boyfriend gave me more pressure than Li Yufeng. When facing Li Yufeng, I could calm down to play. When facing Ji Yanren's boyfriend, I felt uneasy and afraid. Taking a deep breath, Li Zi then said, if I am to predict the result, I think Li Yufeng will be defeated by a lot. Don't ask me why, it's just a hunch. What? Wang Long and Lu Ke were stupefied and did not understand Li Zi's comment. Ku Lily pinched Ji Yanren and said with a grin, my Yanren's so intimate. Tell me the truth, is he really your boyfriend? Of course he is not, that bastard. Ji Yanren stared at the ID angrily. If the game was not about to begin, she wanted to lash out at that guy in person. It begins. Seeing the countdown end, the light spots lit up on both sides. Li Yufeng's fingers danced like a snake and almost hit a spot the moment it lit up. Because he did not really know his opponent's style and this guy had won Li Zi by 20 points, Li Yufeng played safe and chose to clear up his own side and gain points as fast as he could, so as to beat his opponent in a dignified way. Li Yufeng was playing very well and he was quite satisfied with how he performed. With a glance, he saw his opponent also hitting a spot at a speed no lower than his, which made him pause. In the momentary pause, his opponent went for another spot. Li Yufeng quickly calmed himself down and hit his second spot as fast as he could. Knowing his opponent's speed, Li Yufeng did not dare to be distracted again and played with his best speed and skills. The two players' hands were like two butterflies dancing away, hitting all the light spots around them at an amazing speed. The game room was silent. In a room where more than 10,000 people were watching, none typed anything. Everyone was staring at their screen. It was not because the duel was so wonderful, but because it was not at all. A person's speed had been completely overwhelmed by the other person. Even one with high myopia without glasses could tell, there was no twists and turns in this game. Everyone had a blank look on their faces, with their eyes and mouths both wide open. Ji Yanren's lips were also O-shaped. Watching the holographic image of the game, she was so stunned that her pupils enlarged. In the office building, Lu Jiangguo was also stupefied. He almost could not believe his eyes. And Zhao Lianhua did not even realize that his burning cigarette had fallen on his pants. Zhao Lianhua did not even feel that, and kept gazing at the two hands in the holographic image. Li Zi, Lu Ke and Wang Long were all stunned. A huge gap in strength was demonstrated by these two hands. Li Yufeng's hand had a speed and flexibility that were amazing to begin with. But in front of the other hand, Li Yufeng's hand suddenly looked a bit clumsy. And this feeling was just incredible, because this was Li Yufeng, the best player on campus, who had a nickname, Dreamy Right Hand. How could his hand look clumsy? It was hard for the viewers to believe their own judgment. But in contrast to the other hand, Li Yufeng's hand did look clumsy. It was originally not the case, but the strong contrast had made people feel this way. It was not because Li Yufeng's hand was clumsy, but because the other hand was too fast and too flexible. At this time, people came to realize this fact and looked to the other hand. Slender but strong, this was an attractive hand. In addition to that, people could not tell anything else from the image. How they wanted to see the owner of the hand. But in Hand of God, all they could see was the hand and wrist. There was no way they could tell who he was. Total silence. Although the result was clear, many refused to believe that Li Yufeng would be beaten like this. That was Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng concentrated on his hand and raised its speed to his limit, constantly hitting the spots. At least I will beat him by 5 points, Li Yufeng thought proudly. He knew Ji Yanren was certainly watching this game, and he was glad to show off his strength in front of her. Although Ji Yanren had not given any response to his pursuit, and was even deliberately keeping distance from him, he had never given up and believed that with his ability and conditions, he must have the opportunity to make her his. And this was a very good opportunity. He knew Ji Yanren was mad at that ID. If he could beat this person to make him change his ID and apologize to her, she would be at least grateful to him. And this was enough. Li Yufeng had enough time and patience. Many a little make a mickle. He believed that sooner or later he could make Ji Yanren fall in love with him. But now, first he needed to beat this despicable and shameless bastard to approach his goddess. Li Yufeng was hitting the spots with all he had, thinking that if he went faster and raised the difference to 6 or 7 points, then the effect might be even better. But when Li Yufeng was reaching for a spot again, all spots suddenly disappeared. Is it a server failure? Why did all the spots disappear? Li Yufeng hesitated. With his rich experience, He knew that the 100 spots were not up yet and there could be no other explanation to their disappearance than a technical failure. But when he looked up, he was suddenly stunned. In front of him, the holographic image said, "Game over," and his score was also fixed at 80. He turned his eyes and looked at his opponent's score. 100 points. Li Yufeng could not move. He could not believe that he had been beaten by 20 points. He could not believe this. Nor could anyone who knew Li Yufeng and his skills at this game. Everyone looked blankly at that score, and no one made a sound. What Han Sen said just now was interesting when they were thinking back. It is too easy to beat you, so no strings attached this time. Just leave my Yanran alone in the future. At that time, they all felt it was pure insolence. But now thinking back, it was just honesty. Another 20, Li Zi snapped to attention and said with a wry smile. His remark reminded Lu Kei and Wang Long, making their shocking expression even more twisted. Their mouths were so wide open that they could fit a big duck egg. This number was so familiar, and what it represented was even more shocking. Yanran, your boyfriend is so fierce. Ku Lily just recovered from surprise and said to Ji Yanran, who was still staring at the score. Who is this person? Ji Yanran had now forgotten about her anger and shame, and simply wanted to find out who he was. 20 points. Whoever could beat Li Yufeng by 20 was absolutely top 10 in the alliance. If she could invite him into Hand of God Society, Ji Yanran could imagine how much their ranking could be improved. Now she just wanted to find out who this person was, but she just did not know. Now her heart felt like it was scratched by a cat. She wanted to go and look for him, but paused as she had no idea where to look. Ouch! The cigarette burned through Zhao Lianhua's pants, and brought him back from surprise. While he was stamping, a big hole was left on his pants. I must have this person in Hand of God Society. Lu Zhengguo looked at the score and yelled excitedly. He knew what this score meant. It was a score that would make Blackhawk soar in Hand of God contest. Go get this person and make him join us, Lu Zhengguo said to Zhao Lianhua. Zhao Lianhua looked depressed. Lu, I do not even know who this person is. Where should I start looking? Lu Zhengguo paused and said, go look anyway. In any case, we must have him. He is too important for us. With him, we would soar and it would be much easier for you to seek sponsorship in the future. I will try, Zhao Lianhua said helplessly. He knew this guy would have a great influence on them, but it was not easy to find someone based just on an ID. When Li Yufeng recovered from surprise and wanted to invite the guy to fight again, he found that his opponent was already offline. He was at loss and did not move for a long time. Blackhawk went mad. It was at night but many continued to talk about the duel. What a speed. F King awesome. Ha ha, after watching the duel, I know that my years of playing that game were wasted. Even Li Yufeng was wiped out. Ji Yanran's boyfriend was just amazing. Who is he anyway? You have to ask Ji Yanran. 20 points, Li was not his match at all. It is too easy to beat you, ha ha. My Yanran, could he really be her boyfriend? You really have to ask her yourself. Ji Yanran also wanted to know who her boyfriend was, but she did not. After logging out of the game, she had contacted a lot of friends, wanting to find out who that person was. However, almost everyone she called would tell her with a trace of gloating, you have to ask yourself who your boyfriend is. How do I know who my boyfriend is? Ji Yanran blurted out after hearing that reply a lot of times, feeling she was out of her mind after she realized what she had said. In room 304, Han Sen was surrounded by Shi Zhikong, Lu Meng and Zhang Yang. Sen, 4 dishes and a soup in the cafeteria. 1 dish less than that and I will out you, Lu Meng said with a grin. All 4 dishes need to be meat. If I see anything green, I will expose you first, she added. Sen, you deserve to be my destined opponent. Zhang Yang's eyes were full of sparks. Let's go eat then. I'm hungry anyway, Han Sen smiled and said. The 4 walked toward a cafeteria. Blackhawk was the size of a small city and all cafeterias ran 24/7. There was no need to worry about where to eat. But after the 4 went out, they constantly heard people on the street talking about the duel. Sen, just go ahead and admit it's you. With your skills at the game, maybe Ji Yanran will fall in love with you, and we can all benefit from that by asking her to introduce her friends to us, she whispered. She is my girlfriend, Han Sen said. She made a contemptuous gesture at him. Ji Yanran was not the kind of girl that would fall for a good player. Or else Li Yufeng would not have had to chase after her for 2 years. Everyone knew that. The four went to the nearest cafeteria, ordered a few dishes and chatted over drinks. While eating, Qi suddenly lowered his voice and said to the rest, glancing in one direction, "There is a babe over there, the innocent kind. So pretty, and the other two with her are not bad either. Qi, we don't trust your taste." Lu Meng laughed. Han Sen and Zhang Yang also laughed. They had all witnessed Xi's judgment. A tough lady 6 feet tall was a little beauty in his eyes. But you could not blame him either, as he was too tall himself indeed. Really? Oh, the babe looked at me, and smiled at me. Here she comes. Qi flushed. His roommates then felt a bit surprised. It looked like someone really was approaching them. They turned to look and saw an innocent, sweet girl with a great body walking toward them. It looked like Qi was a freshman like themselves. "Brother Han." Under the excited gaze of Qi walked to Han Sen and called in a sweet voice, making Qi want to kill Han Sen. "Mengmeng, why are you here?" Han Sen recognized Wang Mengmeng. "I came to eat with my classmates and did not expect to meet you here. Let me introduce them. These are my classmates and roommates, Li Junjun and Wang Chun." Wang Mengmeng introduced the two girls following her to Han Sen. "Hello." Han Sen shook hands with the two girls, and introduced his 3 roommates. "Since we are all friends now, shall we sit together?" She pulled the chairs and invited the girls. "Well, we happen to have something to ask," Wang Mengmeng blushed and said. "What's the matter?" "We will do anything for you," promised Qi. Wang Chun looked at Qi and seemed very happy. "It would be great if you could help. We are looking for people to join our society. Have you already registered at some societies? If not, can you join us?" "Well, we did not register yet, so you have come to the right people. With us, your society will do so well." "Right, which society are you talking about?" Qi quickly said, making faces to his roommates to ask them to play along. Judging from the 3 girls' looks, it was easy to tell that the society they were in must have lots of babes. "We are with Heavy Warframe Society," said Wang Chun. She almost choked on the water he just drank. Warframe Society was considered a temple of monks, where members were almost all guys. And Heavy Warframe Society would be Shaolin Temple among all temples, where girls were probably nowhere to be seen. The guys had not expected the girls to be members of Heavy Warframe Society. The reason why Heavy Warframe Society was independent from Warframe Society was that heavy warframes were much bigger in size than average warframes and were much harder to operate. Ordinary soldiers did not need to use heavy warframes, and 99.99% of those who operated heavy warframes were male. She was dumbfounded, but he could not take back his words, so they all had to go. The next morning, Wang Mengmeng sent a text to invite the 4 of them to fill in the application form at Heavy Warframe Society. Fortunately, there were 3 beautiful girls, Wang Mengmeng, Wang Chun and Li Junjun. Therefore they thought Heavy Warframe Society would not be so unbearable. But when they arrived at Heavy Warframe Society, they found out that it was even worse than they thought. In addition to Wang Mengmeng, Wang Chun and Li Junjun, the Heavy Warframe Society had only 2 returning students, a fat guy and a skinny guy. There were barely any guys, let alone girls. The fat guy was the president of Heavy Warframe Society and the skinny guy was the only returning member. Han Sen and his roommates failed to memorize their names because the girls only referred to them by their nickname, Fatty and Skinny. Fatty was smiling ear to ear when he saw Wang Mengmeng taking 4 new members to register, but his face collapsed when he found out they were from Department of Archery. Since there was a special enrollment program for archery students, the requirement of fitness index was lowered for them. Normally speaking, one would have to reach 11 in fitness index to be admitted, but archery students only needed to reach 10 as long as they passed their archery test. The difference of 1 point was a big gap, so archery students might be the weakest in the history of Blackhawk. The operation of heavy war frames required one to have great physique, so Fatty and Skinny were very disappointed when they learned that all 4 were from Department of Archery. Han Sen and his roommates ignored that, filled in the forms and registered in the society. This is also good, now we have less competition. Fatty and Skinny would not be able to beat us anyway. She was very contented, checking the 3 girls out. Brother Han, we will first take you to see our training field. Wang Mengmeng was very happy to show Han Sen around. Mengmeng, this is not right. Why do you call us by names, but call Sen brother? We are all freshmen and he is 3rd oldest among us, only a dozen days older than Lu Meng, she said sullenly. Wang Mengmeng thought about it seriously, tilted her head and said, I think only brother Han looks like a brother to me. How come we don't? Shu was not convinced, squared his shoulder, made a pose like a bodybuilding model. It does not depend on age or body size. Wang Mengmeng did not care about Shi's muscles. She was speechless, but he had to accept the fact that Shi would only call Han Sen brother. Li Junjun and Wang Chun soon followed suit. When they came to the training field, the four guys were all shocked. They thought that Heavy Warframe Society had so few members that their training field must be small and shabby, and did not expect there to be any heavy warframes. Instead, they had expected to train on a holographic simulator. But their training field turned out to be a large warehouse, with huge space and 3 real heavy warframes, each over 10 meters tall and looking domineering. How about these? Mengmeng has negotiated for these, Wang Chun said proudly. Han Sen suddenly realized why a society with few members could have such a training field. It was because of Wang Mengmeng. But it made Han Sen very excited, as he had been studying warframe operation, but the performance of the warframe for practice was wanting and people had to take turns to use it. Although these are heavy warframes, they were warframes nonetheless. He did not have to wait to practice on a warframe in the future. But heavy warframes were different from normal ones in that they had stronger horsepower and bigger sizes. They were generally used for special purposes and were more difficult to operate. They could be very cumbersome as well. But this was not a problem for Han Sen, the difficult operation worked for him. If he could operate a heavy warframe well, an ordinary one would be easy. The 3 heavy warframes on the training field were Rhinoceros T, Porter RS, and Builder. Rhinoceros T1 was a quadruped heavy warframe used for transport. It had a strong load-bearing capacity, and its 4 feet allowed easy access to a variety of terrains. It was also strong in digging and drilling. Even when buried in a mine, it could get out on its own. Porter RS was also a quadruped heavy warframe, with an extra arm and strong horsepower. It was mainly used to organize a warehouse and carry goods. It came with a variety of loading and unloading tools, as well as welding and cutting tools. Builder was a bipedal heavy warframe used for construction, and it was close to an ordinary warframe. Builder, however, had 4 arms, and was much bigger and heavier than its peers. In addition, the warehouse was also equipped with 10 holographic virtual training machines. Each member could have one and there were some left. Han Sen suddenly felt that the decision to join the Heavy Warframe Society was brilliant. It was like a paradise to him. Obviously, his roommates were not very interested in practicing on the heavy warframes. They preferred to use the holographic virtual training machine to operate advanced fighting warframes. Someone would use Rhinoceros T1 occasional, while Porter RS and Builder were never used. They were too hard to operate and would not be used for fighting. Generally speaking, those who driving heavy war frames were soldiers of lower ranks, while officers would hardly use these. That was why his roommates were not very interested. Han Sen liked Porter RS and Builder a lot, and would practice on them when he had time. The gratification he got from operating heavy war frames was much greater than using a virtual training machine or warframe for practice. Room 304 happily joined the Heavy Warframe Society, while everyone else in the school was looking for Ji Yanren's boyfriend madly, especially Zhao Lianhua, who was pressured by Lu Zhangguo to find him. However, no one knew who Ji Yanren's boyfriend was, not to mention where he was. In addition to Zhao Lianhua, Ji Yanren was dying to find Han Sen. Now she was sure the boyfriend was not Ouyang Shaoxin, because during the match against Li Yufeng, Ouyang was participating in the training of martial arts society and could not have been at the match. Also, Ji Yanren did not believe Ouyang could have beaten Li Yufeng by 20 points. Who was it? Our school has such a hidden master at hand of God. Ji Yanren thought of that hateful ID and vowed, I will find you after all. If you really want to find him out, I have a way, Ku Lili said with a smile. What way? Ji Yanren did not believe Ku Lili. In fact, the approach is very simple. Since he used that ID, certainly he is one of your admirers. All you need to do is to host a Hand of God contest at school and say the champion's prize is a kiss from you. I think he will participate for sure, said Ku, blinking. Ji Yanren rolled her eyes. What a bad idea. What if he does not show up? Ku Lili suddenly grinned at Ji Yanren and said, so you are willing to kiss him if he's the champion? Hey, that bastard, how could I? Ji Yanren was mad and shy at the same time. She grabbed Ku Lili and threatened, little girl, wait and see how I tame you. Ki Lili quickly begged for mercy, but Ji Yanran continued to tickle her until she was almost out of breath. Ku Lily's idea was not that great, but it did remind Ji Yanran that in more than half a month, a school-wide contest named Starry Cup, sponsored by Starry Group, would start. The prize would be great and maybe that person would show up and participate. But Ji Yanran did not know which department he was in. Hand of God was just one item in Starry Cup, which also included combat, warframe, archery and other items. If that person did not come to Hand of God, but registered in another item, it would be difficult to tell who he was. It calls for a little trick, Ji Yanran thought with a devious smile on her face. In the training hall, several students were sitting together. Have you heard that the champion of Hand of God in Starry Cup could get a set of Z Steel weapons of King series and visit the main factory of Starry Group? Who doesn't know that? I heard that Starry Group had also invited the president of Hand of God Society to visit their main factory. The president of Hand of God Society? Isn't that Ji Yanran? Yeah, the visit is 5 days and 4 nights. Wow, I'm definitely going to participate in the contest this time. What is the point? This is clearly meant for Ji Yanran's boyfriend. It's their honeymoon. Everything is possible. People make mistakes. What if Ji Yanran's boyfriend did not do so well this time? He beat Li Yifeng by 20 points. Even if he makes 20 mistakes, he would still be as good as Li. What chance do you stand? Right. Soon the news was spread throughout the school. When Ku Lily heard the news and asked Ji Yanran, the latter smiled and cunningly said, "That is what other people say. I have not mentioned a thing. You are obviously stealing my idea. Pay me for the copyright." Ku Lily reached out to tickle Ji. Ji Yanran thought that this could force Han to register for the Hand of God contest, but little did she know that Han Sen had not even heard about it because he had been practicing driving a heavy warframe, Builder. This was more fun than driving the training warframes. Builder's versatility allowed Han Sen to reach the limit of his speed. In Principal's office, Luo Xiangyang looked at Principal Wei and complained, "This is nonsense. How could you give the 7th warehouse to Heavy Warframe Society as their training ground? And the 3 heavy warframes are totally beyond the abilities of those students. What if there is an accident? Luo, you have to look at the specific circumstances. Those are good students and that's why I gave them a relaxed training environment," Wei said slowly. "More like rich and powerful students," Luo Xiangyang said with some disdain. "You should know that the school has its own difficulties. Luo, you need to get rid of this temper of yours," said Wei earnestly. Luo Xiangyang's face was still gloomy. He said, "I do not care what privileges they have. I can give them the warehouse, but the 3 heavy war frames can't be wasted like this. I must get them back." Luo left, disregarding Principal Wei's calling him. Wei shook his head and sighed. A nasty temper indeed. He thought about it and let it go. That young lady would not touch those heavy war frames anyway, so there should be no problem that Luo were to take them away. Luo Xiangyang stepped toward the 7th warehouse and was quite upset. He had wanted this warehouse for a while and the school never agreed. Then they gave it to the Heavy Warframe Society. He knew everything about Heavy Warframe Society, just several people who were wasting their time. Who would pay attention to heavy war frames anyway? Normal soldiers would not even have the chance to touch them. Only the specialized soldiers would like them. He was now the coach of the Warframe Society, which was doing very well and had lots of members, among which a lot were excellent. However, their training field and equipment were quite lacking. He wanted to use the 7th warehouse as a training field, but the school had never approved and later gave it to Heavy Warframe Society. How could he stay calm knowing that? But Luo Xiangyang also knew that Principal Wei was having a hard time. So he was fine with giving them the warehouse, but the 3 heavy war frames should not be wasted like that. He planned to take them back to his society and pick a few students to practice on them. If possible, he'd like to train those students into professional heavy warframe operators. When Luo Xiangyang came to the 7th warehouse, he saw Builder was driven by someone, doing a lot of strange moves on the training ground. The reason that the moves seemed strange was that Builder was holding a thick and long alloy tube in each of its 4 hands, wielding the tubes as swords like a human. Because Builder itself was too cumbersome and had 4 arms, its actions looked very odd. Luo Xiangyang looked at it and was slightly surprised. Anyone able to drive Builder like this must had reached the level of an evolver. Which teacher or coach in the school is driving Builder? Luo Xiangyang could not think of any student, as an unevolved person could hardly achieve this speed. After watching for a while, Luo Xiangyang started to have a craving. He used to be a heavy warframe soldier and operate heavy war frames as combat war frames for fun. After he entered the school, he did not have heavy war frames to play with and few knew how to operate heavy war frames, so he had no one to spar with either. When he saw someone using a heavy warframe to mimic a combat warframe, his craving was evoked. Seeing Porter RS parked on the other side, Luo Xiangyong went directly into its cockpit, and activated it using his coach authorization. Han Sen was practicing driving Builder because it was the closest to an ordinary combat warframe. Suddenly, Han Sen saw a shadow coming toward him from the holographic image. With his strong reflexes, he immediately operated Builder to raise one of the tubes it was grabbing to block that shadow. Clank! A loud clanking of metals rang and Han Sen saw that it was Porter RS that had attacked him using its 30-foot-long multifunction wrench. And on Porter RS's other arm, the cutter was turned on and waved toward him. Han Sen did not have any time to consider who was driving Porter's RS, but had to block it with another tube in Builder's hand. The alloy tube was cut off by the cutter instantly and the fearsome blade spinning at a high speed was approaching Builder. Shocked, Han Sen pushed the speed of his hands to the limit, manipulating Builder to step back and avoided the swing from Porter RS. Good, Luo Xiangyong exclaimed in excitement, controlling the Porter RS to launch crazy attacks against Builder. The giant wrench, cutter, drill bits, hooks and other tools all became terrifying weapons with his control. Luo Xiangyong took his opponent for a veteran, because he believed no one could use Builder like this otherwise. An unevolved person could never achieve this level. Han Sen was a bit dumbfounded and did not know who was driving Porter RS. This person had better operation and speed than Han Sen as well. Even when Han Sen was trying with all he had, he still could not make any progress and was about to be defeated. Han Sen did not want to accept this failure, and used what he learned from Hand of God, raising the speed of his hand to level evolved -4. Suddenly he became the incarnation of the thousand-hand Buddha, completing various complex operations at dazzling speed. Luo Xiangyong felt his opponent was a bit weaker in the beginning, and thought maybe this guy was probably just a low-level heavy warframe soldier. Also, it seemed this guy had not operated a heavy warframe in a long time and was obviously a bit rusty. But soon, Luo Xiangyong found the guy became so much better that it was like Builder had become alive. Flexible and swift, it was more like a combat warframe and a heavy one. Luo Xiangyong was ecstatic. It was so rare that he encountered such an opponent. Using all he had, he was on the same level as his opponent. Then Luo Xiangyong found that this guy was also rapidly improving. When fighting with Luo, this guy's operation was more and more accurate, which again convinced Luo that this was a retired heavy warframe soldier like himself. Awesome! Luo Xiangyong had not been so happy in a long time. If he had to describe, he would have said the ordinary combat war frames were like women, and heavy war frames were like men. The domineering feeling, the clanking of the wrench and alloy tubes, and the pressure his body was under, all brought Luo's blood to a boil, reminding him of the days when he was in the army. The two large-scale heavy war frames were constantly colliding into each other and the sounds kept echoing in the warehouse. Han Sen did not know who he was fighting, but felt much pressure. Even when he was using all he got, he was still completely overwhelmed. His opponent was so much better than him in technique and Han Sen had learned a lot. Is it fatty or skinny? Indeed they are more experienced than I am, Han Sen was guessing. There were only a few people in the society and he knew his roommates, and the girls were not able to achieve this level, so fatty and skinny were all that were left. Han Sen did not expect that the person he was fighting would be the coach of Warframe Society and a veteran in heavy warframe operation. Han Sen had no hard feelings, but was quite excited about a fight like this, because he could learn so much more from it than when he practiced alone. It seems that I have underestimated fatty and skinny. I need to practice more often with them, Han Sen thought. Having been fighting for an hour, Han Sen was unable to handle the physical stress brought by the fight and came out of the warframe. He was soaked in his own sweat. Operating a heavy warframe like Builder could stress one out easily and it was impressive that Han Sen had been operating it for such a long time. Luo Xiangyong felt a bit unsatisfied, but did not insist when seeing his opponent had stopped. He came out of the cockpit and wanted to meet this person. Since they were both veterans, they could communicate and fight again later. But he was stunned when he saw the man coming out of Builder. He always thought that this guy must be a veteran, but the person coming out of Builder was a fair-skinned young man of no more than 17 years of age. He must have not even reached the age to serve, and thus could not be a veteran. You are a student? Luo Xiangyang asked. Hello, I am Han Sen. I have just entered the Heavy Warframe Society. Are you also in our society? I have never met you. Your skills are amazing. Could you teach me when you have time? Han Sen said with a smile. You just entered the Heavy Warframe Society. You are a freshman. Luo Xiangyang could not believe that he was just sparring with a freshman. Yes, I joined our society 7 or 8 days ago, replied Han Sen. Have you ever driven a heavy warframe before? No. Before I was using the training warframes at school to practice and only had the opportunity to use a heavy warframe after I joined the society. It is much harder than using a training warframe and I have not made much progress. You on the other hand are so much better. I had to shapeshift using a beast soul to hang in there, explained Han Sen. Although in Han's view, this schoolmate seemed a bit older, Han Sen had to admit that he was skilled. Luo Xiangyang's thought sullenly, you only touched a heavy warframe for the first time a few days ago and now you can fight me. If you are calling this not much progress, then everyone in my society should probably kill themselves. What is your department? How did you join the Heavy Warframe Society? Luo Xiangyang believed if he could poach this guy and get him to join Warframe Society instead, then Warframe Society could probably be in the top 10, no, top 5 in the alliance. I am in the Department of Archery and a friend introduced me to join our society, Han Sen said. Archery Department. Luo Xiangyang regretted so much that he had never looked into that department full of specially enrolled students. Had he looked, he would have never let a talent go somewhere like Heavy Warframe Society. When Luo Xiangyang was thinking about how to persuade Han Sen to quit Heavy Warframe Society and join Warframe Society, Han's comlink rang. Han Sen only thought Luo Xiangyang was a senior, so he answered the call. Brother, I need to run now. Let's have another go next time, Han Sen hung up and said, waving to Luo. Not having had the time to start his persuasion before Han Sen took off, Luo thought to himself, anyway, now that I know who he is, I can always come back later. Looking at the 3 heavy warframes, Luo Xiangyang did not intend to move them away anymore. Since Han Sen was still here, he will let Han use them and move these warframes when Han transferred to Warframe Society. Luo Xiangyang was really glad when he left the 7th warehouse, celebrating the fact that he had found such a genius. No longer discontent about the fact that Principal Wei gave the warehouse to someone else, he was focused on the idea of getting Han Sen to join Warframe Society. As a freshman, Han Sen still had years left in Blackhawk. Maybe in these years, he could build a champion team in the alliance. After coming out of the 7th warehouse, Han Sen went to a cafeteria. His roommates asked him to bring them some snacks and Han Sen was also hungry himself after his Warframe fight. This cafeteria was very close to their dormitory and had great fruit juices. Han Sen almost had a juice here every day, but the juices were particularly sought after and always sold out early. Han Sen forgot about the time when fighting Luo Xiangyang and only came after being reminded by his roommates. When he arrived at the place, he was surprised to see there was only 1 bottle of juice left and quickly swiped to pay for it. But when he finished the payment and was reaching for the bottle of juice, another hand grabbed the bottle. Han Sen quickly looked up and saw that person looking back at him. You. The two called out almost at the same time. Han Sen saw the sweet face in front of him and was slightly surprised, not expecting to see Ji Yanran here. Apparently, Ji Yanran was also surprised to see him. She frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" "I am a Blackhawk student, and have, of course, come here to eat," Han Sen replied. "Didn't think you would be admitted." Ji Yanran curled her lips and looked at Han Sen's hand on the bottle. "Let go. You are the one who should let go." "I paid first," said Han Sen. Ji Yanran gave him a glance full of disdain. "Your pickup line is too old. Let go, or I will yell." "What do you mean by pickup line? Why do I need that? Have you seen anyone using a pickup line on his girlfriend?" Han Sen said. Ji Yanran disagreed. "You have the nerve to mention that, cheater." "Who cheated?" Han Sen frowned. "If you did not cheat, why didn't you come to find me?" Ji Yanran had identified Han Sen as a cheater because he did not dare to come to her. "I did not have time," said Han Sen. "Oh, save it please." Ji Yanran rolled her pretty eyes. "Suit yourself, but I really did pay first for the juice." Han Sen did not bother to explain. "I grabbed it first, and I paid as well. Please come early next time," Ji Yanran said with a smile. Looking at Ji Yanran, Han Sen suddenly bowed his head, stretched out his tongue and pretended to lick her hand on the bottle. Ji Yanran screamed and cringed. Please come early next time. Han Sen grabbed the bottle, waved his hand at her and walked away with a grin. What a shameless guy. Ji Yanran bit her lips and saw Han Sen taking the juice away sullenly. When she saw Han Sen go away to buy other things, she had an idea, so she took a detour and approached him from another side. When he put the juice down to reach for something else, she grabbed the bottle and turned away. Hey, how can you do that? Han Sen was carrying his roommate's snacks with both hands and had to look at Ji Yanran, who was already away. A tooth for a tooth. Ji Yanran stuck out her little pink tongue and made a face before she happily walked away. I did not expect that a cheater could actually be admitted to Blackhawk. Has the school lowered its standards? Ji Yanran thought as she walked and made no connection between Han Sen and my girlfriend as Ji Yanran. In her mind, Han Sen was a cheater and nowhere near a master. Soon, Ji Yanran saw Han Sen was behind her, so she turned around and frowned at him. What do you want? I'm going back to my dorm. You think I'm following you? Han Sen rolled his eyes. Which department are you in? Where is your dorm? Ji Yanran refused to believe him. Archery department, building E10 room 304. Han Sen smiled at her. Ji Yanran paused, for Han Sen's dormitory was really this way. And the building where Han Sen lived was right behind her building. Archery department, no wonder you can be admitted to Blackhawk. Cheater in games and cheater in the entrance exam, Ji Yanran said. Why are you treating your boyfriend like this? Said Han Sen helplessly. You can save that comment when you could beat me, cheater, Ji Yanran said. Piece of cake. I can do it now if you wish. Han Sen was a little annoyed by being called a cheater. Want to cheat again? Ji Yanran said with disdain. Hansen was speechless. You said I cheated, and refused to let me prove it to you. What do you want? If you really have what it takes, we could have a match on the professional holographic training machine tomorrow, Ji Yanran said confidently. Well, give me your comlink number. I'll contact you tomorrow, Han Sen smiled and said. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes. Don't try to get my number. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I will wait for you in building E16 room 138. Well, I will go. Wait to become my girlfriend. Han Sen laughed. Ji Yanran did not talk to him again and walked away. The next afternoon, when Han Sen was ready to go, Qin Zan suddenly gave him an order to go back to Steel Armor Shelter for an important task. Han Sen had to give up the plan to meet Ji Yanran and teleported to Steel Armor Shelter. Although he would like to inform Ji Yanran, she did not tell him her number, so he had no way to do it. Ji Yanran went there at 3 o'clock and waited, but saw no one there. She was even more convinced that he was a cheater. Han Sen came back after 2 days, and there was still no way to contact Ji Yanran. He did not worry about it too much and continued to study according to his own plan. Everyone, I have something to say. Fatty cleared his throat and said, holding a stack of paper in his hand. President, we can hear you, replied she as he was training on a holographic machine. Other people were also doing their own thing. Feeling helpless, Fatty said, in a few days, Starry Cup will begin and as a society of Warframe, we must register for some Warframe items. Let's see which ones we should go for. You are the president, you decide. Lu Meng had nothing to contribute. Zhang Yang was zealous, of course all of them. The number of our members would not even cover all the items. Wang Mengmeng blinked her eyes and said, we are the heavy Warframe society, so we will fall short to the Warframe society in many items, Li Junjun said. Wang Chun added, for the items in combat, we will not do well. And we haven't even practiced the 5-on-5 team combat and will be much worse than the Warframe society. That is challenging, but as long as we unite as one, we will be able to win. Zhang Yang was full of self-confidence. Fatty looked to Wang Mengmeng, which ones should we apply for? Wang Mengmeng looked at Han Sen who was reading, Brother Han, what do you say? That Starry Cup, what is in it for the champion? Han Sen pondered and asked. Skinny quickly said, of course. The prize depends on the item and all top 3 will get something. Of course, the champion's prize is the best. For example, all members of the champion team of the 5-on-5 combat will gain a Warframe of the Starbeast series, which was worth more than 1 million each. The champion of the single combat will win the lastest Warframe of the King series, which has a value of nearly 10 million. There are prizes for the top 3 of all items. We should try our best. Even if we don't win anything, it would be a great opportunity for us to practice, Fatty said. Let's register for all then. Han Sen heard there were so many awards paid by Starry Group and decided to try. For real? Fatty looked to Wang Mengmeng again. If Brother Han says so. Wang Mengmeng thought about it and asked, "Is there any overlaps between these items? Can one show up in all of them?" Fatty checked the schedule and said, "There is no problem other than one item, which is a single item, so one of us could go for that." "Well then, our president will take care of the registration," Wang Mengmeng said with a smile. "Mengmeng, will this work? Our society has so few people, and almost all of us are freshmen. Would it look too bad if we lost in everything?" Li Junjun said with some concern. "It does not matter. With Brother Han here, we will not lose." Wang Mengmeng had blind trust in Han Sen. Li Junjun and Wang Chun cast an odd look to Han Sen. They could not tell what was so special about this freshman that Wang worshipped him so much. They had also asked Wang Mengmeng about it and Wang simply said she had known him all her life and he had always been an impressive person. But Li Junjun and Wang Chun were quite skeptical about it, since they had not seen any excellent performance from him. And Han Sen had been practicing on heavy war frames instead of combat war frames these days, so it would be unrealistic to say he would get any prize. Luo Xiangyang originally wanted to persuade Han Sen to join the Warframe Society, but was delayed by something else. When he had finished his other business on this day, he returned to school and immediately came to the Heavy Warframe Society. When Luo Xiangyang arrived at the Heavy Warframe Society, the society members just decided on their application in the upcoming Starry Cup. Han Sen, Luo Xiangyang walked into the 7th warehouse and called. "Brother, you just came." Han Sen got up and greeted Luo. "Who is this man?" Li Junjun felt puzzled and asked. Other people also looked at Han Sen. Apparently, they did not know who he was either. However, Fatty and Skinny were surprised because they knew who Luo Xiangyang was, the coach of Warframe Society, but they did not understand why Han Sen called him brother. "Isn't he a member here?" Han Sen hesitated. He never asked anyone about this and assumed that Luo was a member student. Hearing the words of Han Sen, Fatty and Skinny almost choked. Luo was a coach at Warframe Society, how could he be a student? Luo Xinyang smiled and patted Han Sen on the shoulder. "Han Sen, your Warframe operation skills are great. Are you interested in joining the Warframe Society?" "Oh, I forgot to tell you that I am the coach at Warframe Society and I promise you will be able to get the best training, use the best training equipment in school, and get the best guidance." Luo Xiangyang's words shocked everyone but Wang Mengmeng. They could not imagine that a coach of Warframe Society would personally invite Han Sen to join them. Warframe Society and Martial Arts Society were the two most popular societies. Many talented students took the initiative to join them each year, and these two societies never needed to recruit any members. Those who wanted to join even needed to go through their selection. These two societies carved up more than 60% of the talented students of Blackhawk. Different from Heavy Warframe Society, they never lacked talents. But then the dignified coach of Warframe Society even personally went to poach someone from Heavy Warframe Society and made such a promise, which was quite shocking. Fatty and Skinny had their mouths wide open but could not make a sound. They were familiar with Luo, because the only reason they were here was that they had failed to enter the Warframe Society in the first place. They were surprised that someone that Luo Xiangyang would personally invite was in their society. "I am sorry Coach Luo, but I have joined the Heavy Warframe Society already," Han Sen declined. The reason Han Sen had promised to join Heavy Warframe Society was twofold. First, he did it for Wang Mengmeng. Second, he valued the freedom here. He could come and go as he wanted and did not need to worry about anything. This way he could take tasks as he wanted any time or go to God's sanctuary to hunt. He would not quite like it if he had to practice on a warframe every single day. Luo Xiangyang did not give up and continued to persuade him, "With your talent and ability, it would be a waste if you stayed here. Give me 2 or 3 years and I can get you into the top 3 in the entire alliance. The championship is not impossible either, which is exactly my goal." The rest were dumbfounded and regarded Han Sen, since they had never seen anything special about him that deserved these words from Luo. "Sorry Coach Luo, I cannot take your offer," Han Sen once again refused. "Do not rush to refuse. Think about it, if you become a champion in the Warframe contest in the Alliance during your study, your final rating will be a lot higher." Luo Xiangyang added, "I will also try my best to give you the best rating possible." When you figure it out, you can come to me at Warframe Society. I will always welcome you to join. After Luo Xiangyang left, the rest were still staring at Han Sen. Coach Luo offered you such conditions, and you actually refused him. Fatty could not believe what had happened and asked Han Sen, don't you know what higher final rating means? I certainly do, Han Sen said with a smile. The higher the final rating, the bigger the chance to get a better position and rank when one served. And you turned him down? Li Junjun said with a disbelieving look. If I wanted those extra points, I would not have chosen to join our society. Han Sen shrugged. His goal was his own perfect evolution, rather than a certain expertise. Although he was interested in Warframe operation, it was just a hobby. He would not put everything in it or waste too much time on it. If he could become a sacred blood aristocrat, it would be much more useful than getting the highest final rating, level S. In addition, he was confident that he would be rated level S with or without any extra points. The rest looked at Han Sen as if he was an alien, not believing he had given up such a great opportunity to get a better final rating. His roommates were not too surprised. With Han Sen's skill in Hand of God, he could beat Li Yufeng by 20 points. Had he joined Hand of God Society, he could have gotten the extra points a long time ago. Why would he wait for Luo Xiangyang to invite him? I said that, we would be great in the contest with brother Han here. Now do you believe me? Wang Mengmeng said proudly. Fatty thought of Starry Cup and became thrilled. With Han Sen, whom Luo Xiangyang had invited personally in their society, maybe Heavy Warframe Society could get somewhere this time. Even if they could not win the championship, some third places were enough to give them a reputation. Obviously Fatty was still underestimating Han Sen. Had he known that Han Sen had fought Luo Xiangyang for an hour without losing, he would have set his goal higher. Han Sen was once again the last one to leave the 7th warehouse. He made a habitual visit to the cafeteria and found the juices were all gone again. Then it chanced that he saw Ji Yanran sitting there eating her meal. Ji Yanran had been preparing for Starry Cup recently as well and had spent long hours practicing every day. She did not expect to see Han Sen here again. She saw Han Sen and said nothing. Since he did not show up, it meant he had admitted he was not good enough and she did not want to rub it in. Han Sen sat across her and said, last time I was delayed by something else. Without your number, I was not able to inform you, and I am so sorry about it. Why do men always have so many excuses? Ji Yanran said. Han Sen opened his mouth and felt it was hard to explain. He had failed to show up indeed, so no explanation seemed good enough. Shall we have a match tomorrow? Han Sen thought for a moment and decided he could only prove himself with his ability. Forget it, I do not want to be played again. Ji Yanran had clearly identified Han Sen as a cheater and did not intend to indulge him. When Han Sen wanted to explain, a few students came to them. One of them saw Han Sen and asked Ji Yanran, Yanran, who is he? A freshman, I don't know his name. Ji Yanran did not tell Li Yufeng about Han Sen, afraid that Li might look for trouble. Li Yufeng nodded and asked Han Sen, which department are you in? Archery, replied Han Sen casually. A thin man sat next to Han Sen, threw one arm around Han's shoulder and said while squinting, brother, if you want to get yourself a girl, you need to be smarter. Now this is our president. How dare you? Anyone could chase after a pretty girl. Why can't I? Han Sen seemed very naive. The thin man grinned, put a spitball on the table, and took a cup to cover the spitball. Taking 2 extra cups, he put them upside down and began to move the 3 cups around so swiftly that it was bedazzling. After a while, the thin man smiled and said to Han Sen, if you can tell under which cup the spitball is, you can go out with anyone you choose. If not, get lost and do not show your face in front of our president again. Ji Yanran did not stop the thin man, because she was interested to know Han Sen's reply. The thin man had a speed that was among the top 3 in the Hand of God Society. It was not that easy to tell. Han Sen looked at the thin man, and put his hand on a cup with a smile. The thin man was overjoyed. But Han Sen smiled and said, there's nothing under this cup. Then Han Sen lifted the cup and there was nothing underneath. Han Sen put his hand on the next cup, stroked it and said, not under this one either. The cup was again lifted by Han Sen, and there was nothing on the table. Han Sen placed a finger on the last cup and said with a smile, no need to tell you about this one. The thin man and the rest were embarrassed and even Ji Yanran regarded Han Sen curiously, not expecting him to be so good. You are lucky today, Do not let me see you again, snapped the thin man. You think this is finished? Han Sen looked at the thin man, smiling. He was not someone who would not fight back after being bullied. What do you want? The thin man stared at Han Sen. Without a word, Han Sen put the 3 cups upside down in front of him and covered the spitball with 1 cup like the thin man, then quickly moved the 3 cups around. Ji Yiren, Li Yufeng and the thin man all knew what Han was trying to do, but felt he was trying to teach fish how to swim. His speed was much lower than that of the thin man, so the latter even snorted. Han Sen acted as if he had not heard it and continued to exchange the cups. Then he sat up and looked at the group of people. As you said, if you could guess right, I don't care what you do. If not, then FK off and stay away from Ji Yanren. The thin man sneered, reached out and was about to lift one of the cups. You just don't understand your limit, do you? Han Sen blocked the thin man's hand, and the latter stared at Han angrily. What are you doing? Han Sen looked at Li Yufeng, smiled and said, I just want to know if you are sure that you could represent everyone here. If not, please get me someone who could. The thin man suddenly looked at Li Yufeng. Although he was sure, he did not know whether he could represent Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng said quietly, lift it. Hearing Li Yufeng's approval, the thin man was bathed in pride. He said to Han Sen condescendingly, boy, I will now show you who the real master is. It's under this cup. The thin man lifted the cup in the middle up, full of self-confidence. But after the cup was lifted, all were stunned, and the thin man looked dreadful. There was nothing under that cup. Impossible, this is impossible. The thin man widened his eyes and looked into the cup he was holding. There was nothing. Ji Yanren was also puzzled, as she thought that the spitball should be under the middle cup. How could it disappear? In case you are not convinced, I will let you try one more time. Pick another one. Han Sen pointed to the 2 cups left on the table, and said to Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng snorted and put his hand on 1 cup. There is nothing here. Li Yufeng had learned Han Sen's way. Since the spitball was not where it should be, and there was no way they were all wrong about where it was, the only possibility was that Han Sen used some method to hide the spitball. Therefore, the 2 cups left should also be empty. But when Li Yufeng lifted the cup, he paused, as the spitball was under that cup. The thin man and the rest were stunned. If Han Sen simply took the spitball away, they would not be surprised, because that was exactly what the thin man had done. And there should be nothing under all 3 cups. However, the spitball was indeed under a different cup, which appalled everyone. Ji Yanren looked at Han Sen in surprise and did not know how he could have done that. Now you can disappear, right? Said Han Sen while drinking water. Boy, don't be too arrogant, exclaimed the thin man. Go. Li Yufeng stood up and said. Watching the group going away, Han Sen was then able to focus on his food. How did you do that? Ji Yanren looked at Han Sen curiously and asked. She trusted her own judgment, and the spitball should be under the middle cup originally. What she did not understand was when Han Sen retrieved the spitball from the middle cup and placed it in another cup. She did not see how he did it. Han Sen just smiled at Ji Yanren and said faintly, it's a secret. Big deal. You must have used some cheating method as well, Ji Yanren said, pouting. You show me how I cheated then, Han Sen blinked and said. I don't know how to cheat, Ji Yanren said, with her gaze on the 3 cups, wanting to know how Han Sen did it. If you really want to know, I can tell you on one condition, he said. What do you want me to do? Ji Yanren looked at Han Sen vigilantly. Since you are my girlfriend, shall we go to dinner and movie sometime? Han Sen suggested with a smile. Ji Yanren stared at Han Sen and said, who is your girlfriend? If you say that again, I won't be polite anymore. So, you do not want to know. Han Sen was not the least scared by the ferocious look on her sweet face. Ji Yanren paused. She really wanted to know how Han Sen did it. The members of Hand of God Society were always playing this game, the key factors of which were speed and eyesight. If she could learn the method Han Sen had used, she would be invincible in this game. Just a meal and movie? Ji Yanren blinked and asked. Yes. Han Sen laughed. Well, that's fine. Now tell me how you did it. Ji Yanren hesitated and said. In fact, it is very simple. As long as your hand is fast enough, you can do it with some special gestures. Han Sen did not lie. He was simply using sleeve blade. But his hand was too fast and his movements too subtle, so Ji Yanren could not have seen how he had managed to do it. If you won't tell me the truth then forget it. Ji Yanren refused to take Han Sen's word for it, as she did not believe that he was that fast. If you do not believe me, then there is nothing I could do. I've said all I could. Don't forget about the dinner and movie tomorrow, Han Sen shrugged and said. I promised you dinner and movie, but did not say when. In 100 years, liar. Ji Yanran spit out her tongue at him, chuckled and left. Han Sen had intended to practice operating war frames before Starry Cup began. However, Lin Baifeng told him excitedly that he had discovered a nest full of mutant creatures, which Lin could not take care of alone, and asked Han Sen to hunt with him. Sen, hurry, teleport now and we could split the mutant creatures 50-50. Lin Baifeng did not dare to go alone and was reluctant to cooperate with any of the gangs. If he did that, he might not even be able to get 30%. After all, he only provided a location, and in accordance with the rules, if he did not contribute anything else, all he could have was 30%. How long does it take? Han Sen hesitated. The Starry Cup will begin in a few days. He had promised Fatty that he would go. It was also his idea to apply for all the items, so it would not make sense if he missed it. It's not far, just in the southern mountains. With mounts, it would take us less than a day. Lin Baifeng quickly said, fine, wait for me at the gate of steel armor shelter. I will be there. Han Sen was very interested as he only had 52 mutant geno points and wished to gain more. Han Sen used the school's teleport station to enter the shelter, and saw Lin Baifeng walking around the gate in circles, looking very anxious. My brother, you finally come. Let's go now. Lin Baifeng grabbed Han Sen the moment he saw Han. The two summoned their mounts and marched into the southern mountains. Han Sen saw that Lin Baifeng was still riding a primitive mount and laughed. Lin, why are you still riding a primitive mount? Mutant mounts are very rare. I have been looking but no one was selling. Lin looked at the mutant three-eyed beast Han Sen was riding admiringly. I have one. Are you interested? Han Sen was ready to sell the mutant horned sand fox mount since he had no use of it. You should have said so earlier. What kind of mount is it? Show me, Lin quickly said. Han Sen summoned the mutant horned sand fox. Lin fell in love with the strong white fox and said, Sen. I will take it. Name your price. Do you have S-class license of St. Hall? Han Sen asked. Those are hard to come by. My family had some, but we have used them up, Lin said helplessly. Alright, then I will take a larger share of the mutant creatures this time, Han Sen pondered and said. No problem, but they all seem to be the same type of creatures and it does not do anything if you eat too many. Lin looked at Han puzzled, not understanding why he would want so much of the same kind of meat. I'm not eating them myself, but feeding a pet. Han Sen summoned his golden rock worm king. Feeding a pet with mutant meat, how extravagant. Lin saw the golden little worm in Han's palm and asked, it must be a mutant pet. Guess again, Han Sen said with a smile. Lin Baifeng suddenly widened his eyes. This is a sacred blood pet. Why not? Han Sen said. Wow, Sen, you are so awesome that even your pet is sacred blood. Lin Benfeng thought about it and said, so I will take this mutant beast soul mount. No matter how many mutant creatures we hunt, I will only take 5 and the rest are all yours. Cool, Han Sen agreed right away. What Lin Baifeng found was a large nest of mutant creatures and it would not be a bad deal. When Lin Baifeng arrived at a crevice of the mountain, Han Sen was shocked. A crevice was cracked into the mountain for either an earthquake or other reasons. Many giant blue ants the size of mice were going in and out of the crevice. From afar, they could only see an ocean of blue lights, so there should be at least 100 or 200 of them. Sen, these are the creatures. Their bodies are very hard, and there are too many of them. When I just found them, I tried to wield my mutant beast soul knife at one of them and was only able to leave a white mark on its shell. Lin paused and then said, although they are small in size, they are very fast. In shorter distances, their speed was about the same as our mutant beast soul mounts. They couldn't keep that speed up though. After running for 100 feet, they will become slow. And each of them can lift a stone of 300 pounds easily. When Lin Baifeng was explaining, Han Sen examined the giant ants that looked like they were made of blue crystal, and found that they were biting at the rocks and making the crevice wider and wider. The rocks were like chocolate in their mouth, and it was hard to tell the rocks were hard just by watching. There are so many of them that the two of us would die there if we went inside, Han Sen said quietly. How should we hunt then? Lin sounded anxious. It does not matter. I am an archer and we do not need to approach them. Han Sen looked around to find a suitable location, and summoned his horn bow and mutant black stinger arrow. He then tied a high-tech load-bearing thread on the nock of his arrow. Although the thread was as thin as a hair, it could withstand the weight of 100 pounds. A big ant would be easy. Sen, is it too far from here? These creatures' shells are very hard and even mutant beast soul weapons could hardly hurt them. Lin Baifeng estimated that they were at least half a mile from those ants, and even if the arrow was a mutant beast soul, it probably still could not pierce their shells. If an archer could only shoot at the enemy's armor, then he would not be considered a competent archer, Han Sen said and aimed his arrow at the crevice. Not the armor, but these things are covered in shell and there is only a very narrow gap in their joints. Lin Baifeng said and saw the arrow had left the string. Whiz! Half a mile away, the arrow flew as fast as electricity and went deep into the gap of a giant ant's shell. That blue ant was killed almost instantly, which amazed Lin. Mutant phantom ant killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. With the voice in Han Sen's mind, he saw the phantom ants nearby were all alarmed and looking around for traces of their enemy. But after they covered the ground nearby, they found nothing and went back to the crevice and started to consume the rocks. Han Sen used the thread to pull back the arrow and the dead phantom ant. Soon he made another shot and killed another ant. Lin Baifeng admired Han Sen very much. From such a distance, Lin could not even tell what the ants looked like, and yet Han Sen could hit the small gaps in their shells each time. It was almost magical. When Han Sen was hunting the ants, Lin Baifeng was treating their bodies. The ants looked big but the edible part was only a piece of jelly-like meat the size of an egg. Lin Baifeng ate several and enjoyed the fun of mutant geno point growth. But like any other creature, only the first few of the same kind worked. Lin Baifeng had stopped after eating 5 ants. According to people's general experience, 5 was the limit. If one continued to eat the same type of meat after the 5th creature, it might take a dozen creatures for one to gain another geno point. The phantom ants killed by Han Sen afterwards were treated with salt by Lin. They would then bake the meat dry so that it would be easier to carry and store. Han Sen also ate 5 ants himself and heard the voice telling him about the growth in his mutant geno points. Han Sen's mutant geno points also rose from 52 points to 64 points. He had a relatively high number of mutant geno points, so in the future, even when he ate new meat, the effect would not be as good. Han Sen summoned the Golden Rock Worm King. The small worm almost devoured a phantom ant instantaneously, and even the shell of the ant was crunched down by the worm. The Worm King was not even as big as the ant, so Han Sen had no idea how it ate the ant up. Having consumed a dozen phantom ants, the Worm King's body swelled up and became as big as a fist. Han Sen told Lin not to treat the meat anymore and threw the ants' bodies directly at the Worm King, which was still able to continue eating. After eating 3 dozen ants, the Worm King grew as big as the phantom ant and had no other change. A sacred blood pet is indeed impressive. It at least has an Olympic-size appetite. Lin Baifeng was already stunned. The Worm King was basically eating gold. Han Sen was not distressed at all. He could not put large quantity of mutant meat on the market anyway. So, he might as well feed it to his pet. But Han Sen was not about to give it all the meat, as he needed to save some for Meowth. In front of Lin Baifeng, Han Sen could not summon Meowth. It was a beast soul pet that Qin Zan gave $, so if he were to summon it, the secret might get out. Had I known that an archer could do so much, I should have learned archery. Lin cast an envious look toward Han Sen, who was hunting casually. It's not like every archer can do this, Han Sen said with a smile. If he had not practiced Jadeskin, without his sacred geno points, sacred blood bow and mutant arrow, there was no way he could hunt phantom ants like this. An average person could not see the gaps in the ants' bodies from such a distance at all. Han Sen suddenly heard a different voice when he killed another phantom ant. Mutant phantom ant killed. Beast soul of mutant phantom ant gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Type of beast soul of mutant phantom ant, armor. Han Sen summoned the mutant beast soul armor and was suddenly covered in blue crystal. It had thorough protection like his black beetle armor and was even prettier. Lin Baifeng was amazed. What a gorgeous suit of armor. If a woman wears it, it would be. Lin was very eager to ask for the phantom ant armor, but did not know what to say. He had just got a mutant beast soul mount from Han Sen and did not have the nerve to ask for something else. Ahem, Sen, would you use this beast soul? If not, I can double, no, triple the price of an ordinary mutant beast soul armor to buy. It, asked Lin, obsessed with the look of this suit of armor. I don't need money now, but I would trade it for an S-class license. Han Sen pondered and said. He did not really need this suit of armor, but could save it for later. He could sell it as well, but not just for money. My brother, I really do not have any S-class license. The military control is strict. A-class is fine but S-class is really hard to get, Lin said bitterly. Isn't this beast soul hard to get? Han Sen grinned and asked. Of course. Lin Baifeng frowned and thought for a moment, then said to Han Sen, I don't have S-class licenses, but do have one thing that you might like. When we are back, I will show you and if you are interested, we could trade. If not, then forget it. What is it? Han Sen asked curiously. A super biological warframe, Lin replied. I know about biological warframes, but why super? Han Sen asked. Lin Baifeng said, the ones we usually see are semi-biological, semi-mechanical. Although their appearance is almost like a creature, and they can complete many difficult actions like human bodies, after all, there are many limitations to them. Super biological warframe is the product of the latest technology in the warframe industry. And it has not been sold in the Alliance yet. Now, only a few military labs have several prototypes. Because the military needs the rare metal our company produce, we have established a connection with the military. And this super biological warframe was a prototype I managed to get from them. It is super cool. What is the difference? Han Sen was very interested in the warframe. This super biological warframe is perfect except that it could not be used in God's sanctuary. An ordinary warframe must be at least 12 to 18 feet tall, not to mention the heavy warframes. Hence you could not bring them with you. A super biological warframe is different. It has adopted a particle restructure technology. I don't know for sure, but it can fit in a suitcase and once it's open, countless small particles of intelligence will wrap your body up to form a super biological warframe. Mine is a prototype and does not have a weapon system. It is a little more than 12 feet tall and very powerful, much better than the King series of Starry Group. Lin Baifeng said passionately, it can fit into a suitcase. Han Sen gestured the size and was very tempted. You can have a look later. I am sure you will like it, said Lin. Okay, we will see, said Han Sen. Lin Baifeng was filled with joy. He could always have another warframe, but had never seen a beast soul like this ever since he entered God's sanctuary. It was so gorgeous that even sacred blood armor was not its match in appearance. While talking to Lin, Han Sen was seeking opportunities to shoot the phantom ants at the same time. There were less and less phantom ants left in the crevice. However, the golden rock worm king was eating very fast. Han Sen had hunted hundreds of phantom ants, and most of them fell into the stomach of the golden rock worm king. It was never full and was constantly growing. When the phantom ants were almost all gone, the body of the worm king had become the size of a pillow and its shell grew as hard as solid gold. Will it become as big as the original golden rock worm king? Han Sen was full of hope. Because he had been feeding Meowth, he had read a lot about beast soul pets, which might be the only type of beast soul that could fight on their own. Beast soul mounts needed to be controlled by riders and could not attack creatures themselves, so their main function was still transportation. However, beast soul pets were different. Once they transformed, they would have the ability to hunt and fight, which was what made them important and unique. That was the reason why Han Sen was willing to pay such a big effort to feed Meowth and Golden Rock Worm King, although it had seemed a difficult task so far not even Meowth had transformed. Han Sen felt something wrong when he was thinking about his pets. With a glance, he saw a phantom ant the size of a pony climbing out of the crevice. But the crevice was a bit narrow, and its body was stuck there. Using its sharp claws to break the rocks and gnawing at the rocks as if they were tofu, the ant was about to be able to come out. Han Sen suddenly understood why the mutant phantom ants had been eating the rocks. It was not because they enjoyed the taste, but because they were trying to widen the crevice to allow this giant ant to pass. It can't be a sacred blood phantom ant, can it? Lin Baifeng also saw it and exclaimed with his eyes wide. Han Sen drew the string of the horn bow to the fullest and aimed his black stinger arrow at the giant phantom ant. He paused for a second before shooting the arrow. Clank! The black stinger arrow hit the ant in the head and fell, leaving nothing on its shell. So hard, it's absolutely a sacred blood creature, shouted Lin Baifeng. In the blink of an eye, the giant phantom ant had come out of the crevice and rushed toward Han Sen and Lin Baifeng faster than a cheetah. Han Sen took back the black stinger arrow, drew the string one more time and shot the arrow at the giant phantom ant. Clank! The arrow once again ended up hitting its head and did nothing, while the ant had rushed forward more than 600 feet in that moment. You go first. Han Sen once again summoned the black stinger arrow and shot it at the ant. Let's go together. The gap on its shell is so narrow that no arrow could fit in there. Lin cried, I know what I'm doing. Go. When Han Sen once again pulled the string, the formidable merely half a mile from them. Lin Baifeng saw that Han Sen did not want to leave and had to go first. Lin knew his limit. He could not even withstand one blow from this giant ant and would become a burden of Han Sen's if he stayed. Lin was constantly looking back as he ran, worried about Han Sen's safety. Han Sen soon shot 2 more arrows, which were equally useless, while the giant phantom ant was only less than 600 feet from him. Lin Baifeng's heart was in his throat. Han Sen was as stable as a rock. Suddenly, he had a suit of fiery red armor on his body and a ruby crown on his head. Even his hair turned blonde. His scarlet eyes staring at the giant phantom ant, Han Sen paused. Almost instantaneously, that giant phantom ant was less than 9 feet from him. Throwing itself at Han Sen, the giant phantom ant waved its saw-like claws at his body. Lin Baifeng's heart raced. He saw Han Sen suddenly took a step, which was incredibly fast. Han moved forward instead of backward and stayed very close to the giant phantom ant. He finally shot the arrow. Snap. The distance between them was so short and Han Sen's arrow directly went into the giant phantom ant's mouth. The entire arrow disappeared there and the giant phantom ant made a painful hissing sound. Han Sen took another step away from the giant phantom ant that was going on a rampage. The giant phantom ant went after him at an incredible speed, making it impossible for Han Sen to pull away from it. When it was about to get him, Han Sen again stepped aside and perfectly dodged its deadly blow. Watching from afar, Lin Baifeng was very nervous. The giant phantom ant was so fast that Han Sen was treading upon sharp knives. Once mistaken he would be dead. But this fight also made Lin's blood hot, giving him the urge to go back and fight with Han Sen side by side. Checking the speed of the giant phantom ant, Lin Baifeng gave up this stupid thought as once he went back, he would become an appetizer for the ant. Lin Baifeng felt Han Sen's movements were odd after he looked for a while. Although Han was not as fast as the giant phantom ant, he could always avoid its fatal blows. The steps he made in those critical moments were incredibly fast. Obviously, it was not luck, but a certain footwork Han Sen was practicing. Even so, Lin's heart was still racing when seeing signs of danger everywhere. Han Sen had practiced Sparticle for just a short amount of time, so his acceleration could not last more than 1 step. He must wait for a while before he made his second step. And that was enough for Han Sen. As long as he could avoid the fatal attacks from the giant phantom ant, he still had time to seek opportunities. The seemingly dangerous situation had become quite predictable for Han Sen since he had shape-shifted into the Fairy Queen. The movements of the giant phantom ant did not look too swift to him. And he had enough time to react. If it weren't for the fact that his speed was not as good as his reflexes, he would not even need Sparticle. While dodging the attacks from the giant phantom ant, Han Sen was seeking opportunities to shoot his arrows. He had but one goal, which was the mouth of this ant. The ant's shell was too hard and it did not even matter when the arrow hit the gap. He could only shoot the arrow directly inside its body. Snap! Another arrow disappeared in its mouth, making the giant phantom ant roll around on the ground in pain. Han Sen took the chance to pull away from it. When the giant phantom ant again threw itself at him, he had already pulled the string again. Snap! Between his steps, Han Sen shot another arrow into the ant's mouth. Lin Baifeng, who was watching from afar, was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen an archer like him. Han Sen was shooting the arrow from all kinds of weird angles without so much as a pause, and all his arrows hit the target. Han Sen's achievement should be attributed to his opponent at the contest, Lei Ban, who showed Han what a real archer should do. Shooting while moving was the key. Since then, Han Sen began to consciously train himself. Coupled with the training from Yang Manli and what he had learned at Blackhawk, Han Sen became very good at this. But compared to Lei Ban, his accuracy was still lower. His fitness level and hyper-geno arts made up for it though. The giant phantom ant slowed down after taking 6 hits. Han Sen knew the toxins from his arrow were working. Although it was not fatal, the giant phantom ant was losing its strength. Hit the iron when it is hot. Han Sen would never give up an opportunity like this and was looking for a chance to shoot his next arrow. This giant phantom ant was not nearly as intelligent as the sacred blood fox king. When it was injured badly already, it still did not have the sense to retreat. Sacred blood phantom ant killed. Beast soul of sacred blood phantom ant gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. The sacred blood phantom ant finally collapsed in front of Han Sen. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Sen just wanted to laugh out loud. Another sacred blood beast soul, and it was an armor as good as his black beetle armor. Sen, awesome, is it a sacred blood creature? Lin Baifeng trotted back and asked Han Sen. It sure is, Han Sen said with a smile. Sen, did you gain its beast soul? Lin stared at Han Sen and asked. Yep, Han Sen did not lie. Since Lin had seen the mutant beast soul armor, he would recognize the sacred blood version. There was no need to deny it. A sacred blood beast soul. Honestly, did you sleep with Lady Luck? Lin grabbed Han Sen's shoulder and shook him violently. But Lin did not try to purchase the sacred blood beast soul and meat. After Lin calmed down, Han Sen smiled and said to him, Lin, I also need the sacred blood beast soul and meat badly, so I can't share. You can take more meat of the mutant ants if you want. Lin Baifeng rolled his eyes at Han Sen. What do I need that for? Sell them. Do I look poor to you? Maybe you can take it back to see if you could trade it for a mutant beast soul. Han Sen laughed. Lin Baifeng said, after I saw the mutant phantom ant beast soul armor, I don't want any other mutant beast soul now. I'm not necessarily able to trade it for a beast soul, even if I am simply not in the mood. Lin stared at Han Sen and said, I don't want anything else. But if you want to sell that sacred blood phantom ant armor, you must come to me first. Lin Baifeng had considered this thoroughly. Han Sen would enter Second God's Sanctuary soon, and by that time, he still had the opportunity to get the sacred blood phantom ant armor. Okay, this I promise you. If I want to sell it, I will ask you first, agreed Han Sen readily. It's a deal. Lin reached out his hand and wanted to pinky swear. This is too childish, right? Han Sen was embarrassed. I do not care. Lin entwined his little finger with Han's, while murmuring, whoever breaks the promise will have 10 wives and no penis. That is devious. Han Sen quickly got rid of Lin's finger. That's what it takes. Lin laughed. Then the two cleaned up the rest of the mutant phantom ants, which were about 500 in total. Most of them ended up in the Worm King's belly, which was probably bottomless. Han Sen dried and saved 100 phantom ants as Meowth's food. And all the rest was fed to the Worm King. In addition to the 5 he ate, Lin Baifeng was not the least interested in the mutant meat. Han Sen asked him to take some back, but he declined. Lin repeatedly begged Han Sen to inform him immediately once Han Sen wanted to sell the sacred blood phantom ant armor. Han Sen assured Lin that he would do that. Lin Baifeng watched Han Sen eat a whole pot of sacred blood phantom ant stew and drank the liquid up, feeling upset. Another 5 sacred geno points gained. Han Sen had a staggering 45 sacred geno points, almost half of the max. And Han Sen had only entered First God's Sanctuary about a year ago. To comfort Lin Baifeng, Han Sen gave him the mutant phantom ant armor first. So as soon as Lin was back in steel armor shelter, he immediately brought the warframe he was talking about to Han Sen. Sure enough, it was just a silver alloy box the size of a suitcase. Although heavy, it was still hard for one to imagine that it contained a warframe more than 12 feet tall. In God's Sanctuary, there was no way to test this warframe, but Han Sen believed that Lin Baifeng would not deceive him for a mutant beast soul. Hence, he left God's Sanctuary with the case. It was night when Han Sen teleported back to school. He paused and went to the 7th warehouse with the super biological warframe. The warehouse was empty. Han Sen opened the case the way Lin Baifeng taught him. A light beam was projected from the case and scanned Han Sen's body. Scan completed. Analysis completed. Super biological warframe silver killer unlocked. The moment the case was opened, liquid like mercury mixed with colorful particles flowed out of the case. The entire case then became part of the liquid and flowed toward Han Sen. Soon, he was covered in that liquid. That feeling was hard to describe. It was like the Iron Man putting his armor on, but a bit different in that all the parts were constructed by the particles. Soon a silver humanoid warframe more than 12 feet tall appeared where Han Sen was standing, and Han Sen was sitting in a tight cockpit. Han Sen could only praise the great power of science and technology. A small case of less than 100 pounds could become such a huge warframe. And its weight was also matching the tonnage of a regular warframe. Unfortunately, human science and technology are completely useless in God's sanctuary. Or else human would have dominated God's sanctuary already, and all the creatures would have been wiped out. Han Sen sighed. In fact, the reason why Han Sen had this idea was that he was still in first God's sanctuary. If he evolved and went to the higher phases, he would change his mind. Han Sen tried to drive the Silver Killer, which was indeed powerful as Lin Baifeng said. Such a small warframe was actually more powerful than a heavy one like Builder, and of course much more flexible. As long as the operational level was there, Silver Killer could perform all the movements a person could. Like Lin Baifeng had said, except for the lack of weapon system, Silver Killer was perfect. Of course, the more difficult the operation, the greater the burden on one's body. Most people would have a hard time controlling their own bodies on a roller coaster. So, to operate a warframe at a high speed was not something anyone could do. After all, it was only a prototype from the military laboratory, so it was impossible to equip it with a weapon system. Or else they would not give it to Lin. Han Sen was content. Although there was no weapon system, Han Sen could install some individual weapons himself, such as laser sword, laser gun and particle gun. In short, Han Sen was more than satisfied with Silver Killer. If it was not for Lin Baifeng, he could never have a warframe like this for a mutant beast soul. Perhaps it was arranged by fate. Washing Station had designated Fang Mingquan to host the live broadcast of Starry Cup in Blackhawk Division. Contest Center was, after all, only a temporary show and went off the air soon after the contest. It will resume until the contest next year. Since Fang Mingquan had no shows to host at this point, he chose to host the live broadcast of Starry Cup in Blackhawk Division when asked to choose his next show. Fang Mingquan and Han Sen seemed to have been brought together by fate once again. But Fang Mingquan did not know that Dollar was a student at Blackhawk. At the moment, Fang was quite distressed because he did not know which items he should cover. Because there were many items, some of them were arranged at the same time. As he had brought limited manpower, he had to pick and choose which ones to cover. Lu, what were the traditionally strong items of Blackhawk? Fang Mingquan asked his assistant while checking some data. Lu did some searching on his smart device and quickly replied, Blackhawk's strongest item is men's singles in martial arts. In last year's Starry Cup, they got the third place in the final of the entire alliance. The student who won is still studying here. His name is Ouyang Shaoxin, and he has also signed up this year. Any other strong item? Fang Mingquan asked. Not much. Their Warframe Society and Hand of God Society had good performance, which was not that outstanding across the alliance. They were both top 20 to top 10. Lu looked at the data and said with a smile, but it is interesting that with a terrible record in archery, Blackhawk had recruited lots of students specialized in archery this year. I believe they will do much better than in previous years. Archery. Fang Mingquan slightly frowned. Archery was, after all, an unpopular game. The popular ones in the alliance were mainly related to aircraft, warframe or combat. Archery was quite peripheral, because most people were even more willing to see a game of firearm. Anchor. The only highlight in Blackhawk will be martial arts. We should cover Ouyang Shaoxin's games and throw in some Warframe and Hand of God matches in between, suggested Lu. Still 2 days until the games start. We can decide after learning more about Blackhawk. Fang Mingquan looked at the time. It's late. Let's call it a day. We have been working all night. Some snacks now would be a good idea. Fang Mingquan and Lu left the room assigned to them by the school and went to a cafeteria. It was midnight. The cafeteria was almost empty and food was still being sold at the smart machines. Fang Mingquan looked inside the hall, and only one student was sitting in the corner, eating. Fang then took the food they just bought and sat opposite the student. Fellow, you are eating so late. Sitting opposite the student, Fang Mingquan said with a smile. Fang believed that the student would recognize himself, because judging from his age, the student must be in First God's Sanctuary and should have watched Contest Center, of which Fang was the host. Han Sen looked up and did not recognize Fang. He had read and appreciated, A King Marches in Loneliness, written by him, but he had no time to watch Contest Center. That was why he had heard of Fang Mingquan, but had never seen his face, and thus could not have recognized him. Because I just finished training and felt a bit hungry. Han Sen looked at Fang Mingquan and Lu, wondering who they were, as they were a bit too old to be students. Fang Mingquan was a little disappointed that Han Sen did not recognize him, but soon let it go. He asked casually while eating, "What is your name?" And which department are you from? Han Sen, Archery Department. Han Sen answered simply. Archery Department. Fang Mingquan and Lu were surprised that they had met a specially enrolled student the first day they had arrived. Fang Mingquan looked Han Sen up and down. So you are from the Department of Archery. Have you applied for Starry Cup? Which items in archery did you sign up for? None in archery. Han Sen smiled. What did you sign up for then? Lu could not help but asked. Warframe, Han Sen said. So you are in the Warframe Society? Lu asked. No, I'm in the Heavy Warframe Society. Han Sen laughed. Lu knew what the Heavy Warframe Society was about since he had graduated from a military school as well. That society was most likely full of people who were just wasting their time. Fang Mingquan said with a smile, Heavy Warframe Society is also a society of Warframe. Sen, you must be great at that then. Which items did you sign up for? I have enrolled in all the items, with one exception due to a time conflict. Han Sen thought about it and said. Lu was even more convinced that Han Sen was a dawdler. Although there were many Warframe items, the differences between them were huge. Most people would focus on 1 to 2 items to strive for the best results possible. So, what kind of performance can we expect from you? Fang Mingquan asked with a smile. I will try to get championship in all the items I have signed up for, Han Sen casually replied. Lu almost choked on his drink when hearing his reply. After coughing for a while, Lu cast an odd gaze at Han. Fellow, I think you should sign up for more items then, such as Hand of God. The more championships the better, right? Hand of God is boring. Han Sen did not care about the irony in Lu's words. Why? Fang Mingquan was quite curious. Because all the opponents are too weak, said Han Sen casually. Lu regarded Han Sen, unable to believe what he had heard. Lu felt that students nowadays were so arrogant that they would say anything just to impress others. Lu had checked Blackhawk's record in Hand of God, which was quite impressive. And Li Yufeng, among others, was in the top 50 in the alliance. However, he had never heard of Han Sen. From the data he had collected, Han Sen was not even in the Hand of God Society. Lu looked at Han Sen and ridiculed, so, you must be much stronger than Li Yufeng at Hand of God. Not much, but I could beat him by 20 points, Han Sen said. Lu thought this student was not making any sense at all and gave up talking to him. Fang Mingquan, on the other hand, was intrigued by Han Sen. He said with a smile, it's great that young people have confidence. When is your game? We will go cheer for you. I have not got the schedule yet, but I will be at almost all the Warframe matches. You could come at any time. Han Sen swallowed the last bit of his food, stood up and said, please take your time. I will go back to rest now. After Han Sen had walked away, Lu said, the youth nowadays are really spoiled. He was just talking through his hat. I think it is a good thing. He has signed up for everything, which is much better than nothing, Fang Mingquan commented with a smile. But Fang Mingquan did not take Han Sen's words seriously. Archery department had low entrance requirements to begin with, so students in that department were generally lacking in fitness. As a freshman from archery department and member of the infamous Heavy Warframe Society, Han Sen was not likely to be the champion of any Warframe item. Han Sen left the cafeteria and walked toward his dormitory. By chance, he saw Ji Yanran, who was also walking back to her dormitory. Hey, Han Sen walked up quickly to greet her, since she was his girlfriend, technically. Ji Yanran saw Han Sen and glanced at him sharply. Then she suddenly had an idea and put on a smile. You always wanted to prove that you did not cheat. So, you must have signed up for Hand of God in Starry Cup. Han Sen sighed, I was going to register for Hand of God, but the members of my society have all signed up for Warframe items, so it seems that there is no chance for me to prove myself. Save it. Ji Yanran despised Han Sen, believing that he simply did not dare to participate in Hand of God games. You are my girlfriend, so do you want to come and see my games? Han Sen smiled and asked her. Enough with the nonsense, Ji Yanran said. Which Warframe items did you sign up for? All of them, with one exception because of a time conflict. Why, you think this is like casting a net, the wider the better. Ji Yanran was slightly curious. For the prizes, there are nearly 10 items under the Warframe category, which was the biggest of all. I could get several first places and easily earn 10 million, Han Sen told the truth. He entered purely to get the rewards. Several first places, I don't think you could even make top 10, let alone top 3, Ji Yanran questioned him. You are underestimating me again, Han Sen said helplessly. That's called analyzing, not underestimating, Ji Yanran said with a smile. That's fine, since you think I cannot get any prize, then shall we make a bet? Proposed Han Sen. You want to cheat again? Ji Yanran felt a bit uncertain when it came to Han Sen, since she still had not figured out how he had beaten the thin man and Li Yufeng in the cup game. Li Yufeng was equally clueless when he thought about it afterwards. Missy, this is a school-wide game. What can I possibly do? Han Sen really did not know why she had this stubborn impression of him being a cheater. For heaven's sake, he had never cheated in front of Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran suggested, okay, I'm down. You just said you will take several first places in Warframe items. I do not want to embarrass you, so if you can get 5 first places in those items, consider yourself winning the bet. What do I get if I win? Han Sen grinned and asked. If you can be the champion in 5 items, then you will be able to prove yourself, and I will keep my promise to be your girlfriend, Ji Yanran said with a smile, not believing he could get a single championship. Not fair. Han Sen shook his head again and again. How so? Ji Yanran was a bit annoyed. You are already my girlfriend, so the stake means nothing to me. You will have to kiss me if you lose, on the mouth, not cheeks. Han Sen then added, it also must be completed within 1 day after the end of the game. The penalty for any delay is 1 kiss per extra day. Ji Yanran was about to lose her temper before she suddenly smiled. Alright, but if you are not champion in 5 items, then I will have to punish you as well. Do you disagree? Any punishment you like, I will win anyway, said Han Sen confidently. Do not be so arrogant yet. We have to sign a contract, in case you deny it afterwards. Ji Yanran did not have pen or paper, so she said, come with me. We will print the contract out and both sign. Ji Yanran led Han Sen to a self-service terminal and printed out 2 copies of the contract. She showed them to Han Sen. Check if you agree with everything stated here. If you do, then sign it please. Han Sen picked up the contract and carefully read it. It was a legally binding document and he was afraid she might set him up. Fortunately, Ji Yanran did not think she would lose at all, so the contract was fair. If he lost, he just had to teach her how to do his trick in the cup game and make sure she can do it as well. Also, he would need to promise that he would never show up and talk to her without her permission. After reading the contract, Han Sen hesitated because he was not sure if he could teach Sleeveblade to others, as it was from Gambler's family, and he could not leak it without his approval. Ji Yanran saw Han Sen's hesitation and thought he got cold feet. She pouted and said, you are scared now. Where did your arrogance go? I cannot agree on this term. Can we use a different one? Han Sen said frankly, although he was sure that he would not lose, but he would not bet with what belonged to others. It was a matter of principle. I know you will act this way. Ji Yanran looked like she had guessed this would happen. She said with disdain, well, it's fine if you do not teach me, but you will have to show me how it is done until I don't want to watch anymore. Deal. Han Sen pondered and thought that should be fine. Ji Yanran provoked him, are you a man or not? You are so fussy. Right away. Han Sen signed both copies of the contract and scanned them with his comlink to approve with his personal code, which was key to the signature. None could imitate a signature since it was linked to one's comlink number and personal identity. Ji Yanran was delighted and thought Han Sen was provoked to sign. She quickly did the same. This one is yours. I will check on your matches later. Don't be a deadbeat. Ji Yanran proudly waved her copy of the contract. That's exactly what I wanted to say, Han Sen said with a smile. The next morning, Fang Mingquan and his team started to prepare for the live broadcast. The main game to cover was Ouyang Shaoxin's martial art game, followed by Warframe and Hand of God games. Fang Mingquan took some time to browse the Blackhawk Online community, for he believed that it was the best way to know the school better. Soon Fang was attracted to one of the topics many people were discussing: who Ji Yanran's boyfriend was. As someone working in media, Fang Mingquan had heard of the name Ji Yanran, and knew that she was the president of Hand of God Society in Campus Bell. However, she was not a star, and who her boyfriend was did not catch his attention originally, as it would not be interesting to the viewers. But Fang Mingquan still read that through, and was shocked and enraptured by what he had read. Ji Yanran's boyfriend had beaten Li Yufeng by 20 points in Hand of God. Such unexpected news thrilled Fang. He was just worried that the live might be lackluster. If they simply showed Ouyang Shaoxin's game, their ratings could not be great. And Fang had smelled something that had the potential to go viral about this topic of Ji Yanran's boyfriend. "Lu, come and see this," called Fang Mingquan. Lu read the title with some doubts, wondering why Fang would show him campus gossip, which seemed to be of little use to their show. But after Lu read the entire discussion, he opened his mouth wide and said after a long while, "That is impossible. Someone who could beat Li Yifeng by 20 points would be in the top 10 of the whole alliance. How is it possible that we never knew of such a person? There were many witnesses, so it could not be fake. You can browse and see what others say," said Fang Mingquan. Xiaolu read some more and became more and more excited. "Fang, we should focus our live on the game of Hand of God. If we could get this master player on camera, our show will be a hit. Lu, you remember what the name of that student we met last night was?" Fang Mingquan suddenly asked. "No, why did you mention him?" Lu was puzzled. "Don't you remember what he had said? He said he could easily beat Li Yifeng by 20 points, Fang Ming recalled. "You think that student is Ji Yanran's boyfriend? That is unlikely. He is a freshman in the archery department, and a member of Heavy Warframe Society. All he signed up for was Warframe items. How could he be Ji Yanran's boyfriend? If he is that good at Hand of God, why didn't he sign up for that?" Lu could not believe that Han Sen was Ji Yanran's boyfriend. That's what makes things interesting. Fang Mingquan smiled. He did enroll in most of the Warframe items. "Go move our equipment now. We will cover all the Warframe games. Fang, since we cannot be sure that he is Ji Yanran's boyfriend, isn't this too risky? And even if he is Ji Yanran's boyfriend and is great at Hand of God, it doesn't mean he would do well in Warframe as well." Lu was worried. "There are enough media covering Yu Yang's game, so it doesn't matter if we do it as well. Just do as I just told you," Fang Mingquan said firmly. Although he cannot be sure that Han Sen was Ji Yanran's boyfriend, Fang felt Han Sen was an interesting person. If he is not the strongest player, he will definitely be the most eye-catching one. Fang Mingquan preferred taking the risk to following the crowd. It could turn out to be great. If not, there would not be too much loss. Although Lu did not agree with Fang Mingquan's idea, and did not believe that Han Sen could be Ji Yanran's boyfriend, he had to follow Fang Mingquan's instructions. Their media peers saw Washing Station removing the installed equipment and felt odd. When they asked if Washing was going after something big and found out Washing was going to cover the Warframe items, they simply laughed. Blackhawk was just okay in Warframe items. They would sooner broadcast the Hand of God games, as there were at least the beauty Ji Yanran and the master Li Yufeng. Washing Station had finally installed all their equipment at the site of the Warframe games. They had to work overtime for that. Fang Mingquan continued to browse the campus online community. Although there were a lot of equipment in the Warframe game site, they were mostly just backups of other media in case they wanted to say something about the Warframe items during the breaks of Yu Yang's game. Washing Station was the only one that had their full set of equipment at the Warframe game site, since martial arts were Blackhawk's strong suit. On the day of the game, Han Sen drove Silver Killer out of the 7th warehouse, because it was allowed to use one's own Warframe in the Warframe items. After all players were skilled in different types of Warframes, and it was impossible to ask everyone to drive the same type. For those who did not have their own Warframe, the contest committee would even provide their Warframes. Since Starry Group was the sponsor, the Warframes provided were not bad, normally worth 1 million to several millions. But many students were still using their own. Generally speaking, the advanced players would all bring the Warframes they used every day. This way, they would be more familiar with the functions and parameters and able to eliminate errors. The advanced players from the Warframe Society all had their own Warframes, some of which were even worth 12 million. "Sen, I did not know you were rich. This Warframe is gorgeous," she stared at Silver Killer. Among the Heavy Warframe Society members, Fatty, Skinny, Lu Meng and Wang Mengmeng all had their own Warframes in addition to Han Sen. Wang Mengmeng's was the most high-end one. Lu Meng's also looked quite expensive. But when it came to the appearance, Silver Killer was the winner. The streamlined shape and exquisite craftsmanship was simply beyond any mass-produced products. It was a true limited edition, and the only one in the laboratory. All prototypes would be different as the design concept and technology changed. And Silver Killer was especially unique. It is just an ordinary Warframe, and doesn't even have a weapon system. Han Sen told the truth about the only flaw of Silver Killer. With a weapon system, it would not look so fine, Lu Meng said. The Heavy Warframe Society members went toward the match venue. Silver Killer caught a lot of attention, but more people were attracted by Wang Mengmeng's warframe. Some people even shouted out, "Destroyer, someone is driving a destroyer. Who is this player? Which master in the Warframe Society is it?" More and more people were noticing the warframe Wang Mengmeng was driving. Destroyer had been discontinued a few years ago. As a classic luxury model, many warframe lovers took pride in owning a destroyer. And it was so incredible to see it in the school-wide match. Although the performance of Destroyer was just as good as the current ones, its value as a collective was over 100 million. Who would drive it to a match? Outside the venue, more and more people were paying attention to Destroyer, and many were inquiring about who the driver was. Later, they were stunned by what they learned. The person driving Destroyer was not one of the advanced player in the Warframe Society, but a heavy Warframe Society member. And they also learned that the driver was a girl in freshman year and her fellow society members were almost all freshmen. Heavy Warframe Society is in the match. Shouldn't they go participate in some moving contest? Do not say that. There is at least Warframe in their name. It's a pity. Such a great Warframe. It is the Destroyer. Naturally, no one was optimistic about the Heavy Warframe Society's performance. After all, no matter how good a Warframe was, the key was the player. On the other hand, Fang Mingquan had started the live and focused the camera on the Heavy Warframe Society members. The holographic footage was being uploaded to the Skynet simultaneously. Many loyal fans had been waiting in front of their screens already. Most of them did not care too much about the content, but who the host was. With Fang's reputation, the live started with several 100,000 viewers. Wow, Destroyer. Starry Cup has some class. Many people could not help but praise when recognizing the Destroyer in the holographic image. Hello friends, this is your host Fang Mingquan. From today, I will be covering Starry Cup, Blackhawk Division for you. I will broadcast the Warframe items live. The viewers who knew something about Starry Cup started to leave comments. Fang, why don't you broadcast Yang Shaoxin's martial arts match? Why Warframes? Blackhawk is just so in Warframe items. Is there something shady going on here? Fang must be marginalized in the station. Fang Mingquan saw these comments and smiled. Thank you, friends, for your concern. The reason I chose to broadcast live all the Warframe matches is that I think this year there will be a most valuable player from Blackhawk who will be a star in the entire alliance. So, this show will focus on all his matches. In addition, this player is in all the items of Warframe except for one due to a time conflict. Let us wait and see his performance. Really, a star in the entire alliance. Last time he happened to be right and now he is trying his luck again. Nonsense. I graduated from Blackhawk and that school is lucky to be in the top 20 in Warframe in the alliance. Fang must be talking about the driver of the Destroyer. Ha, excited to see what will happen. Fang is so creative with his live show. Love you, Fang Mingquan. Both the believers and non-believers gazed at the Destroyer. I will tell you something about this player briefly. He is a freshman in Blackhawk and majors in archery. As a member of the school's Heavy Warframe Society, his introduction left the audience confused. Freshman, archery and Heavy Warframe Society seemed to have nothing to do with a most valuable player. Fang Mingquan must be crazy, thought Wang Chengqing, who was also watching this live show. In Blackhawk Military Academy, many students were also watching the live show hosted by Fang Mingquan. No one could be in all the match venues at the same time, so some students in other venues were watching Warframe games through Fang's program. But most of them watched because of the fame of Fang Mingquan. Military school students were mostly in First God's Sanctuary and all knew of Fang. Ji Yanran was in the match venue of Hand of God, also watching Warframe games through Fang Mingquan's live show. Fang Mingquan is so dramatic. A star, our school does not have anyone like that, Ku Lily protested. Ji Yanran smiled. Journalists are all like that, and Fang Mingquan is no exception. Ji Yanran then started to search Han Sen's figure in the frame, but Fang Mingquan's introduction caught her attention. Freshman, archery, Heavy Warframe Society, these all seem to fit that cheating guy. Fang couldn't be talking about him. Ji Yanran felt a little uneasy. But she did not find Han Sen in the image since she did not know which Warframe Han Sen was in. And her gaze fell on the Destroyer like the rest. With the intense discussion of the audience, the first match in Warframe items had begun. It was the most straightforward 30,000 feet ring race. All the Warframes were at the starting point, awaiting the order to start. Everyone thought Fang Mingquan's introduction was about the driver of the destroyer. Ji Yanran also watched the destroyer with her heart racing. A whistle sounded, and under the crowd's watch, the destroyer took the first step with the rest, and all were waiting to see its performance. But in the next moment, the destroyer, which was only one step away from the starting point, fell to the ground with a thump. A strange silence fell on the venue. This is what Fang Mingquan calls MVP. Is this supposed to be funny? Ha ha, hilarious. Fang Mingquan, you should do stand-up comedy instead. It was a destroyer. Ji Yanran could hardly believe her eyes. She had seen bad players, but not this bad. Tripping at the start point in a race. It was difficult to imagine that someone like this would dare to come to the competition. Ha ha, this is what Fang Mingquan called a star. A star indeed, but a comedy star. Ku Lily laughed herself into a state of helplessness. But suddenly they heard the smart machine announcing the results. Warframe Ring Race, first place, number 69, Han Sen from Archery Department and Heavy Warframe Society, second place. Everyone was shocked and found a gorgeous silver warframe standing on the finish line. When they were laughing at the funny destroyer driver, the game had ended. And the champion was someone fitted Fang Mingquan's description. Ji Yanran was also a little dumbfounded. She had clearly heard Han Sen was the champion of the Warframe Ring Race. The Starry Cup covered a wide range of schools, and within the Blackhawk division, the games were rather straightforward. The Ring Race, for example, did not involve any pre-finals. So the driver of that silver warframe was whom Fang was talking about. I know that Fang would not joke like that. How did he win just now? I didn't even look. I do not know. I was just laughing too hard. Ha ha, they are both in Heavy Warframe Society and are so different. This live is so interesting. Fang makes much better shows than others. Fang is the best host. Who is the driver of the silver warframe? Fang Mingquan clenched his fist and was so excited that he almost called out. Han Sen was even better than he had thought. It seemed that he had made the right bet again. Everyone watched the silver warframe walking on the podium and raising the trophy and prize for the ring race champion. The advanced players from the Warframe Society were rather mad. They thought that the only reason Han Sen could beat them was the performance of his warframe. Looking at the Heavy Warframe Society cheering, some members in the Warframe Society sneered, lying back on his warframe isn't worth bragging about. We will see how he does in the items that test operational skills. Yes, the next one is hurdle race, and we will kill it. Exactly. Luo Xiangyang gazed at his students in silence. He did not mention Han Sen to them on purpose, to humble them so that they would focus more on improving their skills than bragging about themselves. Soon the hurdle race began, which took place on the same ring, only with many obstacles. The players had to keep the speed while avoid the obstacles, which called for more than a strong engine. When Silver Killer stood on the starting point again, all eyes were focused on it, and Fang Mingquan's live was gaining popularity. More and more people had heard about Fang Mingquan's prediction and wanted to see for themselves the person Fang Ming had called a star in the alliance. Ji Yanran was gazing nervously at the Silver Killer in the holographic image. She was a little scared because she could not imagine what she should do if Han Sen really got 5 championships. The players from the Warframe Society vowed to show Han Sen their strength this time. As the whistle sounded, all the warframes took off like arrows leaving the string, and that silver figure was obviously faster than the others by a body length, pulling away from them. So fast, Ku Lily could not help exclaiming. At this speed, he had no time to avoid the first obstacle wall. Ji Yanran slightly frowned. Han Sen's silver warframe was too powerful that it was now within 30 feet from the first obstacle wall. He had no time to run around the wall with such speed and distance. The Warframe Society members were overjoyed to see this. They were slowing their warframes down to bypass the obstacle wall, while Han Sen could not do that at the speed he was going. What a fool. Doesn't matter. If his warframe is good, thought the Warframe Society members contemptuously. Boom. The silver warframe in leading position knocked out the obstacle wall and kept rushing forward at the same speed. Boom, boom, boom. One wall after another was crushed by Silver Killer. Foot-thick concrete walls were like bubbles under the impact created by the silver warframe. The viewers of the live show were in an uproar. Is this a foul? Can you do it this way? There is no provision that prohibits this either. That warframe's performance was so incredible that it could withstand such collisions and maintain the speed at the same time. Ha ha, this is a man's way of driving. Awesome. This is not even a fair game. It's more like a test of Warframe performance. Other players are almost bursting into tears. It is even faster than others after knocking out a wall. I don't recognize this Warframe. Whose product is it? What kind of Warframe is that? I want one. Boring. You think you can bully people if you are rich? This game does not make any sense. It's only fair if they all use the same type of Warframe. I did not see a star, only a rich bastard. Fang Mingquan actually supports such a person. Is he the same Fang Mingquan I used to know? What are you talking about? Winning is winning. The Warframe performance is a part of a Warframe game. What is your problem? Right, when you fight the Shuras, would you go off your Warframes if they don't use any? Han Sen's approach caused a lot of controversy, while Ji Yanran was even more upset by his crushing wall after wall. He is a cheater indeed. With such a Warframe, it is highly likely that he will win 5 championships. Ji Yanran regretted so much that she had signed a contract with this guy. She could not believe that this guy had a way to cheat in an official match. In the end, Silver Killer was the first to cross the finish line again and became the champion at the hurdle race. The Warframe Society members were shooting fiery gazes at him. Due to Han Sen's highly controversial win, many students who were watching other games came to the Warframe match venue. Even the most popular martial arts games started to lose audience to the Warframe matches. People at the news stations were confused to see students abandoning even Yang Shaoxin's match. When they learned from a few students what had happened, it was too late to move their equipment around. They had to use simple equipment to do the report of the Warframe game, which was not comparable to Fang Mingquan's show. On the Skynet, more and more people were watching Fang's live show. The number of the viewers had reached 1 million and continued to grow. Although 1 million people were nothing compared to the entire alliance, for the game in one division, this number was quite impressive. After all, most people interested in Starry Cup would rather focus their attention on the schools that were potential champions. Despite the fact that Blackhawk was a famous school, it did not have one item that was outstanding. Therefore not many people would choose to watch this division. Many people watched because it was Fang Mingquan who was doing the live show. Other stations that focused on Blackhawk division had even less viewers, 10,000 tops. Fang Mingquan's live show was also quickly gaining momentum. The viewers came for Fang's fame, but became more and more interested in Han Sen and Silver Killer later. Han Sen beat all his opponents in one item after another, relying on the excellent performance of Silver Killer. When people believed that it was only because of the Warframe that he won, they had ignored the importance of his operation. Even in Warframe shooting, Han Sen was using a mounted manual weapon system and achieved high accuracy, which was also considered to be one of the virtues of Silver Killer. Everyone thought it was the performance of Silver Killer that led to Han Sen's success and started to discuss which company had produced it. Other discussions were focused on whether such a victory was meaningless. Most people ignored the driver of Silver Killer. Ji Yanran's face darkened when seeing Han Sen winning again and again. Each time he won, she felt as if she was punched in the chest. When Han Sen won his 5th championship, she was about to cry. The thought of having to kiss that brat, which would also be her first kiss, made Ji Yanran feel hopeless. "What's the matter? You look pale," asked Ku Lily, concerned. "I am fine." Ji Yanran continued to watch the game, absent-minded. Han Sen kept winning, which made Ji more and more upset. She was distracted when it was her turn to compete in Hand of God and only got the 13th place in the end, worse than her performance last year. The thought of kissing that bastard made her uneasy. Han Sen's winning streak was unstoppable. He had won all the games he was in, counting 8 championships out of 9 now. The Warframe Society won the only item he did not participate in. There were now only 2 items left. One was single Warframe combat, and the other was group Warframe combat. The Warframe Society members could not wait to hit Han Sen hard in these 2 items, because they needed to vent after being sullen from the previous matches. Different from other Warframe games, single Warframe combat and group Warframe combat were both realized via the virtual simulation to avoid casualties and Warframe damages. After all, it was not a real war, and the players were only military school students, so they would not be asked to fight like real soldiers. In a virtual combat, the data of their war frames would be scanned and virtual war frames would be generated. The operation was also the same as that in reality. As the sponsor of the game, Starry Group suddenly changed the game rules. Luo Xiangyang put both hands on the table in anger, stared at Zhao Nengxian, director of Starry Cup, and asked, why did you change the rules of single warframe combat? This is not fair for most of the players. Zhao Nengxin looked calm and sipped from a cup of hot tea before he put on a fake smile. The change itself is to maintain fairness. Coach Luo, you think it is fair for other players to compete with a warframe of such performance? There is nothing unfair here. The weak will be beaten. It is the same everywhere. Since it is a single warframe combat, it is supposed to be one-on-one. How can you change the rules so wantonly? Luo Xiangyang said angrily. Coach Luo, this is not a random change, but a responsible one. No need to speak further. As the sponsor, we have the right to make the most reasonable changes to the rules of the game. In addition, such a change would actually benefit your society, Zhao Nengxin said impatiently. The Warframe Society does not need such an unfair advantage. We want to win using our own strength, Luo Xiangyang gritted his teeth and said. Does not matter. The rules are set, and if you are not satisfied with the rules, you can quit, Zhao said coldly. Luo Xiangyang was mad, but helpless at the same time. He could not ask his society to step down just because of his anger. And technically speaking, Starry Group's change would benefit the Warframe Society indeed. The single Warframe combat was changed to a melee. All players would be sent to the same scene, and whoever survived in the end would become the champion. Luo Xiangyang knew well that all the players had a problem with the Silver Killer driven by Han Sen. This rule was basically allowing all the players to gang up on Han Sen and the heavy Warframe Society members. Even if Han Sen was outstanding, he would not be able to withstand the attack from hundreds of Warframes. He was doomed. Starry Group did not do that to help the Warframe Society, but because of Han Sen and Silver Killer's excellence in Starry Cup. After all, Silver Killer was not one of their products. Before knowing which company made Silver Killer, Starry Group would not tolerate a Warframe that was not one of their own products to appear and stand out in the finals. That was why Starry Group had changed the rules to eliminate Han Sen and Silver Killer. Luo Xiangyang was extremely angry about this. He wanted his students to beat Han Sen, but not in such a way. This would bring his society shame instead of glory. People would probably even speculate that they were behind this change and consider them sore losers. When the changed rules were announced, there was suddenly an uproar. Not only the Blackhawk students, but also viewers on the Skynet were debating. This rule is clear targeting Silver Killer's driver. Can they change the rules just like this? Ha ha, it should have been done a long time ago. He is a bully with a good warframe. Now it's time for others to revenge. Starry Group is really shameless. They even changed the rules. So shameless and petty. My condolences to the driver of Silver Killer. I'm waiting to see him being torn into pieces. Heavy Warframe Society members will be miserable. This will be a good show. Silver Killer is doomed. A great Warframe wasted. I wanted to see how far it could go. Fang Mingquan was also upset at this time. He did not imagine that Starry Group would be so shameless that they changed a one-on-one combat to a melee. But Fang Mingquan also knew that a corporation like Starry Group was not something he could confront. He had to say in the live show, because of the change of the rules, Han Sen and his Silver Killer will be stuck in reverse. I do not know what the sponsor of the Starry Cup was thinking, but this is undoubtedly an unfair fight. I can only hope that Han Sen could fulfill his potential and thrive. The result does not matter at this point. Agreed. Starry Group is disgusting. More than disgusting, it's rubbish. Starry Group has always been rubbish. But no matter how the audience protested, the game still started in accordance with the new rules. This change is very unfair to that archery student. Ku Lily could not help but said. Although Ji Yanran was unhappy to see the championships Han Sen had won, she felt that this temporary change of rules was too much. Not just him, the whole Heavy Warframe Society will suffer. They will be regarded as the first target to attack, Ji Yanran frowned and said. The students and viewers originally displeased by Han Sen's dependence on a high-performance Warframe suddenly adopted a sympathetic attitude. Only a few were gloating. After all, most people were kind and sympathized with the weak, and Starry Group had really gone too far. In any case, the game began. All the participants used a holographic simulator to scan their own Warframes and generated their own virtual Warframes, ready to fight in the virtual world. But when everyone saw the game map, they could not help but call the sponsor shameless. The map turned out to be a large fighting ring, a huge circular space without any shelters. In other words, Han Sen and Silver Killer would be exposed to attacks from the very beginning and did not even have any room to dodge or hide. Damn, Starry Group are a bunch of mother f***ers. They are not leaving these guys any chances to survive. Curses of the unfair treatment filled the comments of the live show, as most people were very sympathetic to Han Sen. Sen, they will tear us apart. Feeling the wolfish gazes from other players, Shi Zhikong felt upset. He was sure that they would be besieged, because those guys simply hated Han Sen and Silver Killer too much to let go of such a good opportunity. What is there to be afraid of? We will show Starry Group the power of Room 304, Zhang Yang exclaimed in excitement. Not Room 304, but Heavy Warframe Society, Li Junjun corrected him. But we are so few. How could we survive the attacks from all the other players on campus? Fatty looked rather sad. It was rare that the Heavy Warframe Society had a chance to shine, which would end very soon. One society against the entire school. Even if we lose, we should still feel honored. Wang Mengmeng said seriously. Yes, even if we lose, we will give them a hard time, Skinny also said excitedly. Blindness cannot solve any problems, Lu Meng calmly said. Starry Group was stupid to have chosen this map. They think that now Sen could not dodge or hide, but they have forgotten that we are against students instead of an army. Maybe the Warframe Society members have better disciplines, but the rest of them have no experience in group fight. In such a narrow space, we have more opportunities. Lu, tell us what plan you have, she urged him anxiously. At that time, they will certainly place us in the same spot, so there has to be sacrifices. However, if some of us could manage to march into the crowd, they will become our best cover. Lu Meng said confidently, among us, Sen, Zhang Yang and I have the best skills, so the rest of you should cover us to get to the crows. I made a diagram and we should all have a look. Fatty and Skinny will come with us and sacrifice themselves when necessary. The three girls are responsible for covering the team by firing. Great, let's do this and kill those sons of bitches out there. Skinny cried after looking at Lu Meng's diagram. No problem, this is our chance to shine. We will go as far as possible and none would dare to look down on Heavy Warframe Society, Fatty gritted his teeth and said. Brother Han, rest assured that I will cover you, Wang Mengmeng said. Don't, Mengmeng, please do not try to cover Sen. Just avoid firing on us, she quickly said. He was worried about Wang Mengmeng's operational skills. She was like a kid and completely wasted such a good Warframe as Destroyer. Ha ha, others laughed. Well, Mengmeng, you will be the one responsible for covering me. Don't mind other things, Han Sen said with a smile. A brother is a brother, much better than the rest of you, Wang Mengmeng said happily. At the start of the fight, in the virtual scene, all players were sent from the surrounding channels. And the sponsor, Starry Group, did what Lu Meng said they would do, sending the Heavy Warframe Society members in the same spot in order for the rest to besiege them. The moment they appeared in the ring, Han Sen, Lu Meng, Zhang Yang, Fatty and Skinny drove their Warframes at full speed and rushed to the crowd. Wang Mengmeng, Wang Chun and Li Junjun were firing at them at the same time to cover the 5 Warframes leading the team. What Lu Meng said was right. The opponents were not a well-trained army after all. Seeing the 5 coming over, everyone's first reaction was to fire at them, which made a complete mess. Because the venue is a ring with limited space, crossfire would easily cause accidental injuries. Han Sen and his people spread out, firing while approaching the other Warframes, which was not easy to achieve under such intense assault. Han Sen's eyes were burning. Sitting in the holographic simulation machine, he summoned Fairy Queen and shape-shifted. Immediately, the holographic images seemed to have slowed down. Everything can be calculated now. Han Sen quickly made dazzling movements with his hands, making Silver Killer move like a ghost. Holding one particle submachine gun in each hand and carrying 2 laser swords on his back, Han Sen marched forward without pauses while shooting rapidly. At Blackhawk, most of the teachers and students were watching this game, and Fang Mingquan now had over 10 million viewers and was getting more. Ha ha, Heavy Warframe Society took the initiative to attack. It seems they have not given up. Come on, annihilate the rest. It's so exciting. Fang Mingquan was constantly adjusting all the lens to present the viewers with the best angles. They want to go inside the crowd, which is a very smart approach. Because their opponents are not professional soldiers, they can use the melee to their advantage. Those who knew tactics understood what the Heavy Warframe Society was trying to accomplish. Please let them go deep. Some people were praying for the Heavy Warframe Society. Go. More people were simply excited. No matter who won, all they wanted to see was a good fight. In the monitoring room of the sponsor, Zhao Nengxian sneered, with so few people, they could never beat hundreds of warframes. Director, you are so wise. That guy is dead, his secretary Zhang said with a flattering smile. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosion were ringing on the site and it was a total chaos. Wang Mengmeng made Destroyer stand still and fired away toward the direction of Silver Killer. St. That destroyer must be operated by a spy. It will kill Silver Killer first before anything else. Ha ha, we have a traitor here. The destroyer is such a clown. When the viewers were amused by the performance of the destroyer, their faces suddenly froze. Silver Killer was moving like a phantom. As if it had eyes on its back as well, it managed to dodge all the attacks from the destroyer like it was rehearsed beforehand. Since the opponent's vision was first blocked by Silver Killer, they had failed to see the destroyer's attacks. When they saw, it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. As Silver Killer moved past them, several war frames exploded under the fierce assault, leaving all the viewers stunned. The gorgeous killing feast had just begun. Silver Killer was moving quickly with the powerful destroyer behind it. The crazy killing made one warframe after another explode. People were almost trembling watching the fragments of war frames sent in the air by gunfire. Scattered attacks were aiming at Silver Killer, which seemed to be able to predict and avoid all the trajectory of the gunfire. It not only avoided all the attacks, but was also rapidly approaching the warframe crowd. Fire! Do not let him approach. Damn, do not fire. Are you all stupid? Everyone, follow my command. Kill that bastard. Didn't you hear me say, follow my command? Using the Fairy Queen, Han Sen could see all the war frames and the movements of their guns. With the strong horsepower of Silver Killer and Han Sen's excellent operation, he managed to avoid all the attacks. No, rather, Han Sen was deliberately leading the opponents to attack where he wanted. If the opponents was a real army and there was a real commander, Han Sen and Silver Killer would have been killed a million times. But luckily, they were but a group of students who had no real experience at war. In addition, they did not come from the same society and many never even worked together before. Bang! Destroyer was finally finished off. Wang Mengmeng's level of operation was really bad. All she could do was to stand the destroyer still and use its automatic firing system. But that was enough for Han Sen. When the destroyer was wrecked, Han Sen was already less than 30 feet away from his opponents. Bang! The particle submachine gun ejected bullets, which penetrated and disabled a warframe. Then Silver Killer waltzed away from the intense gunfire and accelerated into the crowd. The real killing officially started. Silver Killer was like an excellent hunter in the forest, hunting the other warframes as it wished. Bang! With each of the gunshot, one warframe would be disabled or hit in the engine. Like a devil, Silver Killer was harvesting the lives of the warframes. Do not let him run. Damn, who hit me? Do not shoot if you don't know how. Are you all idiots? Move her over. You are the idiot. Are you blind? I asked you to follow my command. Those bastards are unreliable. Let's go near him and get it over with. Yes, go. Silver Killers killed like Saturn and moved like a ghost. The other war frames were moving in a clumsy way like heavy war frames in comparison. People who were watching the game were dumbfounded. The stadium was quiet, as they were shocked how incredible Silver Killer was acting. It was a killing machine in its true sense. Each of its bullets could hit the vital part with unbelievable accuracy. It was breathtaking to see someone capable of destroying one warframe with each shot while backing off and avoiding all the gunfire. The Skynet viewers were also silent. There were few comments. Only Fang Mingquan's voice was non-stop. Silver Killer, again, beautiful shooting, beautiful movement, impeccable operation and tactics. This is the star in the alliance. I don't have words for his gorgeous operation. Well done, beautiful. This is a wonderful performance. Han Sen and his Silver Killer showed us how a warframe can be operated. In the next few years, Black Hawk will occupy an important position in the Military Academy League game, just because there is this one person. With him, Black Hawk will be the undisputed champion. Boom! A warframe finally approached Silver Killer, which suddenly threw the submachine gun in the air and drew a laser sword from its back, cutting the offending warframe in half. It still had time to put the sword back and catch the gun, shooting another approaching warframe in the energy tank. My god, this guy must be an alien, Fang Mingquan roared excitedly, using all his enthusiasm and strength. This was his job, his favorite job. F. King A. Who said Silver Killer was the only reason for his victory? He is a master himself. Ha ha, what a victory. Starry Group will be humiliated. They tried to set him up and still failed. A star in the Military Academy League game. Wow, is it a Warframe veteran playing actually? No way, the players are all sitting inside the holographic simulation machine. Really cool, I want to see the sponsors, expressions. Silver Killer is a very high-end Warframe. Ordinary Warframes could not go like that. Their power and flexibility could not reach this level. I also want to know where to buy Silver Killer. The Skynet was exploding. Fang Mingquan's live was being watched by more than 30 million people. Many people who were watching other divisions, games also switched to this show after hearing about this match. Wow, you are sure this is not an official commercial of that Warframe? So hot, that is the Silver Killer. Awesome. At this time, in the monitoring room, Zhao Nengtian was sizzling with anger. His fingers were squeezing his teacup so hard that they became pale. Bastard. Useless crap. Zhao Nengtian smashed the cup in wrath, his body shaking. Ji Yanran looked blankly at the silver figure in the holographic image, unable to link it to that smiling guy. Is it really him who is driving Silver Killer? Ji Yanran was reluctant to accept this fact. How could that guy who joked around all day with her have such incredible operational skills at Warframe? Judging from his performance now, his hands must be very fast. So, when we were in that spaceship, he did not cheat. That was what he could actually achieve. Ji Yanran suddenly thought of it, her body slightly shaking. Then her face was flushed on the thought of another matter. She could not help but thought, if he really has the skills, then, my girlfriend as Ji Yanran would be him. Ji Yanran was more and more convinced of her guess. With that kind of speed and ID name, who else could it be? That bastard, how dare him lie to me? Ji Yanran felt embarrassed. On a second thought, she suddenly found that she was the one who took him for a cheater, while he was always trying to explain. Han Sen had never lied to her. He even told her who he was via the ID name, my girlfriend is Ji Yanran. This ID is not already told Ji Yanran who is he. But Ji Yanran had never made that connect. Thinking of Han Sen and that ID, Ji Yanran blushed a little more. On the thought of the bet they made, her face was burning. Bad, bad, bad. Ji Yanran covered her face with both hands and cried in a meek voice. Sweetie, are you okay? Ku Lily was stunned by Ji, because she had never seen this girl acting this way. People next to them were also shocked by Ji Yanran's bashful look. Ji Yanran then realized she was still at the venue of the Hand of God Games, surrounded by the members of Hand of God Society. She was mortified and wished that she could become invisible. It's a great victory. Let's remember these two names, Silver Killer and its driver Han Sen. Maybe we're witnessing the rise of another king in the Military Academy League. He is creating history. Fang Mingquan's passionate voice marked the end of an extraordinary single Warframe combat. Remaining on the field were only two Warframes, Han Sen's Silver Killer and Lu Meng's Victor. All the other Warframes had exploded. Lu Meng quit the game and left the ring to Silver Killer, which had just ended its frenzy. More than 300 or 400 Warframes were blown off by it. When the Silver Killer stepped on the podium and accepted the trophy, thunderous applause lasted a long time. In any case, this was a memorable game. The two names, Silver Killer and Han Sen, were also imprinted on all viewers' minds. The group Warframe combat did not even begin. After the single combat, all other players were crushed psychologically and thus conceded in the beginning. The team of the Heavy Warframe Society won the championship by default. After the end of the game, a lot of people were still too excited to leave, talking about the crazy game. 1 hour after Fang Mingquan's live show had ended, the number of people watching his program even increased. More and more people were hoping to see Fang Mingquan's recording of the game. Although other news stations had also recorded this game, their equipment there was not good enough and the quality of their recordings was poor. Fang Mingquan did not waste a minute before he asked all the staff to edit the footage as fast as they could. Silver Killer was the center of attention in the edited recording, except in the beginning when it was covered by the destroyer. Silver Killer's movements were so perfect that the staff did not want to give up any frames. So, the final version was more than 30 minutes. Fang Mingquan named the video himself before uploading, Best Division Single Warframe Combat Champion Silver Killer and its gorgeous conquer. The moment the video was uploaded, it was downloaded and spread at an incredible speed. All the people who had watched it could feel nothing but satisfactory. They were impressed by the silver warframe that moved like ghost and its violent gunshots. Everyone enjoyed the pleasure of seeing its incredible accuracy and swift slaying. People even became addicted and watched it over and over again. This is a true warframe. Have watched a dozen times. I can't stop now. A gorgeous killing feast. Which company made this? I want one so much. Same here. I need this warframe in my life. I want to buy 10 of this. Do not just look at the warframe. The driver is the key. He is definitely beyond the unevolved level. I bet that you can count the top players like him in the whole military academy league with one hand. Ha, and he is in the archery department and heavy warframe society. The warframe society must feel humiliated. Funny to think that an archery student is the champion of a warframe game. I heard that the archery department of Blackhawk was on the bottom of military academy league in the previous year. I wonder how his archery skills are. Of course he is good at archery, he is in the archery department. He has way too nice skin to drive in such a brutal style. I barely saw him miss. He is an archery student. How is his accuracy even worth discussing? The video went viral all over the alliance quickly. Students from all military schools had seen the video and made a variety of analyses of it. Most of their conclusion was that Silver Killer and its driver had gone beyond the level of ordinary military school students. More people wanted to know where to buy a warframe like Silver Killer. They had searched the Skynet for all products available, but found nothing like it. Many people had guessed that it was custom-made, but still have no idea which company had produced it, as there was no imprint on Silver Killer. At the same time, in a military factory, Lu Chengming said to Professor Tang, "Come and look at this." Tang Mingshou was an authoritative figure in the warframe industry and specialized in biological warframe. The super biological warframes that they were preparing to launch was a product developed by Tang's team. After Tang Mingshou sat down, Lu Chengming played a video showing Han Sen and Silver Killer's game, the version edited by Fang Mingquan. Tang Mingshou was slightly surprised and said, "This is the T9 prototype from our lab. Its driver must be an Evolver player." "Good eye, Professor Tang. It is the T9 prototype, but its driver is a freshman at Blackhawk, 17 years old and unevolved," Lu Chengming said with a smile. A military school freshman. Tang Mingshou was stunned, and carefully looked at the video again. He could not believe an unevolved person can reach this level. "Professor Tang, the video you see right now is a single warframe combat, which had aroused great attention among all major military schools. Now almost all the military school students know about Silver Killer, which is our T9 prototype." Lu Chengming said with a smile. "You want to take advantage of this opportunity to launch T10. Tang Mingshou immediately understood what Lu Chengming was going for. "I think this student is fit to be T10's spokesperson to help us promote T10, and T10's appearance needs some changes to imitate T9. Professor Tang, what do you think of this idea?" Lu Chengming explained his proposal. "I'm okay with it, but he is just a military school student. Can he really be the spokesperson of T10? Tang Mingshi wondered. Lu Chengming laughed. "I have done a detailed investigation of him, and it chances that he is a member of the special squad." "He is a special squad member?" Tang Mingshou was surprised again, because it was very rare that someone Han Sen's age could join the special squad. "Yes, you remember Qin Zan from House Qin. She was the one who recommended Han Sen." Lu Chengming smiled. "That girl, she is still in First God's Sanctuary." Tang Mingshou nodded. He had a great impression of Qin Zan. "She should evolve and go to Second God's Sanctuary very soon," Lu Chengming replied. Tang Mingshou nodded and said, "Since he is recommended by that girl, he should be able to endorse T10. Since you agree with me on this, then I will go ahead and execute the plan." Lu Chengming was quite excited. Although T10 is a latest type of biological warframe, it fell short in performance and other aspects compared to T9. After all, T9 was a military prototype, whereas T10 was a model for civil use. Han Sen did not know there was a good thing waiting to happen. At this moment, he was humming a little song on the way to a date. After celebrating the entire night with his roommates, Han Sen texted Ji Yanran and got a reply from her unexpectedly. Ji asked him to meet at the cafeteria near their dorms, the one that had the fruit juice that they both enjoyed. Ready to be kissed by this beauty, Han Sen felt full of energy and power walked to the cafeteria. It was after 2 o'clock in the morning. There was only a curvy figure in the entire cafeteria. Han Sen sat down opposite Ji Yanran and said with a smile, "Well done. You are keeping your promise this time." She blushed a little and remained quiet. Biting her pink lip, she regarded Han Sen with her charming eyes for as long as 10 minutes. As thick-skinned as Han Sen, he was shy after being looked at for so long. He said, I know I am very handsome, but if you keep gazing at me like this, I might get the wrong idea. What wrong idea? Ji Yanran finally spoke. Wrong idea that you want to make a pass at me. Han Sen blinked, looking abashed. Ji Yanran blushed more and stared at Han Sen. You wish. I'm afraid you would wish that. Han Sen looked scared. Ji Yanran snapped, stop the nonsense, or I will leave. Do not go. You still owe me the kiss. Han Sen shamelessly stuck his face in front of Ji Yanran and pouted. Here, on the lips. Ji Yanran was very shy and flicked him on the forehead. If you keep doing that, I will leave for real. I'm just trying to claim what is mine. Hansen rubbed his forehead and said helplessly. I can kiss you, but you have to answer a few questions first. Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen and asked. She had been wondering about some things. If I can answer them, I will. But if I can't, you cannot refuse to kiss me. Han Sen was determined. I know. She had never blushed so much in her life. On the spaceship, did you or did you not cheat in the game? Ji Yanran stayed calm and asked. I've told you a lot of times. I have not cheated. Hansen spread out his hands. Did you have an account on the BattleNet? Ji asked again. Yes, replied Han Sen. What is your ID? Ji Yanran hesitated and asked anxiously. My girlfriend is Ji Yanran, Han Sen answered directly. Ji Yanran's face was burning. She cried, how can you use such an ID? I was just stating a fact. You are my girlfriend. Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran, blinked and said. Ji Yanran bowed her head and bit her lip. She had mixed feelings and had never dreamed that she would feel this way. Sister, shouldn't you honor the contract now? Han Sen pouted. You cannot expect me to do this in public. Ji Yanran looked like she was drunk with her crimson cheeks. Han Sen's heart suddenly raced. He widened his eyes and said, do you want get a room? Shut up. Ji Yanran threw her cup at Han Sen and turned away. Han Sen caught the cup and quickly followed her. He walked side by side with her and touched her arm with his. What? Ji Yanran snappily glared at him. A couple should walk like this. Han Sen put Ji Yanran's hand on his arm and said with a smile. Ji Yanran's cheeks were flushed, but she did not pull her hand back. She rolled her eyes and said, cheeky. My mother said girlfriends are for cheeky guys, said Han Sen without shame. Ji Yanran was trying to say something when she saw a few students approach them. She quickly lowered her hood like a frightened little rabbit. Holding Han Sen's arm tightly, she used it to cover her face. Although Ji Yanran hid herself well, the students still came over to greet Han Sen. Han Sen, are you Han Sen? You are my idol. Your game was so great. Your skills are amazing. Quote. These freshmen talked excitedly to Han Sen, who had become a celebrity at Blackhawk. This is your girlfriend. Soon they noticed the Han Sen had a girl next to him, but did not recognize Ji Yanran since she was hiding her face. Ji Yanran now wanted to find a hole on the ground and escape. She could not leave and did not want to stay. Yes, my girlfriend. She is shy and does not like to speak, Han Sen said with a smile. Quiet girls are great, commented the students, and Han Sen was very happy to chat with them. At this time, Ji Yanran was tightly holding his arm, and he could feel the softness surrounding his arm, which he enjoyed very much. Han Sen hoped he could prolong the conversation as much as possible. But the students were very polite and did not want to disturb them. Han Sen had to let them go. You did that on purpose. Ji Yanran pinched Han Sen on the waist after the students had gone far. What's wrong with that? Asked Han Sen. Ji Yanran was speechless. Han Sen took her hand and continued to walk. It was the middle of the night. They did not run into anyone else before they reached Ji Yanran's dormitory building. Sister, you will not go back like this, right? The contract has not been fulfilled yet, Han Sen bitterly said. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes at him and reached out a hand. Give me the contract. Han Sen obediently gave her his contract. She took the contract back, blushed and said, close your eyes. Han Sen followed her command. Ji Yanran took a deep breath and fought back her desire to escape. With her heart racing, she stood on her toes, pressed her pink and tender lips on his lightly, and quickly turned away. It was too late. Before her lips could leave his hand held her waist and his other hand slipped into her silky hair and hugged her beautiful neck. Ji Yanran was suddenly in Han Sen's arms and her lips were pressed against his. Ji Yanran's body was stiff at first, and then slowly softened. Her hands helplessly clutching Han Sen's shirt, she stepped back uncontrollably as her legs became weak. Han Sen just had the best experience and would not let her off the hook. He kept up with her and pressed her body against a column of the building. The two just had the first taste of love and was lost in ecstasy. Suddenly, they heard a crisp female voice, "Friends, at least you should find somewhere less public before you continue." Ji Yanran heard this voice and was suddenly terrified. It was the voice of Ku Lily, her good friend and roommate. Her first reaction was to push Han Sen away, but she could not do that since she would expose herself. Ji Yanran quickly buried her head in Han Sen's chest, her face on fire. She also blamed Han Sen secretly for putting her in this awkward position. "Sister, why don't you go to bed now that it's late? Do you want to join us?" Han Sen knew Ji Yanran was shy, and covered the back of her head with one hand, blocking Ku Lily's sight. Shameless. Ku Lily stomped on the floor and ran back to her dorm room. After Ku Lily went up, Ji Yanran brought the heel of her shoe hard on Han Sen's foot and ran into the building, leaving Han Sen clutching his feet. Ji Yanran did not dare to go back to her room right away. She hid in a restroom for a long while before she returned to her room. Ku Lily saw Ji Yanran was back and said, "Sweetie, did you see that nasty couple downstairs?" "What nasty couple?" Ji Yanran pretended to be making her bed, her face crimson. "The couple that were making out in front of our building. OMG, are they horny? And the guy is so shameless, he even said, 'Forget it.' I can't even repeat that. And the girl must be such a slut." Ku Lily said madly. Ji Yanran was so shy that she wished she could become invisible, but she had to acted like nothing had happened. In Han Sen's room at Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen was taken aback by the black tiger with a third eye on its forehead in front of him. The tiger's claws looked like they were made from black metal. Han Sen could not believe it was Meowth that he was looking at. What was more surprising to him was the change in Meowth's data. Type of beast, soul of sacred blood, three-eyed cat, pet transformed and evolved. The words were easy to understand, but shocking nonetheless. After eating some meat of mutant phantom ants, Meowth started to transform as a mutant pet. But after the transformation was over, it became a sacred blood pet, which was something Han Sen had never heard of before. Han Sen repeatedly confirmed the word sacred blood, and decided to go back to the Alliance and look it up on the Skynet. How could this happen? I have read a lot about beast soul pets, but never knew a pet could evolve. After a lot of searching, he finally found a relevant post on the Polar Night forum. The poster was someone with the ID, Petlife, a fanatic about beast soul pets. Because beast soul pets were very rare and high maintenance, people would not bother to feed an average pet, since they would be useless even after transformation. But Petlife had fed nearly 1,000 beast soul pets in a decade, all of which had transformed. Of course, what Petlife had bought was mainly ordinary beast soul pets, some primitive beast soul pets and just a few mutant beast soul pets. Among all Petlife's pets, there was an ordinary minidog that had evolved after transformation and became a primitive beast soul pet. Petlife posted the picture of this primitive minidog and speculated that all beast soul pets had a certain chance to evolve. Although this post was old, there were a lot of replies. Many were calling Petlife a liar, as there were other pet lovers who had fed hundreds of beast soul pets and saw no such thing as pet evolution. But some people said that their pets had evolved as well. It seemed like a popular post at the time, but had been replaced by other topics later. There is really such a thing as pet revolution. So this only happens for beast soul pets, while other beast souls could not evolve. Han Sen was ecstatic, not only because Meowth had evolved, but also because he had a sacred blood beast soul pet Golden Rock Worm King. Although the chance was slim, what if the Rock Worm King evolved as well? What level would it reach then? But Han Sen knew that this was almost delusional thinking. The evolution of Meowth was great luck, which would not likely repeat itself. Although it was not quite possible, Han Sen was still feeding the Rock Worm King more vigorously. Looking at Meowth, which could switch back and forth between combat state and pet state as he wished, Han Sen grinned. When Han Sen entered Steel Armor Shelter again, his destination was Devil Desert. Taking Wang Mengmeng last time, he could not have hunted as he had wished. This time Han Sen had made up his mind to make the Sacred Blood Fox King into a barbecue if he saw it again. Putting his Sacred Blood Black Beetle armor on in a secluded place, Han Sen summoned Meowth and made it transform into the combat state. Meowth had fur like tungsten and was twice the size of a tiger. Han Sen was riding, It like a mountain, it was much faster than his mutant three-eyed beast. And whenever it encountered different creatures, Meowth would go ahead and kill them. Average creatures would simply avoid it when smelling its presence. Ha ha, feeding it for so long was totally worth it. This is so much better than a beast soul mount. A beast soul mount would not take the initiative to attack, and could only cause some damage when charging. However, a beast soul pet was simply a specialized killing machine. The only bad thing was that this guy was running too wild, and did not provide a comfortable ride. Once again, Han Sen entered Devil Desert. Without any burdens this time, Han Sen rode the sacred blood three-eyed cat in the direction of where the Fox King had appeared. Han Sen just discovered what a great thing it was to own a sacred blood pet. He did not even need to lift a finger. For ordinary creatures, Meowth could kill one with each blow. Its sharp claws would break their skulls in an instant, just like how a real sacred blood creature would. The creatures that the sacred blood three-eyed cat killed were all fed to the Golden Rock Worm King. The Worm King was like a garbage disposal and could consume all that was fed to it. As a result, it grew bigger and bigger. But primitive creatures did not boost its size like the mutant ones did. Primitive Sand Snake killed. Beast Soul of Primitive Sand Snake gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 Geno points randomly. Han Sen saw the sacred blood three-eyed cat tearing a sand snake of a dozen feet long into parts and heard the voice in his mind. Ha ha, gorgeous. This is the best thing ever. Han Sen grabbed the sand snake beast soul in the form of a spear and felt on top of the world. For the time he had spent in God's sanctuary, this had been the most fun hunting trip Han Sen had ever taken. Meowth was responsible for killing, and Golden Rock Worm King was cleaning after it. All he needed to do was to watch. His only regret was that he had not seen a single horned sand fox after traveling for 2 days in Devil Desert, let alone the Fox King. Strange, has someone else killed all the foxes? Han Sen frowned. Having walked another half day, Han Sen had seen not even one creature on the way, which made him feel odd. Suddenly, the huge body of a rock worm appeared in front of him, and Han Sen quickly prepared himself for a fight. Although ordinary rock worms were only primitive creatures, their size was too big and strength too great to be taken lightly. That rock worm stayed still. Han Sen took a closer look only to find that the rock worm was already dead, with its whole head smashed by unknown attacks. It seems that someone has really come here. Han Sen became alert, took back Meowth, and went on walking alone. The number of the bodies of rock worms began to increase. Some died with only half of their bodies above the ground. Han Sen wondered what kind of weapon had made such brutal blows. In addition to the bodies of rock worms, he began to see more and more horned sand foxes' bodies. There were various scars on the bodies, which seemed to have been left by different individuals. Han Sen frowned and continued to travel ahead. In another half day, he started to hear beast roars, human noises, and steel clanks in front of him. Han Sen quickly hid himself behind a dune, took out his telescope, and started to observe. Son of Heaven! Han Sen yelped silently. In the valley, Son of Heaven and his gang were hunting horned sand foxes. Han Sen knew almost all of them, but one of them Han Sen had never seen before. He was a bear of a man, as strong as Shi Zhikong. Wearing half armor and wielding a black sledgehammer, he had a scary look. When he waved the sledgehammer, a rock worm would be crushed and a group of horned sand foxes would be wiped out. Crap, where did Son of Heaven find this guy? Wondered Han Sen. If this guy was from Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen should have heard of him. Han Sen saw the sacred blood Fox King at the end of the valley. The foxes were throwing themselves at the gang but could do nothing to stop the slaughter. The valley was a cul-de-sac and the foxes had nowhere to run, so they had to stay and fight. If it was not for the fact that I had killed the Golden Rock Worm King, the Fox King might still be able to fight them off. I probably did Son of Heaven a favor. Han Sen quietly sneaked into the valley, unwilling to hand the favor to Son of Heaven. The guy using the sledgehammer was so fierce that the foxes could not resist his attacks at all. With countless casualties, the foxes had been forced into the end of the valley. That sacred blood Fox King was also screeching desperately, looking miserable. Ha ha, Brother Gu, I admire you so much. Son of Heaven God gave the strong guy a rare compliment. Brother, you flatter me. I just got lucky by gaining this sacred blood beast soul sledgehammer is all. With Gu's modest words, he could not cover the pride on his face. Han Sen was outside the valley, hesitant whether he should rush into the fight right away. The foxes were obviously desperate now with their king stuck in the corner. The gang was about to make it. Suddenly, Han Sen saw a trace of inexplicable slyness from the eyes of the Fox King and suddenly felt a chill. How could I forget how cunning the Fox King is? If it really wanted to run, it would have never come to this place. There must be something wrong. Han Sen quickly hid himself in the valley and looked outside. As Son of Heaven and his gang thought they had all the foxes in their pocket, the Sacred Blood Fox King suddenly arched its body and moved a large stone away, revealing a bucket-sized hole. The Fox King suddenly disappeared in the hole and all the mutant foxes surrounding it entered the hole one by one. Damn, this beast is treacherous. Follow it and do not let it run away. Son of Heaven commanded furiously. Han Sen shook his head. Son of Heaven had let the Sacred Blood Fox King get under his skin. If Han Sen were Son of Heaven, he would have ordered retreat immediately. With such a small hole, only one person could squirm through like a snake at a time. There was no way to use weapons and God knows what tricks the Fox King had set up. According to Han Sen's understanding of the Fox King, it would not have come here just to escape. There had to be something odd going on. So, if it was up to Han Sen, he would have chosen to run. Apparently, Son of Heaven and his gang did not share his thoughts and wanted to go after the Fox King. But when only half of them had gone through the hole, the entire valley started to tremble. All the sand and stones were trembling in waves like the ocean. Indeed, its tricks are about to come. Han Sen quickly retreated and watched this strange scene in the valley from afar. Retreat quickly, withdraw from the valley. Son of Heaven suddenly realized something was wrong and yelled, wanting to rush outside the valley. It was too late. Han Sen saw from where he was hiding that much golden liquid had welled from under the sand as if the sand was bleeding, suddenly coloring the valley golden and flowing toward the gang. With his extraordinary eyesight, Han Sen had seen that the liquid was formed by a sea of numerous bean-sized golden bugs. The golden bugs flowed over the bodies of rock worms and horned sand foxes, leaving nothing behind, not even a bone. When covered by these bugs, the huge rock worm's body disappeared in seconds, which made Han Sen nervous. Now this is gonna be fun. Son of Heaven's gang might all die here. Well done, Fox King. Han Sen thought delightedly. He was waiting to see if Son of Heaven would be killed. If not, he would finish Son of Heaven off himself. He had wanted to kill Son of Heaven for a while now, but never had the chance. Son of Heaven was too strong himself and was always followed by his gang. Finally he had encountered such a good opportunity, and Han Sen did not intend to let it go. Son of Heaven's gang was soon surrounded by those golden bugs. There was no way to run from the sea of bugs. Go out. Son of Heaven gritted his teeth and started to run. The gang stomped on the bugs and rushed out. The bugs were more fragile than Han Sen had imagined and could not even withstand their weight. But there were so many of the bugs that many managed to climb into the gang's clothes. Ah! Screams suddenly sounded, giving Han Sen goosebumps and pleasure at the same time. These people deserved this. Follow me, roared the guy using the sledgehammer. Wielding his weapon, he had blown away the bugs and sand and cleared out an area of 6 by 9 feet. Waving the sledgehammer, the big guy threw sand and bugs in front of him in the air and made a way for the rest. Following this guy, Son of Heaven's gang managed to leave the valley. St. Who is this fierce guy? I can't believe Son of Heaven survived that. Han Sen was upset. When the gang left the valley, those golden bugs did not follow them. After swallowing all the dead bodies, the bugs descended into the ground again. It took less than half an hour before the valley was quiet again. Not even a drop of blood was left. It was as if nothing had happened. Son of Heaven's gang members were covered in rags and blood now. Luckily, their wounds were not serious and they had killed all the bugs stuck on their skin. Damn, that Fox King is too cunning. A gang member cursed while dealing with his wounds. Brother Gu, thanks to you, we are still alive, Son of Heaven said to Gu. Gu smiled and said, it's nothing. We are friends. Suddenly Gu's expression changed as he felt acute pain in his waist. 2 daggers were stabbed deep into both sides of his waist and only the handles were exposed. 2 of Son of Heaven's men each took one of Gu's arms and pushed him down on the ground. The rest helped control Gu as well, leaving him no chance to fight back. Blood flowed from his waist. Han Sen was appalled. He did not expect to see such a turn. They had just been through life and death, and Gu had even saved the gang members' lives. How come Gu was suddenly treated like a dog? What are you doing? Gu muttered, unable to believe what had happened. How dare a piece of crap like you call Son of Heaven brother? You only got lucky because you have gained a sacred blood beast soul. One of Son of Heaven's men stomped on Gu's face, filling Gu's nose and mouth with blood. You bastards! Seething with anger, Gu tried to struggle. Pushed down by several people, his strength still almost allowed him to throw them off. One of Son of Heaven's men grabbed a dagger stuck in Gu's body and gave it a twist. With a scream, Gu suddenly lost all his strength. The gang kicked and hit Gu, about which Gu could do nothing as he was held down. Son of Heaven remained silent and nodded to his men when Gu had become weak. Gu, since you have saved us, hand over your sacred blood sledgehammer and we can let you live, a man said fiercely as he grabbed Gu's hair. Even if I had to die, I will not give you anything. Gu spit out a mouthful of blood at the man's face. Snap. The man slapped Gu hard in anger and said viciously, "Do you king think that you can die whenever you want? If you don't give me the hammer, I will make you beg for a chance to kill yourself. Get rid of his claws first." The gang was skilled at torture. They held Gu's hand down and nailed it on the ground with a dagger. Gu let out an excruciating scream, his fingers could not help spreading out. A man held one of Gu's fingers and stuck a knife under his nail. Covered in blood, the nail had almost been separated from the flesh. With a hard pull, the man took the entire nail abruptly from the finger. Gu was screaming like a pig being slaughtered, his body twitching. The pain was simply beyond imagination. It so happened that he was held down by a few people and could not even move. All he could do was scream desperately. Damn, this gang is heinous. Originally Han Sen did not want to meddle in this, but he could not stand watching this anymore. The enemy of his enemy was his friend. Although he had no idea who Gu was, Han Sen did not mind adding an enemy of Son of Heaven's. In addition, this kind of torture was too much. Han Sen observed the situation and found that there were too many strong men in Son of Heaven's gang. Han Sen could not save Gu on his own. Why did you have to rescue them? Look at what's happening now, thought Han Sen, waiting for an opportunity. Gu was really tough. After 3 of his nails were pulled off, he still did not agree to their demand and was still cursing the gang. In the end, his body could no longer take the pain and he fainted. Son of Heaven, what now? This guy is tough. Tie him up. Let's find a place to set up the tent and get something to eat first. Son of Heaven saw it was late and did not dare to camp right outside this strange valley. Han Sen quietly tracked the gang and saw they had set up a tent and made a fire. Gu was tied up and Han Sen had not found any good opportunities to rescue him. As Son of Heaven's gang were about to finish eating, Han Sen thought if Gu was tortured again, the big guy would probably be useless even if rescued. Having an idea, Han Sen summoned Meowth and ordered it to run toward the other side and roar at the gang. A creature. It's a sacred blood creature. Do not let it run away. Knife and Baldy stay, we will go hunt that sacred blood creature, ordered Son of Heaven, leaving 2 guys watching the camp and Gu, while he chased the sacred blood 3-eyed cat with the rest. Running, Son of Heaven instructed, spread out and circle around it. We could not go far since it's dark. Seeing the gang running away, Han Sen summoned the wings and shape-shifted into Bloody Slayer, flying toward the camp in darkness. Baldy, incoming, shouted Knife when Han Sen was 30 feet from the camp. Baldy quickly summoned a mutant beast soul spear and watched Han Sen closely. Knife also summoned his pair of daggers. Han Sen was in their face in no more than the blink of an eye. Holding the Shira katana, Han Sen whacked it at Baldy. This strike from above was swift and powerful, but Baldy raised his spear with 2 hands and tried to block it. The Shira katana cut into the spear deeply, and Baldy's legs were forced into the sand by Han Sen's terrifying strength. When Baldy thought that he had warded off the strike, his spear broke. Baldy wanted to go back, but his legs were still in the sand and there was no way to run. Another katana strike cut Baldy in half. Ding, ding. 2 daggers were shot at Han Sen and mercilessly nailed in the gaps on the elbow part of his armor. To kill Baldy, Han Sen had no time to dodge. Fortunately, these 2 daggers were only mutant beast souls. Although they were swift enough, they were still stuck before they could cut deeper. Otherwise, Han Sen's arms would have been disabled. After killing Baldy, Han Sen turned to deal with Knife, who immediately started running at an incredible speed, not leaving any chance for Han Sen to approach him. Shouting. While running, Knife managed to alert Son of Heaven and the rest of the gang. Han Sen did not chase him, but lifted Ji Yu, who was tied up, and ran away with all 4 hooves of the bloody slayer. "Dollar, you son of a bitch. If you are a man, fight me one-on-one," cursed son of heaven behind him. "I think it is more like one gang on one person," said Han Sen full of disdain, running at full speed. The gang thought that lifting a big man like Ji Yu must slow Han Sen down and they could eventually catch up. But suddenly, a black 3-eyed tiger appeared next to Han Sen and he simply lay Ji Yu on the tiger's back. The bloody slayer and the tiger disappeared from their sight in an instant. Why would that sacred blood creature help Dollar? The gang members were confused. Son of Heaven finally understood. Damn, that is not a sacred blood creature. It is a sacred blood beast soul pet. That mother effer had fed a sacred blood pet. Everyone was shocked. A sacred blood pet must have cost so much advanced creature meat to transform. After chasing for a while, the gang gave up. In fact, when they found out that the tiger was a sacred blood pet, they had lost confidence. How did he make a sacred blood pet transform? Did he use sacred blood creature meat to feed his pet? Everyone was shocked by the fact that Dollar had a transformed sacred blood pet, which implied incredible power of him. Han Sen ran for a while and shape-shifted back after losing the gang. He put Ji Yu on the ground and cut loose the ropes. Dollar. Ji Yu recognized him. "Friend, how much do you think your life is worth?" asked Han Sen. Ji Yu was suddenly taken aback. "You also want my sacred blood sledgehammer?" "Not necessarily that beast soul, but I did save you. You do not mean to say the risks I took are for nothing, right?" said Han Sen. Ji Yu did not speak and cast an odd look at Han Sen. "And now you have nothing but injuries. Can you leave Devil Desert alone safely? If you pay me properly, I can get you back to the shelter," Han Sen continued. "Why should I believe in you?" asked Ji Yu. "Do you have any other choice?" Han Sen laughed. "Except for the sacred blood sledgehammer, you can pick from all the other beast souls I have. But you have to take me to the shelter first," said Ji Yu, wiping blood off his face. "Brother Ji Yu, is it?" Han Sen looked at Ji Yu. "Call me Ji Yu Ming, or whatever you like. I will not hear Brother Ji Yu ever again." Ji Yu Ming gnashed the teeth in anger. Han Sen smiled. "Okay. Now you have 2 options. One is to go out on your own, and the other is to pay up front. There is no other options. I am not Son of Heaven and will keep my promises. If you pay me 2 mutant beast souls, I could promise to get you back to the shelter alive." Ji Yu Ming looked Han Sen up and down and summoned several beast souls. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I know you and Son of Heaven are enemies, so I believe you. Here are all my mutant beast souls. Take your pick." Han Sen glanced at them and pointed twice. "This one is my reward for saving you, and that one is the price to take you back to the shelter." In the stationmaster's office of the teleport station on planet Roka, Qin Zan and Yang Manli were watching a video, the edited game recording made by Fang Mingquan. "He is this good at war frames." Yang Manli could not believe Han Sen was the one driving Silver Killer. His operational level was almost the same as the evolved warframe drivers in the army, which was so hard for her to believe. After all, Han Sen had just spent a few months in Blackhawk. Although Yang Manli already knew that Han Sen had fast hands and that he had passed EVOLVER 3 in Hand of God, she still could not help looking surprised, since this kind of operational skills took more than fast hands. "Station Master, so Digang is really asking Han Sen to endorse their new warframe?" Yang had mixed feelings. Digang was one of the 3 major suppliers for the military in the Alliance, with their products ranging from combat suits to interstellar warships. Digang made countless products for the military each year, but they also had product lines designed for civil use, which were known for their high quality. Although Digang did not sell as many as Starry Group, Digang's reputation was much better. It was not as well known as Starry Group only because its main client was the military. Recently, Digang had been committed to expanding its civil products. With the military labs as its research and development department, the quality of its products was not in question. However, business did not rely on the technology alone. Currently, Digang was still much worse than its peer Starry Group in terms of sales. This time, Digang had found Han Sen to represent their new flagship product, Biological Warframe, which was beyond the imagination of both Qin Zan and Yang Manli. With Digang's influence, it would be easy for them to seek endorsement of Evolver or Surpasser stars, yet Digang had chosen Han Sen, an unevolved person. Yang Manli was puzzled. Although Han Sen's skills were great among the unevolved, his level was still lower than the Evolver Masters. She wondered what it was that Digang had seen in him. To endorse a Digang product was a great honor, which Yang knew very well. All the stars who had this honor had military backgrounds and outstanding military exploits. This time, Digang had chosen a military school student who had no military background and had never been to a battlefield. This decision was shocking, to say the least. Manly, contact Han Sen as soon as possible. This is an honor for the special squad as well. Qin Zan felt that she had made the right call to recruit him. A few months after he joined the special squad, Han Sen had become the spokesperson of Digang, which was a boost in the relationship between the squad and Digang. Many weapons of the squad were supplied by Digang, after all. In this time, to the joy of the leadership of the squad, in order to invite Han Sen to endorse their new biological warframe, Digang had promised to provide the squad with a lot more equipment. The leadership was thus very pleased with Qin Zan and Han Sen. Will do. Yang Manly nodded slightly. Han Sen escorted Ji Yu Ming safely to the shelter in a great mood. Although he had not hunted any mutant or sacred blood creatures, he did weaken Son of Heaven's gang and left Son of Heaven with a sworn enemy. In addition, he had gained 2 mutant beast souls. As soon as he was back in the shelter, he was summoned by Yang Manly, which gave Han Sen a little headache. Although Yang Manly had great legs and breasts, she was cold as ice. Han Sen would do his best to keep away from her. Between Qin Zan and her, Han Sen thought Qin Zan was a true woman. Digang has invited you to endorse their new warframe. Go prepare yourself. When you are back in the alliance, Digang will send someone to Blackhawk to sign a contract with you. If you have any concerns, speak to me right now and we will talk to Digang, Yang Manly said and laid a file in front of Han Sen. This is your incentives for the endorsement. Can I turn this endorsement down? Han Sen picked up the file, read it, and then asked. Why? Yang Manly was shocked. It was a great honor even for many stars to be able to do this. She herself had dreamed of becoming the spokesperson for Digang someday. But presented with such an opportunity, Han Sen was asking whether he could turn this down, which confused Yang. I would have to be a part of their campaigns and roadshows. And that sounds like a lot of work, Han Sen said. With his head crooked, Yang Manly was sizzling with anger, wishing she could choke Han Sen to death. You don't want to do the endorsement because it is a lot of work. Yang Manly clenched her fists until her knuckles turned pale. She was controlling herself not to slap this guy in the face. Digang is blind to have picked this guy, thought Yang Manly. After a while, Yang Manly calmed herself down and handed some more files to Han Sen. Take a good look and let me know if you need anything. Han Sen was satisfied with the offer. Each year he could receive a handsome endorsement fee, and Digang would provide him with a full set of the endorsed products, and free lifelong after-sales service. That was to say Han Sen could receive one of each warframe that he endorsed and would not need to pay a penny for their maintenance. Although Han Sen did not know how much their new biological warframes would cost, he knew that even Digang's low-end products would cost a few million, much more expensive than the products of Starry Group. I have one condition, Han Sen looked up at Yang Manly and said. Say it. Yang Manly did not want to spare any words on this lucky yet shameless guy. If soldiers had the chance to endorse any Digang products, they would probably even do it for free. Not to mention Digang's offer had been very generous considering Han Sen's identity. Such an offer was more than enough to hire a big unevolved star such as Tang Junliu. Now Han Sen was getting this great offer as a student and he even dared to ask for more. I have a warframe from a Digang lab and wish that Digang could install a weapon system to it and give it the same free lifelong after-sales service. Han Sen knew that although his was a prototype, the military standard was applied during its making. And the ones that he would endorse would be for civil use and not as great as Silver Killer. The only beef Han Sen had with Silver Killer was the lack of a weapon system. Using independent weapons was not convenient and he did not want to carry the weapons around, which would defeat the purpose of portability. Also, once Silver Killer was damaged, ordinary repair stations would not be able to fix this super biological warframe. Hence he really needed Digang's service. Any other conditions? Yang Manly asked mechanically. Not at this time, Han Sen said with a smile. Yang Manly got up and said, I will submit your request and the leadership will negotiate with Digang. Go back and stay in Blackhawk so that I could notify you with the result. Yang Manly turned to leave, not wanting to spend one more second with this guy. I am finally rich, 20 million endorsement fee per year and the latest war frames to use. If Digang could agree to my conditions, It would be perfect. After Yang Manli left, Han Sen excitedly shook his fist. Han Sen naturally would never have turned down such a good deal in the first place. Little did he know that Ji Yanran was simmering with anger at this point. After that night, Ji Yanran had quite complex feelings, not sure what she wanted to do to become Han Sen's girlfriend, or turn him down. But how could she make him give up? He had shown her that he would not easily let go. Ji Yanran thought about all kinds of possibilities for the entire night and was expecting hot pursuits from Han Sen to follow. However, she never even saw him again. The first day she did not see Han Sen, Ji Yanran curled her lips and thought, playing hard to get. I've seen this trick before. I will ignore you and see what kind of excuse you'd come up with to see me tomorrow. But on the next day, Ji Yanran still did not see him. You do have some patience, but this would never work on me. On the third day, Han Sen was still nowhere to be seen. Ji Yanran became a bit impatient. He must have been in an accident. Was he hit by an aircraft? Is his leg broken? Ji Yanran thought. On the fourth day, still no Han Sen. That bastard must feel that he doesn't deserve me, who is gentle and pretty, regal and sexy. That must be why he did not dare to approach me. Certainly, that must be the case. The fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day, after 10 days she still had not seen him. And she lost her temper. Han Sen, you bastard, what do you take me for? You want to kiss and run? There is no such thing in my world. Ji Yanran was mad, and at this time, Han Sen had just come back to school and did not even have the chance to find her. Sen, you have come back just in time. Come with me to Professor Yan's class. Han Sen met Zhang Yang in the dorm room, who took his hand and dragged him away. How come you are going to Professor Yan's class? Han Sen was puzzled. Zhang Yang was a hot-blooded guy. He learned everything fast, but when it came to boring theories, he would feel tortured. Professor Yan's new course, Modern Theories of Martial Arts, was one of the courses that would give Zhang Yang a headache. The professor himself also had a dull style and expression and was not Zhang's favorite. But Modern Theories of Martial Arts was a compulsory course, and Zhang Yang had to go for fear of failing. This time, however, he seemed excited to go, which was odd for Han Sen. You have not heard. Two of the chosen, Ding Jiming and Tang Junliu, have been invited to do a teaching demonstration today at Professor Yan's class. Zhang Yang was filled with excitement. Han Sen then suddenly realized why he was so excited. Tang Junliu was Zhang's idol. It was a poster of Tang instead of a hot girl that Zhang was hanging next to his bed. Zhang Yang's ideal major was not archery, but martial arts. Because his fitness index was not high enough, he had to take the special enrollment program. Han Sen had also wondered why someone like Zhang would study archery, which needed patience, and learned the reason later. Tang Junliu's fierce style was Zhang's favorite. No wonder he was so excited. Han Sen was taken to the classroom by Zhang Yang. For an unpopular class, the classroom was overcrowded on this day. There were no seats and even the stands on the second floor were full. A lot of girls were chatting excitedly about Yu Mingzi and Tang Junliu. Han Sen, you have also come to see Yu Mingzi and Tang Junliu. Come here and have a seat. A student saw Han Sen and offered him a seat very enthusiastically. Han Sen hesitated, since he did not recognize this student. It is natural that you do not know me. I am also in the department of archery. You did our department right in Starry Cup. I would give the seat to none but you. Come here. The student smiled and offered Han Sen his own seat. Thank you. Han Sen could not imagine he would enjoy such treatment. It really is Han Sen. His Warframe game was so exciting. Is he also one of the Stars fans? Many students whispered and cast a few glances his way, but they were too well educated to bother Han Sen. As the class began, Professor Yan came in with two young men. One of them Han Sen was familiar with. With a handsome smile, Tang Junliu greeted the students. Another guy had an angled face. Han Sen knew he was the chosen that ranked 6th, Yu Jiming. Since Han Sen did not go to the ranking rounds, he had never fought Yu. Blackhawk students were polite and gave no more than applause. When Tang was introduced, Zhang Yang clapped so hard his hands were almost swollen. Professor Yan still used his old-fashioned way to teach, but when talking about different theories, he would ask Tang Junliu and Yu Mingzi to do demonstrations. With the participation of 2 stars, the teaching effect was perfect. Both stars showed high attainment in martial arts, and their demonstrations were successful. In a few words, the ultimate goal of the martial arts was to leverage one's own strength. And in real combat, in addition to strength, the psychological factor would also be very important. Hence in the various categories of martial arts, there would be training for psychological gaming. For example, the focus of Tai Chi was the application of the true and false forces. Professor Yan continued with his monotonous voice, another example is the black and white boxing. Please welcome Yu Jiming and Tang Junliu to demonstrate black and white boxing for us. Yu Jiming cut in, Professor Yan, if it is just the two of us, the students would not feel for themselves the essence of black and white boxing. Would you invite 2 students to spar with Tang and me? The proposal led to applause. To spar with such stars was of course a rare opportunity. Tang, what do you think? Professor Yan looked at Tang, as the school did not arrange any interactions with the students and he must seek his approval first. This is your class, I will follow your lead, Tang said with a smile. Tang also glanced at Yu Mingzi. He knew what Yu was thinking. Yu had fought him in the contest before and lost miserably. Now Yu was afraid he would lose again and did not want to be humiliated in front of the class. That being the case, we will choose 2 students to spar with Yu Mingzi and Tang Junliu in black and white boxing. Any volunteers? Professor Yan glanced across the room. Almost all the students raised their hands at the same time, except for Han Sen and a few others. Tang had noticed Han Sen a long time ago. Seeing Han Sen not raising his hand, he felt relieved. Han Sen was so great at this that he would definitely lose if Han Sen came up on stage. As Tang Xinrong let out a sigh of relief, Yu Mingzi suddenly asked, Professor Yan, I heard that Blackhawk has a student named Ouyang Shaoxin who is in the top 10 of the Military Academy League. Sorry, Ouyang is not here today, Professor Yan said casually. Would you choose someone else yourself? Yu Mingzi smiled and asked the students, besides Ouyang Shaoxin, who is the best martial artist here? All eyes were on Han Sen. Although they had never seen him practicing martial arts, they could tell from his skills of warframe operation that his fitness was great. Yu Mingzi paused. He did not expect the students to have the same candidate in mind. It seemed that the student that was looked at was very influential in the school. But Yu did not take Han Sen too seriously. There were so many military school students in First God's Sanctuary, yet few were among the chosen. As one of the chosen, he did not really think of the students as his true opponents. Tang Junliu saw the look in Yu's eyes and knew he was about to do something stupid. But Yu did not know what was on Tang's mind. He smiled at Han Sen and asked, What is your name? Would you spar with me in black and white boxing? Han Sen was a bit upset. He did not raise his hand, so why would you appoint him? Go ahead, Sen, you will be great. His classmates were very supportive and curious about Han Sen's martial arts skill level. Yu Mingzi was glad to see that Han Sen's popularity even exceeded himself as a star. He wanted to appoint Ouyang Shaoxin to show off, so that these students would realize the difference between a military student and the chosen. However, Ouyang was not there, and beating a nobody would not help him achieve his objective. Friend, your classmates have strongly recommended you, so please come up. It is just a practice, and the result does not matter. Yu Mingzi smiled at Han Sen and said, Wow, Yu Mingzi is simply asking for trouble. Tang smiled bitterly. He had never seen someone praying for his own destruction like this. Han Sen, come up and spar with Yu Mingzi in black and white boxing practice. Professor Yan did not want to waste any time and directly called Han Sen. Han Sen had to stand up and go up the stage. Tang Junliu saw it and said, Professor Yan, since Yu has chosen a student, should I do the same? He did not want to play black and white boxing with Han Sen and ask for trouble. Yu Jiming could enjoy that himself. Professor Yan had no objection and agreed to Tang's proposal. Who is willing to practice black and white boxing with me? Tang Junliu felt relieved and asked with a good-looking smile. There was a great show of hands. Tang smiled and said, I am going to benefit myself and you guys by picking a pretty girl. Miss, would you practice with me? The students laughed, and the girl asked by Tang blushed a little and went on the stage. Tang Junliu learned her name and asked Professor Yan first, Professor Yan, should we start first? Professor Yan agreed. Tang Junliu and Miss Jing started to practice black and white boxing. Tang did not really use all he had, but followed the professor's instructions and demonstrated a variety of movements before he beat Miss Jing. The process was delightful, and the students all applauded. Han Sen, it is our turn. Yu Mingzi could not wait to go up. He smiled and waved to Han Sen. Tang returned to his seat with a faint smile, waiting to see Yu Jiming embarrassing himself. Tang did not know Yu well and was not a fan of his. There was no way Tang would stop Yu. Han Sen smiled, walked opposite Yu and stood with a starting position like Yu did. The so-called black and white boxing practice was, in fact, a training of the judgment of yin and yang forces. Two players stood opposite each other face to face, one arm's length apart. One was to swing one's arm to attack, and the other was to defend oneself. There were two ways of making the attack. A black fist was a yang blow and a white fist was a yin blow. The one on defense needed to determine whether the opponent was using a black or white fist. If it was black, it should be dodged, whereas if it was white, it should be blocked with an arm. Black and white boxing was an entry-level martial art to train psychological gaming in yin and yang forces. All military school students would learn it in the first 3 months of training. Therefore, all military school students had practiced black and white boxing. The black and white fists were thrown in similar manners in black and white boxing. It was not easy to tell one from the other. Observation, judgment and psychological gaming were the key factors. And reflexes were less important. If one's judgment was not accurate, it did not matter if one's reflexes were good. Han Sen, would you throw the punches first? Yu Mingzi said generously. The one who attacked would enjoy certain advantages. Yu was confident in his accomplishments in black and white boxing, and believed that he could tell from Han Sen's micro-movements which fist Han Sen was using. Can we start now? Han Sen looked at Yu and asked. Sure. Ouch. Yu Mingzi had just agreed when a punch hit his chest before he could react. Yu stepped back and became furious. Professor Yan was explaining seriously. Han Sen did very well. This is a classic psychological gaming technique taking advantage of the weaknesses in the opponent's mind and hitting hard. However, Han Sen could have improved by hitting the vital parts of his opponent's body, such as nose or eyes, which would disable his opponent and help himself in the future rounds. The students nodded, while Yu Mingzi was very pissed. Then he had to suppress his anger, since the professor had put it like this. Han Sen did very well. Now we will continue. Yu Mingzi squeezed a smile, and went back to his position. Tang was laughing so hard inwardly. Yu Mingzi, you really did ask for this. It is just a demonstration, have fun with a girl. Why did you have to provoke a monster? Even God cannot save you now. Yu Mingzi, of course, did not think so. He thought he was just being careless and it had nothing to do with his skill level. Once he became serious, Han Sen would stand no chance. How could a military school student be compared to the chosen? In fact, most of the students also thought so. Although they felt that Han Sen should be great, they believed that against one of the top unevolved individuals in the alliance, Han Sen would still fall short. After all, Yu basically ranked 6th in the first God's Sanctuary, while Han Sen was only the champion of a school-wide Warframe game, not even a martial arts game. Therefore, the students still felt that Yu would do better than Han Sen. Han Sen, go ahead. Yu Mingzi finished his sentence and immediately became alert, staring at Han Sen. Han Sen directly threw his fist at Yu Mingzi's face, since Professor Yan had instructed him to hit hard in the vital parts. Yu Mingzi looked at Han Sen's standing position, angle of his body, and the ups and downs of his shoulder. Soon Yu easily made his judgment. Such exaggerated acting. Clearly there is no momentum. He clearly seems to be bluffing, but it is a yin blow for sure. I was better than this in kindergarten. Yu Mingzi raised his arm with some contempt, ready to block this white fist from Han Sen. He even used only one arm to show off his self-confidence and accurate judgment. Bang! Han Sen punched Yu Mingzi on the arm. Yu's face suddenly froze. He thought this punch was thrown with the yin force and used only one arm to block Han Sen's fist. But the fierce punch was actually a black fist, which was a yang force, and Yu's arm was smashed into his own face. Sparkles suddenly flew before Yu's eyes and a feeling of soreness hit his nose. He fell back involuntarily and sat on the floor. A hush descended on the entire room as the students were dazed. The result of the first round could be explained by the fact that Yu was unprepared, whereas the second punch was hit when Yu was intent and alert. However, Yu Mingzi still made the wrong judgment. Han Sen is awesome. He is good at black and white boxing as well. Ha ha, no matter what the outcome would be, this one punch is good enough. It is the chosen he is playing against. So cool. He is the pride of Blackhawk. Ha ha, did you see how the expression of Yu Mingzi has changed? Han Sen is simply my idol. How many military school students can manage to hit Yu? It is so worth it today to come to Professor Yan's class. Tang Junliu could hardly contain himself for laughing. Yu Mingzi, if you are smart, then quickly find an excuse to step down now before you humiliate yourself any further, thought Tang. Professor Yan was making a serious analysis. This is textbook application of yin and yang forces. Pay attention to his toes, which were slightly pointed outward. This is an appearance of using the yin force, since the toes would normally point inward when using the yang force. Han Sen managed to use this disguise, among others, to confuse his opponent. Now if you would pay attention to his waist and shoulders. Professor Yan played back the holographic image of Han Sen's punch and made a detailed analysis, pointing out the strengths of this blow. Although the professor's tone was monotonous as ever, he did highly praise Han Sen's performance. St. Well done, so many details in one punch. After listening to the professor, the students shook their heads in tribute. Yu Mingzi wiped his bloody nose and got up, unable to keep smiling. But he did not give up like Tang thought he should. Yu Zhiming continued to believe that his loss was due to his carelessness and walked up to Han Sen again. Han Sen knew what was on Yu's mind and understood that Yu wanted to use a student to show off his own strength. Hence Han Sen did not plan to save his face. Another punch was thrown at Yu's face. Eyes locked on Han Sen, Yu again made a judgment. From any perspective, Han Sen's punch was not firm though it looked fierce. Yu decided that it was a harmless punch. Having spent nearly a decade in First God's Sanctuary, Yu had experienced millions of combats. With his rich experience, he was confident in his judgment. Even if it was just a practice between friends, as long as the punch was thrown with any intention to beat the opponent, he would sense it. White fist. Yu Mingzi confirmed his own judgment, and put two arms across his chest to block the punch. Bang! Yu Mingzi's face turned ashy gray and was only able to stabilize his body after stepping back. He looked at Han Sen, astonished. It was impossible, and the students were so excited that they were about to cry out loud. No one had expected Han Sen to beat Yu once again. If it was not for the fact that the class was still in session, they would go up and hug Han Sen, because it was such an honor for a Blackhawk student to beat the Chosen 3 times in a row. If anyone dared to praise the Chosen in the future, they could say, the 6th Chosen was beaten up so badly by one of my classmates. Oh, I did not go. If I did, that Chosen would lose even more miserably. You think I am bragging? You can ask around yourself. Professor Yan was still doing his job, explaining the theoretical knowledge embodied in Han Sen's performance to the students in detail, but unfortunately few were paying attention to his words at this point. Tang even felt embarrassed for Yu Mingzi who had suggested to switching with Han Sen. Tang Junliu shook his head. Yu Mingzi has such a small mind. It did not need to be like this. Han Sen agreed to Yu's proposal and became the defensive side. Fixing his gaze on Han Sen, Yu threw a hard punch at the young student. Seeing the fear on the students' faces, Yu smiled within himself. Now all of you must have thought that I have been angry and want to retaliate, so this punch must a black fist. That would be unfortunate since I threw a white punch. This way I would win this round and look like a bigger person at the same time, salvaging my own reputation. Yu Mingzi believed that Han Sen would definitely dodge, yet the young student did not even cross his arms. Han Sen simply reached out a hand in front of Yu's fist. Yu Mingzi suddenly turned pale, since his fist was grabbed by Han Sen. The two stood still. Just awesome. I thought it was a black fist for sure, and it was a white one. Han Sen is so great. That is dope, and he is so confident. He is so good at everything. Professor Yan was still meticulously analyzing and teaching. More and more students had come since they heard about Han Sen's performance. Even the corridor outside the windows was full. Those who could not come were also watching the synchronous holographic session via their smart device. Yanren, go to the campus community site. Ku Lily suddenly poked Ji Yanren with a finger and whispered. Stop it, we are in class. Ji Yanren was not in a good mood since she had not seen Han Sen for days. Have you heard that Yu Mingzi and Tang Junliu have come to our school to do teaching demonstrations? Continued Ku Lily, excited. Yeah, but I am not interested in the idols, replied Ji Yanren, absent-minded. When Yu Mingzi demonstrated black and white boxing, he picked our genius to spar with him and got his ass kicked 3 times in a row. Genius? Which genius? Ouyang Shaosan, Ji Yanren asked after. Looking blank for a moment. Nope, I am talking about the genius, Ku Lily said solemnly. Which genius? Ji Yanren did not follow. Who can it be? The one who killed it at the Warframe game. He is the only genius on campus. Ku Lily rolled her eyes at Han Sen. Ji Yanran winced, and then quickly turned on her comlink and entered the live broadcast of Professor Yan's class. The moment she entered the live session, she saw Yu Jiming throwing a punch at Han Sen, who then stopped Yu's fist with one hand. So confident. Our genius is so awesome. But Yu is too weak. If my Tang Junliu is against him, then it will be even better to watch, Ku Lily said excitedly. She was a fan of Tang's, and that was why she was paying attention to this class in the first place. After a while, she added, why do I think the genius looks familiar? I must have seen him somewhere. You have seen him during the Starry Cup, Ji Yanran blushed and said quickly. I think it is somewhere else. Ku Lily was slightly puzzled, but soon threw the thought aside. Here goes Yu Mingzi again. Ji Yanran was secretly relieved. Fortunately, it was dark that night in front of the dorm building. Ku Lily did not see clearly Han Sen's face and was scared away by Han Sen's bluff. Watching Han Sen from her comlink set Ji Yanran's teeth on edge. Well, Han Sen, you are showing off in martial arts class now. Which girl are you trying to hook up with now? Ji Yanran looked at the old professor who was lecturing in her class and sneaked out of the classroom when he was not paying attention. Sweetie, where are you going? Ku Lily looked at her, surprised. Ji Yanran waved her hand and gestured Ku to be silent before she quickly left for Professor Yan's classroom. She was going to find that bastard Han Sen, and forbid him to fool another girl. But when she came to Professor Yan's classroom, the corridor was so crowded with people that she could see nothing. Ji Yanran had to continue to watch her comlink and wait for Han Sen to come out. Han Sen has made a perfect demonstration of black and white boxing. Professor Yan had been committed to teaching and made a great analysis of the performance of Han Sen. Yu Mingzi did not believe he was simply weaker, and tried 3 times with white fist, each easily blocked by Han Sen with a single hand. Yu's face was the color of pig liver in the end, and Professor Yan had to declare an end to the black and white boxing demonstration. Yu Mingzi's face was almost blue. He wanted to show his skills off at Blackhawk and had been humiliated big time. As the chosen, it was such a disgrace to be beaten by a military school student, especially in such shameful manner. The worst part for Yu was that Han Sen was only following Professor Yan's instructions from the beginning to end, and showed no pride after winning. It was as if Yu Jiming was a nobody, and beating him was not worth celebrating. Sen, I did not expect you are so good at black and white boxing too. When we go back, Zhang Yang stopped when thinking of the mysterious afternoon in room 304, and gave up the thought eventually. The rest of the class was somehow awkward. Yu Mingzi was restless with his face dark. The students kept glancing at Han Sen. Although no one was whispering in class, the online community was bombarded. The genius beat the chosen. 3 punches knocked a chosen out. Ha ha, a genius from Blackhawk. Great at both Warframe and black and white boxing. I want to see a fight between Han Sen and Tang Junliu. Not sure who would be better. Is that still worth asking? Of course it is Han Sen. Not necessarily. Tang is much better than Yu Mingzi. Tang has been the chosen for years and will soon go to Second God's Sanctuary. Makes sense. Tang's only 2 matches in the unevolved would be Dollar and Lin Feng. Tang is great, but we have a genius here. I do think he could fight Tang. I am afraid there is no chance for us to see that. Our genius did not want to go up, and Yu Mingzi had to make him. Tang would not do such a thing. It's a pity that we could not see them fight. Reading the comment in the campus community, Ji Yanran couldn't help smiling when seeing others praise Han Sen, as if she was praised herself. After Professor Yan's class, Ji Yanran saw many students hovering over Han Sen and decided not to join them. Ji Yanran checked the time and turned toward the cafeteria. She knew for sure that around this time, Han Sen would go to the cafeteria where there were their favorite juices. Ji Yanran did not go far before she was stopped Ku Lily, who had run over. Sweetie, did you go and check on our genius in the middle of our class? Who said I went to see him? Ji Yanran curled her lips and said with shame. Why else would you skip the class? Ku Lily asked, puzzled. To eat, Ji Yanran said and walked toward the cafeteria. Ku Lily followed her to the cafeteria. Ji Yanran deliberately sat in plain sight, and thought with venom, if that bastard does not take the initiative to come over, I will not forgive him. Sweetie, are you waiting for someone? Ku Lily suddenly asked. No, Ji Yanran replied absent-mindedly. Then why do you keeping looking at the door? Asked Ku Lily, puzzled. Ji Yanran suddenly blushed and withdrew her gaze in panic. She bowed her head to eat and replied, I did not. Sweetie, you are a bit weird today. Ku Lily looked her up and down. The genius is here, someone whispered. Ku Lily quickly looked to the door, and saw Han Sen and Zhang Yang entering the cafeteria. Ku Lily suddenly looked at Ji Yanran with disbelief. Sweetie, you were waiting for him, right? How did you know he would come here? Tell me. Stop it, I was not waiting for him, and how would I know he'd be here? Ji Yanran covered her own panic by taking a sip of her juice. When Ku Lily had thought of more to ask, Han Sen and Zhang Yang had carried their trays to the girls' table and asked with a smile, Sisters, can we sit here? Of course. Ku Lily looked at Ji Yanran who kept drinking her juice, and looked back at Han Sen. She had understood something. The genius is sitting with Ji Yanran. Is there something going on between them? Shut up. How long has he been here? I have never seen them walking together either. But it seems that their relationship is unusual. Ji Yanran now regretted coming to the cafeteria. It was a rushed decision and she was less mad at Han Sen since he had come over. However, the concerning eyes on her was almost burning a hole in her face. All she could do was drinking her juice. Hi Han Sen, my name is Ku Lily, Warship Command Major. This is my roommate Ji Yanran. You should have heard of her. Ku Lily smiled and reached out a hand. Hello, I am in the archery department. And I am Ji Yanran's boyfriend. Han Sen shook her hand friendly. Ji Yanran suddenly choked on her juice and everyone who heard that was appalled. Han Sen said that naturally, while it was quite an arrogant remark in the ears of others. No one had dared to claim to be Ji's boyfriend. The genius is just different. St. Is he for real? They are really together. This is too fast. He has only been here for a few months. There goes our campus belle. But he would be the only one who deserves her anyway. Gossip filled the cafeteria as people whispered and sent pictures to the campus community. The genius's girlfriend exposed. You would not believe who she is. Campus belle taken. A variety of different titles and videos filled the community in a sudden. At this time, Ku Lily was looking at Han Sen, stunned. Although she thought there was something going on, she did not expect him to admit being her boyfriend. Based on her understanding of Ji Yanran, her roommate would never let this happen. Ku Lily even forgot to release Han Sen's hand and stammered, You are her boyfriend? What is this nonsense? You think someone like you can be our president's boyfriend? I will kick your ass right now if you keep talking this way, shouted Monkey among a group of men who had come over to this table. Li Yufeng was also among them, looking gloomy. Why can't I? Han Sen asked evenly, looking at the emotional crowd. Our president has said before, whoever wants to be her boyfriend has to beat her at hand of God. Can you? Monkey asked coldly. That is easy, Han Sen said casually. Staring at Han Sen, Li Yufeng suddenly said, Now you have to beat me before you could pursue Yanran. Li Yufeng knew that with Han Sen's warframe skills, this guy must have fast hands, and gave Han Sen a bigger challenge. Now isn't that even easier? Han Sen laughed. What did you say? Monkey and the rest were furious. Li Yufeng stopped them, and threw a fiery gaze at Han Sen. Then we will have one match. If you lose, do not let me see you around her again. Is that necessary? You have lost already. Han Sen smiled. Damn, say it if you do not dare to game, ridiculed Monkey, thinking that Han Sen got cold feet. His friends were all helping him ridicule Han Sen, and Li Yufeng looked at Han Sen with disdain. If you dare not fight me, then stay away from her. At this time, Ku Lily was suddenly enlightened and stood up. With both of her hands on the table and her eyes fixed on Han Sen, she almost shouted, Are you Ji Yanran's boyfriend? The onlookers were shocked by Ku Lily. They all felt that Ku Lily was making a big deal out of nothing, since Han Sen just said he was. But Ku Lily quickly changed her way of asking, Are you my girlfriend as Ji Yanran? All of a sudden, everyone opened their mouths wide. They did not expect that this was the guy who had beaten Li Yufeng by 20 points on the BattleNet. Now that Han Sen had personally admitted that he was Ji Yanran's boyfriend, was it not the most plausible theory that he was behind that ID? That's my BattleNet ID, Han Sen replied casually. Li Yufeng, Monkey and the rest all went pale. They could not believe this. If Han Sen was really my girlfriend as Ji Yanran, then there was no need for another match indeed. No wonder the genius said he had won already. So he is my girlfriend as Ji Yanran. The genius is out of this world. I thought he was good at war frames, but he is better at black and white boxing. Now he is even better at Hand of God and has beaten Li Yufeng by 20 points. Great God, he is one of a kind. Han Sen was Ji Yanran's boyfriend, and my girlfriend as Ji Yanran was really Ji Yanran's boyfriend. This news made many feel incredible and relieved at the same time. After all, unless it was Ji Yanran's boyfriend, who would be so shameless to use that ID? But the news was still earth-shaking in Blackhawk, whose campus belle finally had a boyfriend, Han Sen. Ji Yanran was the campus belle, but Han Sen was even more famous, the genius who had the starry cup in his pocket, beat the Chosen in black and white boxing and killed it at hand of God. Many people only felt a bit surprised when hearing the news, and soon thought that it was rather natural. Even the photos of Han Sen and Ji Yanran together looked sweet and natural. When the two stood together, people noticed that although Han Sen was not as good-looking, he had a man's determination. What was more incredible was his skin was even better than his girlfriend's, making many girls jealous. Any picture with Ji Yanran and Han Sen in it was beautiful. They looked perfect together, like a sword belonged to its knight. If they were with anyone else, it would not be the same. Wait, have we met recently? The more she looked at Han Sen, the more familiar Ku Lily felt. Suddenly, Ku Lily thought of something incredible and her eyeballs almost fell out. She pointed at Han Sen. You, dormitory. Before Ku could finish that sentence, Ji Yanran blushed and dragged her back to the dorm. Sweetie, I did not see that you have such potentials. Tell me, when did you have this guy under your skirt? I can't believe you pretended not knowing him and said you had no idea who your boyfriend was, said Ku Lily with a faint smile, glancing at Ji Yanran, who had her face covered up in a blanket. Ji Yanran said with a look of pretended annoyance, "It's not like that. I really did not know it was him." "Ha, if you did not know it was him, why did you make out with him in public?" Ku Lily twitched her mouth and showed no confidence in her statement. Ji Yanran sat on her bed and took the blanket off her face. "Well, I will confess now. I really did not know before." Ji Yanran explained the story from the moment when she met Han Sen on the spaceship. "Sweetie, you had your eyes on him then, right?" Ku Lily asked after listening, squinting. "What? I'm nothing like you." Ji Yanran was speechless. At this time, Ji's comlink rang and it was Han Sen. "Aha, it must be Han Sen. So romantic, a phone call right after you parted," Ku Lily said, grinning. Ji Yanran was so shy that she had an urge to hang up, but eventually ran to the washroom and picked up. After a while, Ji Yanran came out and said, "He said that we barely ate anything before we left, and wanted to invite us eat something in a private room at the cafeteria. You want to go?" "Who is he?" Ku Lily gave an ambiguous smile. "Are you going or not?" Ji Yanran pouted prettily in embarrassment. "Of course, I will ask him to spare me one of his friends." Ku Lily twirled away to get dressed. When Ji Yanran and Ku Lily entered the private room, they saw Han Sen and Zhang Yang sitting there chatting. Seeing Ji Yanran and Ku Lily come in, Han Sen quickly pulled a chair next to him and asked Ji Yanran to sit there. Zhang Yang did the same for Ku Lily. "Han Sen, you hid the secret well and had Yanran to yourself so quietly," commented Ku Lily with a faint smile. "I have not had the opportunity yet," replied Han Sen with a smile. Ji Yan turned red and ground her foot into Han Sen's, making him yelp. Ku laughed herself senseless and said, "Han Sen, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Ku Lily, Yanran's best friend. Han Sen, Yanran's only boyfriend. And this is my classmate and roommate Zhang Yang." Han Sen touched Zhang Yang and said, "You can introduce yourself." Zhang Yang puffed out his chest and said, "Zhang Yang, student at archery department, Han Sen's roommate, and the greatest commander the Alliance will ever see. Well, there is an ambition. I admire that." "To us." Ku Lily raised her glass of wine. The four were all cheerful and young, so it took no time for them to get acquainted. "Han Sen, if you and Yanran are a couple, how could you join the Heavy Warframe Society instead of Hand of God Society?" Ku Lily asked. "Hand of God is not challenging enough, and I was not good at Warframes, so I wanted to learn." Han Sen told the truth. "I would only take this answer from you." Ku Lily heard Han Sen's answer and suddenly laughed. When Han Sen was about to say something, his comlink rang. Han Sen checked the number and excused himself to answer the call. So mysterious. "Is it a girl?" After Han Sen finished, Ku Lily asked directly. Ji Yanran also wanted to ask, but was too shy to do that. Hearing Ku Lily's question, she stared at Han Sen. "No, a friend is looking for me, and I'll go to meet him later," Han Sen said. "Such a fussy friend. Just ask him to join us," Ku Lily said. Han Sen paused, and Ku Lily continued, Han Sen, are you afraid we are going to see your friend? Han Sen suddenly laughed. Sister, if you do not mind, we can ask him to come over. Do it, I can handle 10 friends of yours. Ku Lily was cheerful and carefree. Then I will ask him. Han Sen called his friend and said a few words. Then he smiled and said, he is close and will be here in a minute. In a minute, they heard a knock on the door. Han Sen opened the door and a guy wearing a hat and sunglasses walked in. Friend, this is a military school. You think you can scare anyone by dressing like this? Ku Lily commented bitterly. Lily, Ji Yanran pulled her sleeve. The man laughed. That is true, I wear these because I was afraid of trouble. He took off the hat and sunglasses, revealing a handsome face. Several people inside the room were suddenly dumbfounded, especially the Ku Lily and Zhang Yong. Tang Junliu, Ku Lily stuttered, not expecting her idol would appear here. And she seemed to have been rather mean to him. Hi, I am Han Sen's friend Tang Junliu. I hope I did not disturb you, Tang said with a smile. No, of course not. Ku Lily, who was nagging all the time, suddenly turned into a shy girl. Han Sen felt amused, and thought, there is always one thing to conquer another. A girl like Ku turned into a kitty cat when seeing Tang Junliu. Nice, now she probably won't try to give me a hard time. Han Sen introduced everyone, basically just his friends, to Tang Junliu, since everyone knew who Tang was. Zhang Yang shook Tang's hand very excitedly. He had always admired Tang's fierce broadsword skills and saw Tang as his idol and goal, so he was thrilled to meet Tang in person. Tang Junliu, I will beat you one day, said Zhang Yang, holding Tang's hand. Tang froze, and Han Sen nearly died laughing. He explained, Tang, these words from Zhang Yang are absolutely without any malice. Among the people whom this guy will beat are the Shira King, Alliance President, and lots of senators. Tang Junliu suddenly came to understand it. He smiled and said, Zhang Yang, it would be my honor to be beaten by you. The girls both grinned. Tang Junliu, if you were in a black and white boxing match with Han Sen, will you win? Ku Lily asked unexpectedly. 60-40. Tang gave a reluctant laugh and blinked at Han Sen. Sen is so strong that he stands a 40% chance of beating you. Zhang asked surprised. Ahem, I mean I only stand a 40% chance of winning, Tang said helplessly. The rest looked at Han Sen as if he was a stranger. Someone like Tang Junliu said he only stood a 40% chance of winning when playing against Han Sen. This was so hard for them to imagine. Tang ranked second in the chosen. After Tang Junliu left, Han Sen resumed his routine and spent most of his time in the heavy Warframe society. There remained to be many problems in his operation techniques. He could easily beat anyone on campus, but in the finals of Starry Cup, he might not be able to get the championship. The championship of the finals was very rewarding, and Han Sen was quite interested. Soon bad news came from the sponsor of Starry Cup. Han Sen and his Silver Killer were disqualified, on the grounds that Han Sen had used an ineligible Warframe. Blackhawk protested this decision and tried to approach the Starry group, but the group insisted that Han Sen and Silver Killer be disqualified. The reason for Starry Group's adoption of this strong attitude was that their young master Son of Heaven had ordered them to kick Han Sen out. It did not matter who had objection. The decision had been made. Han Sen's disqualification aroused a lot of controversy in the Military Academy League. Some cheered the decision and some said they could not accept it. The biggest controversy was whether or not the Silver Killer should be considered ineligible. Starry Cup had not specified the details of the participating Warframes, so what Starry Group called ineligible was just their version. I know that there must be something wrong with the Warframe. As a freshman, there is no other explanation for his victory. But how did his Warframe violate the rules? Starry Group did not give a reasonable explanation, so it is difficult to convince the public. It violated some rules for sure. I think that Han Sen is the son of some general and thus uses a military Warframe. Or else why couldn't we find it on the market? It is a military Warframe for sure, which cannot be used in the Alliance. Han Sen has violated the law and should be arrested and interrogated. I thought he was somebody, but he simply cheated with a Warframe. If you give me a good military Warframe now, I can definitely become the champion of a school division in the contest. This is extremely unfair to the other players. I think it is not enough to cancel his qualification. They should cancel his division championship as well. Indeed, why was such a person made a champion? There were a lot of posts criticizing Han Sen all of a sudden on the Skynet. Needless to say, Son of Heaven was behind that. Many students who did not know the truth were also confused by these voices. After all, it must be true what all men say. But at this time, Han Sen chose to ignore those. Digang had agreed to Han Sen's terms and signed a contract with him. There were many activities that he needed to attend. One of the most important activities was that Digang would host a Digang Warframe match on the 10th of the next month. And Han Sen had to participate in it. In the period of time before the match would see overwhelming advertising campaigns of the new Warframe, skates. On the 10th of the next month, the Digang Warframe match would start and SKTS would be launched, while Starry Cup finals would also begin. As the spokesperson of Digang, Han Sen needed to appear in its commercials and campaigns, which he was glad to oblige. His Silver Killer had already been sent back to the lab to have a weapon system installed. But even if he still had it, Han Sen could not operate Silver Killer, because the only Warframe he should be driving for the time being was SKTS. SKTS had almost the same appearance as Silver Killer, but its performance level was much lower. As a prototype, Silver Killer was even better than ordinary military Warframes, let alone the civil ones. But the outsiders could not distinguish between Silver Killer and SKTS at all. From their looks, they were the same Warframe. All of Digang's campaigns had been about the concept of super biological Warframe, but none had shown the appearance of this new Warframe. At this time, Digang was seizing the time to shoot the commercials for SKTS for publicity. Digang had informed Blackhawk to allow Han Sen to take a leave from school when there was no holidays so that he could go to a base of Digang for the shooting. Because it was a trade secret, Han Sen could not tell anyone anything before the commercials were aired. Han Sen just told Ji Yanran that he had some errands to run before he was taken by the staff of Digang. In a corner office at the base of Digang, an 18-year-old girl in white uniform was arguing in front of Lu Changming. General Manager Lu, I believe that I have the ability and confidence to star the commercial. Why would you ask me to be just a pretty face and let an ordinary military school student to star the commercial? Please give me an explanation. Yu Qinzun was sizzling with anger. Although obedience was the first duty of a soldier, Yu Qinzun, who was from a service family, could not accept the fact that she had to be a stooge to an ordinary student. As a member of the Special Warframe Force, as well as the fourth and the only female among the chosen this year, Yu Qinzun was a bigger star than Tang Junliu and Lin Feng. As early as a year ago, Yu was designated as the official spokesperson of Digang and had endorsed most of the company's new products. The sales numbers of those products had been great. That was why it was difficult for her to accept the order to act in a supporting role to an ordinary military school student, who was from Blackhawk. Maybe for an average person, Blackhawk was regarded as a prestigious school, but for her, who was in Alliance Central Military Academy, Blackhawk was nothing. Qinzun, you are not in a supporting role. You are the heroine, and he is the hero, and the commercial will be starred by both of you, Lu Changming said with a smile. Besides, now all young people like to see a beauty in the commercials. You will definitely attract more attention than he ever will. General Manager Lu, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? This is a Warframe commercial. Have you ever seen a heroine who does not drive the Warframe? Asked Yu Qinzun, biting her lip. She had seen the script. Although she was the heroine, there was no scene where she would drive SKTS. The point of her being there was her face, which was not something she was used to. And she was indeed playing a supporting role. After all, whoever drove a Warframe could be called a star in the commercial. Qinzun, you are not only a soldier, but also a star. Trust your performing skills and I believe you can make yourself the protagonist of you too, Lu Changming narrowed his eyes and said. But, Yu Qinzun wanted to say anything, but was interrupted by Lu. No, but, this is an order. If you have any opinion, you can go talk to your superior. Lu Changming darkened his face. Yu bit her lip and had to step out of Lu's office. A soldier before a star, she must obey orders despite her own unwillingness. As a member of the Special Warframe Force, she could not even touch the Warframe in a Warframe commercial, which was definitely a shame for her. I want to see who it is that took this role from me. Yu Qinzun ground her fine teeth. If it was for any other commercial, Yu Qinzun would not mind as much, but she was really into SKTS. In her eyes, SKTS was leading the revolution in the Warframe industry. Hence it was her sincere hope to star the commercial for this Warframe. Han Sen was received by Lu Changming himself when he came to the base. Han Sen did not dare to trifle with Lu, who was the general manager of Digang and a major general. Fortunately, Lu Changming had a great impression of Han Sen, and their meeting was also quite pleasant. Lu Changming personally arranged for Han Sen's residence and welcome dinner, where almost everyone involved in the commercial showed up. Lu introduced the director, producer and everyone else to Han Sen. The only one missing was the heroine. But Han Sen did not know there would be a heroine at all and simply enjoyed his meal. The next day, someone took him to the Warframe training ground to get familiar with skates. Looking at its appearance, Han Sen could hardly distinguish between SKTS and Silver Killer. The only difference was that when folded up, SKTS was bigger than Silver Killer. Silver Killer was the size of a portable briefcase, while SKTS was like a luggage case. An array of SKTS were placed on the stage, looking identical. Han Sen picked one and turned it on. Although it had the same appearance, Han Sen felt the difference after he started to drive. In SKTS, the comfort of driver was improved, whereas the performance was significantly reduced. But even SKTS was much better than the King series of Starry Group in both performance and smoothness. Used to using a high-performance Warframe, Han Sen was driving SKTS in his usual style, which led to small deviations in the Warframe's movements. Some acts that Han Sen assumed that SKTS would perform easily actually failed due to its lack of horsepower. Having been watching him secretly in an SKTS on the side, Yu Qinzun felt even worse for herself being a stooge to this guy. Even if I could not get the leading role back, I will show you what it is like to be a true Warframe operator, thought Yu. Turning her Warframe on, she commanded it to draw a laser sword and rush toward Han Sen. When practicing, Han Sen suddenly saw an object approaching him at a high speed from the radar. He looked up and saw another SKTS coming toward him with a sword in its hand. Assuming that it was arranged to get him familiar with the Warframe, Han Sen was not surprised. Controlling his Warframe to hold a sword in hand, he was ready for the fight. But Han Sen misunderstood one thing. He thought there was an operator in each SKTS in the array, and was prepared to be thrown into a group fight. Hence, he thought he should get rid of the first Warframe coming at him as fast as possible, so that it would be easier for him to deal with the rest. Lu Changming and the director of the commercial Xu Wenchong were monitoring Han Sen's practice through a monitor. Suddenly seeing a SKTS moving, they both paused. And then Lu Changming suddenly knew what was happening and his face became grave. It must be Yu Qinzun. This is such nonsense. Ready to ask someone to stop her, Lu Changming rose up but was stopped by Xu Wenchong, who smiled and said, "Lu, it is okay. You said Han Sen is a Warframe genius, so wouldn't it be brilliant if he could just beat her so that she would play her role willingly?" Lu Changming said a wry smile, "Xu, you do not know Yu's background. She comes from a Warframe family where generations of people have been dedicated to Warframe operation. She was sent to the Special Warframe Force when she turned 16 and have been practicing with the best men ever since. Few at her age could be better than her at Warframe." Having taken a deep breath, Lu Changming continued, "Han Sen is very good, but I cannot guarantee that he will be able to beat her. Moreover, she has been practicing on SKTS for days, while he is just getting started. The performance of SKTS is much worse than Silver Killer, so he must be still getting used to it." Let's stop her immediately then," Xu Wenchong quickly said. "It's too late. Let's hope for the best," Lu Changming said with a wry smile. Even if he sent someone right now, it would be too late for that person to stop you. Yu Qinzun's style of operation was like her character, taking the lead whenever possible. She would fight without fear even when she was against someone much stronger than herself. Yu Qinzun drove SKTS at full speed toward Han Sen. With the power generated from the high speed, the SKTS wielded the sword from above fiercely. Seeing Han Sen raising his sword to block her strike, she felt more disdained. With the same Warframe, hers had a higher speed than his, so it was predictable that his Warframe would suffer more. Once his Warframe fell to the ground, he would have no chance to adjust. Before she beat him, Yu Qinzun's strike was so fierce that she seemed to have put all her anger in it. The swords were merely 10 inches apart and were about to collide. Considering the size of SKTS, the distance was alarming. At this time, Yu suddenly saw Han Sen's sword had disappeared. Yu Qinzun was shocked, but at this point there was nothing she could do other than watching the other SKTS turning swiftly and briskly appearing behind her. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Han Sen controlled his SKTS to kick the other Warframe on the back. Accompanied by its inertia of going forward, Yu's warframe was brought to its knees. With the intense impact, Yu Qinzun was dumbfounded, not just because of the physical pain, but also because she could not believe she would lose like this, to someone that she despised. For a moment, she did not move. She knew her opponent could have used his sword instead of foot, which would ruin her in her SKTS. Lu Changming and Xu Wenchong were also dazed. They had never thought that she would lose so fast. "This young man is really good," commented Lu Changming gladly. He had had enough of Yu Qinzun's festering these days. Now she had no reasons to complain. Xu Wenchong also smiled and said, "Indeed, it is wonderful for an unevolved person to have such performance." Trying to taking it from other SKTS, when Han Sen got rid of Yu Qinzun, he found the other war frames remained still. It seemed that it was the only warframe that he was supposed to spar with. When Han Sen was confused, a beautiful girl in white uniform came out of the skates on the floor. She was breathtaking and even comparable to Ji Yanran, although Ji was sweet, while Yu Qinzun was valiant. They were both gorgeous in their own style. The real war frames have too much constraint. "We should fight again using the holographic simulation machine," Yu said aloud, walking toward Han Sen. She was not convinced and thought her loss must be because she had underestimated her opponent. However, at this time, she had to concede that Han Sen was a great warframe operator and not someone she could beat easily. After all, it was not the battlefield, and SKTS was quite expensive, so she wanted to ask him to use the simulation to fight, where they would have less constraints. Han Sen thought she was an opponent arranged by the company and followed her lead to the simulation machine. As he was walking, Han Sen thought, "Digang is so thoughtful to have arranged such a beauty to spar with me. I was being so rude to her and have to act like a gentleman later." Han Sen was, of course, not thinking about losing on purpose. He only intended to wait longer before he won, letting the girl show her strength. Digang had paid for his operation skills, and why would they do that if he could not even beat the girl they had arranged? At the contest among the champions of all shelters, Han Sen had seen Yu Qinzun, but did not pay attention to her. Since she did not tell Han Sen who she was, he did not recognize her. Han Sen thought of her as a training mate instead of an actress whom he would be working with, or else he would let her win at least once. So, Yu Qinzun was miserable. Really, really miserable. Having played a dozen times on the simulation machine, Yu had used all she had, trying to win one round. But she really could not. Her opponent was so good that it was almost creepy. With unparalleled techniques, he brought his SKTS to life. Fighting Han Sen reminded Yu Qinzun of her practice with evolvers. It was like a fight between an adult and a kid. She saw no hope, but her opponent seemed to be deliberately teasing her, allowing her to show what he had and then knocking her out. No matter how pissed Yu Qinzun was, the gap in their strength was objective. Her anger changed nothing but her mood. Although proud, she was nothing like Zhang Yong. After losing a dozen times, Yu Qinzun quit the fight and walked out of the simulator. Is he really an unevolved student from a military academy? Yu Qinzun was very skeptical that Han Sen was simply an evolver. There was no other explanation for him to be able to achieve this level. But when Han Sen came out of the simulator, she saw his face and denied her own guess. Han Sen's look was on the tough side, but his skin became very smooth after he had started practicing Jideskin. Yu Qinzun could tell at first sight that Han Sen was not an evolver, but her peer. Judging from how young he looked, she thought he might be even younger than she. "Didn't you know that I am a freshman?" Han Sen wondered why she would even ask. Since she was arranged to practice with him, Digang should have briefed her on his portfolio. Yu Qinzun cast an odd look at him. He was indeed younger, since she was already in sophomore year. "You are so good at this. How did you practice?" Yu Qinzun was finally convinced that he was younger, but much better than her, and accepted the fact that Han Sen were to star the commercial. Coming from a military family, she had a straightforward style and respected whoever stronger than herself. Just lots of time and energy. Haven't you heard that saying? Han Sen shrugged, feeling slightly proud of himself being praised by such a beauty. What saying? Yu Qinzun was confused. Success is 99% of talent plus 1% of hard work. Han Sen laughed. Yu hesitated and asked him, "You mean that success is 99% of hard work plus 1% of talent, right?" "Sorry, made a mistake there." Han Sen felt a bit embarrassed, thinking that he should go more often to the cultural courses at school so that he could pass the school's semi-annual assessment. Yu Qinzun looked at Han Sen, and suddenly felt he meant what he had said. Without any calluses on his hands, he had skin as smooth as tofu and looked nothing like someone who would work hard. 99% of talent plus 1% of hard work. I will keep that in mind. She cast another glance at him. Although she did not believe in geniuses, Han Sen seemed to be a living example. Lu Changming and Xu Wenchong both watched their simulated fights and were surprised by the outcome. It was hard to find any match for Yu Qinzun among her peers. However, she lost to Han Sen completely, which was absolutely beyond their expectations. It seems that Han Sen was better than we have imagined. Great addition to the special squad. When he becomes an evolver in a couple of years, he will be even more extraordinary, Lu Changming pondered and said. Xu Wenchong nodded. Qin Zan has great judgment. It was impressive that she was able to pick him out. I have always had faith in the people chosen by the Qins. Lu Changming laughed. Han Sen later learned that Yu was the heroine instead of his training mate. As cheeky as he was, he felt embarrassed. Fortunately, Yu Qinzun did not know his thoughts. Because she had been convinced by Han Sen's talents, she was very cooperative in the shooting. In fact, even if she was not convinced, as a soldier, she would do her best to follow the order. The only difference was that she would act more naturally this way. During the shooting, Yu Qinzun would spar with Han Sen and ask him questions whenever she had the opportunity. As she got to know him better, she felt even more intimidated by him. Han Sen's speed was one of the things that made her feel inferior too. She estimated that she would only be able to do that when she maxed out on her sacred Geno points. Later, she treated him as a superior and even an idol to catch up with. If it weren't for his tender skin, she might even treat him as a teacher. However, she rather enjoyed squeezing Han Sen's face for the nice feel, which was actually quite alarming for Han Sen. The effect of Jadeskin had shown and he was afraid that someone might be able to tell that he was practicing this hyper-Geno art. The whole process of shooting the commercial lasted a total of 13 days, much less than the original plan. Lu Changming and Xu Wenchong were more than satisfied with the result. Han Sen too was happy about everything. In addition to working with a beautiful actress, he also ended up having his Silver Killer modified. After the modification, Silver Killer was not only equipped with a weapon system, but also shrunk in size. It was only as big as a 15-inch laptop at this point and Han Sen could take it with him anywhere. Lu Changming told him that it was the best the current technologies could reach and a breakthrough in science had to be made before its size could be further reduced. In accordance with their agreement, Han Sen was also given an SKTS, which had a special Digang mark on it, meaning it could enjoy lifelong free maintenance service. Unless this warframe was completely scrapped, anything could be fixed for free in a Digang maintenance station. Of course, if it was located within the range of door-to-door service, that could also be arranged. This type of maintenance service was not commonly seen, and only 2 SKTS had the mark. One belonged to Han Sen and the other to Yu Qinzun. And Han Sen's Silver Killer was also stamped with this mark. But when Han Sen looked at his own SKTS, he made a small request to Lu Changming. Because of the special properties of a biological warframe, its color could not be changed. An ordinary SKTS was in silver and even the owner added a coating on the outside. As long as the warframe was turned to its compressed form, the coating would disappear. So, Han Sen's request was to ask Lu Changming to add some blue patterns on his SKTS. Han Sen had already had his Silver Killer and was not interested in driving SKTS. With some decoration, it could at least look impressive when he took it out for a spin. Lu Changming agreed, but the color changing was quite difficult and required high-level technology. If the warframe were to be made entirely blue, it would be easier. However, to add blue patterns required the professors in the laboratory to manually change part of the particle structure. When Yu Qinzun found out about Han Sen's request and saw the holographic design of the blue and silver warframe, she requested the same patterns in red to be put on hers. For this reason, Han Sen stayed at the base for several more days and did not immediately return to school. In more than half a month, Digang had been pushing its campaign, but none of the consumers had seen the look of the super biological warframe. A revolutionary creation, a landmark in the warframe history, all the words Digang was using were viewed as a tail-spinning effort. The competitors also turned the public opinion against Digang, and reduced the company into a passive position. Digang did not issue a counterattack, but was quietly waiting for the press conference to be held on September 1st, when they would launch the new super biological warframe. Finally, on September 1st, Digang held the press conference on time. Different from the press conferences before, this one was hosted by Lu Chengming personally. Facing the journalists from all the major press in the alliance, he said only one sentence: "Please enjoy epic-making creation presented to you by Digang." After that, a holographic commercial started to play and all the audience were placed in a campus in the springtime, with breezes blowing gently. Then, they saw a beautiful girl sitting under a tree next to the playground, reading a book, her silky dark hair slightly fluttering. The scene was so breathtaking that the audience were afraid their breath might disturb her. Sunshine, green grass, and the beautiful girl brought them back to their innocent schooldays. Yu Qinzun, I knew it would be her, all the journalists were thinking. The recent Digang products were all endorsed by Yu Qinzun, with great market effect. Therefore, everyone thought Digang would continue to hire her, and it seemed that they were right about it. The scene was followed by a close-up of the book in her hands. In the sun, it felt like the ink could be smelled. However, darkness suddenly fell on the pages and Yu Qinzun looked up, frightened. A grotesque, giant warship appeared in the sky and covered the entire school like a dark cloud. A Shira warship. The journalists recognized what it was. Bang! An ugly warframe fell to the ground, leaving a deep pit. The warframe stood up, the sword in its hand yearning for blood. Next, Shira warframes flooded out of the monster-like Shira warship. The monsters descended from heaven at the same time, turning a sweet scene into hell. The earth was shaking, the gunfire was roaring, and the students were crying and running around. The girl played by Yu Qinzun was also desperately running, holding the book in her arms. But how could her legs carry her faster than the Shira warframes? Not to mention the warframes were everywhere. A suffocating despair spread in the hearts of all the audience. At this critical moment, she tripped over something and fell to the ground, and the book fell in front of her. Struggling to sit up, she reached for the book in panic. When she turned back, she saw the school under attack and the frightening groups of Shira warframes rushing over. Seeing the despair on her face, everyone was heartsick at once, wishing they could save the poor girl. But there were too many Shira warframes, and one of them had even slashed at the girl with a sword. Bang! A silver box suddenly hit the bloody sword aside, the letters, TS, engraved on the box. The silver box finally fell into the hands of a boy in school uniform, who pressed the box and threw it up in the air. Some journalists felt that the boy looked familiar, but none could think of who he was. Everyone's attention was on the silver box. The silver box rustled and turned into silver liquid, winding up the boy's body. In the incredulous look of the audience, the silver liquid turned into the parts of a warframe and armed the boy. Silver Killer. It is Silver Killer. Finally someone recognized it, and at this moment, SKTS drew a laser sword and a particle gun, moving toward the Shira warframes like a ghost. In the explosion, the sound of metal on metal, the sparks, and the gunfire, Silver Killer was killing away. Facing Shira warframes, Silver Killer was like a proud warrior, declaring to the Shiras that humans were the true owner of the land. Bang! The laser sword was broken. The particle gun ran out of energy and was thrown at a Shira warframe. With its ammunition exhausted, Silver Killer was still faced with endless enemies. Everyone was shocked by the incredible visual effect. It was even better than a movie. But the next scene was even more thrilling. From the bombarded school, the students rushed out one after another, each holding a silver box engraved, TS. When the box was turned on, all of them were covered in silver warframes, which then launched fierce attacks on the Shira army. Warfare between Shira and human was displayed with passionate background music, motivating each audience to join. Boom! The last frame was focused on the first silver warframe, which blew away. A Shira that was trying to attack the girl. The lens was zoomed in on the TS, engraved on the breastplate of the warframe in the end. A line showed up slowly, with a low male voice reading, Skates by Digang, September 10th, D Garden. After a moment of silence when all the journalists looked at the screen with a blank look, Lu Chengming appeared once again on the stage. The journalists were raising questions like crazy. Mr. Lu, is that a real warframe shown in the commercial? Mr. Lu, can a warframe really be compressed into such a small case? Mr. Lu, has any special effect been used in the video? Mr. Lu, is SKTS the same warframe that appeared on the Starry Cup? Mr. Lu, that boy driving SKTS must be that Blackhawk student disqualified by Starry Group, right? Lu Changming lifted his hands to quiet the room down and said quietly, "See you on September 10th. And then he did not say one extra word before leaving under the escort of security personnel. The whole alliance was in a heated discussion of SKTS. And the commercial had gone viral. That cannot be real. Must all be special effects. How can it be special effects? It will be sold on the 10th. So Silver Killer was the latest super biological warframe SKTS. No wonder it was not on the market, it had not been launched yet. Starry Group is rubbish to disqualify the student. How is this a warframe for military use? Everything is clear now. Digang deserves the hype. Amazing stuff. If it really works like this, I need one in my life. I had decided to buy 10 when I saw Han Sen at the Starry Cup. Come on. They have said it is a limited edition. It is still in question whether you could snag one, let alone 10. Digang is playing dirty by showing a virtual image as its selling point. A shame on the military business. Exactly, Digang rubbish. Yu Qinzun is gorgeous. She has changed her style too. Yes, she is so beautiful. I did not expect she could also perform such a role. A true goddess. Han Sen's operation skills are top-notch as ever. Can't wait for September 10th to come. I'm so eager to get my hands on this. On September 10th, Digang will be humiliated by its own lie. How can we produce something like this with our current tech? Ha ha, I am a Blackhawk student. That is our genius there. The genius is a big shot now, being the new face of Digang. He must have always been their spokesperson. Before the new warframe was rumored to be launched, he had used an SKTS already. SKTS was a total hit. All kinds of experts were analyzing if it was possible to make such a product. Some experts supported Digang, while some snorted, thinking it was merely a stunt. The debate was endless, and before SKTS was officially sold, the result would remain in suspense, which worked in Digang's favor, because either way, SKTS had enjoyed unparalleled popularity. And Digang also released the news about the Digang Warframe match on September 10th, the top 3 of which could each win an SKTS provided by Digang. But the applicants needed to be unevolved to be eligible. Only a few minutes past the announced application time, the application sites on the Skynet were almost out of capacity. The application period was only 2 days, after which a Skynet qualifier would be held, and the top 9 would to join Han Sen as finalists to compete in the Digang Warframe match on September 10th. Many commented that Digang was rather stingy by awarding only the top 3 with SKTS, so fussy over a warframe. The most expensive warframe for civil use at the time was the King series of Starry Group, which cost no more than $12 million and could be customized as required. SKTS, however, would not allow customization. Every warframe was the same model, not even the color could be changed. A warframe like this would be at most 10 to 20 million. Plenty could afford it, but when they saw the pricing, people were all dumbfounded. It was an absurd 76 million, which could buy 6 or 7 King series warframes and probably broke the record of Civil War frames. One could even get 2 or 3 military war frames with that price. Also, only 100,000 units would be sold. It sounded like a big number, but with so many planets in the alliance and tens of billions of people on each planet, 100,000 was not a lot at all. The competitors attacked Digang ferociously, and the people were also very dissatisfied with the company's strategy. The negative news of Digang was almost overwhelming. Yet Digang had no comment on any of that, waiting for September 10th to come. More and more applied for Digang Warframe match. Fortunately, in the beginning there had not been too many applicants and there was a limit of 2 days for application, or else the preliminaries could not be finished before the finals at all. Han Hao, come to see this person. This person looks like Han Senator. Han Yume frowned and called Han Hao while watching the Digang Warframe match. They just look alike. There is no way that's him. This is a star and Han Sen does not even deserve to polish his shoes, Han Yume's commented cynically. That's right, how could Han Sen star a Digang commercial? But they do look terribly alike. Han Hao, come here and look at this latest Digang Warframe, 76 million. So expensive that we could probably afford one if we sold everything, Han Yume said admiringly. Han Hao came out of the room, his face dark. Seeing the commercial, he gritted his teeth and said, "That is Han Sen." "What? It cannot be. Where did you hear the gossip?" Han Yume and her husband were staring at Han Hao. "That is no gossip. Check the list of actors and you will see." Han Hao was in a bad mood. He could not believe that Han Sen would turn thing around so quickly. First his cousin was admitted to a famous military school, and now he was in the most popular commercial of the entire alliance. Han Yume and her husband were dazed. They watched the star in the commercial that looked like the god of war, unable to believe that was Han Sen. At this time, Han Yume's comlink rang and she pressed answer. Her brother's holographic image popped out and said urgently, "Yume, have you seen the commercial of SKTS? Han Senator." In the old house of the Hans, Luo Sulin was watching the same commercial over and over again, her eyes red and full of tears. Since Han Sen spoke to her and told her about the commercial, Luo Sulin had watched it many times. No matter how many times she watched it, she could not get over her excitement, as if that figure in it was her whole world. On the other hand, Ji Yanran was not happy recently. She only learned from Han Sen about the commercial right before it was publicized. Before that, she was not even aware that Han Sen had gone to shoot a commercial. When the commercial was aired, many students came to ask her, "Yanran, your boyfriend is actually a star. Why didn't you tell us? Yanran, it the SKTS really how it looks in the commercial? You must know since Han Sen's your boyfriend. Did he take you on a ride in SKTS? She must have been driving it. Yanran, could you talk it up to the genius and get me an SKTS internally? I am afraid I won't be able to snag one." Ji Yanran was so depressed, since she knew as much as they did. "Asshole, I need to show him who the boss is when he's back." Ji Yanran fiercely ground her teeth. But when she continued to watch the commercial and saw the incredibly pretty Yu Qinzun, she suddenly sensed crisis. "Han, good job. You are now the spokesperson of Digang," Zhang Danfang said to Han Sen over the phone excitedly. "Ha ha, do you want an SKTS? Han Sen asked with a smile. "Yes, but unfortunately it costs more than 70 million, and even if you could get some discount for me, I still would not be able to afford one." Zhang Danfeng laughed. "Hang on, I could get you one in a few days." Han Sen was someone who remembered others' kindness. Since her family went downhill, Zhang Danfeng and his father helped them a lot. Otherwise it would have been even harder on Luo Sulin. And a while back, Zhang Danfeng gave him a $2 million broadsword and Han Sen took it. Although he never used it, he remembered. 2 million was not much for Han Sen now, but it was quite a lot for both of them back then. Even if Zhang could not use it himself, he could have used it to exchange for the meat of creatures, which he did not, but gave the weapon to Han Sen. That's not right. Zhang Danfeng was slightly surprised. Although Han Sen had endorsed the warframe, there was no way Digang would give these warframes away. "That's nothing, I have 2 now and will get you one in a few days. We could hang out together in them and get the swag." Han Sen laughed. "I appreciate it, but I am not interested in driving warframes. If you see some nice broadsword skills, remember to teach me," replied Zhang Danfeng. "Okay then," said Han Sen. Han Sen returned to school on September 6. The remodeling of SKTS took longer than he had thought. He could only stay at school for 1 day before going back to D Garden for the Digang Warframe match. He could get another SKTS if he was among the top 3. Unfortunately, this one would not come with a free lifetime maintenance service. Ji Yanran was on the BattleNet playing Hand of God when she saw a reminder saying, "My girlfriend as Ji Yanran was online. You finally showed up." Ji Yanran would like to invite Han Sen to her virtual room, but thought it would make her look bad. Hesitant if she should ignore him, she saw an invite from him. Ji Yanran subconsciously clicked yes, and immediately entered a room Han Sen set up. "Sister, playing Hand of God so late at night?" Han Sen sent a voice message. "Yes, I do not have a commercial to star, or any pretty girl to perform with. What else could I be doing?" Ji Yanran said sourly. Han Sen quickly said, "Do not mention it. I had thought that an actress would be pretty, but was so disappointed when I saw her in person. She does not have 1/10 of your beauty." As he lied away, Han Sen thought to himself, "Yu Qinzun, thank you for the sacrifice." Ji Yanran was secretly delighted, but pretended to be mad, "So that you went for her in the first place?" "No way, I went for you," Han Sen quickly vowed. "How does the commercial have anything to do with me?" Ji Yanran pouted. "You see, I already have a silver killer, but you don't. My family is not rich, so I had to work for Digang to get you a new SKTS. In the future, we could drive matching silver warframes," Han Sen said. "Who needs that?" Ji Yanran blushed. "It's just a warframe, I could have bought it myself. I had this one customized. It has blue patterns, and is unique in the alliance, which shows our love is unique, Han Sen said. Just a change in the color. If I want it to be done, Lu Changming would not dare to refuse. Ji Yanran still pretended to be mad, while rejoicing at heart. My thought is unique though. Han Sen was a bit shocked. He knew Ji Yanran was from a prominent family, but her tone suggested that her family was probably more powerful than he had imagined. You would really give it to me? Yours should come with the Digang mark, right? Ji Yanran pondered and asked. Of course, nothing is more important than my future wife. Han Sen said. Who is your future wife? A warframe for a wife? You are too clever. Ji Yanran pouted prettily. Okay, a lover then, Han Sen said, grinning. I'll give you a chance. If you could show up in front of me when I count to 3, I could totally be your lover, Ji Yanran teased Han Sen. That is not fair. You know I'm not on campus, cried Han Sen. Anyway, I gave you the opportunity. It's not my fault you can't make it. Ji Yanran knew Han Sen would participate in the Digang Warframe match and must not be at school. 1. Ji Yanran counted with delight. No, Han Sen whimpered. 2. You have to seize the time. Ji Yanran laughed. Can you count down in a few days? Han Sen begged. No, I cannot wait to want to be your mistress. I've showered and been waiting for you to come. How can I stop now? Okay. 2.5, hurry. Ji Yanran continued to tease him. Sweet sister, wait for me a bit longer. Han Sen continued to plead. I have been so horny. It has to be now. Ji Yanran fell into a strong arm before she could finish the sentence. Surprised, she felt warmth breath next to her ear and heard a familiar voice. Sister, you need to stay true to your words. Now you can be my lover, how can you be here? Ji Yanran was suddenly so shy that even her neck was crimson. She teased him because she was convinced he must be on the way to D Gardener there already. Han Sen was holding Ji Yanran behind her, looking at her pink ear, and could not help pecking on it. Ji Yanran suddenly felt an electric shock, going limp in Han Sen's arms. Looking at how pretty she was, Han Sen felt an urge and kissed her deeply on her lips. Arms around Han Lan's neck, she kissed him back. Ah, while the two were at it, a scream scared them and they quickly separated. Ahem, I am just passing by. Please continue. Ku Lily, who had come to look for her roommate, went away, grinning. You come back here. Ji Yanran was full of shame. She quickly ran over to chase Ku Lily. Han Sen looked at his own right hand with contempt. It was this guy that had touched Ji Yanran's breasts when she was dazed. Han Sen only spent 1 day at school before he took an interstellar spacecraft to D Garden. He needed to compete in Digang Warframe match for the endorsement and the prize. There were many applicants for the match in the end, and all the finalists were strong. Some players from military schools even gave up the Starry Cup finals for this. Compared to the King Series Warframes, the mysterious SKTS was clearly more attractive. Lily, hurry, the live stream of the SKTS launch is about to start. You won't make it if you don't run. After class, Ji Yanran and Ku Lily quickly ran across the campus. Out of breath when back in their dormitory, Ku Lily saw Ji Yanran turning her device on and watching the SKTS launch. She was quite relieved and said, fortunately we made it. You are doomed, Yanran. Are you still that girl who is the goddess of all guys and does not even spare them a glance? You just fell in Han Sen's laps. Ku Lily looked at Ji Yanran's expression and said incredulously. Ji Yan suddenly blushed. Who said I was looking at him? I simply want to check SKTS out. It's an epic-making product. Ha, the product. Why do you stare at the contestants then? Ku Lily asked with a faint smile. Ji Yanran continued to quibble. That is because he promised me his prize. Otherwise I will never look at him. Stop it, I know all about your family's Warframe collection. You have even the historic Warframe from the Battle of Planet Blackdeer. You expect me to believe you care about this Warframe? Ku Lily twisted her lips. So what, I enjoy watching my boyfriend. Ji Yanran did not even care at this point. Doomed. You are so doomed. Ku Lily was surprised to see Ji Yanran like this, changing from a goddess to an ordinary girl. At the launch, a large number of media and consumers were waiting for the release of SKTS. It was even more crowded than Lu Changming had imagined. Although there were a lot of bad comments on the Skynet, many were simply attracted by this controversial Warframe. When Lu Changming walked up to the podium, the major media were desperately taking pictures. Reporters that wanted to ask questions were all stopped by the guards. I will not say anything but ask you to enjoy Digang's recent masterpiece. The gate was lifted after Lu Changming finished the sentence. Boxes with TS engraved on them were neatly arranged on the shelf in a huge warehouse. It looks the same as in the commercial. It sure does. It's just the look. Its performance cannot be compared with the ones in the commercial, right? The media and those who wanted to buy SKTS were staring at the rows of silver boxes. Suddenly, they saw two persons walking from the warehouse into the stage. Look, it's Yu Qinzun and Han Sen. They are also carrying SKTS. The journalists were taking pictures as fast as they could. And at this time, Han Sen and Yu Qinzun exchanged a glance and turned their SKTS on, throwing the war frames in the air. Same as the scene in the commercial, the silver boxes turned into the silver liquid and flowed down, turning into parts of war frames and armed the two. Very soon, two SKTS were standing in front of people. Skates made by Digang is officially on the market. Yu Qinzun and Han Sen drove the war frames to the match venue and started a demonstration. The techniques they used bedazzled all. Oh, it's true. Everything in the commercial is true. A biological warframe is so impressive. Even that move is possible. Viva Digang. This is really an epic-making product. That's my dream warframe. The new era of warframe has finally come. A warframe revolution. Don't push. I came first. The entire site was in madness. As expensive as it was, all 100,000 units of SKTS were sold out almost in the blink of an eye. Many regretted coming too late. And after the launch of SKTS, the Digang Warframe match officially took off. This day, almost all the media were crazy about SKTS. And those who got their hands on one started to brag. A variety of videos about the testing, operation, and first impression of SKTS went viral. It was as if there was only this one model of Warframe in the entire alliance. Those who were originally interested in SKTS but hesitated because of all the rumors were very regretful. Bang! Son of Heaven smashed a glass cup. It was the opening of the Starry Cup finals, but there were almost no reports on the Starry Cup. Almost all of the media chose to cover Digang and SKTS instead. This was a major loss of Starry Group. And what made it worse was that the spokesperson of SKTS was Han Sen, whom Son of Heaven should have killed a long while back. The massive Starry Cup finals turned out to be rather quiet. The finalists all felt quite rueful about coming. Had they known about how good SKTS would be, they would have applied for the Digang Warframe match instead of Starry Cup. Both matches were commercial anyway, so all that mattered was the prizes. And how could a Starry Group Warframe even be compared to SKTS, when the latter was the best in limited edition? And because most of the ace players had chosen to participate in the Starry Cup, the competition was not as fierce in the first Digang Warframe match. Many of the applicants to the Digang match were the bench players of famous teams. Since they had no chance to compete in the Starry Group, they had chosen to compete in the Digang Warframe match. That was also a fact that contributed in Han Sen's championship. Of the Digang match with 9 victories, the second place was Yu Qinzun. She only lost to Han Sen. The red and blue patterns on Yu Qinzun and Han Sen's SKTS had also attracted a great deal of attention. Many inquired if they could add patterns to their own SKTS, and was replied that those were only designed for the spokespersons and would not be sold on the market. At this point the SK series had become a synonym for high-end warframes. Han Sen had also become quite a celebrity among the unevolved. In Steel Armor Shelter, Young Manly widened her eyes, glaring at Han Sen. Why would you want to refuse to Digang's new warframe SK Wolf? Young Manly could not begin to understand that. Digang had offered Han Sen excellent conditions for him to endorse their new 4-legged warframe SK Wolf, but Han Sen had turned their offer down. In the view of Young Manly, Han Sen was just arrogant. He thought he had become a big star after shooting a commercial. Why did you turn it down? Qin Zan looked at Han Sen and calmly asked. Endorsement could bring me a lot of wealth and popularity. Han Sen paused, and then continued, but my goal is not to become a big star, and this endorsement takes up too much of my time. I do not have time to be wasted on these things. SKTS was quite enough for now. Please explain on my behalf and turn down Digang's offer. I believe you would not want to see me failing the semi-annual assessment either. Qin Zan smiled and said, since you have decided, I will reply Digang and you can focus on other things. Thank you, Captain. Han Sen was glad that he was working for Qin Zan, who was an admirable boss in every aspect. After Han Sen left, Young Manly was very puzzled. She looked at Qin Zan and said, Captain, why did you agree to let him turn down the endorsement? It would do him and the special squad good. Qin Zan grinned. An endorsement does not mean much. He has done quite enough. And he was right that the special squad does not need an expelled student. Do you really believe what he said? Yang Manli widened her eyes. He was exaggerating, but was right about one thing. If his own strength cannot keep up with his fame, then everything is just void. He really should not waste too much time on vanity. Qin Zan paused and said, "Draft a document to turn down Digang's endorsement request, please." Han Sen was taking Wang Mengmeng to Devil Desert. In order to get the S-class license as soon as possible, Han Sen spared no effort to make Wang Mengmeng max out on all types of Geno points other than the sacred ones. Fortunately, Wang Mengmeng was resourceful, so it should not take too long. And he was not her only protector either. She would only ask him to accompany her to the extremely dangerous places like Devil Desert. There were quite a lot of sacred blood creatures in Devil Desert, and Han Sen would like to take a chance and see if he could gain a sacred blood weapon. If he could, then in the future, he would not have to run from the sacred blood creatures like the silver bird, but could try to kill them. Wang Mengmeng rarely went to school. The reason she had chosen Heavy Warframe Society was that there was no constraints there, so that she could spend most of her time in God's sanctuary. In addition to Han Sen, there were several other special squad members taking her out on hunting trips. Coupled with adequate advanced meat for her consumption, Wang Mengmeng improved fast. Currently she could fight a mutant creature alone. Han Sen leisurely followed Wang Mengmeng riding the mutant three-eyed beast, watching her fight. All he had to do was to summon the golden rock worm to clean up the creatures she had killed. Now Han Sen's targets were limited to mutant and sacred blood creatures. However, Wang Mengmeng still needed some primitive Geno points, so they were still hunting for rare primitive creatures. "Brother Han, there seemed to be a group of creatures eyeing us from above," said Wang Mengmeng, sitting on the back of her big white bear. "It has been a while. I wonder why they did not attack us." Han Sen nodded, as he had already noticed them. It was a group of black feathered beasts. They were primitive creatures with a monkey-like body and a pair of black wings. Han Sen had spotted them before, but they usually appeared in small groups instead of a large group like this. There were at least 36 black feathered beasts gathering in the sky right now. These black feathered beasts were hovering over them, but did not mean to attack. Han Sen had some doubts about this. Although they were intelligent, he did not believe that they could tell he and Wang were strong from their looks. With so many of them, the beasts could have tried to attack. When Han Sen was wondering, he suddenly heard faint sounds of fighting ahead of them. The two exchanged a look and urged their mounts up a dune. From there, they saw a group of people being attacked by thousands of black feathered beasts, some of which were mutant creatures. Surrounded by black feathered beasts, the group had no way to escape. They were fighting hard, but there were bodies of both the black feathered beasts and humans on the sand. So these guys hovering over us are just the sentinels. No wonder they had not attacked us. We were never their goals. Han Sen was scared by how intelligent the creatures could be. They even had a strategy. That looks like Wangfu Pingqing. What's she doing here? Wang Mengmeng watched for a while and looked surprised, her eyes on a woman in red armor among the group of people. Wangfu Pingqing, who is she? Han Sen paused as he had never heard such a name in steel armor shelter. Judging from Wang's reaction, she seemed important. She is the daughter of Wangfu Hao. The Wangfus and Wangs have been friends for generations. We have been cooperating in many businesses. She is 2 years older than me, and has entered God's sanctuary 2 years before I did. Her shelter should be Faith Shelter. Why would she be here? Wang Mengmeng asked, "Brother Han, can we help them kill the creatures? Do you know the rest of them?" Han Sen did not answer, but asked. "No." Wang Mengmeng shook her head after looking carefully. "How tight are you and Wangfu Pingqing?" Han Sen asked again. "We have known each other since we were little and our families have business collaborations," Wang Mengmeng thought and replied. "Then we'd better stay here, so that they would not assume that we wanted to steal the creatures." Han Sen narrowed his eyes and said. Wang Mengmeng instantly understood what he meant and stayed quiet. Obviously, Han Sen believed that the group was able to cope with the group of black feathered beasts. If the two of them rushed over, the group might misunderstand their intention. After a while, a young man of the group summoned a pair of white wings, flew up and started a killing spree. "He is great." Wang Mengmeng was slightly surprised to see the young man moving. "Your friend is better," Han Sen smiled and said. "Her." Wang Mengmeng looked to Wangfu Pingqing in surprise, only to find her shooting arrows under several people's protection. Compared to the winged young man, she seemed less impressive. Every arrow she shot would kill the beast that poses the most danger to the group. And even a mutant beast would be shot dead by her. She looked ordinary, but her threat to these creatures is greater than the young man. She is both calm and capable. I think she is probably better than I in archery, said Han Sen, squinting. Wang Mengmeng observed carefully, and found Han Sen was right. Wang Fu Pingqing's arrows seemed out of order, but would always hit the most dangerous black-feathered beast. Suddenly, with a strange cry from afar, the cloud-like black-feathered beast scattered quickly, leaving thousands of dead bodies on the sand. The group of people clearly had noticed the two of them a while ago. Some of them stayed to clean up the field, and Wang Fu Pingqing walked over to the two together with the young man who had beast soul wings. Mengmeng, so great to see you here. Wang Fu Pingqing held Wang Mengmeng's hand and said dearly. Sister, I was afraid that you might misunderstand, so I did not go over to help. You will not blame me, right? Wang Mengmeng blinked and said. Of course not, I understand that you meant well, Wang Fu Pingqing said, and looked to Han Sen in surprise. Aren't you the spokesperson of SKTS? I did not expect to see a celebrity here. It is my honor to meet you. Wang Fu Qingqing had reached out her hand. It seemed that she was genuinely happy to see him. Miss Wang Fu, you flatter me. I just got lucky. Han Sen felt a chill. Although Wang Fu Pingqing had a beautiful smile and cordial manner, he had an instinct that she was more dangerous than Son of Heaven. The poisonous plants were always beautiful. Since Mengmeng is my friend and you are hers, then we are friends and you can call me Pingqing. She then introduced the young man with her. This is Wang Dongling. He has been a great help in the shelter. If it weren't for him, I could never get here and chat with you. Wang Dongling's face was grim when seeing Wang Fu Pingqing talking to Han Sen like that, but now hearing her remark, he suddenly smiled and said hi to Han Sen and Wang Mengmeng. After the four chatted for a while, Han Sen learned that Wang Fu Pingqing and the rest had traveled from Faith Shelter and across the Devil Desert to reach here. It is really good to see you here. Can you take us to Steel Armor Shelter? Wang Fu smiled and asked. Wang Mengmeng was ready to agree, but Han Sen suddenly said, Miss Wang Fu, we are not far from Steel Armor Shelter. Here is a map and if you follow this, you will get there in days. We have just arrived and will not head back now. Wang Fu looked surprised for an instant before she put on a smile and gave the map to Wang Dongling. That being the case, I have to trouble Mr. Wang to take the group there. I have so much to talk about with Mengmeng, and will join you on your hunting trip. Wang Dongling's face slightly darkened. He quickly said, Pingqing, it is too dangerous for you to be here alone. I will ask the rest to go to Steel Armor Shelter and I can stay to protect you. Han Sen could not help frowning. Wang Fu Pingqing and Wang Dongling decided to stay without his consent, while the rest of the group took the map and went to Steel Armor Shelter. Miss Wang Fu, do you need these black-feathered beasts' bodies? Han Sen pointed to nearly 1,000 dead black-feathered beasts on the ground. So much primitive meat, even if I want it, I won't be able to take it back. If you can use it, be my guest. Wang Fu wondered what Han Sen could possibly do with it. Han Sen thanked her and summoned the golden rock worm king, which was now the size of an ox. It quickly squirmed to the bodies and started to swallow. Wang Fu Pingqing and Wang Dongling were both shocked by how the worm ate its food. They had seen nothing like this since there were not a lot who kept advanced beast soul pets. Seeing the golden rock worm king eating the bodies up and growing in size, Wang Fu Pingqing could not help feeling surprised. Mr. Han, is this a sacred blood beast soul pet? Wang Fu looked at Han Sen and asked. It is, but it's basically useless. All it does is eating. Han Sen laughed. He gained the beast soul of the golden rock worm king when he was with Wang Mengmeng, so he did not hide it from them. Plus, everyone knew it was hard to make a beast soul pet transform, let alone a sacred blood one. Han Sen was trying to seize every opportunity for him to feed the worm king. You are full of surprises. It's so impressive that you have a scared blood pet. I've always wanted one. If you could sell it to me, I promise that I will pay handsomely, Wang Fu said unexpectedly. Before Han Sen answered, Wang Dongling could not help saying, Pingqing, what do you need a beast soul like this for? It is almost impossible to make a sacred blood beast soul transform. Without a lot of sacred blood meat, that could never be done. Han Sen chuckled inwardly and thought, this guy is so dumb. That was just a probe. She does not really want to buy the Worm King. Wang Fu heard Wang Dongling and said with a smile, I just really like it. Would Mr. Han be willing to sell? Han Sen smiled faintly and said, Miss Wangfu, if you like it, of course I could sell. But I have spent quite some energy to feed the Golden Rock Worm King and the price would be high. I suggest that we barter. I could trade this sacred blood beast soul with another. What do you think? Wangfu pondered and said, I also need sacred blood beast souls. Do you accept cash? I am willing to buy it with 100 million. Han Sen slightly shook his head. I am sorry for Miss Wangfu. I am not short of money, and would only consider another sacred blood beast soul. It is really a pity. Wangfu seemed to feel genuinely sorry. The conversation had ended. Wangfu never wanted to buy the beast soul pet, but her probe did not get her what she wanted to know. But Han Sen did make her feel alarming. She had an intriguing smile on when seeing him. Because Wangfu Pingqing and Wang Dongling had joined them, Han Sen did not need to do much. He simply protected Wang Mengmeng to hunt and did not fight himself. Wang Dongling, on the other hand, had been very eager to show off in front of Wangfu. He was constantly killing creatures, making Wang Mengmeng quite unhappy. Wang Mengmeng planned to practice her skills in Devil Desert. It was rare that she saw two mutant creatures, which were both killed by Wang Dongling to kill. Fortunately, those two mutant creatures were both too large for anyone to eat. So they fell into the stomach of the Worm King in the end. Mr. Han's Warframe skills are the best among the unevolved. I wonder which aspect are you good at when it comes to martial arts? Wangfu Pingqing wanted to see how well Han Sen could fight when they saw the mutant creatures, but Wang Dongling was quite eager to show off and her plan failed. There is nothing in particular that I am good, Han Sen casually replied, wondering if he should end the trip early. With these two following, he could not achieve anything. With his skills in Warframe, Mr. Han must have spent all his time on that, Wang Dongling cut in. Han Sen almost laughed out loud. Wang Dongling was definitely the worst teammate ever. He did not understand the minds of Wangfu at all and was playing cover for Han Sen. Wangfu frowned. As astute as her, she was impatient about Wang Dongling, who had disrupted her probe for Han Sen. Wang Mengmeng also felt amused. Seeing it getting awkward, she said, Brother Han is in the archery department, so he is good at archery, but definitely not as good as Pingqing. Han Sen being an archery student was reported by various media, and Wang Mengmeng felt it was okay to share that. So Mr. Han, you are in the archery department. We shall have a little competition later. Wangfu did not pay any special attention to Han Sen before and only learned his name via the Digang commercial. Knowing he was an archery student, she was quite delighted. I think we should forget it. My archery skills are quite ordinary. Han Sen was tired to cope with Wangfu. As pretty as she was, this woman was too cunning. Han Sen did not like women like her. Pingqing, do not embarrass him. He must have spent all his time on war frames instead of archery. If you want to compete, I can join you. I have practiced archery for a long time, Wang Dongling said with a smile. Han Sen and Wang Mengmeng exchanged a glance, and both of them twitched the corners of their mouths. This guy was so dumb that he was almost cute. Wangfu was about to burst with rage. She thought, Wang Dongling, you must be a pig. Han Sen is obviously Wang Mengmeng's protector. If Han Sen had nothing special about him, would the Wangs trust Mengmeng alone with him in such a dangerous place? Wangfu was so mad that she stopped talking. The four continued into Devil Desert. After a while, Han Sen suddenly looked up at the sky and said grimly, we should go back. So soon? Wang Dongling slightly hesitated, not understanding what made Han Sen say so. Wangfu Pingqing and Wang Mengmeng looked in the direction of Han Sen's sight and saw two black feathered beasts circling in the sky. You are worried about the black feathered beasts? Wangfu lowered her voice and asked. Han Sen nodded. These days there have always been black feathered beasts around us. Maybe it has something to do with that large group of them. Wang Dongling said with a confident smile, Mr. Han, you worry too much. They are merely beasts and not as intelligent as you think they are. And even if they come here, I could kill as many as there are. Han Sen did not have time to explain to Wang Dongling. He summoned his mutant three-eyed beast mount and called Wang Mengmeng, Mengmeng, let's go. Han Sen had seen what the sacred blood fox king could do, and these black-feathered beasts might also have a king like that. Constantly seeing them around gave him a bad feeling. Since he had taken Wang Mengmeng here, he needed to be responsible for the safety, not to mention the trust she placed in him. Sister, let's go together. Wang Mengmeng summoned her big white bear, and asked Wangfu Pingqing. Wangfu nodded and summoned her mount, following the two. Wang Dongling had to summon his mount and follow them. He murmured, "Just a few black feathered beasts. What's to be afraid about?" Han Sen simply ignored him, and guarded Wang Mengmeng run at full speed. Half an hour later, the sky darkened. It was daytime and in a desert, but the sun was suddenly gone. The black feathered beasts rushed toward them like bats. The four were filled with aghast. This group was even bigger than last time. They must be more than 10,000. Among them many had wings like iron, which indicated they were mutant. Among the black feathered beasts, there was a red one over 9 feet long and its wingspan more than 60 feet, roaring and snapping. In its roar, the horrifying black feathered beasts were like soldiers, launching organized attacks at them. A scared black feathered beast. Wang Fu cried. Wang Dongling's face was grim. He summoned beast soul armor, his white wings and a pair of beast soul knives, throwing himself at the black feathered beasts. He seemed to plan to get rid of the black feathered beast king first. But Han Sen put away his mutant mount and jumped on the big white bear's back. He shouted, "Mengmeng, to the southeast cliff." Wang Mengmeng rode the big white bear at full speed over there. Standing on the bear's back, Han Sen summoned his horn bow and mutant black stinger arrows, aiming at the black feathered beasts. Wang Fu did not expect Han Sen to act so decisively. She threw a glance at Wang Dongling, who was in the center of the beasts, and urged her mount to follow Han Sen and Wang Mengmeng. In the meantime, she summoned beast soul bow and arrows, and turned back to shoot at the beasts from time to time. Her archery skills were truly great, and she had more than one beast soul arrows. With her mount carrying her at full speed, she managed to shoot 7 beast soul arrows at the same time, killing the 7 black feathered beasts closest to her. Han Sen did not mind her. Whenever there was a black feathered beast coming close, he would simply whack it with her horn bow. With the Geno points he had unparalleled strength. Although the bow was no blade, it was still sacred blood and blew the black feathered beasts away instantaneously. None could approach the white bear. Wang Fu's mount had great speed and kept up with the white bear, sharing the protection from Han Sen. At least she did not need to worry about beasts on his side. Wang Dongling regretted immediately after flying among the black feathered beasts. There were simply too many of them. Groups of mutant black feathered beasts surrounded him, leaving him no chance to approach the sacred blood one. His situation was highly risky. Although he had a pair of knives and was using them to the extreme, he could not block the black feathered beasts coming at him in all directions. One got a chance and bit on his unprotected thigh. Ouch! Wang Dongling screamed and kicked the beast away, turning around to run. But the group of mutant black feathered beasts would never let him go easily. Flapping their iron wings, they snapped at him and he was stuck in a bloody fight. Soon his skin was ripped apart everywhere and blood was welling. At this time, Han Sen and Wang Mengmeng had rushed to the cliff, which was more than 60 feet tall, standing aloof in the sand like a yellow cake. "The bastards are too fast. We can't run away. Let's fight them here." At a corner, Han Sen carried Wang Mengmeng and jumped down from the big white bear's back. He turned his back to the cliff and stood in front of Wang Mengmeng. Having summoned a black chopper, he slashed at a black feathered beast coming at them, cutting it in half. This was one of the 2 mutant beast souls he gained from Ji Yuming. It was called the beast chopper and was much more useful in a melee like this than lighter weapons. Wang Fu Pingqing also jumped off her mount and came next to Han Sen and summoned a pair of daggers, fighting off the black feathered beasts. She knew that if they fought as a team, there might be a chance for them to survive, whereas she would be doomed if fighting alone. But even if they were against the rock and did not need to worry about attacks coming from behind, Wang Fu still felt her heart racing. She regretted taking the risk alone. Wang Dongling had some strength, but no brain, and was by no means helpful. "Ah!" Wang Dongling screamed and screamed, making the three's hearts sink. But they did not have much energy to think about him, as they could barely deal with the overwhelming black feathered beasts. Blood soon colored the rocks and sand on the ground red. The bodies of the black feathered beasts almost buried Han Sen and the girls, limiting their space of movements. Bang! Suddenly a bloody body fell from above in front of the 3. It was a headless body, and looked like it belonged to Wang Dongling. And in the sky, the black feathered beast king was grabbing the head of Wang Dongling, and let out a cry of triumph. The scene sent a chill down Wang Fu's spine. Her face became grim as she felt doomed. With so many black feathered beasts, it would take them a while to kill them all, even if the beasts did not fight back, not to mention the mutant and sacred blood black feathered beasts. And now they had been trapped in the bodies of the black feathered beasts. If they did not manage to go out, they would be torn apart before the king came to them. When Wangfu was in despair, she saw a giant golden object in a sudden. It turned out to be the Golden Rock Worm King. Summoned by Han Sen, the Golden Rock Worm King quickly ripped at the beasts' bodies. With its size like a rhinoceros, the Worm King pushed away all the bodies, blocking the three away. The black-feathered beasts threw them at the Worm King. However, the Worm King's shell was already really hard and the claws of the beasts could not harm it at all. The Worm King did not mind them and continued to devour the dead bodies. With the help of the Worm King, the three had gained space to move around. Wielding the chopper seamlessly, Han Sen killed all the black-feathered beasts that dared to come close. Primitive black-feathered beast killed. Beast soul of primitive black-feathered beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. With so many black-feathered beasts killed, Han Sen eventually gained a primitive beast soul. Wangfu killed about the same number of beasts as he did. Dancing with her daggers and using different martial arts, she caused the great damage to the beasts, making Han Sen quite surprised. But the black-feathered beasts were so great in numbers that they could never kill them all. Han Sen frowned and knew this would not work. The sacred blood black-feathered beast king was determined to kill them. Last time they scattered because Wangfu had lots of men with her, and now there were only a few humans, so they had come back. The Beast King did not care about its own kind. Han Sen knew their strength could not last them very long. Mengmeng, stay here and I will lead the beasts away. After I have finished, run back and leave the desert, Han Sen said. Wangfu felt that he must be lying. The only reason Wang Mengmeng was safe was his protection. Once he was gone, how could she fight all these black-feathered beasts? And with so many black-feathered beasts here, how many could he lead away? Even if he could get half to chase him, Wang Mengmeng still needed to deal with the rest. In Wangfu's view, Han Sen was simply making an excuse for leaving Wang Mengmeng and escaping on his own. When Wangfu Pingqing was guessing, Wang Mengmeng said, "Take care, brother Han. Are you really one of the Wangs? Can't you see he is running alone? And you are still worried about his safety?" Wangfu thought, but she suddenly saw Han Sen reached out a hand, and a blue suite of crystal beast soul armor covered Wang Mengmeng's body from head to toe. The armor was simply like a beautiful piece of art, showing off Wang Mengmeng's nice body shape. She suddenly looked like a goddess of war from heaven. At the same time, Han Sen summoned his horn bow and black stinger arrow and shot the arrow at the Beast King. The horn bows attached great strength to the arrow, which buzzed as it flew across. And Han Sen had tied a thread at the arrow's nock at some point. With the other end of the thread in his hand, he was carried by the arrow and went close to the Beast King. Holding the thread in one hand, a sharp green dagger in the other, Han Sen slayed every black-feathered beast that dared to approach him. This dagger was the other beast soul that he gained from Ji Yuming. The chopper was too heavy and big, which would weigh him down as he rushed to the Beast King. That was why he had used the dagger instead. Watching Han Sen using an arrow to approach the sacred blood Beast King, Wangfu was dazed. Originally, she had thought Han Sen was about to leave Wang Mengmeng alone and escape. So, she had made up her mind that as long as Han Sen moved, she would follow him to make her way out. But in fact, Han Sen was trying to approach the Beast King flying in the sky like this. She had not expected this to happen. What was the use of doing this? He could not even fly, so how could he cause the sacred blood Beast King any harm? Once the arrow slowed down, he would be shredded into pieces by the numerous beasts. Stupid. He is more stupid than Wang Dongling, Wangfu thought. Glancing at Wang Mengmeng, Wangfu found that with the armor, the black-feathered beasts could not even leave any mark on it, let alone hurt the girl. Sacred blood beast soul armor. Wangfu was shocked and her expression became complicated. With such armor and his strength, he could have easily go out himself. However, he had chosen to risk his life and leave the armor to Wang Mengmeng to protect her. This man is either mad or arrogant. Wangfu looked up and saw Han Sen in the sky. The arrow had lost the momentum because of his weight and the obstruction from the black-feathered beasts. Han Sen did not make it to the sacred blood Beast King. And mutant black-feathered beasts started to throw themselves at him. He had lost all means of defense in the air. But at this time, Wangfu suddenly saw a red shadow. Suddenly Han Sen was covered in red armor and his short and black hair had become long and blonde. With a ruby crown on his head, he was glistening in the sun. Once he had shape-shifted into a fairy queen, Han Sen felt the world had slowed down. All the mutant black-feathered beasts seemed to act in slow motion. Seeing the first mutant beast approaching, Han Sen held his hands down on it and jumped over its head, his dagger cutting its throat. Mutant black feathered beast killed. Beast soul of mutant black feathered beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Han Sen was not moved at all by the voice. Without a pause, he stepped on a mutant beast and sent it down to the ground. With this step, Han Sen instantly reached another mutant beast. Beheading it with his dagger, he turned to push another beast to jump up and dodge the blow from 2 other beasts. Wang Fu was shocked by Han Sen's ghostly move in the air. His smooth movements and killing made it hard to believe that he was human. At least Wang Fu had never seen anyone who could accomplish this in First God's Sanctuary. I have never heard of such a person in steel armor shelter. Wang Fu thought Han Sen must be one of the chosen, but he was not even in the final rounds. But then she thought that although Han Sen was impressive, it was Dollar who represented steel armor shelter this year. This way, it was understandable that Han Sen never became the champion of his shelter. In the middle of her thoughts, Wang Fu suddenly saw Han Sen jumped from the back of a mutant beast and summoned his horn bow, shooting an arrow and followed it to throw himself at the sacred blood beast king that was commanding the beast's attacks. This time Han Sen was really close to it. The beast king screeched and simply flew higher, flapping its giant red wings, making Han Sen miss. Han Sen stayed calm and shook the thread in his hand. Once again he drew the string and shot the arrow which carried him to the beast king. Now he was even closer. He slashed at the beast king's throat with the dagger. Seeing it was too late to fly away, the beast king roared and grabbed the dagger with its red paw, blocking it from moving further. And its other paw clawed at Han Sen's face like a red lightning bolt. Han Sen let go of the dagger and grabbed its arm with both hands. Like a snake, he coiled around the beast king's body using Ghost Hound. With a twist, he broke one of its fingers. Roar! Screamed the sacred blood. Black-feathered beast king, flapping its wings and rolling around, wanting to get Han Sen off its back. No matter how it rolled, Han Sen stuck to its back and could not be touched. Hearing the screams of the beast king, the black-feathered beasts returned to save it. Suddenly, all beasts surrounding Wang Mengmeng and Wang Fu Pingqing went to save their king and rushed to Han Sen. "Sister, let's go," called Wang Mengmeng on the back of her big white bear, disappearing in the direction of the desert's border. "You won't wait for him." Wang Fu looked at Wang Mengmeng, feeling odd. Han Sen went there to save Wang, and she would just leave. Wang Mengmeng said calmly, "Others might not be able to do this, but brother Han is. I would only become a burden to him if I were to stay. When I get somewhere safe, he will come to me." Wang Fu paused. Although Han Sen was indeed very strong, Wang Mengmeng's trust seemed a bit too much. It was a group of beasts with a sacred blood king. Wang Fu did not believe Han Sen could easily make it back. "Sister, we should go," Wang Mengmeng said and urged her white bear to accelerate. Glancing at the beasts in the sky rolling like clouds, Wang Fu followed Wang Mengmeng with complex feelings. Seeing the girls had left, Han Sen was relieved. He shape-shifted back to himself and put on the black beetle armor. Still on the sacred blood beast king's back, he repeatedly punched at the back of its head. The sacred blood beast king was quite tough. With the geno points Han Sen had at this point, his strength was considerable. However, the beast king was only bruised after taking a dozen punches from him. Screeching in pain, it buried itself in a dune below. Han Sen thought, has it lost its mind? Holding the beast king with his arms, Han Sen planned to take its life when it was in the sand. However, the place where they landed was full of shifting sand. Both the beast king and Han Sen fell in deep. Under the protection of the sacred blood armor, Han Sen did not suffer from too much impact. Thump! Han Sen and the sacred blood beast king fell on the rocks. Bearing the pain, Han Sen looked up and was surprised to find them in a huge underground cave. Han Sen could not tell how large the cave was. Stalactites were so tall that they were like skyscrapers. Many unknown vines were wrapped on the rocks, and there was an underground river. And on the surrounding rocks and vines, blue lights that looked like stars were everywhere. They lit up the dark cave, and with Han Sen's good vision, he could see everything clearly. The sacred blood black-feathered beast king tried to wiggle free, but was pinned back down by Han Sen. Growling, it did not struggle again. As Han Sen was wondering why it had stopped, he saw the lights were disturbed by the beast king's growl and started to fly toward Han Sen and the beast king. "What is that?" Han Sen was shocked. After taking a closer look at them, he noticed that the lights were each a blue butterfly the size of his palm. Their blue wings were glistening. And soon the blue butterflies had reached them. Only then did Han Sen know that the Beast King was not here by accident. It was trying to use these butterflies to get rid of Han Sen. Han Sen became vigilant, and slashed at a butterfly before it could fall on him. Primitive creature ghost butterfly killed. No beast soul gained. Meat inedible. As Han Sen was puzzled, he suddenly saw that dead ghost butterfly burst into blue flames. Han Sen rolled to the other side of the Beast King and the flames fell on the Beast King. It suddenly cried in pain, its fur burning. Flocks of ghost butterflies rushed over, hitting Han Sen and the Beast King one after another. Once they were in collision, they would immediately burst into blue flames. There were simply too many ghost butterflies and neither of them could manage to avoid them. The Beast King growled from time to time from pain. Although Han Sen's sacred blood armor could protect him from burning, it could do nothing about the heat, and Han Sen was burned inside. Han Sen cursed the Beast King inwardly. But at this point, he was in no mood to deal with it. Han Sen threw himself in the underground river, since otherwise he would become barbecued. As Han Sen jumped into the underground river, the Beast King followed him and jumped. It was very swift considering its size. With its wings folded, it swam downstream quickly. Han Sen gritted his teeth and followed up. There were so many ghost butterflies, many of which were mutant creatures, generating great heat. But the Beast King was so fast that it almost disappeared from his sight. Han Sen would not like to see that and shot an arrow at it underwater. The arrow could not travel too far underwater. Fortunately, Han Sen was not too far from the Beast King. The black stinger arrow hit its wing and the thread attached to the arrow was entangled with its feathers. When the Beast King moved forward, Han Sen was carried to go as well. It was faster than a fish, pulling Han Sen forward. Is it an amphibian? Having followed the creature in the water for a while, Han Sen could no longer hold his breath. He had not evolved to the stage where he could breathe underwater, whereas the Beast King seemed to be able to do that. Otherwise, it would have been out of breath by this time. Han Sen gritted his teeth and summoned the black stinger arrow back, leaving the Beast King alone and stuck his head out of the water to breathe. He looked around and found himself in the cave still. There were still some ghost butterflies, but only several of them, staying still on the rocks and vines. Since he had lost the Beast King and this place was not dangerous, Han Sen was in no hurry. Looking at a ghost butterfly on the rocks, Han Sen shot an arrow at it. With a pop, the butterfly turned into flames. Primitive creature ghost butterfly killed. Beast soul of primitive ghost butterfly gained. Meat inedible. Han Sen was thrilled. He had good luck today in terms of beast soul. Although it was merely a primitive beast soul, it was a one-off beast soul like the wasp arrow that Son of Heaven once used, which was generally more powerful than the beast souls on the same level. Generally speaking, the beast souls of these inedible creatures were all one-off. The other ghost butterflies were alarmed and flew toward Han Sen. With his arrow, Han Sen soon managed to shoot them all dead. Blue flames bloomed in the air. After killing all the ghost butterflies, Han Sen climbed out from the water and started to review his trophy sitting on top of a rock. In addition to the primitive ghost butterfly beast soul, he had also gained a primitive beast soul and a mutant beast soul from black feathered beasts. Type of primitive ghost butterfly beast soul, one-off hidden weapon. Type of beast soul of primitive black feathered beast, flying. Type of beast soul of mutant black feathered beast, flying. Han Sen saw the latter too and became overjoyed. There were so few creatures near his shelter that would produce flying beast souls that few people had wings in the entire steel armor shelter. These black feathered beasts actually produced flying beast souls, which was great. He needed the wings himself as well, since he could only use the purple-winged dragon wings when he was $. Han Sen only regretted that he did not manage to kill the Sacred Blood Beast King, otherwise he would have a chance to get another pair of Sacred Blood wings. I need to go back and kill a few more black feathered beasts. Even the primitive flying beast souls could be sold at a good price, since many youths would buy them just for the look. Han Sen summoned the ghost butterfly beast soul, and suddenly a blue butterfly flew into his palm, changing into a butterfly-shaped boomerang. The two wings of the weapon were thin and sharp, looking rather scary. Han Sen threw the butterfly boomerang out, which whirled in the air and came toward Han Sen. Han Sen was startled and quickly dodged the boomerang. The boomerang's sharp edge cut into the rock behind him and burst into blue flames. Han Sen was stunned by the power of a primitive ghost butterfly boomerang. If he could get a mutant one, it would probably even be a great threat to sacred blood creatures. The shape of the boomerang was quite unique, and he must learn some special methods to use it. Han Sen was very intrigued. There were ghost butterflies in the cave and he could easily gain a lot of beast soul boomerangs if he killed all he saw on his way. As for the danger, he was not worried at all. If he shot the arrows hidden in the underground river, he could make a dive whenever it seemed dangerous. And he also had his mutant black barracuda mount and did not need to swim and dive himself. The ghost flame butterflies could not harm him anyway. Well, I will go along the underground river and kill all the ghost butterflies I see. Then I can exit from where I fell. If I encounter the black feathered beasts again, maybe I could even get a few more flying beast souls to sell, thought Han Sen, going up along the underground river. The sacred blood black feathered beast king had actually taken him to a wonderland. Han Sen killed numerous ghost butterflies, which could not cause him any damage at all. Although there was no meat, Han Sen had harvested a lot of butterfly beast souls. In the end, he had gained 24 primitive ones and 7 mutant ones. There were indeed so many ghost butterflies in the cave that he had almost got tired of killing. Han Sen had now walked for 7 days in the cave and still had not got back to the exit. In the beginning, he was using arrows, and later found that arrows were too slow. Then he put on his sacred blood armor and rushed in, slashing around with the chopper. Many would hit his armor or be cut by hit instantaneously. When he could not take the heat, he would simply throw him in the river, and let the black barracuda carry him to the bottom of the river. After some rest, he would repeat the process. The process had been very satisfying, since it was the first time he got so many beast souls at once. Another flock of ghost butterflies flew over, and Han Sen welcomed them waving his chopper. Ouch! In the blue flames, a ball of flame that was nearly purple burned on him. He uttered a piercing scream before jumping into the underground river like a rabbit. Sacred blood creature ghost butterfly killed. Beast soul of sacred blood ghost butterfly gained. Meat inedible. When Han Sen crawled out from the river, his armor was greatly damaged. Many parts were melted, bearing his charred flesh. The sacred blood armor no longer had lost all its prestige. Struggling to get up, Han Sen took the armor back. It was lucky that the armor was not ruined completely and could recover over time. At the same time, Han Sen was also glad that the armor had blocked most of the harm brought by the sacred blood ghost butterfly, which was very powerful. Since Han Sen had gained the black beetle armor, he had not suffered so much as this time. He was burned badly all over. Had he been farther from the river or a bit slower than he was, he would have been burned into ash right now. Han Sen still had some lingering fear. As his package was burned, he had nothing left, let alone medicine. Han Sen had to use Jadeskin, hoping to ease his burn. He had to recover a little before he could leave the cave. Using Jadeskin, Han Sen felt a coolness calming his burn and easing his pain. Originally, Han Sen was worried that he might get an infection, which was the worst part of getting burned. However, his wounds were gradually scarring after he had practiced Jadeskin for a while. To his delight, Han Sen had found all his wounds healing after using Jadeskin for a dozen hours. Jadeskin is indeed extraordinary. I wonder where Shui Longyun came from. Han Sen had been paying attention to see if there were any prominent clans with the family name, Shui. However, none of the large clans and demigods had that family name, leaving Han Sen puzzled. Although his burns still looked scary, he felt fine. When he went back and rest, he would recover in time. Han Sen did not dare to risk his life like this anymore. He had gained quite a lot of beast souls already, one of which was sacred blood and his first sacred blood weapon. It was a shame that it was one off. Even when hunting sacred blood creatures, Han Sen would not use it easily. Han Sen ignored those ghost butterflies, and traveled underwater on the back of the mutant black barracuda. Once in a while, he would take a breath above the water, not daring to disturb the ghost butterflies. The ghost butterflies were countless like stars in the galaxy. If he were to kill them all, it would probably take him forever. Fortunately, Han Sen had found where he and the Beast King fell at last. Before the butterflies noticed him, he summoned his purple-winged dragon wings, shape-shifted into Fairy Queen, and flew out. Ready to fight with the black-feathered beasts when he came out, Han Sen had found none nearby, which was a relief. He could not use his sacred blood black beetle armor for a while and he had given his other armor to Wang Mengmeng. It would be troublesome if he ran into the black-feathered beasts. Leaving Devil Desert safely, he hunted several creatures for food on his way, and then met Wang Mengmeng and others who came to look for him. Do not cry. I am fine. I hunted some other creatures on the way and it took some time. Sorry to make you worry. Han Sen patted Wang Mengmeng, who were in tears, his arms. Brother Han, you scared me, said Wang Mengmeng, choking, her eyes watery. Little fool, you should have more confidence in your brother. Han Sen patted her little head. I have confidence, but you were gone for so long, so I am a little worried, Wang Mengmeng said, and gave the sacred blood phantom ant armor back to Han Sen. Well, we will talk about it when we get back. I am so tired now and want nothing but a good sleep, Han Sen said with a smile. People turned back, while Wang Fu Pingqing cast a complex look at Han Sen, who was chatting with Wang Mengmeng. I can't see through him, Wang Fu whispered to herself, looking at Han Sen with an intriguing smile, as if she had seen an interesting toy. Wang Fu believed she was among the top in First God's Sanctuary and would become the chosen in next year's contest. But even she had no confidence in surviving the attack of all those black-feathered beasts alone, which Han Sen had accomplished. It was no coincidence. Wang Fu still remembered Han Sen's performance in the air, carried by an arrow vividly as if it had just happened. Mr. Han Shao, I've come to steal armor shelter with some beat souls to sell, including 2 sacred blood ones. If you are interested, you can have a look, Wang Fu said. Sacred blood beast souls, which type? Han Sen asked. Generally speaking, I could not reveal that before the auction. But since you have asked, I can tell you one is a flying beast soul and the other is a weapon, Wang Fu smiled and replied. I will be there. Han Sen had always wanted a sacred blood weapon, and was thus very interested. With a sacred blood weapon, he could kill a lot more sacred blood creatures and speed up his evolving process. For instance, if he had a sacred blood weapon, that sacred blood beast king would have been killed. Back to school, Han Sen needed rest for his burns to heal, which gave him time to go to lectures. This day, Han Sen was in a lecture of theories of hyper-geno arts. While listening, Han Sen was playing with a palm-sized butterfly boomerang in his hand. The blacksmith who had sold Han Sen Z-steel weapons had custom-made it for him according to the size and weight of the beast soul butterfly boomerangs. The blacksmith's craftsmanship was impressive, and this almost looked the same as the beast souls. Han Sen had ordered a total of 10 butterfly boomerangs. He was only using these to practice, since he would have used his beast soul ones up before he could practice properly. Han Sen had the foundation of Sleeveblade and had looked up many atrial arts of hidden weapons, so he was able to learn how to use the boomerang on his own. Listening to the professor, Han Sen let the butterfly boomerang dance in his hand as if it was alive. Han Sen carried it everywhere to get the hang of it. Genius, can I ask you something? After class, several students went to Han Sen, and one of them said to Han Sen. What? Han Sen was slightly surprised, as he did not know this person. Genius, so we are from Martial Arts Society and my name is Xu Qian. We have registered for a black and white boxing competition on the Skynet, and it is a team challenge. We have 4 now and need 1 more player. Can you join us? After the student finished, all 4 of them looked at Han Sen full of hope. There are many who are good at black and white boxing. Why have you come to me? Han Sen asked, puzzled. So if it is any other game, we could afford to lose, but this one is different. We are against Street Germain and we cannot lose. That's why we've asked you to help, said the student excitedly. Seeing Han Sen was at loss, the students knew that Han Sen was unaware of the conflicts between Blackhawk and Saint Germain and started to explain. Soon Han Sen learned that in terms of martial arts, the 2 academies were bitter rivals. For 3 consecutive years, the obstruction to Blackhawk Military Academy getting into the 8 finals of the Alliance tournament was Street Germain. So this time, although it was just a casual game, Martial Arts Society still did not want to lose to Saint Germain. After Han Sen heard them out, the students looked at him nervously. Although they knew Han Sen was great at black and white boxing, he was not a society member and did not have the obligation to join them. Han Sen saw their look, pondered and said, when is the game scheduled? If there is no time conflict with my schedule, I could join you. The students were ecstatic. It will be in the weekend. Other matches are unimportant, but the one on October 6th was against Street Germain. We really need you for this one, but we need to include your name in our registration now. No problem, I should be able to participate in that one, Han Sen smiled and said. Also, do not call me genius. It does not represent all my strengths. Okay, so we will call you Han Sen then. Here is the form, you have to fill it out before we submit. Xu Qian handed a form to Han Sen excitedly. Right, genius, Han Senator. For the Skynet game, you need to register with an ID, so fill that in as well, Lu Yuhuhu was one of the students reminded him. Okay, Han Sen thought about it and filled the form out. Black Fist Emperor. The students saw his ID and were dazed. That was so arrogant that they did not believe Han Sen had chosen such an ID. It can't be already used, can it? Han Sen looked at the students and asked. No, it can't be. We are registering as a group, so there will be a prefix of the school name. Even if the ID is used, it will still be fine, Xu Qian quickly said. The students thought to themselves, even without the prefix, no one would be so daring to use such an ID. But they did not say anything. If someone else had used such an ID, they might try to talk that person out of it. However, when it came to Han Sen, it seemed okay. After the class, Han Sen walked toward the training field of martial arts. Ji Yanran was training there and he had said he would pick her up for lunch. Now the two had gone public, and everyone knew about it. They weren't trying to hide it either and started to show up together, making the single students feel sorry for themselves. When Han Sen arrived at the training field, Ji Yanran was still training with others under the professor's watch, so he sat down at the stands. Ji Yanran was in the warship department, but martial arts was a compulsory course in all majors. It's the genius. He must have come to pick up the beauty. Sure enough, it's not likely he's visiting us. He's got great skin. I really want to see how it feels. Many students were whispering. Since Ji Yanran was in a relationship with Han Sen, she had become more and more thick-skinned. Hearing people's comments, she did not even blush and felt quite content. Yanran, do you feel fun showing off like this every day? Ku Lily touched Ji with her elbow, complaining. I think it is a lot fun, Ji Yanran smiled and said. If you do not want to feel bad, you could find a boyfriend yourself. I'm not as fortunate as you, to have a strong and charming man thrown in your lap. Ku Lily said sourly. What can I do about my beauty? I did not even ask for one, Ji Yanran said with a smile. Ku Lily bitterly stared at Ji. Yanran, I found that since you are with him, you have become more and more shameless. He is a bad influence. Research shows that after husband and wife spend a long time together, they will gradually be affected by the other's genes. Haven't you noticed that Han Sen has become more and more handsome recently? Ji Yanran blinked and said, you two deserve each other. Ku Lily rolled her eyes. In the past, a dirty joke could make Ji Yanran blush, and now Ji could throw a dirtier one back. Damn you Han Sen, I want my innocent roommate back, Ku Lily thought bitterly. Professor Chen Ling, who was teaching martial arts, was a 30-year-old plump woman. She saw that the class was distracted by Han Sen's appearance and said with a smile, a star is indeed different. So, it seems you are in no mood to practice. How about we ask him to do a black and white boxing demonstration? Yes, Professor Chen, you the best. The students cheered, as they all knew Han Sen had beaten Yu Jiming in Professor Yan's class. Han Sen, you are quite well known. Come and do a demonstration for your classmates. Chen Ling smiled and said to Han Sen. For Professor Chen, always, Han Sen said with a smile, and then came down from the stands. Another burst of cheers, and Chen Ling asked, do you want to pick an opponent, or should I pick one for you? Professor Chen, there's no need. For sure it should be Ji Yanran, our beauty, a student teased. Suddenly everyone laughed. Although Ji Yunian was less shy now, she was still flushed in the laughter. Then Ms. Ji it is. Chen Ling also smiled. Although a bit nervous, Ji Yanran went ahead to demonstrate with Han Sen. The students were waiting to see Han Sen's legendary black and white boxing skills, but he lost to Ji Yanran in every single round, making the students and Chen Ling stunned. It seems that the genius was henpecked like me. Our beauty trained her man well. Do not be afraid, man. You can kneel for mercy when you go back home, but have to consider your dignity in public. Han Sen acted as if he heard nothing and lost more than 20 rounds in a row. The students were amused, whereas Chen Ling was extremely surprised. In black and white boxing, it was not easy to win, but it was also hard to lose, especially to lose as naturally as Han Sen did. He had to make the perfect judgment of Ji Yanran's move to lose perfectly. It was easy to lose a few rounds, but not winning any had surprised her. Han Sen was, after all, still unevolved. After the training session, Han Sen was preparing to go to the cafeteria with Ji Yanran. Chen Ling came over and said, Han Sen, I have something that I want to talk to you about. Can you spare a few minutes? Han Sen and Ji Yanran were both dazed. Chen Ling did not teach the archery department and they did not know each other well. Han Sen was not sure what she wanted to talk about. Can we go together? Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran and Ku Lily. Sure, let's all have lunch together. My treat, Chen Ling said and walked out. Han Sen, Ji Yanran, and Ku Lily quickly followed up. They were all very curious what Chen Ling needed. Chen Ling took them to a school cafeteria and booked a private room. After Han Sen and the girls had ordered, she said, Han Sen, in a few days there will be a black and white boxing competition on the Skynet, and it is a team challenge. Blackhawk had applied, but for some reason, we are one man short. Can you do me this favor? Ji Yanran and Ku Lily were both surprised, not expecting Chen Ling to invite Han Sen to go. Han Sen was neither in martial arts department nor in martial arts society, and contestants of this kind of game were usually selected from these two places. Xu Qian and his friends have come to me, and I have already promised to join them in the match against Street Germain School, but I cannot guarantee that I have time to go to the others, Han Sen smiled and said. Chen Ling was suddenly overjoyed. So those boys have it covered. Nice. It's so great that you could join. We could not lose to Saint Germain. Blackhawk is counting on you. After lunch, Chen Ling left satisfied. Ji Yanran and Ku Lily had classes in the afternoon, so Han Sen had to spend the time alone. At this point, he had almost recovered from his burns. Recently, he had been in so many classes that he was a bit tired of studying, and decided to go test his physical fitness. He had not tested his fitness in a long time, and had no idea how well he could do. After reaching the test hall, Han Sen chose to pay for a private test room so that none could see his test result. In fact, Han Sen only planned to test a few key items, such as strength, speed and reflex. Bang 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 bang. With a fierce blow on the machine, the number 15.4656 showed on the screen. And as Han Sen bolted, his speed was rated 15.76665. He was rated above 15 in all his test items, which surprised him. According to the statistics of the Alliance, when one maxed out on all 4 kinds of Geno points, one could reach 15 in these items. If one was especially good at certain things, then one might be rated 16 or 17 in 1 or 2 items. But now Han Sen was quite lacking in sacred and mutant Geno points, and his test results were already higher than 15, which was a bit scary. If he continued like this, even Han Sen could not be not sure how high his fitness index would be when he maxed out on everything. Han Sen guessed that this was because he had practiced Jideskin. Hyper Geno arts could enhance one's fitness, but he had never heard of any improvement like his. Normally, one who had practiced Hyper Geno arts could reach 17 or 18 when one maxed out on all Geno points, and might reach 20 in 1 or 2 items. But Han Sen estimated his fitness index could probably pass 20 when he maxed out, which was something unheard of before. Coming out of the test room, Han Sen encountered a man who had stopped and seemed to recognize Han Sen. But Han Sen did not recognize this guy, so he continued on. So you will participate in that black and white boxing competition? The man suddenly said. Han Sen stopped and looked around to make sure this man was talking to him. Yes, you are. Han Sen looked him up and down. This man was about 20. He was tall and slender and his face had some tough lines. He looked like a shining weapon, with a unique sharpness. Ouyang Shaosan. The man's voice was without emotion. You are him. Glad to be your teammate. Ouyang Shaosan was a celebrity in the martial arts department, and Han Sen had heard of him. He was the slugger in all kinds of competitions and Han Sen thought he would be in this one as well. Seeing Han Sen reaching out his hand, Ouyang was not about to shake it. Ouyang Shaosan said coldly, I did not sign up for that. Why? Han Sen was surprised. As one of the best players, how was it possible that Ouyang was not on the team? I know we won't win, so that would be a waste of time. It's pointless to waste one's time and energy on some stupid game like that anyway. Ouyang regarded Han Sen. I have seen the match between you and Yu Mingzi. You have talent. Are you interested in joining the martial arts society? With my training, you could become an excellent martial arts player. The two of us might have a chance at the championship of the Alliance tournament. Looking at Ouyang, Han Sen smiled and said, I understand now. It was because you did not want to participate that the team was one man short. And that was why they came to me. Do you want to transfer to the martial arts society? Ouyang continued to ask with no expression on his face. Well, let's make a bet. And if you win, I can promise to join your society. If you lose, you will join this black and white boxing game. Han Sen laughed. I never bet on luck, Yang said quietly. Black and white boxing duel, best of 9, Han Sen said. Okay, Yang agreed without any hesitation. It is just black and white boxing, so we can just pick a private test room and do it here, Han Sen said and walked back into the room where he took the tests. He swiped his card and said to Yang, I'll put down the room fee first. And the loser will pay for the room. Yang followed him inside in silence, and then closed the door. The two stood face to face, prepared. Shall we flip a coin to decide who attacks first? Which side do you want? Han Sen took out a coin and put it in his palm. Tails, Yang said. Han Sen casually threw the coin in the air and caught it. It was tails. You first. Han Sen saw Yang's fist as soon as he finished the two words. Yang's punch was fast and ruthless, as if there was no turning back. But Han Sen did not dodge, or even raise his hand. He simply stood there watching Yang's fist approaching his face. Yang's punch stopped less than an inch away from Han Sen's nose. The contrast between the dynamic and static forces was so strong that it was dazzling. Deliberate in counsel, prompt in action. Well done, Han Sen smiled. Losing is losing. Your turn, Yang said. A punch of that kind of speed and strength was not enough to deceive Han Sen, who did not even try to block it and was confident that it was a white fist. Do you know what ID I am going to use? Han Sen did not throw a punch, but smiled at Yang and asked. That has nothing to do with me, said Yang indifferently. No, it has. My ID is Black Fist Emperor. So, for this punch, I will be using a black fist. Pay attention and don't copy my reaction. At least you need to block it with your hand, so that you don't get injured too badly, Han Sen said earnestly. Cut the crap, just attack. Yang had been in numerous competitions and was tough mentally. He was not the least swayed by Han Sen's words. Han Sen suddenly threw his punch at Yang in an equally fast and ruthless manner. Yang Xiaosun was not shaken by Han Sen's words. Staring at Han Sen, he was making his judgment based on his ability and experience. There was no doubt that this was a white fist. Yang Xiaosun thought it was simply impossible to be a black fist. Verbal attacks would not work on me. This punch was not provocative at all, and would never be a black fist. Yang Xiaosun did not even move, calmly watching Han Sen's fist approaching. Like Han Sen, he did not even try to block it with his hands, because he was confident that this was a white fist. Since Han Sen did not really use his strength, his fist would stop when it got close to his face. Deep in his thoughts, Yang suddenly felt a soreness in his nose. And then he fell back involuntarily before he sat on the ground. How could it be a black fist? Ignoring his nosebleed, Yang looked blankly at Han Sen. Han Sen offered tissues to Yang, and said with a smile, I told you so. Yang did not take the tissues, but wiped the blood off his nose and stood up. He said firmly, best of 9, that was just 1. Han Sen smiled and put the tissues back. Standing opposite Yang, he said, I'll continue then. Yang said nothing, staring at Han Sen. He would not miss his slightest movements, which were the basis on which he would make his judgment. Once one used great strength, one's muscles would move. The key was to see through one's disguise. Han Sen looked at Yang, who looked grim, pursed his lips and threw another punch. This time, Yang had seen clearly that although Han Sen's muscles looked tightened, the direction of this punch would not be forward, which meant this could not be a black fist. This time you can't fool me. Yang stood firmly, raising his arms to block Han Sen's fist. Although he had judged this fist to be white, Yang still raised his arms. It seemed that he had taken Han Sen for a serious opponent, so he still prepared for the worst scenario when he was confident about his decision. Boom! Han Sen's fist hit Yang on the arm. Yang's body shook but did not fall back. Yang was pale since Han Sen's punch was still a black fist with enough strength. He was wrong, too, said Han Sen with a smile. Yang looked at Han Sen and was puzzled. Can he really hide his strength so well? Yang cast an odd look at Han Sen. Black and white boxing was only a popular practice in martial arts, and the key was the yin and yang. There had only been matches of black and white boxing recently. Although it could not be regarded as the mainstream of martial arts, it was now quite popular. After all, it would make a great match to watch. Yang had participated in a lot of black and white boxing games and seen a lot of black and white boxing masters. A lot of people had mastered yin and yang forces, but whenever they throw a punch, he could still tell. Yang had rich experience and was particularly sensitive about his opponent's intentions, which was an advantage for him in black and white boxing games. Especially when he was the defensive side, the probability of his misjudgment was very low. Even if there were occasional mistakes, it would be because his opponent had used something he had never seen. And after he got familiar with it, it would not work anymore. But in the 2 rounds against Han Sen, he had felt something different from all his previous experience. That feeling was hard to describe. Han Sen's moves were misleading not only because of the false appearance of his body, but because Yang felt that Han Sen did not intend to hit him. There has to be flaws. If it is something unknown to me, I can always find out how it works. Once I do, he can no longer fool me. Yang calmed down, and got ready. Again, Yang slowly spit out the word. Bang! Han Sen threw a punch and Yang raised his arms. This time Han Sen punched harder, but Yang could still stand still. You are very fit. Han Sen regarded Yang, surprised. Although he still reserved his strength, Yang would not be able to block it with a fitness index below 13. Yang did not reply, because he lost again. Yang was not discouraged. Han Sen threw another punch, and the result was the same. Yang took another black fist. This time, Han Sen deliberately weakened his strength, because he did not want people to know how good he actually was. To do well in black and white boxing was not just about strength, but also about fooling your opponent. 4. This is your last chance, Han Sen looked at Yang and said. Go. Yang did not hesitate to say. Han Sen threw another fierce punch at Yang. It was as fast as a bullet. Suddenly, Yang moved away and dodged Han Sen's fist. At this critical time, Yang did not insist on his own judgment and tried to block, but chose to dodge. Since whenever I think you were using a white fist, you used a black one. Then if I act counterintuitively, I could beat you, Yang said with a smile of self-confidence. But very soon, Yang's smile froze. As Yang dodged, Han Sen's fist froze in the air. It was obvious that if this punch was a black one, Han Sen would not be able to stop it, which meant it was a white fist. Why is it a white fist? Yang's confidence was smashed by this white fist. Exactly the same way of using his strength, and Yang had made the same judgment. Only this time, he acted against his own judgment. However, he was still wrong. This white fist that had stopped halfway was harder on him than 1,000 actual punches. Why did you use a white fist? Staring at Han Sen, Yang wanted to know the answer. There are 3 levels in black and white boxing: observing the people, observing the heart and observing the body. You are still observing the body. And I am beginning to observe the heart. That's why I won. Han Sen smiled at Yang. Remember to register for the competition and pay me back for the room next time we meet again. Yang watched him going and froze for a long time until Han Sen had disappeared from his sight. Chen Ling was both happy and worried. She was happy that Han Sen had promised to participate, while worried that Yang had refused to participate. If Yang and Han Sen could join forces, maybe Blackhawk could be the champion of the Skynet competition. Although this game was not that important, but Blackhawk had not been a champion in a long time. This championship would still be a big comfort to her, a part-time coach of the Martial Arts Society. Shu Qian, is Yang here? Chen Ling called Shu Qian over. I have not seen him. Shu Qian looked around and said. Let me know when he's here. Chen Ling wanted to make the final effort. Suddenly Chen Ling saw Yang coming through the door and quickly walked to him. Yang, I know the old players' retirement reflect negatively on our results, but you need to give the young players a chance to grow. Count me in, cut in Yang before Chen could finish. Do not rush to refuse. You listen to me, we have invited Han Sen in the match against Street German. If you, Chen Ling suddenly realized what he had said and was surprised. You just said you will participate. If you have the form, Yang said indifferently. Chen Ling quickly asked someone to bring him the application. She felt odd and asked, how did you suddenly change your mind? Shu Qian and others also came. They were all glad that Aotiong would join them. He was, after all, a star player and had contributed great performance. With Yang and Han Sen, they were confident they could beat Street German. To tell the truth, Han Sen was their replacement for Yang. Even with Han Sen, they thought it would be hard to beat Saint Germain. The old players had all graduated and Yang was the only one left. Martial arts society was now in a hard place and did not have much to offer. Now with Yu Yang's return and Han Sen's participation, their strength had been greatly increased. At the same time, it was unexpected that Yu Yang suddenly changed his mind. He was particularly cold, and was not easy to get along with. They could not imagine how his mind was changed. Because I lost to Han Sen and he told me to. Yu Yang filled the form out. But Chen Ling and the members of Martial Arts Society were shocked. Although they knew the story of Han Sen and Yu Mingzi, but they thought Yu Yang was probably even better than Yu. In the Alliance tournament, the top 10 would not be inferior to the chosen. After all, the Alliance tournament did not allow beast souls. In terms of fighting skills and physical fitness, Yu Yang was the best of the best. Such a person said he lost to Han Sen, which was shocking. How many rounds did you play? Xu Qian asked. 5, Yu Yang casually replied. So that is 3-2. Xu Qian continued to ask. 5-0, he was 5, and I was 0, Yu Yang said, giving the form that he had filled out to Xu Qian, who opened his mouth so wide that it could fit a duck egg. 5-0, Han Sen did that. Not only all members of the Martial Arts Society were dumbfounded, but Chen Ling also looked surprised. The worst score Yu Yang had seen was 1-4, and his opponent was someone who ranked first in black and white boxing in the Alliance. 5-0, they could not believe how good Han Sen was. But since Yu Yang had said that himself, it was true without a doubt. There was no reason for him to lie about that. We will win this time. Street. Germain, wait for our comeback. Chen Ling and the students were so excited they were speechless. Since there is such a player in their team, coupled with Yu Yang, beating Street Germain was a piece of cake. Brother Han. Han Sen saw an attractive woman after he stepped out of a gravity trainer. Wangfu Pingqing, why are you here? Han Sen paused and asked. Not being a Blackhawk student, Wangfu was not supposed to show up here. I am studying as an exchange student at Blackhawk. In the next 2 years, I will stay here. Wangfu looked at Hansen with a smile. In order to come to Blackhawk, she spent quite some efforts. Han Sen thought it was a bit too coincidental. Seems that brother Han would not welcome me. Wangfu leaned forward, blinking at Han Sen. Han Sen then noticed that Wangfu was wearing a pair of jeans, Chelsea boots, and a low-cut ecru blouse that showed a little too much, making the young man feel hot. That is quite busty, thought Han Sen, unable to move his eyes from her seductive curve. The last time he saw her, she was wearing beast soul armor, so it was hard to tell. But this time in clothing like this, her breasts would attract so much attention, not just from guys, but from girls as well. Wangfu saw Han Sen's eyes fall on her chest, and slightly leaned further. Suddenly Han Sen thought his nose would bleed if he did not leave right away. Ahem, Ms. Wangfu, do you need me for something? Han Sen subconsciously rubbed his nose, for fear that there would be blood. Nothing import, just to say hi. I just arrived and there must be a lot that I don't know. Please help me if you could. Wangfu smiled. Han Sen was dazed by her look and figure. Of course, Han Sen suddenly felt it would be best if he stayed away from her. Also, 2 days until the auction of beast souls in steel armor shelter. Brother Han, you must come. Wangfu blinked. I will, but I'm wondering about the form of payment in the auction. Han Sen had sold a lot of stuff recently. Plus his salary and endorsement fee, he had a total of more than 60 million. But it was obviously not enough to get a sacred blood beast soul with this kind of money. As long as the beast soul was not too shabby, it could easily sell at more than 100 million. Not to mention Son of Heaven, who was super rich, was also in the steel shelter, and Han Sen was no match to his in terms of wealth. Levo dollars work, and you can also barter. Wangfu smiled at Han Sen. If you saw something you like, you could let me know and I could keep it for you. Han Sen thought, I haven't even seen the beast souls. How would I know? Wangfu saw through his mind and shook her hand in front of him. Her breasts were also moving and Han Sen almost passed out. There is the information of the beast souls in the auction. Let me know if you like something and I can keep it. Wangfu put the chip in his hands. You mean it? Han Sen was so happy that he wanted to insert the chip into his comlink right away. Don't rush, and this is not the best place to talk about things. This information is still a commercial secret at this point and we don't want others to see. Let's go, I will buy you lunch. Then, Wangfu held the Han Sen's arm, and took Han Sen out. Han Sen felt the softness on his arm and went blank. Sister. I will buy you lunch. Han Sen felt that he was molested during this meal. Wang Fu sat next to him. When she spoke, her lips were almost touching his ears. The warmth from her breath ticked him. However, he was not thinking about the woman, but the beast souls. Wang Fu and her people were selling the beast souls that they had brought to Steel Armor Shelter and made quite some money. But those were only the primitive beast souls, and the beast souls for auction were at least mutant. Han Sen did not look carefully at mutant beast souls and directly turned to two sacred blood ones. One was a flying beast soul called Holy Bird, which was a pair of colorful wings. And the other one was a beast soul weapon that Han Sen had always wanted. It was a shiny silver harpoon only 2 feet long. Its blade and the tip were so shaped that it made one feel scared by looking at it. Han Sen fell in love with the harpoon at first glance. A harpoon required harder techniques than a dagger, and was a very rare weapon. Han Sen was very interested in the sacred blood harpoon and checked its name. He then asked Wang Fu, "Sister, how much is the 3-blade harpoon?" Wang Fu sat up and said, "In principle, the 2 sacred blood ones had to be shown at the auction. But if you want it, I can sell it to you beforehand. In that case, we would have to trade with the estimated price. I am not the sole owner of the business and can do nothing about that." "How much is it?" Han Sen asked again. Wang Fu took out her comlink and showed Han Sen the price list. When Han Sen saw the price of the harpoon, he said bitterly, 230 million, that I cannot afford that. All his property added up to more than 60 million, and he had 3 war frames. He did not plan to sell Silver Killer and the Blue SKTS. Even if he sold the other SKTS, it would be an additional 70 million, which would still cover the price of the harpoon. The estimated price is certainly very high, mainly because this time Son of Heaven will be attending, Wang Fu said. "If you really want it, I could give you an employee discount, after which it would be 180 million. Han Sen then understood the immense profit margin in the beast soul industry and also learned how much a sacred blood beast soul was worth. With all his sacred blood beast souls, he would become very rich if he sold them all. Seeing Han Sen remain silent, Wang Fu said, "If you still don't have enough, I have a proposal, so that you take the harpoon without spending a penny." "What proposal?" Han Sen was slightly surprised. "If you are willing to sign a contract and work for our company for 2 years, then the 3-blade harpoon can be paid as the salary to you," Wang Fu said slowly, looking at Han Sen. Han Sen hesitated, and then laughed. "I did not know that I would be worth 100 million per year." Wang Fu said, "Even if you are the spokesperson of SKTS, I would not pay that kind of money to hire you. But after I saw your ability in Devil Desert, I know you will be a great help for us to do business in other shelters. Do you want to join us?" The reason why she went through the troubles to come to Blackhawk was to hire Han Sen. "Thank you, sister, but I can't agree to the terms." Han Sen did not hesitate to refuse her. Although her people would travel to other shelters and run into advanced creatures, for business's sake, they would avoid risks, and that was not what Han Sen wanted. "Do not rush to refuse. You can think about it. We can negotiate your salary as well." Wang Fu did not give up because of Han Sen's refusal. "Sister, I am really sorry." Han Sen was very determined to turn her offer down. Wang Fu did not expect Han Sen to be so direct. But since she was there already, she would not easily give up. "Well, let's change the subject then. Whenever you change your mind, you can always come to me." Wang Fu opened a bottle of wine and poured it into their glasses. Taking a sip, Wang Fu held her glass and said, "As a member of the company, I have finished the work talk, and now we can talk about private matters." "What are the private matters?" Han Sen looked at her puzzled. Wang Fu suddenly hugged Han Sen's arm and asked with a charming smile, "Brother Han, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you consider me?" Han Sen spewed the wine he just sipped on Wang Fu. Then he quickly took some paper towel to wipe it off her, but felt something was wrong. Under the paper towel were the magnificent boobs, which were bouncing when he wiped them. Wang Fu's cheeks turned crimson. She did not think it would turn out like this. I'm sorry, I did not mean it." Han Sen took his hands back quickly but reluctantly. Wang Fu bit her lip, and gave Han Sen a fierce stare, covering her wet blouse with her hands. Han Sen quickly took off his jacket and put it on Wang Fu, covering the great view. "Sister, now it's late and we should get back. We can talk next time we meet," Han Sen said. They were in a military school, and if Wang Fu yelled, "Help," he would be doomed. Until next time. Wang Fu did not want to stay either. She did not want to sacrifice herself, but was only teasing him. It's not so easy to escape from me. Leaving the private room embarrassed, Wang Fu thought of the places where Han Sen stroked and her face was red like a piece of red cloth. Han Sen walked away and looked at his hands. That was magnificent. Wang Fu was a calculating woman. And Han Sen was very sharp. When he touched her boobs, she had a sudden urge to kill him. Although she tried to hold it back, he still sensed it. And Han Sen also glanced at her comlink, which was blinking, and was likely to be recording. If he did anything else and she taped it and showed it to Ji Yanran, he would be seeking small gains at great cost. No, it should be seeking big gains. Han Sen corrected himself in his mind. Ji Yanran's were not small either, but somewhat smaller than Wang Fu. Han Sen went back to his dormitory and saw Shi Zhikong talking. Sen, great timing. Did you know there is a new exchange student who's a babe? Exchange student? Han Sen pretended to be surprised. She suddenly looked excited and said, yes, a babe. She is beautiful, especially her. Anyway, Wang Fu Pingqing is now the absolute busty queen. Whoever sees her is so overwhelmed. If I could touch them just once, I am willing to give 10 years of my life. 10 years. Han Sen subconsciously looked at his right hand, and thought, that is not okay, I will have to sacrifice so many years of my life. Wen Shusho was now very unhappy as an intern host and journalist of black and white boxing contest show. She was assigned to work for the famous Fang Mingquan. Originally with her qualifications, she could not have been assigned to shadow Fang Mingquan, who was a big shot right now. The only reason she was here was her prominent family. She had thought she could show the world her talent under Fang's guidance. However, the first task Fang had assigned to her was to go to Blackhawk Military Academy. This black and white boxing competition on Skynet was sponsored by a well-known gaming platform, and all famous military schools had been invited to participate. Wen Shusho expected to be assigned to the schools that had ranked first or second last year, but Fang insisted that she go Blackhawk, which was not even in top 16 last time. Although she had argued, Fang Mingquan still sent her there, and said there would be a surprise. Wen Shusho could not imagine there to be any surprise. She had checked the arrangement, and Blackhawk's first opponent would be Street Germain, one of the top 4 last year. Street Germain had been good at martial arts in general and had been among the top 4 in all kinds of items. They were especially strong in black and white boxing. They were only in top 4 in group match, but got the second place in the singles match. This competition on the Skynet was a group game, but Street Germain would not lose to Blackhawk by any chance. Wen Shusho even doubted whether Fang Mingquan had got the names of the military schools mixed up, and she was in fact supposed to be at St. Germain. Although Wen Shusho had hinted Fang Mingquan several times, Fang did not seem to hear her and sent her to Blackhawk. Well, it's the same game anyway, and I could always focus more on St. Germain. Wen Shusho did not have much hope for Blackhawk. Wen Shusho understood that Blackhawk was not strong originally, and this year a lot of its main players had graduated, so Ouyang Shaoxin was the only one that had some skills. But Ouyang Shaoxin was at best top 10 if put in a singles match. He alone would not change the result of the game. Although she was disappointed, Wen Shusho still came to Blackhawk to do an interview and introduction of the players in advance. Holding her press credential and entering the campus, she was lost in the gigantic campus of Blackhawk. It was as big as a city and she had no idea where the black and white boxing players were training. Wen Shusho looked around at a green area and found almost all the students were in groups or pairs. Not far from where she was, a student was sitting alone on a bench, reading. Wen Shusho walked to him and carefully looked at the student, thinking, it's so good to be young. Even a guy has such nice skin. Sir, sorry to bother you. Do you know where the martial arts society is? Wen Shusho flipped her hair as she asked, believing that as a pretty lady, she could easily charm a young boy into leading the way. The boys looked up at Wen Shusho, smiled, and said, to go to martial arts society, just follow this road and turn left at the 3rd intersection, continue to walk 2 blocks and then turn right. Wen Shusho was still confused, and quickly put on a charming smile. Do you have a minute? Can you show me the way? I am really not familiar with this place. I'm sorry, I still have things to do and cannot do that. Would you ask someone else? The boy smiled and said. Wen Shusho suddenly felt terrible. She had been a campus belle when she was younger, and the prettiest girl no matter where she went. Although she was older than the students here, she still had her glamour. Now this young man was not even impressed by her beauty, and she thought it was quite unacceptable. Unwilling to give up, Wen wanted to say something, but saw a girl walking over to the bench and sat next to that student. She looked at Wen and asked the guy, "Who is this?" Wen Shusho was a bit dazed by the girl's look. Even as a woman, she had to concede that the girl was gorgeous. Although the girl was not old enough, her youth and innocence were very attractive. "She is asking for direction," Han Sen replied with a smile. Ji Yanran looked at Wen Shusho, blinked and asked, "You are a military school student, right? Where are you going?" Wen Shusho quickly took her press card out and said, "I'm a reporter of Washing Station, and want to interview some students from the Martial Arts Society, but I don't know where to find them." Ji Yanran pondered and pointed to several guys near them. "Those are the members of the Martial Arts Society. They should be able to take you there." Wen Shusho had to thank her and went that way. Fortunately, this time things went more smoothly. These guys finally appreciated her beauty and took her to the Martial Arts Society with passion. The Martial Arts Society was more or less the same as she had thought. Wen Shusho did not pay much attention to their 3 bench players since only the 5 first-team members had been announced. She also took for granted that since their first team was not impressive, their bench players would be even worse. But when Wen Shusho thought of the guy she met today in the school, she felt he looked somewhat familiar, but could not pin it down. It was no wonder that she did not remember. Han Sen had not been exposed to the public after that commercial. He also had makeup on in the commercial, so it was natural that she had not recognized him. After Wen Shusho had done the interviews, she had even less faith in Blackhawk since she did not even see Yang Shaoxin during the interview. "Well, I will just read more about Street German and talk more about them during the live." Wen Shusho returned the room arranged for her on campus, casually wrote a newsletter, and checked Street Germain's team online. She was doing a black and white boxing show because of her interest in it. Naturally, she was familiar with a lot of teams. Soon she found the data of Saint Germain and saw a lot of videos in their online community. The fans of Saint Germain were ecstatic that their first opponent was Blackhawk and thought they could get the first win easily. The facts were more or less the same. 4 out of 5 members in Saint Germain's first lineup were among the top 20 in the alliance, and Nalan Chenggunuo even ranked second. Whereas except for Yang Shaoxin, Blackhawk only had 1 player in the top 100. By comparison, there was no way Blackhawk would win. Because of that fact, Yang Shaoxin had been reluctant to waste time to participate. The more Wen Shusho browsed, the more she felt there was little suspense to the competition. She did not understand why Fang Mingquan let her do such a show. In Wen Shusho's view, Fang Mingquan was not trying to make her shine, and she had made up her mind that she would focus her show on Saint Germain. Han Sen and Shi Zhikong and Lu Meng were practicing war frames in the 7th warehouse. It was almost the day of the competition, so Han Sen did not go to the god's sanctuary even though his wounds had recovered. "Sen, how come I have not seen the girls?" "How would I know?" said Hansen casually. In fact, he knew that Wang Mengmeng had spent a lot of time in God's sanctuary. With her family's influence, there was no way she would fail a course. And even her job after graduation had been taken care of. Her main task now was to enhance her fitness and evolve as soon as possible. That was why she was seldom seen on campus. Without Wang Mengmeng here, her girlfriends would not show up either since they were not that interested in war frames. The frequent visitors were fatty and skinny. Even Han Sen and his roommates were only here once in a while. Little had changed in the heavy warframe society. Fatty and skinny came over after they had finished. The 5 guys naturally started to talk about girls. "Have you heard? There has been a new exchange student. She is so pretty in those racks." "OMG," Fatty said excitedly. "Everyone knows that. Wangfu Pingqing is her name." "Wait till I finish. You all know her name, but do you know her background?" Fatty said hurriedly. "How would we know that? Do you know?" Shi Zhikong looked at Fatty and asked. "Of course. Look who you are talking to." Fatty said triumphantly. "Wangfu is not only pretty, but also from a prominent family." "Fatty, spill." Skinny cut in. Fatty cleared his throat and said in a mysterious tone, "Have you all heard about Ares Martial Hall?" "Of course. Who has not heard of one of the best martial halls in the Alliance? They have branches all over the Alliance." Shi Zhikong curled his lips and said. "Yes, that is the one. So you should have also heard that the president of Ares Martial Hall is Wangfu Shangcheng, right? That is the grandfather of Wangfu Pingqing." Fatty said. For real? The other guys widened their eyes. Absolutely. My father works at Ares Martial Hall. Their president used to take Wangfu Pingqing to the anniversaries of the Ares Martial Hall, Fatty said. That is impressive. Whoever winning her heart would also win a fortune. Whatever Wangfu Shangcheng would spare was enough for us to live a great life, Skinny said longingly. Hey, how can it be that easy? A girl like that would never choose us. Fatty laughed. Unfortunately, Sen has a girlfriend already. Otherwise Wangfu would probably keep him as a lover, just because how smooth his skin is. She laughed. I would like that, but not sure if Brother Han would do it. Suddenly a very feminine voice sounded. The guys were all startled. Quickly looking up, they saw a curvy lady with long legs walking into the warehouse with a smile. Wangfu Pingqing. The guys opened their eyes wide and looked at her incredulously. The lady they were just talking about suddenly came, which was quite shocking. Wangfu walked straight to Han Sen, blinked and said in a husky voice, Brother Han, would you like to be kept by me? I will accept any price you name. The rest opened their mouths wider, and regarded Han Sen in an odd way. Ahem, Miss Wangfu, do not joke like this. Han Sen did not think this woman wanted him. She only wanted him in her company. I was not joking. If you wish, I'd give you 100 million per year. Wangfu smiled faintly. Shall we talk about it elsewhere? Han Sen quickly got up and suggested. He was afraid if he stayed a bit longer, the guys would murder him with their eyes. Sen is definitely a beast. Watching Han Sen and Wangfu leaving together, she shouted. Sister, what brought you here? Han Sen took Wangfu to a green area. Outside the warehouse. No one was nearby since it was approaching midnight. Can't I come to you for no reason? Wangfu looked at Han Sen ambiguously. Yes, of course, but now it's too late. If you have nothing to say, I should go back to rest. Can we talk next time? Han Sen licked his lips and said. What? You are afraid that Ji Yanran might know? Wangfu had learned a lot about Han Sen since she came to Blackhawk, including his girlfriend. Ahem, sister, shall we focus on the business? Han Sen asked. Well, last time you left before we could finish. Wangfu threw him a glance, her charming demeanor making his heart leap. Please continue, Han Sen said with a smile. If you want the Sacred Blood 3-blade harpoon, there is another way. You have an extra Sacred Blood armor beast soul, don't you? The one you let Mengmeng wear. Shall we trade? Wangfu said seriously. No, Han Sen turned her offer down. A Sacred Blood armor beast soul was very rare and it could save his life, so he would not trade it for the harpoon. But you have the other Sacred Blood armor beast soul, and you don't need both. Isn't it perfect that you trade one for a weapon? I could pay you money for the difference and let me know how much you want, Wangfu advised. I'm sorry, sister, I don't want to trade. Han Sen did not hesitate in the slightest way. Wangfu had mistaken the Fairy Queen for a Sacred Blood armor beast soul, and in fact the Fairy Queen's armor was a bit inferior to a real Sacred Blood armor beast soul. Han Sen would never trade his Phantom Ant armor, which was something he could always use in First God's Sanctuary and might still be of some use in Second God's Sanctuary. Furthermore, he had promised Lin Baifeng that he would consider to sell it to Lin first if he wanted to sell. The Phantom Ant armor was not just practical, but also incredibly glamorous. Although it had the same function as the Black Beetle armor, its price would clearly be much higher. Think about it, and money is not an issue. Wangfu still would not give up. She loved the look of that armor. It was not only perfect in terms of the look, but would also protect her on her way to other shelters, which was far more important than a weapon. I don't need money, Han Sen said with a smile. He blinked at her, but if you want me, that's okay. Shall we get a room? How can you get a room on campus? Wangfu blushed and gave up. She checked her comlink and said to Han Sen, think about it and let me know if you want to sell. I must go now. Watching her leave, Han Sen grinned. The black and white boxing competition was held on the Skynet. Most people watched directly online and the players were also using the devices at their schools to compete. There was little to see on site. Wen Shusho arrived at the holographic equipment hall early, and there was basically no one there other than the students from the Martial Arts Department and Martial Arts Society. She set up the camera and was ready to introduce the players when they came in. After that she could switch to the online data and would not need to shoot anymore. She was also the only reporter at Blackhawk, since it was not a popular team and all other media went to the schools that had some chance at winning. When Shusho entered the lounge of the players, part of her reporter's privileges. Suddenly, Wen Shusho saw Han Sen sitting among the martial arts society members, chatting. This guy turns out to be one of the martial arts society members. Wen Shusho was a bit upset, but since his girlfriend is that pretty, it was also understandable that he did not lead the way. Ignoring Han Sen, Wen Shusho interviewed several players in the first team and a coach of martial arts society, Chen Ling. Coach Chen, what do you think of this match? Black and white boxing is a one of Saint Germain's strengths, not to mention Nolan Chenggenuo's fame. What plan or strategy do you have? Wen Shusho asked Chen Ling. No plan or strategy needed. Blackhawk will win, period, Chen Ling said casually. Chen Ling's answer made Wen Shusho pause. She could not begin to understand Chen's confidence. Because Chen Ling's answer was beyond her imagination, her prepared materials were now useless. And she did not know how to continue. The answer when expected was that Street Germain is a very strong team and Blackhawk will try its best. But Chen Ling threw her off her feet. Wen opened her mouth but could not think of anything to say. I have something to deal with. Ms. Wen, would you go interview my players first? Chen Ling saw Wen Shusho's look and was amused. Wen Shusho was embarrassed and turned to the players. She finally saw Ouyang Shaoxin, who was resting. She hesitated, and first approached Xu Qian who she had talked to. Hi, Xu Qian, do you have any confidence in this game? Xu Qian was very easy to talk to and glad to be interviewed. He grinned and said, of course. We will win for sure. Hearing him, Wen felt that the entire team were simply too optimistic, blind to their weakness. Wen asked a few more questions, and interviewed several other players. The answers she got were all the same. Blackhawk would defeat Street Germain and go to the next round. Mr. Ouyang, I would like to your opinion on Nolan Chenggenuo. Wen Shusho finally found a chance to interview Ouyang Shaoxin. I don't know him. Ouyang did not even lift his eyes. Wen Shusho had no idea that her interviews had caused a debate in the Skynet. Fang Mingquan sent Wen Shusho to Blackhawk not to fool her. Wen Shusho was from an important family and is someone who cared about his future. Fang Mingquan had to take good care of her. He knew Han Sen would also participate in the game, and that was why he had sent Wen to Blackhawk. The moment Wen's show began, he promoted it in his own show and many of his loyal fans and audience tuned to her program. Fang Mingquan was now doing great. All his shows had been successful. As he promoted Wen's show, Wen suddenly had more than 10 million audience watching. In fact, this competition was not very high profile. Even some were paying attention. It was likely that they were on the Saint Germain's side, since that was the stronger team with Nolan Chenggenuo there. As for Blackhawk, they would have even less attention if their opponent was not Street Germain. Those who had watched for Fang Mingquan's recommendation were mostly uninvolved. After they had seen Wen's interview, they were pissed off. Blackhawk is so arrogant, who gave them the courage to say that? Ha ha, Street Germain was despised by Blackhawk. Waiting to see how they lose. With Blackhawk's black and white boxing talents, they had the nerve to say this. Rubbish. I really want to know what Street Germain would think after seeing this. It chanced that one of the Saint Germain players was a fan of Fang Mingquan's and was watching his show in the lounge. Seeing the show promoted by Fang Mingquan was the live show of their match, he clicked in and became livid. Blackhawk, you think you are good? Wait till you see how we kick your asses, Wang Yangjun thought ruthlessly. Street Germain and Blackhawk had always been foes. In the most important martial arts games, Street Germain had kept Blackhawk from entering top 8 multiple times. Seeing a loser so arrogant made Wang Yangjun mad. Chenggenuo, come to see this. Wang Yangjun walked to Nolan Chenggenuo and played that interview bit again. The Blackhawk team must be out of their mind. Lu Yunsheng sneered after watching. An illusionary. Ma Chengkong laughed. Poor things. Wang Yangjun also laughed. Nolan Chenggenuo glanced at the video, blinked and did not speak. He narrowed his eyes and kept eating the jelly in his hand. Chenggenuo, you are eating too much jelly. It might give you diabetes. Wang Yangjun looked at Nolan's flawless skin jealously. Diabetes, that is an ancient disease. Lu Yunsheng laughed. The team talked and laughed, not taking Blackhawk seriously. In fact, this year, Street Germain was especially strong in black and white boxing. They not only had a star player, Nolan Chenggenuo, but also had 3 other players in the top 20. Plus the newly recruited talent Li Yu. Street Germain was very likely to win the championship of the Military Academy League game. This Skynet competition should be a piece of cake for them. The only threat to them in Blackhawk was Xianxia, who was no match to Nolan and not much better than the rest in Saint Germain. Chengganuo, how about you go first this time and give them a 5-0 to teach them a lesson? Wang Yangjun suddenly had an idea. Great idea, let's what they say after the game, Ma Chengye seconded with a smile. Right, I can't wait to see their interviews after. Lu Yansheng also laughed. We should follow the coach's arrangement. Nolan was still eating jelly with a harmless smile. There should be no problem. Against Blackhawk, we don't need to take them seriously. I'll talk to the coach and he will agree. Wang Yangjun said and went to the coach. Street. Germain's coach Shu Yundi heard the proposal of Wang Yangjun and his eyes lit up. Shu grinned and said, to fight Blackhawk, we wouldn't even need Nolan. Li Yu can go first and easily give them a 5-0. Can Li Yu do it? Wang Yangjun said a bit worriedly. Rest assured, Li Yu is not as good as Nolan, but should be among the top 10 right now. Sending him would be quite enough to beat Blackhawk. Shu Yundi laughed. Li Yu was a talent discovered by Shu Yundi in his coaching career. Shu thought Li Yu would be the next Nolan promise. Li was very talented and all he needed was a little bit of experience. Shu Yundi believed that, under his watch, Li Yu would be as good as Nolan in less than 2 years. At this time, Li Yu would be all it took to deal with Blackhawk. Li Yu, can you deliver? Shu Yundi smiled at Li. Please be assured, coach. I will not give them any chance to fight back, Li said softly. Let's do this then. You will be the first up. Shu Yundi appreciated his confidence very much. Wang Yangjun did not say anything. Li Yu was indeed very talented in black and white boxing. As long as he could beat Xianxia, it would be easy for them to get a score of 5-0. The key was the match against Xianxia. Wang Yangjun and Yang had fought many times and Wang admired Yang. It was Yang's teammates that were bad. How about it? The coach agreed. Seeing Wang Yangjun was back, Lu Yansheng quickly asked. The coach said, Li Yu was all it took to beat Blackhawk, replied Wang Yangjun. That is true. Li Yu is quite talented. If he could beat Yang, the rest would be no threat to him. Lu Yansheng nodded. When Shusho thought the interviews could not continue, she saw the online broadcasting had started and switched to stream the competition. Soon the first lineups of both teams were shown and first up were Street Germain's 5 members. Wow, these are the best they got. They are not giving Blackhawk any chance to fight back. I don't think this is necessary when they are against Blackhawk. Nolan alone could nail it. Who is that Windtalker? And why is he the first? You are not a fan, are you? Windtalker is the new talent Li Yu in Saint Germain. I heard that Wang Yangjun can only beat him 5 out of 10 times in training. Li is only a freshman now and has great potential. Wow, he is so strong. Street Germain is doing great this year. They'll probably become the champion. Sure thing. I wonder what Blackhawk would say after they lose. They'd be lucky to have 1 point. As everyone was talking, the player list of Blackhawk was also shown. With a glance, people were attracted by the first ID name they saw, Black Fist Emperor. Black Fist Emperor, who is so arrogant to use this ID? Strange, I have never heard of the ID. Blackhawk is so good at bragging, even with their IDs. Black Fist Emperor, I think it is more like Kick My Ass Emperor. Ha ha, he's the first. We will see how this emperor was overthrown. The Saint Germain players were also upset with this ID, as it implied they would be ruled by him. Li Yu, do your best. Wang Yangjun patted the shoulder of Li Yu and said, Brother, please rest assured, Li Yu said. This ID was indeed a bit too arrogant. When Shusho, who was hosting the live broadcast, was also dumbfounded. She did not remember this ID at all. Is it a bench player? When Shusho quickly looked at the files she had, and it was indeed a bench player. Since in this kind of competition, normally the bench players would never go up, she did not look at their information. With such an arrogant ID, he must be so full of himself, like everyone else in Blackhawk. Wen was wondering why the Blackhawk team could think so highly of themselves, when they were against Street Germain. Black Fist Emperor is a bench player of Team Blackhawk. His real name is Han Sen, 16, freshman, never been in a black and white boxing match before. It seems he has no experience and is a new player. Wen read out Han Sen's information. How can a new guy be so arrogant? Ignorance is bliss. Blackhawk had no one to send and let someone with 0 experience lead. Many people watching the live broadcast ridiculed the player, for his ID got on many people's nerves. They did not recognize Han Sen. The commercial of SKTS was indeed very popular, but people hardly remembered the name of the actors in it, unless they had already been famous. So, in that commercial, most people probably could only name Yu Qinzun. And even if they felt the name was a bit familiar, they would not connect it with a Warframe player, since the two fields had nothing in common. When the viewers were cynical about Han Sen and his ID, Blackhawk students who were watching the game could no longer take it. What are you talking about? Black Fist Emperor is our genius, and had beaten the chosen Yu Mingzi in black and white boxing. Ha ha, go on. Ha ha, why don't you call yourselves Bragging Military Academy? Having beaten Yu Mingzi, in your dreams, right? Please, Yu Mingzi was not even a black and white boxing player. Do your research before you lie. Garbage Blackhawk, you are all talk. Blackhawk had only so many students, whose comments were drowned in the negative voices. This really pissed off the Blackhawk students, especially those who knew Han Sen. Ji Yanran was the most furious of all. She typed as fast as she could, but it did little good. An individual was helpless in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Looking at the comments that ridiculed Blackhawk and Han Sen, she was so mad that she turned pale. She might be okay with people saying bad things about her, but when it came to her boyfriend, she could not take it. Can you win this game? Ji Yanran suddenly sent a message to Han Sen. Yes. Han Sen replied simply, if you can make street Germain gain no points, I'll buy you dinner. Ji Yanran blushed and sent, just dinner. Han Sen replied, and a kiss. Ji Yanran was flushed, but did not hesitate. Great. Han Sen saw her text and became excited. Although they were a couple now, Ji Yanran was so shy and they were always on campus, so it was hard to get anywhere with her. But Han Sen first sent a message to Shi Zhikong and asked if something was wrong. She told him all about the live show and Han Sen's face darkened. After reviewing his opponent's files, he said in a low voice, there will be severe consequences for those who made my girlfriend mad. Although Blackhawk has Yang Shaoxin who is a star player, but their overall strength was not good. It is courageous of the Black Fist Emperor to lead the game, but it would not be easy for him. I hope he could do his best and the result is not so important. After all, his opponent is a strong team. It's great that young players could participate in games to get more experience. After the beginning of the game, both sides sent their first players to log in, and Wen Shusho introduced Han Sen first. Ji Yanran listened to her and was even more upset. What's with this host? She interviewed us, and why is she on the other side? She must be out of her mind. Ku Lily was also annoyed. In fact, after Fang Mingquan heard Wen Shusho's commentary, his face became grim. He meant well when he sent her to do this show and did not expect her to take such a stand. Fang Mingquan immediately called her, Wen, you are doing the show in Blackhawk and should take their stand. If it was not because of her family, he would have said something harsh by this time. Mr. Fang, I think that the commentators should take a neutral point of view. Since Blackhawk is the weaker team, I can't lie, right? That would be against what I believe in. Wen Shusho paused the commentary and replied, what you believe in? Fang Mingquan shook his head. Young people these days are so self-righteous. Yes, I have my belief in professionalism. I'm sorry, but I have to stay true to myself, Wen said confidently. As experienced as Fang Mingquan was, he would not get mad with a little girl. He smiled and said, well, then based on what you believe, which team do you think will win? Blackhawk would lose miserably, Wen did not hesitate to say. In fact, she still held some grudge that Fang sent her here. So what if I say Blackhawk will win? Fang Mingquan asked softly. That won't happen. Wen was doing the show because she liked black and white boxing. No matter how she thought about it, Blackhawk would not win. Well, so if the Blackhawk loses, I'll allow you to choose where you do interviews in the future. Fang Mingquan paused and said, if Blackhawk won, you need to fulfill the task assigned to you without objections. Mr. Fang, you think that Blackhawk will win? Wen now had doubts about the professional level of Fang. Whoever had the slightest understanding of black and white boxing should know that Blackhawk could not win. Blackhawk will not only win, but their victory would also be overwhelming, Fang Mingquan said with a certain tone and hung up. Now Wen was regretting that she had requested to work for Fang. She used to admire his capability, and had used her family connections to get into washing station. But now the professional skills that Fang Mingquan demonstrated were simply disappointing. He could not even see the result of in a no-brainer like this one, which made her feel terrible. Wen Shusho continued to comment in accordance with her own understanding of the game, naturally showing her faith in Saint Germain. Han Sen and Li Yu had logged into the Skynet platform. This team competition took the form of an arena race. If the first player won the first round, he could stay on and fight the next player in the other team, until he was beaten. Such a game system allowed the situation where one player fought 5, but due to the high uncertainty in black and white boxing, that would be hard to achieve. Because it was a game on Skynet platform, the system randomly picked Han Sen as the attacking party. After the game began, Han Sen threw a punch, and his holographic image online was synchronized, hitting Li Yu's image. The professional equipment could scan Han Sen's body, so that it could tell the strength he had put into the punch. Once the strength used passed a certain level, the punch would be considered a black fist, otherwise, it would be considered white. But the scanning data were invisible to the players and they would only know the result after. Li Yu calmly stared at Han Sen. This punch was very fierce, but Li stood still and did not even try to block. Li was very confident of his own judgment. Han Sen's punch looked like a black fist, but from some of the details, he could tell that it was a carefully disguised white fist, and no real strength had been put into it. Because it was on the Skynet, Han Sen could not hurt him for real, so he did not even bother to defend himself. Windtalker was just a new player, but we can tell that he is very skilled and confident in his own judgment. Wen Shusho praised Li Yu, because she had made the same judgment. An average person might believe this to be a black fist, but she had studied black and white boxing and could tell from the details that it was indeed a white fist. But before Wen finished her sentence, an explosion sounded and Han Sen's fist had landed on Li Yu's face. The system automatically showed the special effect of the black fist, blowing Li Yu's image away. For a moment, everyone was dazed, including Wen Shusho and the Saint Germain players. The comments became scarce online. There are consequences for making my girlfriend mad. Han Sen's eyes were cold. He had wanted a close victory so that it would not attract him too much attention, but now he had changed his mind. In addition, he had also got a kiss waiting for him. So, he would show no mercy. Ha ha, why have the Saint Germain team stopped commenting? Genius, well done. Blackhawk students became thrilled. Although they were not many, they soon filled the gap of the comments. Ji Yanran was more excited than everyone else. Her face flushed, she waved her fist and cried, "Now you don't dare to talk nonsense, do you?" Impossible, that punch was clearly a white fist. Li Yu's face was dark. "You, don't let down your guard. It seems that their new guy has some skills," Shu Yundi urged Li Yu. Li Yu was a young talent who he thought could reach the level of Nolan, and he lost a point to Blackhawk's new guy, which was somewhat embarrassing for him. "Yes, coach," Li Yu answered, took a deep breath, and once again turned to his opponent. Each round was best of 5. And Li Yu had only lost a point. The game began again. Wen Shusho continued to explain, "Looks like Black Fist Emperor was quite lucky, getting the first point. It must be because Li Yu was not paying attention." Bang! Before Wen finished, Li Yu was once again sent into the air. The system also played the special effect of him being sent to the galaxy. Wen Shusho was stunned, and so were the viewers. If they could explain Li's first loss with his carelessness, the second loss was hard to justify. Those who were arguing with the Blackhawk students suddenly stopped. All that was left in the comments was support to Blackhawk. "Good job. This is a true black fist. Where did this Black Fist Emperor come from? 2 consecutive black fists, and Windtalker could not tell either. Loser. That kid was trying to play tough and did not even block. Even the special effect changed, haha. Our genius is the best." Wen Shusho did not dare to comment anymore. When Li Yu came to the stage again, she was not as confident as she had been. Black Fist Emperor is a very good player, and this will be a fight between 2 powerful teams. Boom. Another loud bang. Li Yu did raise his arms this time, so the special effect was not as dramatic. But the system still showed his image sliding backward more than 30 feet. There were even sparks from the friction. Although it was only a virtual special effect, many still got excited over it. 3 consecutive black fists and Windtalker was gone. So impressive. 3 consecutive black fists and Windtalker did not see it coming. Where is he from? Wow. The Saint Germain player was eliminated with 0 point by a new player at Blackhawk. Young players do not have the psychological quality. He lost the first point and continued to make mistakes and forgot to dodge. That was just a new player. What you are proud of? Next round Wang Yangjun would show you street. Germain's strength. Young people cannot be trusted with important tasks because they lack experience. You, what's wrong? The other player had been using black fists. Why didn't you dodge? Xu Yundi was upset. His favorite student was eliminated 0-3. That was a shame on him. I am sorry, coach. Li Yu was bitter. He knew that it was likely that his opponent would repeatedly use black fist, but no matter how he saw it, he still felt Han Sen was using white fist, and could not bring himself to move away. Li Yu thought Han Sen was going to use black fist, but his judgment told him it was a white fist. In the end, his judgment trumped his instinct. And that was why he had lost. Do not be sad, I will avenge you. Wang Yangjun laughed, patted Li's shoulder and went up. Remember, since his name is Black Fist Emperor, he must be very confident in his black fists. Be careful and dodge when necessary, Xu Yundi said. Understood. Wang Yangjun nodded and sat in the holographic equipment. Wang Yangjun had quite a lot of faith in himself. Li Yu could not see his opponent's intention because he lacked experience, whereas Wang had been in so many competitions that he would never fail here. Boy, now I will show you the true strength of Saint Germain. Black Fist Emperor, I will reduce you to Black Fist Eunuch. Wang Yangjun stood opposite Han Sen confidently. Because it was an arena match, Wang Yangjun followed Li Yu to become the second player, and was automatically determined to be the defensive side, which was also a compensation mechanism for the party which had to fight continuously. Windtalker is lacking in experience, but Wang Yangjun is a veteran, so that Black Fist Emperor's tactics would not work that easily. Wen Shusho's tone was no longer confident, but she still believed that Wang Yangjun had a bigger chance of winning, and was more optimistic about the Saint Germain team. That woman started babbling again. Ku Lily bristled. Let her talk. The facts will prove everything. Ji Yanran was calm this time. Han Sen had promised her he would win, and she believed him. The game started again. Han Sen threw a punch out that looked extremely fierce. Wang Yangjun looked carefully, and felt just like Li Yu did. From many details he could tell it should be a white fist, and he should not dodge. However, after watching the match between Li Yu and Han Sen, Wang told himself, that was how Li Yu lost, and I cannot make the same mistake. Then he moved backward to avoid the punch from Han Sen. Wang Yangjun is worthy of his fame. His tactical goal is clear and his execution is also in place. This blow should be. When Wen Shusho was in the middle of her passionate commentary, she suddenly stopped. Beep. Han Sen's fist froze in the air, and a sign of a white fist lit up. How could it be a white fist? Wen Shusho shouted out loud, her eyes wide. Damn, I should have believed that my judgment was right. Wang Yangjun bitterly swinged his arm, regretting. Yangjun, what are you doing? Do not get confused, and believe in your own judgment. Xu Yundi shouted to Wang Yangjun anxiously. Wang Yangjun gritted his teeth and went up for the second punch. Watching Han Sen's fist approaching, Wang Yangjun saw clearly that like the last blow, this one was also a white fist judging from the hardly noticeable details. Boy, you want to use the same trick twice. You can't get me like this. Wang Yangjun stood upright and reached out a hand to block Han Sen's fist. With my experience, I could deal with this boy simply by using my instinct. Bang! Han Sen's punch fell on the hand of Wang Yangjun, and Wang was suddenly thrown away. He rolled in the air and thumped to the ground. Black fist. It turned out to be a black fist. At this time, the Saint Germain's supporters became silent, and so did Wen Shusho, forgetting to comment. She could not believe even Wang Yangjun had lost 2 points, and if he lost again, Wang would be out as well. In fact, after this punch, Wang Yangjun's psychological defense had been completely defeated, and it was difficult for him to stay calm. Is it a black or white fist? Wang Yangjun looked at Han Sen, unable to judge with logic. Bang! There was no suspense. Wang Yangjun was eliminated 0-3. And this was just the start of this madness. Lu Yansheng and Ma Chengkong, who followed Wang, simply could not stop Han Sen's performance. 3-0, still 3-0. 3-0 in 4 rounds. The audience's comments had become wild. My god, who is this guy? Black Fist Emperor. So domineering. Even players in top 20 like Wang Yangjun, Ma Chengkong, and Lu Yansheng were unable to get a single point. Cruel, it is too cruel. Black Fist Emperor, where did such a guy come from? Han Senator. The name seems ring a bell. He is our genius at Blackhawk and spokesperson of SKTS. How can you be so dumb no knowing him? So it is him. I just searched the Skynet. Wow, isn't he driving warframes? How come he is also so great at black and white boxing? Genius, show these bastards what we got. Rock them, 5 straight wins. It's harder to beat Nolan Chengguo though. It is not impossible. Look at the score, Han Sen is an awesome black and white boxing player. Wen Shusho only felt blank. She had no idea what was going on. 4 of the Saint Germain team members were already eliminated by a new guy. Blackhawk will not only win, but their victory would also be overwhelming. Thinking of Fang Mingquan's words, Wen felt bitter and ashamed. Nolan Chengguo, there is still him. The number 2 player in the alliance. He had lost to none but that person. He will not lose. Thinking of the last player of Saint Germain, Wen Shusho felt like she had grabbed on the last remaining gambits. Nolan Chengguo, the best martial arts student Street Germain had ever seen, had shown excellence in various competitions. In addition to black and white boxing, he could rank top 3 in almost every item he had signed up for. And his overall ranking in the Military Academy League Martial Arts Tournament. His skills were beyond the level of a military school student. Nolan was even more popular than the chosen in military schools. Nolan, this one you must win, Shu Yundi said grimly, having lost the pride he had in the beginning. Nolan nodded slightly and went straight to the holographic equipment. Wang Yangjun and others stared at the live show nervously, not understanding how Blackhawk had become so strong. Hello, I am Nolan, standing opposite Han Sen. Nolan Chengguo greeted his opponent. His ID was simply, Nolan. Hello, I am the Black Fist Emperor. If you feel it's too long, you can call me Emperor, Han Sen said with a smile. Chen Ling's hands were sweaty. She knew Han Sen was strong, but did not realize he could eliminate 4 members from Saint Germain. But even so, Chen Ling was still very nervous. After all, now Han Sen had to face Nolan, who was a legend in the Military Academy League. Nolan had lost to no one but the monster from the Alliance Central Military Academy. Especially in the black and white boxing, even the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy only beat him 3-2. According to a well-known black and white boxing expert, Nolan had a pure mind, and it seemed that he had some kind of ability to see through the false. Any disguise in front of him was useless, so it was almost impossible to cheat him. And Han Sen was clearly a player very good at cheating. Theoretically speaking, Nolan was undoubtedly Han Sen's nemesis. That was why Chen Ling is worried. Lily, can he beat Nolan? Ji Yanran tightly grabbed Lily's arm and asked. Although she did not pay much attention to martial arts contests, Nolan Chengguo was so famous that even she had heard about him. Although Ji Yanran believed in her boyfriend, she was still so nervous that her palms were sweaty. This is really hard to say. If the opponent is someone else, the genius will definitely win. But Nolan, Ku Lily also hesitated. So what? Senator will certainly win, Shi Zhikong cried. Sen is someone that will only be beaten by me, and before I do, no one can beat him, Zhang Yang said. Lu Meng smiled. Sister-in-law, you rest assured. Senator will not lose. This made Ji Yanran blush, but also made her feel more relaxed. Han Sen stared at Nolan, who was a year or 2 senior to Han Sen himself and had good-looking features. Nolan was not particularly handsome, but still looks good. Nolan's eyes were like water in wells that could show reflections. Deep in his dark pupils, there were lights of wisdom. Just by looking at him, Han Sen knew he was a very tough opponent. Han Sen was good at assassination, psychological game and prejudgment, which all must be based on his opponents having certain thoughts. Only then could Han Sen see through his opponent and determine what kind of reaction might be taken. But Nolan Chengguo had a pair of eyes that was so clean and there was nothing to be told from them. No happiness or worry, no sadness or anger. Nolan seemed to have no desire or pursuit, so that his eyes would never betray him. Everyone looked nervously at Han Sen and waited for him to make the deadly blow. Although Han Sen had eliminated 4 players, now he was against Nolan, and all those who were watching had their hearts in their throats. On the Skynet, a middle-aged man was also watching the match between Han Sen and Nolan. This middle-aged man was named Bai Yishan. He was a rare surpasser at his age. Bai Yishan was famous among surpassers not only because he had many Geno points, but also because he was among the few that could be called martial arts master. Bai Yishan came from an aristocrat family. Since childhood he had been obsessed with martial arts. Dedicated to the research work of Hyper Geno arts, he was also a professor and the youngest maester at the St. Hall. Many S-class Super Geno arts came from his research. Meanwhile, he also taught at the Alliance Central Military Academy and enjoyed a high prestige in the military and Alliance. In his busy schedule, the reason for him to take time to watch such a game held on the Skynet was not his interest in the black and white boxing game itself. In the eyes of a surpasser, this kind of game was simply like children playing house. What intrigued him to watch was Nolan Chengenuo. Recently, Bai had been doing research on a hyper-Geno art called Yin-Yang Blast, whose concepts were complex, but did share some similarities with black and white boxing. It was also about yin and yang forces. The birth of each hyper-Geno art had to witness a lot of experiments. Otherwise it would not be allowed to be sold or promoted at St. Hall. If a hyper-Geno art involved a great risk, it would be classified as banned, and could not be sold. Yin-Yang Blast that Bai Yishan was studying, was one of the hyper-Geno arts that was demanding on those who practiced it. Although the practice of the hyper-Geno art did not involve too much risk, it might generate risks in using. But Yin-Yang Blast had cost Bai Yishan nearly 10 years of hard work. And if he hadn't found an incomplete ancient copy of the Magic of Yin and Yang, he would never have been able to invent Yin-Yang Blast, which was very unique and powerful. Its only flaw was that it was too demanding on the user's prejudgment abilities. The two volunteers from the military who had practiced Yin-Yang Blast all ran into issues when using it in combats. One had died and one became disabled. Yin-Yang Blast was about to be classified as banned. But after all, this is what Bai Yishan had come up with and he did not want to see Yin-Yang Blast buried. That was why he tried his best to get another chance of experiment. In order to ensure the success of this experiment, Bai Yishan needed to pick a person that he thought could control Yin-Yang Blast. After a lot of screening, Bai Yishan had his eyes on Nolan Chengenuo. What Nolan was practicing was a Kala mantra, so his faith was immovable and he had a great perspective on yin and yang. But Bai Yishan was only listing Nolan as a candidate and had not decided. This time he was trying to determine whether Nolan would be a good fit by watching the black and white boxing game, which despite its simple form, shows the fundamentals of yin and yang. Before Nolan showed up, Han Sen's performance had amazed Bai Yishan. It was not how strong he was or how well he had mastered the yin and yang forces, but his ability of psychological gaming and prejudgment that made Bai Yishan regret not seeing the boy earlier. This kind of ability is so rare and perfect for Yin-Yang Blast. If he was not just lucky, he should be the one. Bai Yishan knew how valuable Han Sen's abilities were. This required both talent and effort, and among the people he had met, Han Sen was the best in this aspect so far. Bai Yishan listed Nolan as a candidate exactly because of his ability to see through his opponent's thought, but now he could tell that Han Sen was even better at that. Let me see how well you could do. Bai Yishan watched the game, interested. In the online black and white boxing competition, after Han Sen observed Nolan, he threw a punch as fierce as an uncaged tiger. In Nolan's eyes as clear as water flashed a trace of surprise. He grew up practicing a Kala mantra, and had a mind that was like a mirror. No fiber or dust could pass unnoticed. Although he was still very young, he had a character that was suitable for practicing a Kala mantra and had become advanced in this hyper-Geno art. Most people's minds were affected by a lot of distractions, and he could see through them. With Han Sen's blow, he could not see what his opponent was thinking, which naturally made him a little surprised. The surprise Nolan felt soon went away and Nolan restored his calm. Even though he could not see through Han Sen's mind, Nolan could see through his body. The body could make a lot of deceptive appearances, but under the Akala mantra, he could see almost every inch of Han Sen's muscle. It was almost impossible to fool Nolan. After all, one would have to move certain muscles to use real strength, and there was no way around that. For Nolan Chengenuo, this kind of judgment was not difficult. Han Sen had no secrets in the eyes of Nolan. All his muscles and even the speed of his breathing were imprinted in Nolan's mind. White fist. Nolan made his own judgment. There was no doubt that it was a white fist since Han Sen used hardly any muscles that he would use for other moves. Although Nolan had determined it was a white fist, he still raised his arms to parry. It was not because he had no confidence in his judgment, but out of his respect for the opponent. In Nolan's view, Han Sen was indeed among the top players. However, Han Sen's disguise was not enough to fool him. Among all those he had fought, only the person from the Alliance Central Military Academy could ever fool him. That person could make a black fist white and a white fist black. Compared to him, Han Sen was not perfect. Bang! Nolan's expression suddenly changed, as Han Sen's fist landed on his arm and threw him away. It was determined as a black fist. It turned out to be Black Fist. Nolan was slightly startled. The audience was deadly silent. Wen Shusho opened her mouth wide and her eyes almost popped out of her head. She could not believe Han Sen got another point against Nolan Chengguo. This is not possible. Xu Yundi also felt incredulous. Except for the guy in the Alliance Central Military Academy, he had not ever seen anyone who could get the first point facing Nolan. After a brief silence, people who were watching online became wild. My god, he scored first against Nolan. Is he about to achieve 5-3-0? Street. Germain will go insane. That's amazing. This guy is not just great with a warframe. Black Fist Emperor. If he could give Nolan a 0, I will call him Your Highness. Your Highness, please accept my allegiance. It's just 1 point. Don't get excited too early. The comments were exploding, and in the end, no one could see what they were saying since the page rolled down too fast. Except for in the match against the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy, people had not seen Nolan fail for a long time. Blackhawk students were cheering and Ji Yanran was so excited that her face reddened. Bai Yishan was intrigued. Touching his chin, he asked himself, this is really interesting. One is pure and insightful, an angel from heaven, the other has strong control, but is more like a cunning devil from hell. Who can do better in the end? In the game, Nolan had restored his zen. A failure like that was not enough to shake him, but he had to admit that he had underestimated Han Sen. Han Sen's techniques were not as good as the guy from Alliance Central Military Academy, but he was more cunning. Maybe his flaws had made him strong. You're good. Nolan stood opposite Han Sen and said, thank you. Han Sen accepted the compliment. Ready. Nolan's eyes were calm and steady, without any emotional fluctuations from his failure. Han Sen did not hesitate to punch at him. An ordinary punch as it was, it attracted the attention of millions of people. All were nervously staring at Han Sen's fist. Among all the people, Nolan was the calmest. He watched Han Sen's punch quietly. It was almost exactly the same punch as the last one and seemed to be a white fist again. No matter how Nolan saw it, it was a white fist, since the punch simply could not carry the kind of strength that a black fist would require. There were still a lot of flaws in Han Sen's move, but now Nolan knew that Han Sen had immense control of his muscles and the barely noticeable flaws that only he could see were traps Han Sen had set. But Nolan did not panic. Even if he could not tell whether it was a white fist, Nolan could still make a reasonable judgment. And that was the judgment of Han Sen as a person. Since Han Sen used an ID such as Black Fist Emperor, he must be a person with absolute self-confidence. And from the previous 4 rounds, Nolan could tell Han Sen was indeed quite arrogant. In fact, Nolan had paid close attention to the previous rounds. With his ability of observation, Nolan noticed that Han Sen always had a smile of victory the moment he threw his punch. Although it was only a slight upward curve, it revealed his self-confidence. At the same time, Nolan also noted another detail, something even Han Sen himself probably did not know. In the 4 previous rounds, Han Sen had attacked 12 times, only 3 of which were white fists. And Nolan had paid attention to every detail and knew that Han Sen would have the smile on his face whether he used a black fist or a white one. But when Han Sen was using a black fist, his smile would be slightly more tilted than when he was using a white fist. An average person would not see the difference, and only someone as observant as Nolan could notice this clue. Nolan knew that this was due to Han Sen's preference of black fist. Han Sen must really enjoy the kind of pleasure of hitting his opponent and was excited to experience that. That was why he would smile a little more, and this subtle clue was again tested to be true in the previous punch. Nolan Chengguo had confirmed that Han Sen had the same kind of smile when using the black fist. That's right, this one must be a white fist. Nolan's eyes lit up, he crossed his arms and was ready to block the white fist. Han Sen's smile at this moment was the one he would put on when giving a white fist. Boom! With the sparks generated by the system, Nolan Chengguo was blown away. Nolan had lost again, 2 points in a row. Not even the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy could do that to Nolan. This was simply unbelievable. Nolan had lost 2 points. Am I in a dream? Nolan is not even so miserable when he faced that monster. Horrifying. Blackhawk is so fierce this time. If they could send Street Germain home with no point, they would definitely become the champion, since the Alliance Central Military Academy is not here this time. The Emperor is invincible. Street. Germain did not get a single point until now. No wonder the Blackhawk players and coaches are so confident. They have the Emperor on their team. The Emperor is so strong. Fang Mingquan watched the live show over a cup of tea. Although he thought Han Sen would win, but did not expect him to do so well, Fang Mingquan was not too surprised about the result. After all, he had seen the same performance from Han Sen during the Starry Cup. Han Sen reminded him of someone else, but they had totally different styles. The similarity between the two persons he thought of was that they were both destined to win. Wen Shusho was completely dumbstruck by the fact that Nolan had lost 2 points in a row. She felt like she was in a nightmare, which was as cruel as the reality. The Saint Germain team that she expected to win had not gained a single point so far. And if they lost another point, then they would be out. She didn't think that the team had ever been so humiliated. Even in its weakest moment, the team had never got a 0 in a competition. Not to mention it is the strongest the team had ever been. Before this match against Blackhawk, Street, Germain even had a chance to challenge the Alliance Central Military Academy. She had never expected that they would lose to Blackhawk in such a miserable way. Thinking back of what she had said and done before the competition, Wen Shusho felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped by someone. Wen Shusho even touched her face, as if that feeling was real. As strong as Nolan Chenggunuo, he had been shaken by the situation. Biting his lips, he fixed his eyes on Han Sen. Has he been calculating right from the start? Bai Yishan saw Nolan Chenggunuo's look inside. Nolan is still too young and is easily shaken. He has lost already, but Bai Yishan's gaze at Han Sen became hot. Maybe this person is the best candidate to practice Yin-Yang Blast. And the fact was exactly like how Bai Yishan had predicted. Nolan Chenggunuo's mind was shaken completely. He could no longer maintain his keen observance nor his calm. In the third round, he was blown away by Han Sen. At this moment, even Han Sen's friends could not believe that their school had beaten Street Germain completely. It was a victory they had never seen before. After a short silence, all the students from Blackhawk started to cheer and they were shouting, "Emperor!" In the online community, people had also gone insane. Street Germain had lost like never before, and it was accomplished by the guy whose ID name was Black Fist Emperor. He is indeed an emperor. All players in front of him had to bow their heads, even Nolan Chenggunuo. Wow, has Street Germain ever lost like this in their history? Ha, I feel like this game rule should be changed. Otherwise no one could ever beat Blackhawk. The rules are indeed problematic. They should at least use best of 5. Although it is fun to watch one guy fighting for a long time, a player like the Emperor would leave the other teams no options. This player is indeed an Emperor. He should be able to fight with the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy. I can't say about other items, but in black and white boxing, I believe in the Emperor. He is too good. 0 points, and this is Saint Germain at its best. It feels so good to watch. I really want to see another match. Wen Shusho stood there, looking pale. However, he had to go to the Blackhawk team to finish her last interviews to wrap up the show. Han Sen, congratulations. Wen Shusho felt so bad about herself. She has never felt so ashamed of her own ignorance ever in her life. She also felt terrible about having doubted the decision of her boss, who had meant well and given her a great opportunity which she had completely screwed up. A mentor is a mentor. I have so much more to learn from him. Although Wen Shusho had made a mistake, at least she knew to correct herself. This game shocked all teams in the competition. Many teams that had paid no attention to Blackhawk watched the video immediately and made a lot of analysis. However, with all their efforts, they had only come to one conclusion: the Black Fist Emperor is too good. If they fought against Blackhawk, they would end up as miserable as Saint Germain. Many teams had protested to the sponsor of the competition, and asked the rules to be changed or else they would withdraw. The sponsor also felt torn. They had adopted the current rules to make the game more fun and did not realize that there would be a player as strong as the Black Fist Emperor. Even one of the strongest team was sent home with no point. If the competition went on, it will no longer be a team effort but a one-man show. In the end, the sponsor had to convene an emergency meeting, deciding to change the rules. From the second game on, the current system will be changed into best of 5, and each player could only compete once. Although Chen Ling had issued a formal complaint of the decision, it did not help, because if the game rules weren't changed, no team would be willing to play against Blackhawk. They have changed the game rules for a single person. The Emperor should feel so honored. Ha ha, interesting decision. The Emperor could no longer rule. How can they change it? I want to see the Emperor do this all over again. Yes, I insist they keep the current system. He is indeed an Emperor. Only, the sponsor could stop him. If Blackhawk loses this time, the Emperor is still my champion. I wish to see the Emperor in a singles game. I wonder who will be stronger, him or the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy. When night falls, by the glistening pond and under a willow tree, a young couple were standing together. Close your eyes. Why should I do that? Please. No, if you don't close your eyes, I'll leave. You can't eat your own words. So close your eyes. Okay, no peeking. Alright. Seeing Han Sen had closed his eyes, Ji Yanran, whose cheeks were red, tiptoed and leaned her face towards Han Sen's. However, before her pink lips touched his face, she saw that he opened his eyes and watched her with a faint smile. Feeling ashamed, Ji Yanran wanted to stop and turn away. Yet Han Sen's hands had held her small waist and she suddenly fell in his arms. His mouth covered hers. When Han Sen was enjoying making out with his beautiful girlfriend, his comlink suddenly rang. Han Sen wanted to turn it off, but his girlfriend pressed answer. Suddenly, a sexy woman in white lingerie with her boobs almost popping out showed up in the holographic image. I'm sorry, Sen, it seems that I am interrupting you guys. I will hang up, the sexy woman said with her face gloomy, and hung up. You asshole. Ji Yanran stepped on Han Sen's foot madly and turned away. I can explain. Han Sen chased after her. I don't want to listen. Ji Yanran did not really want to run. She turned her head away childishly. Having to explain to her while walking, Han Sen blamed Wangfu Pingqing secretly. He believed that she was doing it on purpose. In her dorm, Wangfu Pingqing was in a great mood and humming a song. Of course she meant it. She had been informed that Ji Yanran and Han Sen went to the lakeside, and that was why she had calculated the time and changed into the right outfit before she dialed Han Sen's number. You won't be able to run from me, Wangfu Pingqing said to herself while enjoying her bath. Blackhawk's opponent in the next round was also a strong team. Although Han Sen and Ouyang Shaoxin had each won a round, the overall level of Blackhawk was too low to win the competition. Han Sen could do nothing about that. He had done everything he could have, and many viewers felt injustice and protested the change of rules. However, there was nothing anyone can do about this. Because Blackhawk and Saint Germain had all been eliminated and the Alliance Central Military Academy was not in the competition, there was little to watch. After Blackhawk was out, the popularity of the competition was plummeting, which made the sponsor feel terrible. Except for Blackhawk's games, other matches were all protested against and had very low ratings. However, the video of Han Sen and Saint Germain's game had been played a lot. The ID Black Fist Emperor became really popular in the circle of black and white boxing. Han Sen did not care for that. Black and white boxing was a great way to exercise the usage of yin and yang forces and the prejudgment of the opponent's intention. However, he did not intend to commit himself to it. He was only in the competition because of the invitation of his schoolmates and he never wanted to become a professional player. Han Sen went to the auction that Wangfu Pingqing mentioned, and the two Sacred Blood Beast Soul both ended up with skyrocketing prices. He had nothing to bid with in the auction. The Sacred Blood Flying Beast Soul was bought by Lin Baifeng with $178 million, whereas the Three-Blade Harpoon was even more popular and was won by Son of Heaven in the end with $230 million, which made Han Sen feel quite unbelievable. He had wanted to sell his SKTS and put in all his savings, but had to let that thought go, because he simply did not have enough. The crazy prices made him want to sell his own Sacred Blood Beast Souls at one point. He could become rich immediately. Even if he could sell his Sacred Blood Beast Soul each at just 100 million, he would have several $100 million by now. However, this kind of money was not enough for someone rich to buy an interstellar spaceship, so it really was nothing. After the auction, Han Sen was thinking where he should go hunting. The moment he walked out of Steel Armor Shelter, the sky suddenly became dark. It is noon now. How come it suddenly became dark? Is it going to rain? Han Sen felt weird because the sky was very clear just now. When he looked up, Han Sen almost jumped. There was not a piece of cloud in the sky, but a giant island floating above the Steel Armor Shelter like a mountain upside down, blocking the sun and covering the shelter and its surrounding areas in the shadow. Mystery Island, it is a mystery island, exclaimed someone. Han Sen also recognized that it was a mystery island. He had only seen it online before. It was his first time to see a mystery island in the real life. The mystery island was a floating island that occasionally appeared in the sky. Each mystery island had a sacred blood creature guarding it, and according to people's experience, if someone killed a sacred blood creature on the island, one would get its sacred blood beast soul for sure. Therefore, seeing the island meant chance of getting a sacred blood beast soul. However, it was not easy to fly that high and land on the mystery island. Neither primitive nor mutant flying beast souls could carry one that high. Only sacred blood beast souls could, which was the threshold to land on the island. Han Sen became thrilled. Steel armor shelter did not have many flying beast souls to offer. And people here had not even heard of any sacred blood wings, except for his purple winged dragon. The other pair of wings known to people in addition to his was just sold by Wangfu Pingqing and was now in Lin Baifeng's hand. Han Sen felt amused. Wangfu Pingqing must be regretting right now. Had she waited a little longer, the sacred blood wings would be even more expensive than the three-blade harpoon. Son of Heaven is definitely also regretting not having bought the sacred blood wings. Han Sen found a secluded spot and summoned the black beetle armor which had recovered from the previous damages and his purple winged dragon beast soul. He could not wait to fly to the mystery island. When he was up in the air, he saw from afar that from the other direction someone else was also flying toward the mystery island. Lin Baifeng is fast enough, Han Sen thought and approached that person, but when he was closer he saw that it was not Lin Baifeng, but Son of Heaven. What's wrong? Didn't Lin Baifeng buy that pair of sacred blood wings? How did it end up in Son of Heaven's hand? Han Sen frowned, feeling puzzled. Although Son of Heaven's eyesight was not as good as Han Sen's eye-catching golden outfit was easy to recognize. After seeing Han Sen, Son of Heaven speeded up toward the mystery island. Obviously, he did not want to be approached by Han Sen. Han Sen was still far from Son of Heaven and decided to go to the island directly. This is a great opportunity to kill Son of Heaven. Now that he is alone, and none of his gang member is with him. Maybe I could even get rid of him right now. Squinting his eyes, Han Sen flew toward the island. Son of Heaven's wings were no slower than purple winged dragons. Han Sen was not able to close in. The wind became cold when he went higher up, but Han Sen felt nothing because he had sacred blood armor and Jadeskin. On the other hand, Son of Heaven was not that lucky. His armor only covered his upper body and he was shuddering. If it was not because Son of Heaven had almost maxed out on all his Geno points, even with the sacred blood beast soul wings, he wouldn't be able to fly up to the mystery island. After flying for a while, Son of Heaven's eyebrows and hair became white with ice. Damn it, why is the wind so strong? Son of Heaven cursed. It was also the first time for him to come to a mystery island. He had seen it before, but he did not have sacred blood beast soul wings and was not able to go up. Son of Heaven had slowed down. It seemed that he was really frozen. When Han Sen was hesitating whether or not he should rush over, he saw someone else flying toward the island. Steel armor shelter has more sacred blood wings. Who is the owner? Qin Zan. Feeling odd, Han Sen took another look and it was Thumb who was flapping a pair of bat-like wings. Han Sen frowned, although he knew Thumb, but they could not be called friends and Thumb did not know that he was Dollar either. Using the identity of Dollar and as a competitor for the sacred blood beast souls on the mystery island, he was now Thumb's enemy. While Han Sen was still thinking, Son of Heaven quickly flew to Thumb, which surprised Han Sen. Although Son of Heaven and Thumb had some collaborations, they represented two major gangs in the shelter. It seemed odd that Son of Heaven had proactively approached Thumb. How about you and I work together to get rid of Dollar first? Son of Heaven said to Thumb. Why would I work with you? Thumb curled his lips and said, I can sell you the war frames that you want with 10% off. Son of Heaven said without blinking his eyes. 20% off, said Thumb. All right, but you have to help me gain this sacred blood beast soul. Deal. After reaching the agreements, the two flew to Han Sen. Han Sen saw them, but did not seem to panic. Dollar, I am so sorry. I respect you a lot and do not want to antagonize you. However, Son of Heaven has paid well and I have to fight you. If you leave now, I will not stop you, Thumb said to Han Sen aloud. I understand, but I have to get the sacred blood beast soul on the island, Han Sen said calmly. Cut the crap, if you still want the discount, you know what to do. Son of Heaven summoned his bloody red sword and slashed at Han Sen. Holding his round shield with one hand, and a broadsword in the other, Thumb rushed to Han Sen as well. The shield was the one that Han Sen gave to Thumb, so Han Sen knew how good it was. However, Han Sen did not plan to retreat. Drawing his Shira katana out, he cut it to Son of Heaven's sword. Son of Heaven of course recognized the katana, which might be stronger than the Z-steel weapons, but was not even close to his sacred blood sword. Not only was Dollar's weapon inferior to Son of Heaven's, but Son of Heaven had almost maxed out on all his Geno points and with his Hyper Geno art, so he was definitely stronger than Dollar in physique. A few months ago, when Dollar was fighting Qin Zan, he was not even able to beat her. Son of Heaven did not think that the guy's strength could be compared to his in such a short amount of time. Even though Dollar's strength was similar to his, Dollar would lose his balance after trying to block Son of Heaven's sword. By then, HW would have to take the deadly attack from Thumb. There was a dull noise of metal on metal. Bang! Son of Heaven was blown away by Han Sen. He was only able to steady himself after a few seconds and his face darkened. How could he have become so strong? Son of Heaven could not accept the fact that Han Sen's strength was so much greater than his. He had almost maxed out on all Geno points. Thumb, who had to come to Dollar, growled and attacked with his broadsword. However, Han Sen's katana was so fast that when Thumb had only drawn his broadsword, Han Sen's katana was already hitting his shield. Bang! Thumb was also blown away, which shocked Son of Heaven even more. He had seen Thumb's strength and how great his shield was. Dollar could ignore Thumb and his shield, which made him wonder how strong Dollar was right now. Han Sen originally only wanted to test how well could he do at this point. It seemed that the effect was even better than he had imagined. Even Son of Heaven, who had almost maxed out on all Geno points, was inferior to him. The enhancement brought by Jadeskin was indeed tremendous. But then he thought of Shui Longyun, who was able to use Jadeskin to cut a mutant weapon like it was made of tofu after being severely injured, and believed that he could do so much more with this Hyper Geno art. Son of Heaven and Thumb became serious and attacked Han Sen at the same time. Han Sen used one katana to fight two foes and forced them to step back using Bladestorm. In steel armor shelter, those who were watching their fight with binoculars were dumbstruck. Although they knew that Dollar was very strong, they did not realize that he was so strong that even Son of Heaven and Thumb combined could not stop him. "Brother, I'm here to help you." Another person flapped a pair of wings and came close. It turned out to be Wangfu Pingqing. "This woman is trouble." Han Sen frowned. Wangfu Pingqing was obviously calling Son of Heaven, who was the young master of the Starry Group. Being the granddaughter of Wangfu Shangcheng, president of Ares Martial Hall, she could not be his sister. But Han Sen had no time to think about it. Wangfu Pingqing was not weak. If they were fighting one-on-one, Han Sen could easily beat her. However, with two strong enemies attacking him at the same time, she would create a lot of troubles. The three were attacking Han Sen at the same time, who moved quickly and used his katana to block all the blows, which made the onlookers surprised. Dollar is great, he could even handle three enemies at the same time. Had he showed up, Lin Feng might not have become the first chosen. So strong, how can he be so strong? Son of Heaven and Thumb are both going to max out on all Geno points. Qin Zan said softly, "It is shocking that Dollar has made so much progress since the contest. It's just been a few months. Because he is Dollar," Qing said, holding his binocular. "It is such a shame that Dollar was not in the final round of the contest, or he could have beaten Lin Feng," Yuan lamented. When people were feeling amazed, they suddenly heard metal smashed. Han Sen's katana was not sacred blood after all and could no longer take the hits. When cut by the bloody sword of Son of Heaven's, it was smashed into pieces. Without a weapon, Han Sen had to turn away. Although he could fight all these three people, he could not kill Son of Heaven without a sacred blood weapon. "Stop." Son of Heaven would not let him go and smacked the bloody sword at him. Han Sen's eyes became cold and he suddenly shape-shifted into the bloody slayer. He waved his fist at the bloody sword and knocked the sword away. Han Sen wanted to keep hitting Son of Heaven, while Thumb and Wangfu Pingqing had come over, waving their weapons. Han Sen forced Thumb back with one fist, and used his palm as a knife and struck at Wangfu Pingqing. Ding! Wangfu Pingqing's strength was weaker after all. Her sword was struck away and a silver three-blade harpoon cut through the sacred blood armor on Han Sen's arm. Blood was flowing. What a sharp harpoon! Han Sen flapped his wings and flew higher. The three persons were chasing after him, but the higher they went, the stronger the wind was. With Jadeskin, Han Sen did not fear the wind, yet the rest three were trembling and gradually slowed down. They had to watch Han Sen land on the island and disappear from their sights. I was just wondering why Wangfu Pingqing would be willing to sell the sacred blood beast souls. So she was only working together with Son of Heaven. What Han Sen did not understand was why the flying beast soul bought by Lin Baifeng would appear on Son of Heaven. And Lin Baifeng was definitely not working together with them. There was little point in thinking about that right now. Without a sacred blood weapon, it was not very likely he could kill Son of Heaven today. Such a great loss. My katana was ruined and all that I have at this point is a mutant spear. Han Sen had decided that he would gain the sacred blood beast soul on the mystery island to compensate his loss. When he came above the cloud, Han Sen finally saw the entirety of the island. Above the ocean of clouds, there were magnificent mountains, among which one was outstanding. The sacred blood creature should reside in that mountain. Han Sen went towards the mountain at his full speed, wanting to kill the sacred blood creature before everyone else and gain the beast soul. Before he could approach the mountain, Han Sen stopped and was appalled. He did not dare to go any closer because of what he saw. On top of the mountain there was a tall tree with a huge canopy and exceptional fragrance. An angel-looking creature with white wings behind its back and a halo above its head was standing under the tree with both hands placed on the hilt of a sword stuck in a rock. The sword looked like it was made from diamond and glittered in the sunlight. A humanoid sacred blood creature. And it even has a sacred blood gear. Han Sen was pleasantly surprised. If he could gain a sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul from this creature, it would be undoubtedly powerful, just like Bloody Slayer and Fairy Queen. According to people's experience, all humanoids were exceptionally powerful, even the Bloody Slayer, which was not that close to a human. If it was not for the one-off sacred blood arrow used by Son of Heaven, the Bloody Slayer would not have been killed. The three gangs were attacking the Bloody Slayer at the same time and even the combined effort was almost thwarted. Han Sen did not believe that himself was as strong as the Bloody Slayer. And he sensed that this creature was probably even stronger than Bloody Slayer. If Han Sen could shapeshift into the Bloody Slayer for a long time, he would have some confidence. However, there was a time limit to that, and he might get himself killed if he risked to go over the limit. More importantly, the three people following him were about to arrive. If Han Sen started to fight the creature right now, they would be able to take advantage of it. Thinking of this, Han Sen did not hesitate to hide in the mountain and start observing. There was normally only one sacred blood creature on one mystery island. Han Sen did not worry he might run into any danger and sat down on a tree where he could watch the sacred blood creature, waiting for the three to come. In less than half an hour, the three persons had arrived, faster than Han Sen had thought. The three also saw the angel-like humanoid creature and reacted the same way Han Sen did. They stopped far from the creature and did not dare to approach. Come out, let's talk. Son of Heaven stepped back and called after consulting with Thumb and Wangfu Pingqing. Obviously, they were also terrified of that creature and were also worried that Han Sen might take advantage of them. Han Sen ignored them. Half a day had passed, and Son of Heaven did not dare to go into the mountains. Let us talk. None of us can profit from this if we do nothing. Son of Heaven was worried. If it was some other sacred blood beast soul, he would probably let go. However, a humanoid sacred blood beast soul was very rare. If he missed this one, he might never see another in his lifetime. After he evolved and entered Second God's Sanctuary, it would be even harder for him to get a humanoid beast soul. So even if Son of Heaven hated he still asked to work with the guy. Han Sen pondered and flapped his wings to come out. Son of Heaven knew that he was here, so the young master would never touch the sacred blood creature. Thus, Han Sen had little to gain from it. Son of Heaven, say it if you want something from me, exclaimed Han Sen from afar. I will offer you $50 million to help me kill the creature, but the beast soul must be mine, said Son of Heaven. I will give you $50 million for the beast soul. Son of Heaven held back his curse and said, what would you want in return for this beast soul? Name your price. One sacred blood beast soul, Han Sen said. I am only getting a sacred blood beast soul by killing this creature. Don't you feel that you're too greedy? Son of Heaven wanted to kill Han Sen at that moment. I do not have to tell you the value of a humanoid sacred blood beast soul, right? A humanoid beast soul is indeed precious, but you are asking for too much. How about we both compromise? We will offer $100 million for the beast soul. Wangfu Pingqing smiled sensually and said. I am not interested in money. A sacred blood beast soul, or may the best man or woman win. You decide, Han Sen said decisively. Since you do not know your place, I will have to teach you. Son of Heaven suddenly growled and moved to attack Han Sen. Wang Fu Pingqing also summoned her bow and arrows and shot 7 arrows at Han Sen at the same time. Han Sen decided not to waste time on them and flew away. However, there was no wind on the island and Han Sen was not fast enough to lose them. Wang Fu Pingqing's arrows also distracted Han Sen and slowed him down. Son of Heaven, if you promise to give me a sacred blood beast soul now, it is not too late. Otherwise you will regret it, exclaimed Han Sen. My only regret is not killing you earlier, said Son of Heaven, gritting his teeth. Then you will continue to live with regret, Han Sen laughed. Suddenly, Han Sen changed his direction and rushed to where the creature was. The rest were dumbstruck. Thumb slowed down and said, he went after the creature. Should we follow him? Son of Heaven said, do not slow down. Follow him. That bastard would never go risk his life. He is only trying to lose us. Thumb felt it was a reasonable explanation. Dollar could never be so stupid that he would hand his life over to the sacred blood creature. The 3 were following Han Sen as close as they could, but soon they felt that something was wrong. Han Sen went all the way to the mountain and did not intend to change direction or stop. Brother, it feels weird. We should stop, said Wang Fu Pingqing. Son of Heaven also felt that and gradually slowed down, but it was too late. Han Sen had already gone into the mountain. When he was 300 feet from the sacred blood creature, it suddenly opened its eyes, golden lightning bolts shining in its pupils and blonde hair dancing in the air. A sword as gorgeous as a diamond was also drawn from the rock. Spreading its wings, the creature flew up and threw itself at Han Sen. Han Sen moved towards the 3 at full speed. They suddenly understood that he was trying to force them to fight the creature. Shameless bastard, let's run, cried the Son of Heaven. No way, we cannot make it, the creature is faster than we are, Thumb said calmly. We should work together to kill Dollar first, said Son of Heaven, seeing Han Sen was only 50 feet from them. The sacred blood creature had come behind Han Sen and slashed at him with its sword. Shapeshifting into the bloody slayer, Han Sen summoned his mutant spear and used it to block the sword. Crack! As a mutant weapon, the spear was cut into halves by the diamond sword. Shocked, Han Sen threw himself at the 3. The 3 wanted to attack Han Sen, but was all appalled by how powerful the creature was. All of a sudden, Han Sen was already in front of them. When they were ready to attack Han Sen, he stopped less than 15 feet from them and turned to face the sacred blood creature. Having summoned his chopper, he used it to parry with the sacred blood creature. The chopper was a commonly seen beast soul weapon, so he was not worried that people might tell who Dollar was from it. Crack! The chopper was also cut in half by the diamond sword. Han Sen fell to the ground and dodged the sword of the creature. Now the sacred blood creature was faced with the other 3. Without hesitation, the creature cut to Thumb, who was closest to it, with its sword. Thumb gritted his teeth and used his sacred blood shield to block the diamond sword. Ding! Thumb was forced back more than 50 feet before he could stop himself in the air. With a roar, he shape-shifted into a giant bear more than 9 feet tall. With his shield in one hand and his broad sword in the other, Thumb ran toward the sacred blood creature. He exclaimed, Dollar, now if we work together, we will have a chance to kill it. If you run away right now, if we could not gain any benefit, we will not leave anything to you. Just now when fighting with Han Sen, Thumb did not really want him dead. After all, he held no grudge against Han Sen. All Son of Heaven offered was a discount, and that was not worth risking his life. Come to the ground. We are not its match in the air, Han Sen cried while flying to the ground. Son of Heaven and the rest also knew that the flying speed of the creature was too fast for them to keep up with, so they followed Han Sen to the ground. Thumb was the last to follow. Using his sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul and sacred blood shield, he barely blocked the creature's sword. All 4 of them were now on the ground. They all took back their wings and shape-shifted into different creatures to attack the sacred blood angel-like creature. Han Sen had seen the strength of sacred blood creatures. He knew that with his own power, he could never kill the creature. The only chance was to collaborate with the 3. He also had to try to kill the creature while they were still able to shapeshift, because the angel-like creature was too strong. Thumb was now a giant bear. Using his shield, he was fighting the creature head-on. Deep marks were left by the diamond sword on the sacred blood shield. Son of Heaven had turned himself into a huge lion. Wangfu Pingqing did not shapeshift, but was shooting arrows from far away to limit the range of motion of the creature. Without a humanoid shapeshifting beast soul, she would not be able to use the weapon she was best at if she chose to shapeshift. Although all four of them were attacking the creature, they still did not cause much damage. Han Sen found a chance to cut at the creature, but his mutant dagger did not even break its armor. Damn it, without a sacred blood weapon, I could never kill this creature. Han Sen felt depressed. All he needed right now was a sacred blood weapon. It was such a shame that he had not bought the three-blade harpoon, otherwise he would not be so helpless right now. Carry on. My shapeshifting would not last very long, exclaimed Thumb as he was blocking the blows from the creature. Most attacks from the creature were handled by Thumb. If his shield were not sacred blood, it would have been broken 1,000 times. Son of Heaven was also worried. Had he not given Luo Tianyang his sacred blood ape beast soul, which were ruined by Han Sen, he could do much better. Now with the lion beast soul, he could not use weapons after shapeshifting, so he could not commit his full strength. The three men could all last around 2 hours with shapeshifting. As time went by, they could not hurt the creature whatsoever. We could not keep doing this. Someone lend me a sacred blood weapon. Han Sen had to ask. Without a sacred blood weapon, all he could do was to distract the creature. There was no chance he could cause any damage, and their shapeshifting time was almost up. But none of the rest responded. It was a great risk to transfer a sacred blood beast soul to Han Sen. Who could tell if he would run away the moment he got the beast soul? Even if he did not run, no one was willing to see him killing the creature. Since we could not beat it, we should go home. Running out of shapeshifting time, Han Sen turned away to leave the Mystery Island. Without Han Sen, the rest could never beat the creature. With Thumb's defense, they also left the Mystery Island. The sacred blood creature of Mystery Island would not leave the island. So after they left, the sacred blood creature went back to the tree on that mountain. The plan to besiege the sacred blood creature had failed. After some discussion, the three went back to the shelter, because they did not believe that Han Sen would go find the creature alone. That creature was not something an individual could kill. Impressive. The beast soul of this creature must be amazing. Han Sen went back to the Mystery Island after dark. He needed to kill this creature, otherwise his katana and 2 mutant weapons would have been ruined for nothing. In fact, he had one sacred blood weapon, which was the sacred blood butterfly boomerang. However, it was a one-off weapon. If he did not have 2, Han Sen would not use it. If it were any other sacred blood creature, Han Sen would not use the sacred blood butterfly boomerang. After all, it would be a huge waste since no one could guarantee he would gain a beast soul from a creature. However, the sacred blood creature from the Mystery Island would definitely yield a beast soul. In addition, it also had a sacred blood gear, which was way better than the golden axe of the Bloody Slayer, which was too heavy to carry around and less sharp. Even he could not bring the sword out of God's sanctuary, he would be able to sell it at a great price. If he could kill this creature, he could gain both a beast soul and a gear. So even if he were to use his sacred blood butterfly boomerang, it would be a great deal. Going back to the mountain, Han Sen saw the sacred blood creature under the tree, its hands still on the hilt of the diamond sword and its eyes closed again. He did not have time to pay attention in daytime. Now under moonlight and starlight, he noticed how gorgeous this creature was. It was definitely a she. The jade armor covered her body, yet still showed off her long legs and curves. The white wings and long wavy hair accentuated her beautiful facial features. Pretty yet aloof, she was really like an angel. Had he not seen how well she fought, Han Sen would even be reluctant to hurt such a beautiful creature. She is so strong. I only have one chance. If I don't succeed, I might not even be able to escape. Han Sen was considering which beast soul he should use. A sacred blood beast soul armor would not be enough. It might keep him alive, but what he needed now was to kill the creature. The fairy queen was summoned. Han Sen's body was covered in red armor and the ruby crown appeared on his head. His black hair became blonde. Han Sen also summoned the horn bow and mutant black stinger arrow. Han Sen was confident in his ability to hide his intentions, but when he aimed at the creature, she suddenly opened her eyes full of golden lightning bolts. Whoosh! The diamond sword was drawn from the rock, and cut at Han Sen. Han Sen did not shoot the black stinger arrow. He did not dare to. Once the arrow was cut by the sword, it would be ruined. This arrow had cost Han Sen a lot of efforts, and Han Sen would not want it to be ruined like the mutant spear and chopper. Watching the sacred blood creature approaching him, he felt she did not seem as fast as she was. The ability of the fairy queen had turned the actions of the creature into slow motion in his eyes. Watching the sword cutting at himself, Han Sen suddenly took back his bow and arrow and made an incredibly fast move. Spartacle, the footwork that Han Sen had been working hard on, was eventually put to use. Even the sacred blood creature's sword was not fast enough to follow his body. Instead of stepping back, Han Sen narrowed the distance between him and the creature. The sacred blood butterfly boomerang appeared in Han Sen's hand and was thrown at the creature. With an unlikely trajectory, the boomerang approached the creature in the blink of an eye and was about to cut her throat. However, even at such a short distance, the sacred blood creature was still able to take back her sword and slash it at the butterfly boomerang. The moment before the sword touched the boomerang suddenly made an incredible dive and then cut the creature's throat from below. Boom! The horrifying blue fire exploded and covered the entire body of the sacred blood creature. It's almost looked like she was going through a nirvana. This angel was not a friendly one. Bathing in fire, she was still trying to attack Han Sen. Using both Fairy Queen and Spartacle, Han Sen was able to dodge all her attacks. In fact, the creature's speed and strength were no longer comparable to before because of her injury. She gradually slowed down and her sword fell to the ground with a clank. Her body turned into lights and scattered like fireflies. Sacred blood creature holy angel killed. Beast soul of sacred blood holy angel gained. Meat inedible. She really is an angel. Han Sen was excited. He was not too surprised by the fact that the meat was edible. He had read before online that the sacred blood creatures on the Mystery Island were most likely inedible. Wrapping the diamond sword with the cloth he had prepared, Han Sen left the Mystery Island in the dark. Son of Heaven must still be thinking how to kill the holy angel. There is no way that he would know that I've killed it. I'm really curious to see his face when he has prepared everything and find no creature there. Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter in a great mood. Putting the diamond sword on the table, he couldn't wait to check out his newly gained beast soul of holy angel. A teenage girl with long dark hair stood barefoot in front of Han Sen, wearing a white dress, her eyes blinking. Beast soul pet, another one. Looking at the holy angel in the form of a pretty little girl, Han Sen did not know how to react. This was such a big change. She had lost her wings and halo. You could not even tell that she was an angel. There was nothing fearful about her and she looked just like a cute human girl. Despite her cuteness, she could not fight at all. He did not even know how long it would take for a sacred blood beast soul pet to transform. Fortunately, Han Sen also had gained sacred blood gear, the diamond sword, otherwise he would be very upset. After all, he had traded one katana, 2 mutant weapons, and a sacred blood butterfly boomerang for the sacred blood pet. One thing was for sure, the sacred blood holy angel was worth a lot of money. Sacred blood pets were rare, and a pet as cute as this one, which looked almost exactly like a human, could be sold at a great price, maybe even higher than the price of any practical sacred bloods. Can you talk? Han Sen looked at the holy angel and asked. She looked so much like a pretty human girl. The holy angel widened her eyes and smiled at him, looking innocent. Seeing that she could not talk, Han Sen took her back, and took up the gorgeous diamond sword. The diamond sword was like an ice sculpture, and was slightly heavier than a steel sword. Han Sen waved the sword around, and thought it was very smooth to use. What a great sword! It is very much worth what it has cost me. Han Sen felt more and more at ease waving the sword around, thinking it was easier to use than the katana. As for the sharpness and toughness of the sword, there was no question, since it could cut through his sacred blood armor. Even the sacred blood shield of thumbs was left with deep marks, whereas the sword itself was still intact. It was easy to imagine how good it was. It is such a shame that the sword could not be taken back like a sacred blood beast soul. I could only carry it with me and use it here in God's sanctuary, Han Sen thought. The sword had a very memorable look. Since Son of Heaven, Wang Fu Pingqing and Thumb had all seen it, it would be a lot of trouble if he wanted to use it in the future. He could only use it when he pretended to be Dollar. Otherwise any of them could guess that Han Sen was Dollar. Leaving God's sanctuary, Han Sen's comlink immediately rang. Seeing Wang Fu Pingqing's number, Han Sen bristled. It was because of this woman that his girlfriend was still mad at him. Having answered the call, he wanted to talk some sense into Wang Fu Pingqing, teaching her right from wrong. While he just opened his mouth, he was rendered speechless. Wangfu Pingqing was in a bubble bath. Covered under foam, he could only see her arms and the top of her globes, which still made his heart race. "Brother Han, am I interrupting something?" As she asked, she lifted one of her legs and started to caress it. Han Sen felt his nose was about to bleed. He touched his nose and said seriously, "Miss Wangfu Pingqing, do you need me for something? If not, I have to go." Han Sen could not help throwing another glance at her leg. "Of course I need you. Did you know that there is a mystery island floating above the steel armor shelter now?" Wangfu Pingqing smiled sensually. "Of course I know that. But I could never go up there since I do not have sacred blood wings." Han Sen became nervous. "That's a problem easy to solve. I can lend you a flying beast soul." Wangfu Pingqing turned around in the water and moved closer to the comlink. Looking at the close-up of her white globes, he was about to explode. Han Sen said hurriedly, "Don't joke with me. Why would you lend me such a precious sacred blood? I am not joking. If you want it, you can come and get it right now." "My door is open," Wangfu Pingqing said, blinking. "You could say what you want here and now." Han Sen did not believe Wangfu Pingqing would be so generous. "Since you won't come over, we should find somewhere to discuss. How about the cafeteria in Section A?" Wangfu Pingqing said, "No, I'd rather talk in the shelter." Since this was breakfast time, if someone saw Wangfu Pingqing and him together, he could never prove his innocence. Although Wangfu Pingqing was sexy and as pretty as Ji Yanran was more Han Sen's type. Wangfu Pingqing was too cunning. Even though she looked great, it was tiring to talk to her. Shutting down his comlink, Han Sen went back to steel armor shelter and waited for Wangfu Pingqing at their agreed place. Wangfu Pingqing was not a bimbo. On the contrary, she was smarter than anyone he knew. When she first came to steel armor shelter, she pretended not to know Son of Heaven, so that the young master could help raise the price of many beast souls. The sacred blood flying beast soul was thus sold at a high price to Lin Baifeng. Because of the appearance of the mystery island, Son of Heaven had to buy it back from Lin, who ended up making some money. Such a woman would not invite him to a date for no reason. She must want to discuss with him the sacred blood creature on the mystery island. He knew that Holy Angel was gone now, which other people were not aware of, and they were still preparing to hunt the creature. "Maybe I can even gain something from this," Han Sen said to himself. However, he was still not sure how Son of Heaven and Wangfu Pingqing knew each other. Sitting on a rock, Han Sen saw Wangfu Pingqing approaching. Wearing a half-armor, skirt and boots, Wangfu Pingqing's thighs were exposed. Her figure was so attractive that Han Sen swallowed nervously. "Little brother Han, have you waited for a long time?" Wangfu Pingqing walked closer to Han Sen, flipping her hair and in a flirty way. "Miss Wangfu Pingqing, you could call me brother, but could you lose the word, little?" Han Sen asked, a little upset. "If you will call me sister," Wangfu Pingqing said with a smile. "After all, what do you need me for?" Han Sen changed the subject. "I've told you, if you want to go to the mystery island, I could lend you my sacred blood wings," replied Wangfu Pingqing, blinking. No strings attached. He did not believe she was doing this out of kindness. "That's hurtful. Just do me a favor and help me hunt the creature on the mystery island. How about that?" "Me?" Han Sen looked at Wangfu Pingqing in surprise. "Yes, you can name your price. And even if you want me, I could be yours," Wangfu Pingqing said sensually. "Ahem, with so many impressive guys in the steel armor shelter, why would you think of me?" Han Sen continued to ask, ignoring her reply. "Although there are many great guys out there, I think you are the best archer I have ever seen. So who else will go, in addition to you and me?" Han Sen asked. "I will not go. There are in total 3 flying beast souls in the steel armor shelter. You will go on my behalf and collaborate with Son of Heaven and Thumb in order to hunt the creature. Other than its beast soul, you could ask for anything else. Sister, if you don't mind me asking, what is the relationship between you and Son of Heaven and Thumb? Can I trust them?" Han Sen asked. "Rest assured, the mother of Son of Heaven is my mom's sister, which makes him my cousin. So, of course you can trust him. As for Thumb, we have paid him and we know who he is in the alliance. He will not dare to mess up," explained Wangfu Pingqing. Now Han Sen came to understand the relationship between Ares Martial Hall and Starry Group. He did not really care about this sort of thing. Since Wangfu Pingqing and Son of Heaven did not know Holy Angel had been killed by him, and Wangfu Pingqing was seeking his help, it was potentially a great opportunity. What do you need me for though? I am not really good at combat. All the other two guys need is a strong archer. Although I am good at archery, but not as good as you. That's why I want to ask for your help. Let me know if you want something in return, Wang Fu Pingqing said with a smile. Han Sen pretended to think for a while and said, I would like to buy a sacred blood beast soul weapon. Do you still have any available? Han Sen could not forget about the sacred blood 3-blade harpoon. Although the diamond sword was great, it was too eye-catching. And since it was a sacred blood gear rather than a beast soul, it was not that portable. Well, Wang Fu Pingqing pondered, she did have a sacred blood weapon, which was exactly the 3-blade harpoon that was at the auction. Son of Heaven was planted by her at the auction and the harpoon was actually unsold. To be honest, I still have that sacred blood harpoon. I can sell it to you if you want it. But the lowest price would be 150 million, which is the best I can do, said Wang Fu Pingqing seriously. 150 million. Han Sen thought about it. It was not cheap but not that expensive either for a sacred blood beast soul. After all, Wang Fu Pingqing owned a company, and a company must make profits. If it was at an auction, it could easily be sold at a better price. In addition, sacred blood beast souls were rare, and sometimes could not even be bought with money. Han Sen thought, I have 60 million in savings. Since SKTS is still a limited edition, the one I won at the Warframe contest could probably be sold at around 70 or 80 million online. Right, I also have a mutant flying beast soul of black feathered beast. With everything sold, I could come up with 150 million. Okay, let's do this. I really need a sacred blood beast soul to hunt sacred blood creatures. If I can gain another sacred blood beast soul, then it will all be worth it. Han Sen gritted his teeth and said to Wang Fu Pingqing, all right, 150 million it is. I will buy the 3-blade harpoon but I don't have so much money at the moment. If you could wait a couple of days, I will sell something so that I can come up with the money. Why would you sell elsewhere? Have you forgotten what I do? Tell me what you want to sell and I will offer you a good price for them. Wang Fu Pingqing rolled her eyes. Han Sen told Wang Fu Pingqing what he wanted to sell, and Wang Fu Pingqing appraised his belongings. Their agreement was that Han Sen would use the mutant flying beast soul, the SKTS, and $60 million to buy the 3-blade harpoon. Honestly, I respect you a lot. After they made the deal, Wang Fu Pingqing said to Han Sen seriously. You flatter me, Han Sen paused and said. Wang Fu Pingqing shook her head and said, I did some research on your background. And based on who you were before entering God's sanctuary and what happened to you after, it is impressive that you can become who you are today. Honestly, I have thought that if I were you I would probably still be struggling for life and could never have come up with 150 million to buy a sacred blood beast soul. As thick-skinned as Han Sen, he blushed hearing the compliment. Luck, it was all luck. He was not lying either. If he did not happen to gain the black crystal and the sacred blood black beetle beast soul, he could never have become who he is today. Seeing that he blushed, Wang Fu Pingqing could not help holding his chin and kissed him on the cheek. A man as capable and cute as you is just my type. If you become more powerful, I might really want to become your girlfriend. After getting the 3-blade harpoon, Han Sen had no time to play with it before he was brought to Son of Heaven by Wang Fu Pingqing. Son of Heaven obviously already knew that he would come. The conditions offered to Han Sen were part of the agreement between him and Wang Fu. If it was not for the fact that the Mystery Island would only last for a short time, Son of Heaven would never have agreed to ask for help from Han Sen, let alone offer him benefits. What he did not know was that it was useless to promise Han Sen anything, because the holy angel was already killed by Han Sen. Son of Heaven, Wang Fu Pingqing and Thumb needed to go back to the shelter to prepare. They did not leave anyone on the Mystery Island either, in case that the person would be attacked by Dollar. In addition, they did not believe that Dollar alone could have killed the creature on the Mystery Island, which was why they only sent a team to watch the Mystery Island from the shelter and had no idea that the sacred blood creature had been killed. This time Son of Heaven had spent several hundred million on buying the sacred blood flying beast soul from Lin Baifeng and borrowing a sacred blood shape-shifting humanoid beast soul from Qin Zan, in addition to the price he paid to hire Han Sen and Thumb. All of his efforts were for the beast soul of this sacred blood creature on the island. Han Sen simply took the sacred blood flying beast soul and a sacred blood beast soul arrow Wang Fu Pingqing lent him, and followed all instructions of Son of Heaven quietly. Secretly, Han Sen was amused. Son of Heaven, you've spent so much effort. When you land on the Mystery Island and find the sacred blood creature gone, I wonder how you would look. You can only shoot arrows from afar and have to stop whenever I ask you to. You will regret it if you try to steal my beast soul again." Son of Heaven looked at Han Sen coldly. "Rest assured, I am a professional and know what to do," replied Han Sen calmly. "That would be the best." Son of Heaven was not afraid that Han Sen would try to get the last hit. This time, there would be a beast soul for sure, so even if Han Sen had got the beast soul, he would have to give it back. Otherwise, Son of Heaven would have the excuse to kick Han Sen's ass in the alliance. Even Qin Zan and the special squad could not save him. Everything was ready and Son of Heaven took Thumb and Han Sen to fly towards the Mystery Island again. When they arrived at the island, Son of Heaven did not go immediately into the mountain, but let the team rest for half a day so that they were all prepared and energetic. For this humanoid creature's beast soul, Son of Heaven had considered everything. Han Sen did not say a word and simply followed what Son of Heaven said. He was only looking forward to seeing Son of Heaven's disappointment when he found that the holy angel was gone. At last, Son of Heaven led Han Sen and the Thumb into the mountain. "Where is the sacred blood creature?" From afar, Son of Heaven used binoculars to watch the top of the mountain, but did not see the holy angel. Son of Heaven accelerated towards the mountain, but did not see a trace of the creature at all. Feeling reluctant, Son of Heaven circled around the mountain top and asked Thumb and Han Sen to search elsewhere on the island, but in the end, they found nothing. "Dollar, I will kill you." Son of Heaven bristled and gave up in the end. He hated this person even more than he did a murderer. On the way back, Son of Heaven's face was dark. It seemed that his anger had controlled him completely. Han Sen would not provoke him, but was dying with laughter inside. "What took you so long? Did you get the beast soul?" Wang Fu Pingqing, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the three were back and asked hurriedly. "It's gone." Son of Heaven squeezed the words from his teeth. "What do you mean by gone? It is impossible that the sacred blood creature on the Mystery Island did not yield a beast soul." Wang Fu Pingqing did not understand. "The creature is gone. That bastard Dollar must have killed it. I will never forgive him." Son of Heaven looked like he wanted to strangle Dollar to death. It was maddening because Son of Heaven had to spend all the efforts and made all this preparation and did not even see the creature. How is that possible? We have all seen what the creature could do. How could he have done it alone? Wang Fu Pingqing opened her mouth wide in surprise. "No one in our shelter could have done this except for Dollar, so it must be him." Son of Heaven's eyes were bloodshot. Wang Fu Pingqing saw Son of Heaven's look and did not say much, because anything she said right now would piss him off even more. She knew very well how much he had paid to kill this creature. Although this kind of spending was nothing to Starry Group, the disappointment was something an arrogant person like Son of Heaven could not take. Han Sen would love to see Son of Heaven losing his temper for a while longer, but since Thumb had walked away, he had no reason to stay. Having returned the sacred blood wings and arrow to Wang Fu Pingqing, Han Sen left as well. Han Sen really liked the sacred blood arrow, but it was something that Wang Fu Pingqing used herself and was not for sale, not to mention he had no money at this point. Back in his room at the shelter, Han Sen summoned the three-blade harpoon and tried it out. He loved how it felt in his hand and could not wait to fight a sacred blood creature with this weapon. "It is time that I go to the Devil Desert again. With this three-blade harpoon, the sacred blood Fox King and black-feathered Beast King could no longer escape from me." Han Sen was excited, but before he went to the Devil Desert, he had received a message from Qin Zan, who asked Han Sen to see her. Her voice is a bit weird and she did not mention what it was regarding, which made Han Sen feel puzzled. It should not concern the special squad, otherwise she would just say it. Han Sen could not think of anything Qin Zan would need him to do. At the same time, Qin Zan was holding some paperwork and had a strange look on her face. Why would Professor Bai from the Saint Hall choose Han Sen? Qin Zan muttered to herself as she read. Qin Zan was no stranger to the Saint Hall. Although the Saint Hall was part of the military, it had a special status. All departments in the military and even forces outside the military were always watching the Saint Hall closely. This was all due to the hyper-geno arts developed by the organization. Even within the military, the licenses used to purchase at the Saint Hall were limited. For those who worked at the Saint Hall, the control was even tighter. Security clearance would only be issued after extremely strict scrutiny. As a prestigious professor and a maester at the Saint Hall, Bai Yishan was one of the leadership team in the Saint Hall. Surprisingly, Such a big shot as Bai Yishan would like to transfer Han Sen to work for the Saint Hall as his assistant. When he contacted the management of the special squad, they were all quite shocked. Feeling equally surprised was Qin Zan. At the same time, she felt more confident about her choice of talent. However, Qin Zan did not want to let Han Sen go. Her original plan was to ask Han Sen to lead the squad after she entered Second God's Sanctuary. Although Yang Manli was quite capable, she did not have the leadership skills and was inclined to make extreme decisions, which was not helpful to the team. However, Qin Zan did not make the decision yet, as she would like to hear what Han Sen thought. If he would like to go to the Saint Hall, she would not try to stop him. After all, for most people, the Saint Hall meant a bright future. Come in. Qin Zan saw Han Sen was outside her office and said. Han Sen was the biggest gem that she had found in steel armor shelter. He was a little greedy and cowardly, but his growth was faster than she had expected from him. Seeing Qin Zan smiling at him, Han Sen felt a bit scared. Han Sen, you have done well recently. Qin Zan smiled at Han Sen. Under your guidance, Han Sen said quickly. Well said. Qin Zan's smile became brighter. This made Han Sen more nervous. He cleared his throat and said, so why have you called me here? So Professor Bai Yishan from the Saint Hall wants you to work as his assistant. Do you want to go? Without further ado, Qin Zan told Han Sen what has happened. A professor from the Saint Hall wants me as his assistant. Han Sen paused and realized that he had nothing to do with the Saint Hall. And Professor Bai was also a stranger. It is many people's dream to work for the Saint Hall, not to mention under Professor Bai Yishan. It is a great opportunity and you should think about it. Qin Zan grinned. She wanted to make Han Sen her successor, but if he did not want the same thing she did, there was no point in keeping him. What do you think? Han Sen looked at Qin Zan and asked. He felt it was a bit weird, since he had never even heard of this professor. Han Sen was always suspicious of a pie in the sky. Of course I think the Saint Hall is the great place. The pay is higher than in the special squad, and you will also have the chance to learn lots of advanced hyper-geno arts. In addition, you will also be working for Professor Peter, who is an authority. If you become his assistant, you will have a higher status than I do. So, you think I should go? Han Sen pondered. On the contrary, I hope you could stay. Qin Zan shook her head and said. You know that I have high hopes for you. Of course I wish that you could continue to stay on the squad. In a couple of months, I will become an evolver and enter Second God's Sanctuary. I will recommend you as my successor to lead the squad. All right then, I'll pass and follow you. Han Sen said decisively. In the Saint Hall, there might be a lot of benefits, but he still sensed something fishy about this. In addition, he was practicing Jideskin. If he walked around experts of hyper-geno arts all day, they might be able to tell that. Han Sen believed that based on his credentials and knowledge, he was more likely to become a guinea pig in a place like the Saint Hall. He would not go even if Qin Zan did not try to keep him on the squad. And now he was also doing Qin Zan a favor, so that was two birds with one stone. Qin Zan's eyes lit up. She did not expect Han Sen to agree so fast and give up a great opportunity because of what she had said. You're great. I chose the right man. Qin Zan was excited and patted Han Sen on the shoulder. Keep up the good work. Although leading the squad might not be as glamorous now, you would have a harder time at the Saint Hall because of the glass ceiling there. I assure you that you would never regret today's decision. I did not think that far. As long as I can follow you, that's good enough for me, Han Sen said quickly. Qin Zan blushed in the thought of Han Sen's words when she hypnotized him. Well then, I won't keep you here. Watching Han Sen leave, she thought, he was just too young, otherwise I might consider him as a suitor. Bai Yishan did some due diligence on Han Sen. With his level of security clearance, Bai Yishan could see the classified files and found out that Han Sen was a member of the special squad. This discovery was great news to him, since it was relatively easy for the Saint Hall to transfer someone from the military. Although the special squad were different from ordinary soldiers, it would still be easy to accomplish. However, the reply from the special squad made Bai pause. He frowned and thought. He turned it down. This would create some trouble. If Han Sen was an ordinary soldier, Bai Yishan could simply force his transfer. But since Han Sen was working for Qin Zan, even Bai could not think of a good way to have Han Sen work for him. Since I could not use the official method, I would have to come up with something creative to make him practice yin-yang blast. Bai Yishan wouldn't give up and was willing to see Yin Yang Blast being banned. Checking Han Sen's profile again, Bai Yishan was deep in his thoughts. Han Sen went back to the school and dialed Ji Yanren's number. Although he had just gained a sacred blood beast soul weapon, Han Sen did not go hunting because the creature he fed the black crystal to was about to evolve into a sacred blood creature. He did not want to go too far in case he could not eat the creature in time. "What are you doing?" Han Sen saw Ji Yanren in the holographic image and asked with a smile. "Can't you see? I am playing Hand of God." Ji Yanren tried to play cool. "Where are you? I'll go find you right away. E6, if you don't have time you don't have to come." Ji Yanren continued to play. "Be there in 5. Han Sen hung up and went to E6. Ji Yanren thought to herself, "Had you chosen not to come, I won't forgive you." "Hey girl, you're so good at this." Han Sen found Ji Yanren soon. There were better players than Ji Yanren on campus, but only a few. And they either did not want to beat her or did not play on Battle.net at all. "It's not fun playing on campus. I'm playing on the Skynet platform. This player's good, he has beaten me 3 times, each time by 10+ points, said Ji Yanren. "Which virtual room are you in? Let me avenge you." Han Sen was ready to sit at one of the holographic equipment. "Use my account." Ji Yanren got up and offered him her seat. Han Sen sat down, but pulled her back into his laps. "Let go." Ji Yanren blushed and pretended to struggle. "Stop. If you leave, how can you see justice served?" Hugging her from the back, Han Sen invited that player to continue to play. "How can you move like this? If you lose, I will not forgive you," said Ji Yanren. "That's not a problem. This is the unevolved section, and I will not lose even with my eyes closed," Han Sen said. "Such an egoist," Ji Yanren teased him. "This is confidence. If you don't believe that I will win, let's make a bet. If I win, you need to kiss me." Han Sen laughed. "And if you lose?" Ji Yanren curled her lips. "If I lose, I will kiss you," Han Sen said shamelessly. "Nice try. Just do well." Ji Yanren pinched Han Sen on the waist, and he let out a cry, attracting the attention of other students. They saw the couple and all smiled ambiguously, making Ji Yanren blush more. "Stop it." She covered Han Sen's mouth with one hand, and felt a kiss on it. Ji Yanren had to take her hand back. And this time a prompt popped out on the holographic machine, and it said the opponent refused to play again. While the couple were wondering why this player would refuse, they saw a message from him. "You must be Ji Yanren from Blackhawk." Seeing the message, Han Sen looked to his girlfriend suspiciously. The latter shook her head and was at loss. "The platform randomly matched me with him. I don't even recognize this ID. Could he be from our school?" Han Sen checked the ID name, which was quite arrogant, the third hand of God. "Just reply to ask if he's from our school. We don't have a lot of players at this level and I know all of their ID names." "This one is not one of them," said Ji Yanren. When Han Sen was ready to reply, he saw another message from the opponent. "I am Liu Bodao from the Hand of God Society at Alliance Central Military Academy. My nickname is Three-Handed King. You should have heard about me." Ji Yanren was surprised. The Three-Handed King from the Alliance Central Military Academy is among the top 10 in the Military Academy League. I wonder how he found out about my ID name. No matter how he found that out, I will not let a guy who had his eyes on my girlfriend off the hook easily. Han Sen grinned and sent a message over. "I will not make friends with those who are weaker than I." Liu Bodao sent a message back. "I have just beaten you 4 times, each time by more than 10 points. And you call that weak?" "I was eating just now and have just finished," replied Han Sen. "Ha ha, okay then. We'll play another round, and let's see what you say when you lose again," said Liu Bodao, sending an invite to fight. Han Sen clicked yes without hesitation and the countdown started. "What are you doing?" Ji Yanren smiled and asked. "Nothing, just to remove all his desires to play the game Hand of God." "He has to pay for wanting to steal you," Han Sen said with his eyes narrowed. Ji Yanren did not speak but blushed. She felt sweet at heart and enjoyed watching her boyfriend getting jealous. Liu Bodao was overjoyed. Last year, he watched the promotion videos of the Hand of God societies from all military schools and was stunned by a beautiful female player named Ji Yanren. However, Blackhawk did not compete against the Alliance Central Military Academy, and was not even among the top 8. So, there was no chance for him to meet Ji Yanren. Liu Bodao had to ask around to find out Ji Yanren's ID on the Skynet gaming platform. When he wanted to friend her, he found that her privacy setting was set to reject all friend requests. Lu Boudao had almost forgotten about that bummer and was suddenly randomly matched with Ji Yanran today by the system. He did not notice it was her in the beginning and thought his opponents had good techniques. That was when he checked her ID and found out it was Ji Yanran's. Holding back his joy, he beat her a few times to show off his power before he texted her and asked if she was Ji Yanran. Learning it was her, Lu Boudao was even more excited. He was prepared to show her how strong he was, and hopefully he would be able to earn her heart. "Hi, Boudao, what are you so happy about?" Lu Boudao's teammate and roommate, Liang Yiming asked. "Yiming, could you guess who I ran into on the gaming platform?" Lu Boudao asked excitedly. "The monster from our school," replied Liang Yiming casually. "Then I would have cried." Lu Boudao grinned. "I ran into Ji Yanran from Blackhawk." "Blackhawk, are there any good players there?" "The beauty, do you remember? From that promotion video." "Oh yes, I remember that beauty. Didn't she reject to add you already? Are you successful this time?" "I met her through the random match of the platform. It must be fate, because there are so many people on that platform and I met her," Lu Boudao said contentedly. "Are you serious? Such a small chance." Larry walked behind Lu Boudao started to watch the holographic image. "Of course it's true. She already said that if I beat her she will be my friend." "Good for you, then it's a done deal." Liang Yiming saw Ji Yanran's game last year. She was okay but no match to any of them in the Alliance Central Military Academy, not even the bench players. "Exactly. The game has started, I need to focus now," said Lu Boudao. The countdown was over and the game had started. To show off his strength and chivalry, Lu Boudao did not try to steal the light spots on Ji Yanran's side. He planned to finish off his light spots as soon as possible. However, when the game just started, Lu Boudao saw his opponent's hand reaching over to his side, obviously trying to steal his points. "Ha ha, this beauty thinks too much of herself, trying to steal my points," said Lu Boudao, laughing. "You have to let the girl do what she wants. Don't beat her too bad, you need to be a gentleman and leave her a few points." Liang Yiming also laughed. "All right, I understand that," said Lu Boudao, reaching toward a spot. When he was about to touch the spot, a finger suddenly crushed it and his opponent gained a point. "Well done, you're offering her points early on." Liang Yiming thought Lu Boudao did it on purpose. "Had to," Lu Boudao said reluctantly. "It was not part of his plan. I should pay more attention." Lu Boudao still thought he was just being careless and reached toward another spot. Before he hit the spot, the finger once again crushed it. Lu Boudao panicked a little as his opponent had beaten him to all the spots he wanted to hit 8 times in a row, leaving him with no point. "Boudao, this is a little extreme. The beauty's level is okay. Be careful or you might even lose." Liang Yiming still thought Lu Boudao was doing this on purpose. Lu Boudao, however, was no longer in the mood to joke around. He was completely focused on the game, with his forehead sweaty. He did not want to let his opponent win, but lost nonetheless. Very soon, Liang Yiming could tell that something was wrong. Blue veins stood out on Lu Boudao's temple, and his fingers were dancing like crazy. Still, no point was gained. And the other hand in the holographic image could always hit the spot first. Liang Yiming widened his mouth. He knew very well how good Lu Boudao was. Although Lu Boudao was relatively weak among the Alliance Central Military Academy players, he would be absolutely the first place in any other military school. However, until now, Lu Boudao still had not gained a single point, which was almost unbelievable. Even Liang Yiming, who was the second place in the Alliance Central Military Academy, did not dare to say that he could do the same to Lu Boudao. Unless the difference between the two players was heaven and earth, this scene would never appear. But it was what was happening at this point. In the 100-point game, the opponent had already gained 80 points, while Lu Boudao still had nothing. At this point, Lu Boudao was covered in cold sweat. His movements became stiff due to too much pressure. The hand of his opponent was like a devil's hand in Lu Boudao's eyes. Helplessness and despair made Lu Boudao cringe. The devil's hand was everywhere. In all kinds of Hand of God games that Lu Boudao had experienced, he had never felt so much despair before. No matter what kind of opponent he used to meet, even if he had lost a lot of points, he would always have some reason to finish the game. However, this game was different. Whichever light spot Lu Boudao wanted to hit, his opponent would always beat him to it. No accident, no suspense. Lu Boudao had never thought that he would want to gain 1 point so much. 1 point, All I need is 1 point. As a member of the Alliance Central Military Academy, Liu Bodao was a tough player. Others might have given up at this point, but he was still hanging in there. Soon Liu Bodao discovered how difficult it was to gain a point. Bang! The last light spot was crushed and Liu Bodao was dumbstruck. 100-0. The score on the screen made Liu Bodao collapse. "Bodao, were you trying to be a gentleman?" Liang Yiming asked, uncertain. It did not look like Liu Bodao was doing it on purpose. However, there was no other explanation for Liu Bodao to get a 0 either. Liu Bodao did not reply. Sitting up and staring at the holographic image, he quickly sent an invite to his opponent for another match. His opponent agreed and the game started again. Liu Bodao stared at the holographic image like a monster staring at its prey, gathering all his strength to prepare for a fierce attack. When the game started, Liu Bodao had lost all his confidence under the devil's hand. No way, he could not hit anything. Using all his strength and calculation, Liu Bodao found his speed and strategies useless in front of the devil's hand. That hand was everywhere, and Liu Bodao felt there were a pair of devil's eyes watching his soul as well. No matter which light spot he chose to hit, the devil would always be there first, smashing his hope. No, this is not possible. Liu Bodao felt that the hand was growing in size, taking up all the space around him, and he was becoming smaller and smaller, reduced to a toy. Bang! The game had not even ended, but Liu Bodao had already collapsed on his chair, all his confidence and courage gone. Liang Yiming next to him was also soaked in cold sweat. In the second match, he tried to imagine him as Liu Bodao, and soon he became desperate as well, because he found out that he would not be able to hit anything either. It was not Liu Bodao's fault. The opponent acted as if she could read people's mind. "Liu Bodao, this is Ji Yanran from Blackhawk. Are you sure this is not an evolver?" Liang Yiming could not believe that this person was a military school student. "I have no idea." Liu Bodao was not sure either. He looked at his opponent's ID and said, "This is her ID and this is the unevolved section. The evolvers shouldn't be able to enter this part." Liang Yiming heard Liu Bodao's theory and agreed. If his opponent was an evolver, that person would be sent to a different section. But some evolvers who had not yet registered in the alliance would be able to still enter the unevolved section. So that was a possibility. If this person is unevolved, then it's too scary. Maybe only the monster from our school could be her match, Liang Yiming said. "Who are you?" Liu Bodao sat up and sent a text to his opponent. Liu Bodao and Liang Yiming both stared at the holographic image, awaiting the reply. In Blackhawk, Ji Yanran was sitting in Han Sen's lap and watching her boyfriend playing with only one hand. Now she knew how she had lost to him on the spaceship. His speed and prejudgment seemed to be beyond what a human could do. From her angle, his dancing fingers were almost like they belonged to a pianist. "You scare me." When Han Sen finished the game, Ji Yanran let out a sigh of relief. "How?" Han Sen whispered into her ear. "You left your opponent with no points." Ji Yanran's earlobe became red. "He had his eyes on my girlfriend. That was unforgivable." Han Sen saw her cute earlobe and kissed it. Ji Yanran felt electrified and shuddered. At this time, the message from Liu Bodao popped out. Han Sen saw it and replied, "I am Ji Yanran's boyfriend." He was claiming his territory. "Are you a Blackhawk student?" Liu Bodao's message came again. "Yes," replied Han Sen. He then exited the platform. With a gorgeous girl in his arms, he was in no mood to talk to a guy. Ji Yanran realized something and her cheeks became crimson. Looking at her gorgeous face, Han Sen could no longer resist the temptation. Although they were in public and could not go too far, Han Sen enjoyed himself enough. "Hey love birds, stop showing off like this." Ku Lily suddenly appeared next to them. Ji Yanran immediately blushed and ran from Han Sen. Watching her roommate who was blushing and Han Sen who stood up, Ku Lily smiled. "Yanran, genius, I did not mean to interrupt you. It's just Ji Yanran has promised me that today she would accompany me to pick a hyper-geno art. And it's past our agreed time. I'm so sorry." Ji Yanran held Ku Lily's arm and apologized. "Forget it, I now understand that girls would give up anything for their men." Ku Lily looks to Han Sen and asked, "Genius, would you come with us?" "Sure, but can't you call me by my name?" "Bite me." Han Sen decided to be silent, and followed the girls. Although the military school would teach hyper-geno arts, there were nothing advanced. However, the military school students had certain benefits when it came to purchasing hyper-geno arts. Freshmen were allowed to buy a C-class hyper-geno art, sophomores were eligible to buy a B-class hyper Geno Art and 2 C-class ones, junior could buy 2 B-class and 4 C-class ones, seniors could buy 1 A-class and 5 B-class. Unless they were in some special majors, they had to graduate and serve in the army after 4 years. After graduation, it would depend on their achievements in the army whether they could buy more advanced Hyper Geno Arts. Different from the St. Hall, the Hyper Geno Arts sold in military schools came with only 1 bottle of Geno solution. And the D-class arts and under did not require any Geno solution. Both Ji Yanran and Ku Lili were juniors and according to the rules they could purchase to 2 B-class and 4 C-class ones. Han Sen could also purchase 1 C-class at this point. However, he was not interested in the less advanced Hyper Geno Arts after seeing Holy Angel and Sparticle. Qin Zan still owes dollar and S-class license. How can I try to retrieve it? Han Sen kept thinking about it but had no good solutions. Qin Zan asked dollar to get it in the steel armor shelter. However, it would be so dangerous with the strong guys and Son of Heaven in the shelter who hated dollar's guts. The 3 of them came to the school's Hyper Geno Art store and there was no shop assistant but all vending machines. The tutorials were up for download after payment and the Geno solutions would pop from the vending machines. Ji Yanran, what do you think I should buy? Ku Lili could not decide. Genius, give me some advice, she then said to Han Sen. Maybe you could try the B-class momentum and windbreak. A strange voice next to them sounded. The 3 students looked to the direction of the voice and saw a well-dressed, mild-tempered middle-aged guy. He seemed to be at most 50 years old. How do you know that those 2 suit me? Ku Lili looked to the middle-aged guy in surprise. He smiled and replied, the Hyper Geno Art that you are practicing now should be Jetaforce. Ku Lili was even more shocked. You can even tell this. Are you a professor at the martial arts department? The guy did not reply and continued, Jetaforce focuses a lot on the speed, and you have made a lot of progress so that momentum and windbreak will bring you a step further. Really? Ku Lili was overjoyed but still could not believe him completely. I believe your linear acceleration should have reached 13 in fitness index and your muscle strength 12.5, so you're the perfect candidate for those 2. Ah, Ku stared at the middle-aged guy, unable to believe that he could even tell this. Her linear acceleration was 12.98 and her muscle strength was 12.51, almost exactly the same as what he said. At this point, Ku Lili had believed that middle-aged was a professor in martial arts department. She gladly thanked him and said, I will buy momentum and windbreak then. Ku Lili swiped her card and purchased those 2. Han Sen and Ji Yanran regarded the middle-aged guy in surprise. He must not be an ordinary professor with such keen observation. Do you need my help? The guy asked Han Sen and Ji Yanran. You should really use the professor's help. Ku Lili checked out the details of her newly purchased martial arts and felt they did suit her very well. I don't have any quota left. How about you? Ji Yanran said to Han Sen. All I have is AC class quota and it will not be really useful to me, so I'll pass, said Han Sen. That's not right. Although advanced Hyper Geno Arts are powerful, the foundation is also very important. Even C-class arts could lay a great foundation for many Hyper Geno Arts. If you practice it well, it would even be helpful when you become an evolver or surpasser. The middle-aged men looked at Han Sen and continued, I will recommend you to practice a C-class and you will find out how helpful it is. That makes a lot of sense. Genius, you should try it, suggested Ku Lili. Han Sen shook his head, no, thank you. Han Sen had just bought the 3-blade harpoon and mailed some money to his family. Now all that was left in his account was $200,000. Even if it was cheaper in a military school, the C-class martial art would still cost $500,000, so he did not really have the money. The professor meant well, and you need it anyway so let's just purchase it, Ji Yanran also said. Be honest, all I have is $200,000 at this point. I cannot afford that, Han Sen had to say. That's fine, I have it. Ji Yanran smiled and transferred $500,000 to him. Since my girlfriend is rich, I'll get it then. Han Sen did not refuse and turned to the middle-aged man. Professor, what's the C-class Hyper Geno Art that you recommend? After going back to his dorm, Han Sen checked out the details of E-Blast that he just purchased, playing with a bottle of purple Geno solution in his other hand. This is neat for a C-class martial art. Han Sen was surprised. He had little hope for a C-class martial art, but this one was even more complicated than Sparticle. Maybe it's a C-class because it is very hard to practice, and the result is not great. Since it was in the military school and Han Sen had purchased the martial arts from the vending machine, he did not suspect there to be any issue. Most importantly, after he had checked out E-Blast, he was immediately attracted by the content. It was exactly something he would have wanted. But after checking it out, Han Sen did not immediately start to practice E-Blast. Nor did he use the Geno solution. He locked them all in his locker. Although E-Blast did not seem to have any problems, Han Sen felt that the middle-aged man acted weirdly. As observant as Han Sen, he could even tell that the middle-aged man came for him, and helping Ku Lily pick her hyper-Geno arts was merely a cover. Therefore, Han Sen did not immediately start to learn E-Blast. Han Sen was not wrong. The middle-aged man was in fact Bai Yishan from the Saint Hall. And the E-Blast bought by Han Sen was the Yin-Yang Blast invented by Bai. Bai Yishan believed that Han Sen was the perfect candidate to practice Yin-Yang Blast. He had tried the official way and did not get Han Sen's consent. In a few days, the Saint Hall would pass the resolution to ban Yin-Yang Blast. At that time, even Bai Yishan himself could not teach Yin-Yang Blast to anyone else. Using a banned hyper-Geno art was a severe crime in the Alliance, and the punishments included death sentence. So, Bai Yishan's had to make Han Sen learn E-Blast in these few days. Those who had practiced the hyper-Geno art before it was banned would be exempt from the law. Originally, Bai Yishan did not want to use this method. However, he had no time to prove himself in the Saint Hall and had to make Han Sen learn. Fortunately, the president of Blackhawk knew Bai Yishan very well and was himself a scholar addicted to martial arts. After reviewing Yin-Yang Blast, he did not have the heart to let it be buried either. After some hesitation, he decided to help Bai Yishan. Neither of them had thought that Han Sen would be able to tell and decided not to practice it. In the next 2 days, Bai Yishan was observing Han Sen through the on-campus cameras. His face darkened, because obviously Han Sen did not use the Geno solution or practice Yin-Yang Blast. Otherwise Han Sen's features would have certain change. As the inventor of Yin-Yang Blast, Bai Yishan knew that very well. What's wrong? Why haven't he practiced Yin-Yang Blast? Bai Yishan became nervous. He had applied for the eligibility to practice Yin-Yang Blast on behalf of Han Sen as a volunteer. As soon as the Saint Hall banned Yin-Yang Blast, they would collect the copy of Yin-Yang Blast from Han Sen and ask him to sign a non-disclosure agreement. If at that point, Han Sen still had not used the Geno solution, then the solution would be collected as well. So after that, even if he remembered the tutorial of Yin-Yang Blast, without the special solution, he would not be able to succeed. When Bai Yishan was feeling nervous about it, he saw Han Sen walking towards the teleport station, wanting to enter God's sanctuary. Bai Yishan panicked. The resolution would be passed in the Saint Hall in 2 days. If Han Sen went to God's sanctuary, he would lose his last opportunity to practice Yin-Yang Blast. Bai Yishan had to go stop Han Sen. Han Sen. Bai Yishan stopped Han Sen before he went in the teleport station. You are. Han Sen recognized Bai Yishan but did not know what his name was. My last name is Bai, and we've met the other at the martial arts store. I recommended you to buy E-Blast. Why didn't you start practicing? Bai Yishan didn't even think that much at this point. With this question Han Sen was even more certain that Bai Yishan had some agenda. Professor Bai, I'm sorry I don't really have time. I'll practice it later, said Han Sen casually. No, you have to start practicing within 2 days. Bai Yishan said hurriedly. And why is that? Asked the Han Sen, staring at Bai Yishan. Bai Yishan knew that it was out of the question to cheat him into practicing Yin-Yang Blast. He hesitated and said, Han Sen, let's go somewhere we can talk, and I could explain everything. All right, Han Sen nodded. He also wanted to find out what was going on. Bai Yishan showed Han Sen into a private conference room and told him everything. I'm sorry, Han Sen. I had to do that. You're the most suitable candidate among everyone I've seen, and you refused my offer to come to the Saint Hall. I just did not want to see Yin-Yang Blast banned. Bai Yishan said apologetically. Hearing Bai Yishan, Han Sen had 1,000 thoughts in a sudden. This is a surpasser and a maester at the Saint Hall. He had been studying martial arts for years and is a walking treasure. God won't even forgive me if I don't blackmail him. Han Sen have checked Bai Yishan's ID and searched him on the Skynet. A celebrity like him had millions of photos online. Han Sen smiled and threw a gaze at Bai Yishan. He thought, don't blame me. You're the one who had the wrong idea first. Han Sen, I hope that you could start to practice yin-yang blast right now. Bai Yishan said quickly. Professor, I want to ask you something. Why didn't you go find an evolver or surpass her to practice your invention? Asked Han Sen. I've thought about it, but yin-yang blast was based on ruler, and ruler has a requirements for those who practice it, which is the age of them should not be over 20. Although I had made a lot of improvements, the limit is still there. For those over 20, they would make very slow progress in practicing yin-yang blast. They could spend 10 years and make less progress than a young person in a few months. Bai Yishan sighed. So I'm the most suitable candidate to practice yin-yang blast under 20. That's right, otherwise I wouldn't go to the extreme and try to lie to you. Bai Yishan nodded. So I'm your only candidate now? Asked Han Sen. Yes, it will be too late for me to go find someone else. I really hope that you can help me too. Han Sen cut in before he could finish. So what can you offer me? What? Bai Yishan paused. I mean compensation. Since yin-yang blast is about to be banned, it means it's dangerous. And for me to take such a risk for you, I need to be compensated. Don't you agree? Han Sen smiled. Bai Yishan hesitated. He had never seen the young man like this. He never had to ask for a favor and people always came to him and back to learn the new martial arts he invented. Okay, if it is necessary, I could pay you. How much money do you want? Bai Yishan would do anything to keep yin-yang blast relevant. 100 S-Class St. Hall licenses, said Han Sen. Bai widened his eyes, as if Han Sen was a lunatic. He had never seen a young man so daring. After a long while, Bai Yishan looked at Han Sen and asked, Han Sen, do you understand what 100 S-Class St. Hall licenses mean? You are the one who invented the S-Class Hyper-Geno arts, so what does it matter? If you think it's too many, 99 will do as well, said Han Sen. Bai Yishan smiled reluctantly. My research only accounts for a small part of them, and even if I teach you everything that I've invented, it's far less than 100. In addition, without the Geno solutions, you need to take tremendous risks to practice the Hyper-Geno arts. So teach me everything you invented, and then give me several bottles of Geno solutions for each, said Han Sen. Bai Yishan looked at Han Sen and said, I have signed a non-disclosure agreement with the St. Hall, so there is no way I could teach you all that. Even if I teach you, you will also end up in jail when someone finds out about it. Also, I have no control over the Geno solutions. Without justified causes, I cannot even apply for one extra bottle. Since you're not sincere about this, then forget about it. I'm sure you can easily find someone else to practice yin-yang blast. I don't think there's much I can do to help. Han Sen got up and was ready to go. He had reviewed yin-yang blast, and understood that there was no harm in practicing it. The risk was mainly in its usage. Wait, I could pay you a lot of money, said Bai Yishan. Professor, I am not so poor that I would risk my life for money, said Han Sen softly. There is no risk in practicing yin-yang blast. And based on your talent, you don't have to risk much using it. Bai Yishan tried to explain. I'm sorry, Professor. I'm afraid I cannot help you, said Han Sen. Bai Yishan had no idea whether or not he made the right decision to pick this guy. He said helplessly, the St. Hall gives me 2 S-Class licenses per year. I have used some and given some away. Now all I have left are 5. That's all I can offer. Think about it, can I use these licenses to purchase the Hyper-Geno arts beyond the unevolved level? Asked Han Sen. You could use them to purchase all kinds of martial arts and Hyper-Geno arts in the S section of the St. Hall, but if your fitness level is below the requirement, they would help very little even if you purchase them. Well then, if you give me the 5 S-Class licenses, I will practice your yin-yang blast. Han Sen reached out a hand in front of Bai Yishan. Because many S-Class Hyper-Geno arts had requirements for one's fitness level, only evolvers or surpassers could practice them. Some licenses were limited to certain levels, while the ones Bai Yishan offered were universal. Han Sen was satisfied with such compensation. He had reviewed yin-yang blast, and knew that it was not dangerous to practice. Bai Yishan was very glad that he had the S-Class licenses with him, otherwise this greedy devil might never agree to help him. Bai Yishan had never seen a young man like Han Sen. All other young men he met were respectful and never asked for anything. After signing the contract with Han Sen, Bai Yishan gave the 5 S-Class St. Hall licenses to Han Sen. These universal S-Class licenses would only be given to people on his level. An average professor would not even be able to have one. Giving all 5 licenses he had to Han Sen, Bai Yishan felt a bit upset. Fortunately, after receiving the licenses, Han Sen drank the Geno solution of Yin-Yang Blast in front of Bai Yishan and finished the first practice, making Bai Yishan feel a little better. Although he is greedy, he did fulfill his promise. I hope that he could make Yin-Yang Blast shine. Maybe one day Yin-Yang Blast could be made public again. Bai Yishan tried to comfort himself. Bai Yishan asked Han Sen to practice Yin-Yang Blast often, and told him how to cooperate in the Saint Hall when they came to collect Yin-Yang Blast. Han Sen nodded and went directly to the teleport station after Bai Yishan had left. The creature he was feeding had evolved into a sacred blood creature. He was feeding a color shifter this time. It was a primitive creature like a chameleon. The reason he had chosen a color shifter was its beast soul. Its beast soul was a shapeshifting one. After using the beast soul, one would not only be able to gain better fitness, but could also get protective coloration. If one stood in the same spot for a while, then the protective coloration would allow one to be integrated into the surroundings, as if one was invisible. However, when using the beast soul of a primitive color shifter, the color shifting was slow and not really that effective. If he could get the beast soul of a sacred blood color shifter, then the effect would be much better. For Han Sen, who was good at assassination, there was no better ability than this. If he could hide next to his enemy, then he would be a huge threat to anyone. After all, he now had a sacred blood beast soul weapon 3-blade harpoon, the only disadvantage of which was its length. If Han Sen could approach his enemy, then the setback would be mitigated. My dear God, Jesus Christ, Buddha, please show your mercy. Han Sen was praying to all kinds of gods while killing the color shifter with his 3-blade harpoon. Sacred blood color shifter killed. Beast soul of sacred blood color shifter gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. Maybe the gods had heard his prayer. Han Sen actually gained the beast soul of the color shifter. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Sen jumped. Putting the meat in his pot on the stove, Han Sen started to feed a primitive cloud beast. He had fed one before, but failed to gain its beast soul. Han Sen was very interested in this beast soul as well, so he wanted to try again. After preparing everything, Han Sen could not wait to summon the beast soul of the color shifter and shapeshift. After some experimenting, Han Sen was overjoyed because the sacred blood beast soul of a shapeshifter was even better than he had thought. As long as he stood still, he would immediately become part of the surroundings. Even someone like himself could hardly tell, and the protective coloration would also extend to his armor and weapon. However, once he moved, the speed of color shifting would not be able to catch up with his movements. And a keen observer could always tell. Even so, Han Sen was very happy with the result. There was no doubt that this beast soul was fantastic for assassination and running for life equally. This sacred blood color shifter added 5 more sacred Geno points for Han Sen. Now he had 50 sacred Geno points, halfway down the road. Han Sen, it's almost the semi-annual assessment. I've never seen you on the training field of archery. Can you pass? Shi Zhikong muttered when Han Sen came back to the dormitory. Han Sen then realized he had been in the school for half a year and the assessment was impending. If he failed the assessment, it would be a lot of trouble. I should do fine. Han Sen had confidence in himself. He had studied hard for the past few months, and the most important archery assessment was his strong suit, so he was not worried either. However, others might not agree with him, for example, his student advisor Situ Shang. As one of the leaders in revitalizing the archery department in Blackhawk, Situ Shang had high hopes for the freshmen in the department. Han Sen was obviously a bad student in her eyes. Although his grades were good, they were not outstanding, and she could never see him in archery lessons. As a member of the archery department, instead of participating in archery contests, he kept competing in Warframe and black and white boxing contests. What was worse was that he even went to shoot a commercial. These behaviors told her that he did not commit himself to study. Situ Shang felt it was necessary that she have a talk with Han Sen. As a specially recruited student in archery department, Han Sen's behavior was a big disappointment to her. However, Situ Shang did not go to Han Sen straight away. She planned to talk to him after the semi-annual assessment. After his grades were out, her words would make much more sense to him. Archery needed tons of practice. One day without practice meant you would fall behind. According to what Han Sen had done in the past few months, Situ Shang believed that his grades would definitely fall. After all, he rarely went to archery classes and did not join the archery society. In addition, he spent most of his time practicing driving warframes in heavy warframe society. How would it be possible for him to maintain his archery level? Even if he had good skills originally, he would not do as well after all this slacking. I would talk to him after he realized that. Situ Shang watched Han Sen entering the test field. She was ambitious about revitalizing the archery department in Blackhawk and did not expect to run into especially recruited students with no interest in archery. She was even thinking that if he failed this assessment, she should probably suggest to the school management to transfer him to another department. Since he was so into warframes, then they should transfer him to the warframe department. He was not contributing anything to archery department at all. Although the archery tournament in the military school league was not as popular as other competitions, it was still difficult to gain a good ranking. As the coach of the archery society, Situ Shang had to give a lot of thought to the lineup of her team. Although there were a few good seed players in the specially recruited freshmen, they needed more training and could not be immediately put to use. As one of the freshmen, Han Sen was naturally listed as a black sheep in Situ Zhang's mind. The semi-annual assessment began. When it was the turn of the group that Han Sen was in, many students who had finished their assessment or were still waiting for it came to see how well Han Sen could do. The genius is great at war frames and black and white boxing. I wonder how well he could do with archery. He's in the archery department. That's what he does. Of course he's even better at archery. For sure he's the first place. The students' discussion was upsetting to Situ Shang. It seems that Han Sen is really popular. One of the supervisors Lu Dong smiled and commented. Situ Shang said with some contempt, being popular does not mean that he will do well in the assessment. I wonder if the students will worship him after looking at his grades. Lu Dong looked at Situ Shang in surprise. Normally speaking, a star student like Han Sen would be popular among the instructors. However, this student advisor did not seem to be a fan. Does he have bad grades in archery? Asked Lu Dong. Just average. I barely see him, replied Situ Shang. While the two are talking, it was Han Sen's turn to shoot at the fixed target. He made 10 shots instantaneously, all of which ended up on the bullseye. Lu Dong widened his eyes. Coach, you call this average? You're so humble. Lu Dong thought she was being humble. Skills like this would definitely get the student an S-level rating. Situ Shang also paused, because Han Sen was more than accurate, he was really fast. The genius is so amazing. It was like he shot 10 arrows at same time. For sure he will have an S-level rating in the assessment. The semi-annual assessments in military schools divided grades into 8 levels S, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A student would get a rating in each subject. Ratings below D level would be considered fail. And all subjects below D needed to be retaken. If the overall rating was below D, then the student would most likely have to drop out. Han Sen's performance was directly rated by the AI as S. All the students would be rated by AI, which was faster and more accurate than manual rating. Coach, I'm jealous that you have a student like this in your department. Lu Dong was from a different department. It was just the fixed target. We should wait until he does the entire assessment. Situ Shang could not believe that without showing up at all, Han Sen could maintain his grades, and even show improvements. No need to be humble, coach. We could all see Han Sen's level. Situ Shang did not say a word and cast an odd look at Han Sen. After the fixed target test, it was the moving target test. When it was Han Sen's turn, the bow and arrow became a rifle gun in his hands. Wherever he wanted to hit, there was no missing. Again, he was rated S. In the combat simulation, Han Sen acted like a professional soldier. There was no miss, no error, and no accidental injury. With his high speed, he got an S without doubt. His grades did not bring Situ Shang joy, because with his skills, he never thought of joining the school team or the archery society, which was unforgivable in her eyes. As a specially recruited student in our department, he never thought about contributing to his own major. I need to teach him a lesson. Situ Shang of course wanted to use him. However, since Han Sen did not apply to join the school team, she did not want to ask him herself. In her heart, she had already treated Han Sen as one of the core players to participate in the tournament. But she had to make him suffer a little before that. In her room on campus, Situ Shang watched the video of Han Sen's assessment repeatedly. In the end, she dialed the number on her comlink, and it went through. Shang, it's been a while since you came to visit me, a man's voice sounded in her comlink. After a long while, Situ Shang turned her comlink off and had a smirk on her face. She had to ask for her dad's help this time to frighten Han Sen into joining her team. On the other hand, she hoped this could also improve his archery skills and make him perform better in the upcoming game. Situ Shang had a lot of trust in her father. He used to be an archery coach in the military, and that was why she had been practicing archery since she was a little girl. Boy, pray hard, that's your punishment for not joining the team yourself. Situ Shang thought of the nickname of her father and smiled. Before Situ Zhang's dad retired, he was the famous Nazi in the military. The soldiers trained by him would go limp when hearing his name. After Situ Qing retired, he came to Blackhawk and became a vice president, but there was not much to be done. When he just came to Blackhawk, the president asked him to train the archery students. However, within the few days, no student could get out of bed, since they were either injured or sick. The archery students were about to write a blood letter co-signed by 10,000 people, which scared the president. Situ Qing was then asked to do no more. Situ Shang had repeatedly told Situ Qing to train Han Sen according to the highest standards. I'll see how long you can last. Situ Shang thought of the miserable look of Han Sen under her dad's training and secretly celebrated. After the semi-annual assessment, Han Sen was celebrating with his roommates, Ji Yanran and Ku Lili in the cafeteria. Han Sen, we are all human. How come there is such a difference? I did not spend time in the relationship or playing. All I did was training in the archery department and all I had was an A. You're never in our department and was driving warframes and playing with your girlfriend all the time. How come you got an S? It's not fair, exclaimed Shi Zhikong. Come on, you're in the heavy warframe society all the time as well, said Lu Meng. Lu, whose side are you on? Shi Zhikong stared at Lu Meng. Not yours. Lu Meng laughed. After dinner, the group of friends went to sing karaoke and play games until late. Han Sen hinted Shi Zhikong to lead Ku Lili away so that he could accompany his girlfriend back alone. Why are you following me? At the gate of her dormitory building, Han Sen was ready to follow her upstairs. I'll go warm your bed. Han Sen grinned. I don't need that, she blushed and said fiercely. Beauty, have you forgotten that you just gave me $500,000 a few days ago? As a professional, I will serve you with all I have, so warming your bed is a must. Han Sen blinked and said, Go away, if anyone else saw us, I won't forgive you. Ji Yanran blushed and bit her lip. So, if no one could see me, I could follow you upstairs? Asked Han Sen casually. How's that possible? Go back. Ji Yanran curled her lips. Han Sen did not leave. He walked over to a corner where the camera could not cover and summoned the beast soul of the sacred blood color shifter. Suddenly, he became part of the surroundings. Ji Yanran widened her eyes and saw her boyfriend disappear in front of her. She was so shocked that she couldn't see anything standing next to him. She had to touch him to make sure that he was still there. What kind of beast soul is this? Ji Yanran was surprised. Color shifter. Can I go up now? Asked Han Sen with a smile. Stay farther. If someone noticed you, you'll be dead. She blushed and went upstairs. Han Sen followed her slowly. Fortunately, it was dark already and there was no one nearby. Although when Han Sen moved there were certain cracks, no one was there to discover them, so he came directly to her room. With Ku Lili being pulled away by his roommates, she would not be back in a while. Ji Yanran opened the door just a crack to see that there was no one out there before she let her boyfriend in. Do you want something to eat? You were just drinking and did not eat much. Ji Yanran said, looking through the food she had. You're enough. I don't want anything else. Sitting on the couch, Han Sen said with a smile. Can you be serious for a minute? Ji Yanran took some cake and some water to him. I am being serious and professional, trying to make your $500,000 well spent, Han Sen said. Ji Yanran saw his look and laughed. Then she rolled her eyes and said, well, if you don't eat, I will. She then put a slice of cake in a plate and started to eat. Sitting next to her, Han Sen regarded his girlfriend. What are you looking at? Ji Yanran blushed under his gaze. Look at you. You have cake on your cheek. Han Sen reached over. Ji Yanran thought he was going to wipe away the cake on her face and did not move, but his hand held her chin and he licked the cake away instead. Then he licked the cream on her lips, and said, delicious. Ji Yanran's eyes lit up and suddenly hit his face with the entire piece of cake in her hand. While Han Sen was shocked, she held his shoulder and said, you have cake on your cheek as well. Han Sen was dazed. She used her little tongue to lick away a piece of cream on his face, blushing. Han Sen could no longer hold it back. He reached out to hold her waist and rubbed her face with his, tasting the cream and her soft skin at the same time. His hands also found their way to her plump butt. While the two were enjoying the sweetness, they suddenly heard the door being opened. I knew there was something wrong. Genius, you are a genius in stealing a girl's heart as well. Ku Lily walked in with a smile. Ji Yanran jumped away from Han Sen's arms, stared at Ku Lily and could not say a thing. Shi Zhikong, I shouldn't have counted on you. How did you let her back so soon? Thought Han Sen. He had no way around it and had to excuse himself. There was no way that he could continue his endeavor this evening anyway. Watching him going away, Ku Lily had a complex look on her face. Han Sen didn't go far before his comlink rang. Han Sen thought it was Ji Yanran and answered, but instead he saw Wangfu Pingqing in white lingerie in the holographic image. Brother Han, do you still remember our agreement? Do you have time tomorrow? Asked Wangfu Pingqing with a smile. Yes. Where do you want to go? Han Sen touched his nose and said. When he made the contract with Wangfu Pingqing, he also promised her to go hunting with her once and he had to honor his words. The next morning, Han Sen was waiting for Wangfu Pingqing in front of the teleport station. He got a text from the Office of Academic Affairs when he just saw Wangfu Pingqing. In the text, he was asked to attend a training by Situ Qing. I'm so sorry, I have to go. Han Sen showed Wangfu Pingqing the text. Wangfu Pingqing took a look and frowned. If this is the Situ Qing that I have heard of, I'm afraid you're in trouble. What about him? A vice president of Blackhawk. He used to be an archery coach in the military and had a nickname Nazi. Wangfu Pingqing told something about Situ Qing to Han Sen. 2 years ago, there was a training by him which ended in a couple of days because of the complaints from the students. I didn't realize that the school would still allow him to do this. Be careful and our agreement can wait. Wangfu Pingqing left. Han Sen did some research on the online school community and got a better idea who Situ Qing was. Based on the text from the Office of Academic Affairs, Han Sen came to an indoor training facility. When he arrived, he felt that something was off. In the entire facility, he was the only trainee. The student advisor Situ Shang and a nice-looking, well-dressed middle-aged man were waiting for him. Han Sen, this is Coach Situ Qing. From today, he will be training you for a month. You need to study hard under his guidance. Situ Shang patted Han Sen's shoulder and left. Situ Shang smirked secretly. Boy, I'll come back and see how miserable you are in a few days. By that time, you will beg me to take you with me. Han Sen shrugged and came over to Situ Qing. The coach smiled at Han Sen. Han Sen, I've heard about you. You're very popular in our school. I heard that you are voted the most desirable date by girls. You have good grades and many talents. You flatter me, coach. When talking to Situ Qing, Han Sen maintained the standard stance of a soldier, which he learned during the military training. I mean it, I see great potentials in you and believe that you are the hope of our archery department. I will do everything I can to teach you everything I know so that you can help revitalize the department. Situ Qing patted Han Sen on his shoulder. It seemed he meant everything he said. Thank you, coach. Han Sen stood up straight and said. Situ Qing smiled and reached his right hand in front of Han Sen. There was a piece of metal of 1 inch by 1 inch. It looked like Z steel. Situ Qing's hand suddenly gained the color and texture of gold. It was nowhere near human's hand. Crack. With a light squeeze, Situ Qing's fingers flattened the Z steel. This is a little gift for you. Situ Qing put the piece of Z steel in Han Sen's hand with a smile. Han Sen understood very well that it was a warning. But it was indeed impressive. Han Sen could not achieve that so far. He had read about this kind of strength on the Skynet. It was a kind of martial arts that could only be practiced by evolvers. The concept was to change the structure of their body cells and turn them into metal. Even if Han Sen could get his hands on martial arts like this, his body could not take it. Thank you. Han Sen accepted the gift with a smile. All right, here begins our training. We will start with the horse riding stance. Ordinary people would think that archery relies on the strength of one's arms and fingers, which is wrong. Most strength needed in archery comes from the waist and belly. This morning we will practice your core strength with horse riding stance. Situ Qing instructed Han Sen to make the stance and sat down in the chair, watching him. Coach, a small request, said Han Sen while making the stance. You can try, but normally I would not grant anything. And talking would only make it harder. If you fall before lunch, then you will have to do the same thing in the afternoon. Situ Ching narrowed his eyes and said, Coach, one of my hobbies is black and white boxing. During the training, I'm not allowed to go on the Skynet, and this is not something I can practice alone. After training, could you join me? Han Sen continued, black and white boxing, no need to wait until the training's over. We can do it now. I heard that you are rather good at it and gave Street Germain a 0 on our behalf. That was very nice, but after all, it was a competition on the unevolved level. I will give you some guidance now to make sure that you can beat the Alliance Central Military Academy next time. Situ Ching was very interested in black and white boxing and no longer required Han Sen to make the horse-riding stance. Han Sen walked over to Situ Ching with a smile. He had learned from Wangfu Pingqing that although Situ Ching taught archery, his biggest hobby was black and white boxing. Come on, you attack first. Watch me and I'll teach you how to do defense the right way. Situ Ching curled his finger at Han Sen. Han Sen looked at the confident coach and had a strange smile on his face. When it came to real combat, he could not beat Situ Ching. However, when it came to black and white boxing, strength was not the only factor. Situ Ching thought highly of himself in black and white boxing due to his decades of practice. Han Sen's request pleased him very much. Although Situ Ching was the top among all evolvers and was about to become a surpasser, it did not necessarily mean that he was better at black and white boxing. Black and white boxing did not have much to do with strength or speed. What was important was the control of one's body, judgment and state of mind. Because Han Sen had practiced Jideskin, the control he had over his own body and strength was not worse than an evolver, and the other two factors had nothing to do with status. Han Sen had just started to practice Yin-Yang Blast, and he was very much inspired by its theoretical knowledge. Bai Yishan was right in that it was not dangerous to practice and also helpful to increase his fitness. The danger of Yin-Yang Blast was in its usage. Using the Yin force and Yang force at the right moment was extremely challenging for the users. If a mistake was made, the users themselves would be hurt instead. The Yin force was a soft force, while the Yang force was domineering. They were two extremes in essence. Similar to black and white boxing, it was demanding for the user's judgment. You had to be able to tell what kind of strength your opponent was using to decide whether to use Yin Blast or Yang Blast. If the opponent's strength was greater than you needed to use the Yin force. If you used the Yang force, then it would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Because the Yang force would consume all one's strength, a strike normally meant either life or death. Of course, this was the most straightforward example. The usage of the forces could be very different. Combining the Yin force and the Yang force would allow one to cope with different situations, which was the hardest part of Yin-Yang Blast. Therefore, a great part of Yin-Yang Blast was dealing with the judgment of all kinds of situations and the methods to hide the user's intentions. The usage of the Yin force and the Yang force needed lots of practice, so Han Sen was not able to use them at this point. However, he had already benefited a lot from the theories. And the theoretical knowledge went beyond the level of the unevolved and went all the way to the level of evolver and surpasser. As for the demigod level, Bai Yishan himself had not even reached that, so there was no relevant introduction. Even so, Han Sen was able to understand the theories from a high level. When he used this theoretical knowledge on Situ Ching, the effect was beyond his expectation. Situ Ching's expression gradually changed. Originally he wanted to instruct Han Sen, while later on he started to treat him like a serious match. In the end, Situ Ching was extremely shocked. How did you manage to do that? Situ Ching stared at Han Sen. He was not able to win a single round in a dozen matches. Situ Ching suspected that the student might have cheating equipment on him. That was easy. The way you use your strength was outdated. For example, when you use the black fist, the muscle on your arm. Han Sen said something in the theories of the Yin-Yang Blast. Situ Ching nodded hard, looking like a primary school student listening to his teacher. Ahem, I'm sorry, I've said too much, I should go back to do the horse-riding stance. Situ Ching stopped him and put Han Sen in his own chair. Pouring Han Sen a cup of tea, the coach put a smile on his face. Forget about that. Please continue. That doesn't seem to be right, Han Sen blinked and said. What's not right? I have watched your test videos. You are doing great. I will show you some tricks later and you just need to practice them. Situ Ching suggested, Let's do this. You can show me how to improve black and white boxing skills, and I can show you archery techniques. If you have anything that you don't understand, you could always ask me about it. Then I'll continue, asked Han Sen. Please, insisted Situ Ching. Han Sen grinned and continued to talk about black and white boxing, while Situ Ching took up the bow and arrow to show Han Sen some special archery techniques. Don't stop, Han Sen urged Situ Ching. He found that the coach had stopped demonstrating as he listened to Han Sen. Yes, Situ Ching said and continued to shoot the arrows. After 2 days, Situ Shang felt it was about time to check on Han Sen. She would go see how miserable he was and try to make him join the team proactively. Imagining the look on Han Sen's face, Situ Shang couldn't help smiling and quickening her steps. The moment she stepped in the training facility, what she saw made her pause. Opposite to her imagination, the popular student was even sitting in her father's chair, drinking a cup of tea. Her dad, on the other hand, was shooting arrows next to Han Sen, smiling to the student from time to time. It was as if Situ Ching was the one under training and Han Sen was the coach. Situ Shang was dumbstruck and thought there was something wrong with her eyes. Why, Situ Shang could not even close her mouth. How come her dad, who was called the Nazi, was acting like this? What spell did Han Sen cast on him? She could not accept what she was seeing and thought she was in the dream. This must be a dream. My dad could not. Situ Shang pinched her own cheek, trying to wake up. Ouch! The acute pain on her cheek confirmed that she was not in a dream. Covering her face, Situ Shang had an odd look on her face. Dad, what did you do? Situ Shang pulled Situ Ching into the lounge and closed the door. What happened to the Nazi coach? Ahem, that boy is really good at black and white boxing. Every time he beat me, he could tell what I did wrong, so. Situ Ching blushed a little, for he had completely forgotten about his mission due to his obsession of black and white boxing. Situ Shang did not know what to say. Dad, you will have to train him well. You know the situation of the archery department, and we would be counting on him in this tournament. Situ Shang said, upset. Relax, I've taught him everything. The boy has a good foundation and he would do just fine in military academy tournament, replied Situ Ching. Situ Shang felt that her plan had completely failed. She knew from the look of her dad that all he could think about right now was black and white boxing. Although Situ Shang felt discouraged, she knew that her father had a great eye for talent. If he said Han Sen was okay, then it must be true. Alright, Situ Shang sat down. Although her plan to teach Han Sen a lesson did not work, she was now even more certain that Han Sen was a great archer. Situ Shang decided that to step aside and asked her father to complete his training. After the training was done, she would ask him to join the school team. As a specially recruited student in the archery department, it would be his duty to represent the school in the tournament. Since the result was the same anyway, Situ Shang was okay with that. And she was a bit impressed that this student could manage her father. Situ Ching was training Han Sen in the meantime. After Situ Ching understood Han Sen's conditions from sparring with him in black and white boxing, he decided that Han Sen no longer needed to do the basic exercises. All the student was lacking was some details and techniques, which could easily be learned. To be honest, Situ Ching did not like to train someone like Han Sen. He preferred to train a rookie because he enjoyed the sense of accomplishment of training a kitty into a lion. A trainee like Han Sen had taken away the satisfaction from him completely. However, Han Sen's understanding and skills of black and white boxing were a huge asset. Since Han Sen was the only trainee and the coach did not have any constraint, Han Sen was able to live like usual. Although Situ Shang was aware of that, she did not try to make his life harder. After all, he would be her core player. Han Sen had learned a lot of useful techniques from Situ Ching and made a lot of progress. The 1-month training ended in 10 days and Situ Shang recruited Han Sen into the school team after the training. Different from other tournaments, the archery tournament was relatively short and only started toward the end of the semester, so it would still be a while before the tournament. Wangfu Pingqing was somehow informed that Han Sen's training was over, and came to find him to accompany her in the hunting trip. Wangfu, won't you bring more people? In the steel armor shelter, Han Sen looked at Wangfu Pingqing in surprise. She had a lot of strong friends, but did not bring anyone. You're quite enough, said Wangfu Pingqing with a smile. She herself was quite strong as well. With Han Sen here, unless they ran into sacred blood creatures that were especially tough, they would never be in trouble. Where do you want to go? Asked Han Sen. You decide. I'll follow you. Wang Fu smiled at him provocatively. Then let's go to the Devil Desert. I hope we could meet that black-feathered Beast King again. With the three-blade harpoon, he was confident that he could kill the Beast King. Normally speaking, a sacred blood creature that was the king of a group would be weaker than the sacred blood creatures that were alone. Black-feathered Beast King was not that strong among all the sacred blood creatures Han Sen had seen. Its beast soul was sacred blood wings, which were quite useful. The two rode their mounts toward the Devil Desert and ran into a lot of primitive creatures on their way. Unfortunately, in 2 days, they had not even seen a mutant creature. When they came to the place where they ran into the group of black-feathered beasts, they did not see a single creature. They must have either moved away or been hunted down. Last time when I was here, I saw a sacred blood creature in the Sand Valley. I was not able to kill it at a time. Are you interested? Have a look there. Wang Fu Pingqing suggested with a smile. What kind of creature is that? Han Sen looked at her in surprise. She was leading a strong team last time and the creature that they were not able to kill was definitely very strong. Looks like something inedible. It looks like a warframe made from a piece of rock, only smaller. It was about 6 feet tall, very tough, strong and fast. Even a sacred blood weapon could only leave a shallow mark on it. Wang Fu Pingqing added, apart from that, it also had a black hammer that should be a sacred blood gear. Last time on my team, one was killed and one was severely injured by the hammer. We should go check it out. Han Sen was very interested. As long as a sacred blood weapon worked, he had some chance to kill it. For a 6-foot-tall rockman, it would be easy to cut its neck. After he arrived at Sand Valley, Han Sen came to understand why with a strong team Wang Fu Pingqing was still not able to kill the sacred blood creature. The reason the Sand Valley was called that was for the sand pits everywhere in the valley. Unless one had wings, one would die there for sure, and even mutant wings would be too slow when fighting a sacred blood creature. Hence only those who had sacred blood wings could participate in hunting the creature. The sacred blood creature was more than 6 feet tall and made of stones with a metal shine. What was worse was that the hammer in its hand was as large as a barrel, with a handle more than 6 feet long. When it wielded its weapon, any opponents within a dozen feet would be either injured or killed. Wang Fu Pingqing smiled at Han Sen. Brother Han, do you think you could kill this creature? Han Sen smiled back at her. Wang Fu, I believe you did not bring me here just to let me look at it. I could lend you the sacred blood beast soul arrow. But if you gain its beast soul, I need to claim half of it, said Wang Fu Pingqing. She had planned this out when she took him here. He had a sacred blood bow and she had a sacred blood arrow, so they could shoot at the sacred blood creature from outside the Sand Valley. If they could kill it, then it would be great. If not, the creature would be injured and provoked to come out of the valley. And then they could try to kill the creature together. Wang Fu Pingqing did not fear that the creature might hurt herself since she had sacred blood wings anyway. You're asking too much, said Han Sen. Without my arrow, an ordinary arrow would not hurt it or provoke it. I think it's reasonable for me to climb half, said Wang Fu Pingqing. She did not believe he was able to kill the creature without her arrow. I will do without the arrow. After I kill this creature, I will buy you dinner. Han Sen summoned a pair of wings and flew toward the Sand Valley. Looking at Han Sen flying with a pair of primitive wings, Wang Fu Pingqing was shocked. Brother Han, you do not mean to use a primitive pair of wings to enter the valley. The wings were from a primitive black-feathered beast, so they were slow and ineffective. They were just enough to keep Han Sen from falling into the sand. Han Sen used to have a pair of mutant wings, which he sold to Wang Fu Pingqing for the 3-blade harpoon. He also had the purple-winged dragon beast soul, which was Dollar's signature and he could not use that. Han Sen smiled and did not answer, flying into the Sand Valley. The valley was full of quicksand, and the creature was standing above the sand. For unknown reason, its heavy body did not sink. 300 feet into the Sand Valley, Han Sen was discovered by the creature, who immediately lifted its hammer and ran over like a tank. 100 feet from Han Sen, it jumped up and swung its hammer at him. Although Han Sen had put on the phantom ant armor, the impact from such heavy weapon would still kill him. Wang Fu Pingqing saw that Han Sen was in danger. His wings were too slow to bring him away from the creature's blow. If he chose to land on the ground, he would not be able to run away from the hammer either, because he would be trapped in the shifting sand. The sacred blood creature had such strength that even someone who had maxed out on all Geno points would not be able to spar with it, not to mention Han Sen's weapon. The harpoon was extremely short. Wangfu Pingqing summoned her beast soul bow and arrow, wanting to shoot an arrow to help Han Sen and buy him some time. Before the arrow left the bow, Han Sen had already taken back his wings and fell to the sand. He stepped on the ground but was not trapped. Under his feet, the golden rock worm king the size of a car suddenly appeared. Although the rock worm king had not transformed, it did not fear the sand since it originally came from the desert. Leveraging this step, Han Sen used Sparticle to avoid the attack from the creature and approached it. The three-blade harpoon flashed on the neck of the sacred blood creature like a silver lightning bolt. The three-blade harpoon was sharp enough to cut sacred blood armor, and Han Sen's strength was even greater than someone having maxed out on all Geno points. With one strike, the creature's rock-hard neck was cut off, its head thrown into the air. The headless creature still managed to make several steps forward before the hammer fell from its hand into the sand. Then the creature gradually sank into the sand. Wangfu Pingqing was dumbstruck. She could not believe that the creature which her entire team did not manage to kill was easily beaten by Han Sen. At this point, she regretted selling the three-blade harpoon to Han Sen. With the weapon, he was too formidable. How did this guy get so far? Was it really just because of Qin Zan? Wangfu Pingqing could not believe that was the only factor in Han Sen's success. Son of Heaven was equally, if not more resourceful than Qin, but Son of Heaven was not as strong as Han Sen. In addition, even with Qin Zan's help, Han Sen would not have gained the same resources Qin Zan did. Han Sen stood on the back of the Golden Worm King, dragging the huge iron hammer which was even heavier than the gold axe of the Bloody Slayer. With the hammer Han Sen could not fly at all. He had to use the Golden Worm King to drag it along. The sacred blood creature was inedible, and Han Sen did not have much luck. Without the beast soul, the sacred blood gear was his only trophy. When he eventually pulled the hammer out of the valley, Han Sen asked Wangfu Pingqing, who was dazed, "Miss Wangfu, how much do you think this sacred blood gear is worth?" Wangfu Pingqing walked to him, reached out to lift the hammer and failed. She slowly frowned. "This thing is too heavy. Those who had enough strength to use it would not need it, while those who did not have enough strength could not make any use of it. I would say it could sell at 4 to 5 million tops. And even with that price, we would need to find the right person to buy it. Several million is also quite some money. Whenever you have another auction, would you list it as one of the items?" Han Sen was short of money recently, and the several million was not a small number. "Of course, but you have said that you will buy me dinner, and that I'm counting on that," Wangfu Pingqing said with a smile. "Of course," said Han Sen quickly. He understood that it was not easy to sell a sacred blood gear. Back then when Qin Zan bought the golden axe, only a very strong man in the special squad could use it. This hammer was much heavier than the golden axe and it would be very difficult to find a buyer for it. "Did you get the beast soul? If you have got it and will not use it, I could sell them at the same time, best price guaranteed," Wangfu Pingqing blinked and said. "No luck, I did not get the beast soul." Han Sen shrugged. Wangfu Pingqing did not ask again. Nor did she continue to march into the Devil Desert. With such a heavy gear, they needed to go back to Steel Armor Shelter. After signing the contract with Wangfu Pingqing, Han Sen sent the hammer over to hers. Before Han Sen made it back to school, he was summoned by Qin Zan. When he saw her, he felt something must be off. The entire team of the special squad in Steel Armor Shelter were present, which was rare. Young Manly's face was dark. Gambler and those who were friends with Han Sen were blinking at him, and Han Sen was not sure what they meant. "Sit down please." Qin Zan asked him to sit and looked across the room. She said, "In a month I will be able to finish my first evolution and enter Second God's Sanctuary and need to make the transfer now." She paused and looked at Young Manly. "I have recommended Young Manly to become the head of Steel Armor Gang." She then looked at Han Sen and said, "As for the head of the special squad, I would like to nominate Han Sen." Han Sen was surprised and did not expect this to happen. Now he came to understand why Young Manly's face was dark. Although it sounded like the head of the gang was more powerful, it was not a formal organization. On the other hand, the special squad was in the military system. Being a member of the special squad, Young Manly would actually be under Han Sen's supervision. As for the Steel Armor Gang, Han Sen did not go there again after he entered the military school. Young Manly had thought that based on her ability and qualifications, she should naturally become the new head of the special squad. However, she did not realize that Qin Zan would recommend Han Sen to become the next head. Han Sen was very glad to see Young Manly being upset. He had never liked her, but being her subordinate, he had to listen to her. Now, he had become her boss. I believe I am the better candidate for the head of the special squad, said Young Manly. This is already decided. It is in order. I will hear no discussion about it, said Qin Zan and got up. Okay, this is the end of this meeting. Han Sen and Young Manly, you two stay, the rest of you could go back to work. Han Sen's friends gave Han Sen a secret thumb up and left the conference room. Young Manly, I should have nominated you as the new head of the squad, but you do have a temper. Just focus on the gang and try to evolve as soon as possible, Qin Zan said softly. Young Manly was more than her subordinate. I believe I have what it takes, Young Manly said sullenly. Han Sen, what do you think? Qin Zan looked to Han Sen and asked. I will not let you down, Han Sen said resolutely. At last he was able to boss Young Manly around and that he would never let this opportunity go. In addition, being the head of the special squad also had its benefits. Not only could he utilize the human resources within the squad, he could also make connections with the upper level. The pay was much better as well. More importantly, as the head of the special squad, he had the authority to purchase internally. Not only could he now access Sacred Blood Beast Souls and S-Class Saint Hall licenses, he could enjoy the discounted price. In the entire squad, the head was the only one who could enjoy this. Great, Qin Zan smiled and nodded, and then turned to Young Manly. Since you think you are the better candidate, you two can have a competition. If you could win, then I will take back my decision and recommend you instead. Okay, I will take any competition and will never lose to him. Young Manly immediately stood up. She used to be the instructor of Han Sen in archery and did not believe that she would lose to him. Not only archery, Young Manly did not think she would lose to him in anything. Since you are both good at archery, let's do archery. Qin Zan asked Han Sen, do you have any objections? None. I could compete on anything but having a baby, said Han Sen with a smile. Young Manly gave him a fierce stare. He was implying that she couldn't do much except for giving birth to a child. Then let's go to the virtual training field, said Qin Zan and walked out. After going back to school, Han Sen went to the holographic equipment hall and entered the virtual training field designated by Qin Zan. Qin Zan did not ask them to have the competition in the training field of the shelter, for she did not want anyone else to find out about the result. No matter who lost, the person would suffer in his or her honor, which was not something Qin Zan was willing to see, because they were both future leaders that she had handpicked. Han Sen logged into the platform called Sagittarius, a virtual archery community. After logging in, he was assigned to the unevolved section. Qin Zan and Young Manly were already there and Han Sen quickly sent friend requests to both of them. Qin then invited Han Sen to enter the game room. This is one of the classical game rooms on Sagittarius. It is called White Bird's Forest. You will see a path in the forest 2 miles long. When you go through the path, there will be black and white birds on the trees. You cannot shoot the white birds, but only the black ones. If you mistakenly shoot a white bird, you will be out. And we will decide who the winner is based on the number of the black birds you shoot. If your numbers are the same, the winner will be the one who finishes faster. Do you have any questions? After explaining, Qin Zan looked at them. No, answered Young Manly and Han Sen at the same time. Okay, you shall begin now. Han Sen and Young Manly started their test respectively and entered the White Bird's Forest. Although Qin Zan did not want anyone to know the results of this competition, an acquaintance happened to see both of them when they entered Sagittarius. Su Xiaoqiao often went to Sagittarius to practice his archery, despite his carefree appearance. Sagittarius was obviously more fun than shooting at a target. When Su Xiaoqiao had just finished his practice, he saw Qin Zan, Han Sen and Young Manly at the same time and was very shocked. How come the three of them would log in on Sagittarius at the same time? What are they trying to do? Su Xiaoqiao suddenly became curious and followed them into the game room. The game room was open to everyone, but after one entered the scene it would become a unique experience for the player. Su Xiaoqiao saw Han Sen and Young Manly had both started the White Bird's Forest test and hesitated. He could use the observing mode and pay to watch one of them. However, he was alone and it was impossible for him to watch both. Su Xiaoqiao only paused for a moment before he chose to watch Han Sen's test. It was not because Su Xiaoqiao thought Han Sen was the better archer, but because everyone in Bullseye knew how great Yang Manli was. Su Xiaoqiao was not sure how well Han Sen could do, so he was intrigued to see Han Sen's test. After entering the observing mode, Su Xiaoqiao saw Han Sen waiting to begin the test. Su Xiaoqiao was familiar with this game room and had trained here before as well. This was a scene easy and difficult at the same time. Anyone could easily pass the challenge by running through without shooting any white bird. However, if one was fast but did not shoot many black birds, one's score would be very low. And if one killed the black birds slowly, one would still get a low score. Also, the scene was set in the nighttime and the forest was very dark, so some black birds would blend in the darkness and it was easy to miss them. Some black birds flew very fast and sometimes in different directions, which was very challenging for the archer's reflex time. In addition, many white birds would suddenly appear to increase the difficulty. Once a white bird was shot, the game would be over, and the archer would not even get a score. According to the system setting, there were 1,000 black birds in the white bird's forest, and their location and direction were all random. There was no pattern to follow. Therefore, it was almost impossible to guarantee the accuracy and the speed at the same time. Luckily, in this game room, the arrows were unlimited. In real life, carrying 1,000 arrows alone was tiring enough. Su Xiaoqiao would normally get a D rating and occasionally C. If one could kill more than 90% of the black birds and guarantee one's speed, one could be rated A. As for the highest rating, S, almost no one could achieve that. No white birds allowed, and all black birds must be killed, no miss and fast. One would have to satisfy all these conditions to get an S in the entire history of Sagittarius. Only one person had gotten an S in the unevolved white bird's forest. That person was a professional archer trained since childhood and was now the best archery coach in the military. Although Han Sen is much better than me in archery, I don't believe he could get A. His level should be a B. While Su Xiaoqiao was calculating what kind of score Han Sen could get, he started to record this test. At this time, the countdown ended, and Han Sen embarked on the path of the white bird's forest. The moment he started walking, he had already shot an arrow. It seemed like he did not even look. Also, he was shooting non-stop while walking. There was barely any interval between his arrows, which went in all directions. Qin Zan also chose to watch Han Sen's test. Yang Manli was her subordinate and best friend, and she did not need to watch to know her skills. All she wanted to find out was whether or not Han Sen could give her another surprise. Having done detailed analysis and research on the guy, she was surprised by his potentials. He was from an ordinary family and was able to get this far. Other people might think that Han Sen had benefited a lot from her help, but Qin Zan herself knew very well that his achievements were all accomplished on his own. Even the help she had offered to him was because of his contributions. If Qin Zan had not hypnotized him to learn the truth, she would strongly suspect that Han Sen was dollar. Although Yang Manli is very powerful, she is not the best leader. And Han Sen is much better in that regard. Qin Zan sighed. It was not an easy position to be in, pressured from the upper and lower level at the same time. If Qin Zan could choose, she would rather be just a soldier whose only responsibility was to fight. But since she was put on the spot, she had to shoulder her responsibilities. I hope he will not let me down. Qin Zan did not want Han Sen to lose, because if Yang Manli was to take over the squad, she might run into crisis being so straightforward. Qin Zan believed that Han Sen was the better candidate to take care of all kinds of issues. When the test began, all Qin Zan's attention was attracted by Han Sen. She was unable to move her eyes from him. Wow, Han Sen is awesome, exclaimed Su Xiaoqiao. He had seen many videos of this game room, but had never seen anything quite like this. Normally speaking, no matter how fast one would have to pause in the process of shooting. However, Su Xiaoqiao could not see any pause in Han Sen's movements and steps. Every step Han Sen took, an arrow would fly out like lightning bolt, piercing a black bird's body. Those arrows looked like they had life and could always hit the target. No matter where the black birds were, the arrows could always pierce their bodies. In the darkness of the forest, there was no miss. Even in a flock of both black and white birds, the arrows could always find the black ones and never hurt any white. Some arrows seemed like they were shot aimlessly, but eventually hit the black birds hidden in the trees. Su Xiaoqiao felt like he was watching a movie, an action movie that made him feel hot. He wished that he could join his friend and take up his bow and arrow. This is amazing, unbelievable. Su Xiaoqiao clenched his fists and thoroughly enjoyed himself. Qin Zan was extremely shocked. Although Qin Zan was not a great archer, her eyesight was much better than Su Xiaoqiao's, so that she could notice more details that escaped Su Xiaoqiao. Han Sen almost started shooting immediately since the beginning, and Qin Zan never saw his arrows miss. He never hurt any white bird. Sometimes, Qin Zan only saw the black birds after he shot the arrows. Some arrows were significantly slower than others and did not even aim at the black birds in the beginning. However, the arrows would always end up in the bodies of black birds. If it was occasional, Qin Zan would not be impressed, but she had seen the situation happening repeatedly. His judgment, eyesight, and archery were all super impressive, Qin Zan had to admit. Han Sen was indeed a natural in archery. He was more than accurate. The judgment he made allowed him to achieve excellence. If Qin Zan had to describe Han Sen's archery, then she would say that he was using his brain to shoot his arrows. One could practice on one's accuracy and strength, but hardly one's level of understanding. Without any error, Han Sen walked across the forest non-stop. This is not real. Su Xiaoqiao suddenly realized something as he saw the exit was closer and closer. He did not see a single miss from Han Sen, but he was not sure if Han Sen had missed any black birds. If there was no miss, when Han Sen reached the exit, he might be able to get a legendary S rating. Even Qin Zan got nervous. Although Yang Manli was very strong, she could only get an A rating. If Han Sen were to be rated S, there was no doubt that Yang Manli would lose. This was a result that Qin Zan was willing to see. After all, if a leader of the team did not have the absolute authority, the stability of the team would be endangered. If Han Sen was able to beat Yang Manli in her strongest field archery, he would be able to establish the necessary authority to deter Yang Manli from questioning his ability. Yang Manli was very satisfied with her performance. She had outdone herself because of her strong desire to beat Han Sen and prove herself to Qin Zan. Although she was still rated A, her score was among the top in a level. She had killed much more black birds and had also increased her speed by 3 minutes. As Yang Manli walked out of the test scene, she saw that both Qin Zan and Han Sen were there and thought, he is out so early, which meant he was even faster than me. Then he must have not killed enough black birds or have even shot a white one. Here's my score. Yang Manli directly demonstrated her report to Qin Zan. A level, 964 black birds killed. Well done, you've made a huge progress by only missing 36, Qin Zan read the statistics in the report and complimented. Indeed, a score like this was outstanding him on the unevolved. So, Qin Zan thought secretly, Yang Manli would have been invincible in steel armor shelter. It's just there is Han Sen. How about you? Yang Manli asked Han Sen. She was not happy that her position was stolen by a teenager. Han Sen did not speak and showed her his report. With only one look, Yang Manli suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked incredulous. A golden S on the report told her that she had lost. He must have killed all 1,000 black birds, and he was also faster than her. How is that possible? Yang Manli could not believe that Han Sen was so strong. Half a year ago, she trained him. And he had made such progress in just 6 months. S level, many professional archers would not even be able to get such a rating. Although Han Sen was in the archery department, his progress was still awe-inspiring. According to Yang Manli's knowledge, Han Sen was in the Warframe contest and black and white boxing competition. He even starred a commercial. How much time did he have left to practice archery? Yang Manli regarded Han Sen. No matter how reluctant she was to admit this fact, the fact is the fact. S level, she could not even try to compete. All right, this is a done deal then. Qin Zan did not say much, but felt satisfied with Han Sen's performance secretly. However, she was not willing to put Yang Manli down, so she did not pay him any compliment. She also knew that compliments did not really work on this guy. When the three left the online community, Su Xiaoqiao was still thrilled, watching the video he just took. I had never thought Han Sen's archery skills are so strong. Su Xiaoqiao watched the video repeatedly and could not stop. The hunting frenzy was like the best movie, full of excellent frames. Han Sen's figure stood aloof and cold, and his movements smooth and perfect. Without any edit, this video was comparable to any well-designed movie. You're keeping such a secret from me. Now it's time for a punishment. Su Xiaoqiao grinned and uploaded the video to the farm of Sagittarius. He also named it, S-Level, White Bird's Forest. Su Xiaoqiao hesitated for a second and still blurred the facial features of Han Sen to protect his identity. S-Level, for real? I don't believe it's real. Many watched the video with suspicion, and started a heated discussion in the forum. This is unbelievable. Must be special effect. I just checked on the official website. In this test was indeed rated S. Super. How did he do it? I watched more than 10 times and could not stop myself. I'm totally hooked. Who is this person? I cannot stop watching this. Help. I'll go help you after watching 10 more times. The video soon caught the website management's attention and was sticky ed. It became so popular that many evolvers heard about this video and came to check it out. After all, evolvers were unevolved once, and they had all practiced in White Bird's Forest and never heard of an S rating. The evolvers also felt shocked after watching the video. This person's archery skills were beyond their imagination, although his speed and strength might not be as strong as theirs. They could not even guarantee no miss with such a speed. This was simply too demanding on one's techniques. No error allowed. After all, a person was not a machine, and how could you expect absolutely no mistake? This person in the video did not hesitate at all. It looked like he did not even look at his targets. This incredible control and confidence were beyond strength and speed. This must be fake. Is he actually so strong? Unbelievable. It's absolutely real, since the official website has recognized it. Who is him? Young Manly also saw the video. Because of the timestamp of the video, it was easy for her to tell that it was Han Sen in it. Looking at Han Sen, Young Manly got goosebumps. This kind of performance would be any archer's ultimate pursuit. He was more than accurate. It was like he could predict everything. No matter for archers or snipers, the toughest thing was never the accuracy, but the judgment under complex situations. Obviously, Han Sen was one of the best archers she had seen in this aspect. He did not aim at any target when he made the shot, but was able to tell where the target was going to be. Young Manly felt a chill. If she and Han Sen were shooting at each other, she might not even be able to make a single shot. It was a feeling hard to describe. Qin Zan was right, he is a natural, thought Young Manly, after finishing watching the video. The video was very popular in Sagittarius, but its popularity ended among archery lovers. Archery was, after all, a less popular skill. And Sagittarius was just one of the circles of archery. After going back to school, Han Sen wanted to call his girlfriend when his comlink suddenly rang. Situ Shang was summoning all the archery team members. At the training field of the school team, Han Sen saw Shi Zhikong, Lu Meng, and Zhang Yang, who were also summoned by Situ Shang. Han Sen, so you're also in school team? Asked Shi Zhikong with a smile. I have to contribute to my department. Why are you here? Said Han Sen casually. Same reason. When Situ Shang reviewed Han Sen's file, she studied the profiles of all the other specially recruited students again, wondering if she could find anyone that had escaped her attention like Han Sen did. In the end, she decided to ask Han Sen's roommates to join the team and get them a training. Even if they were not good enough this year, they would excel next year. Do you know why the coach have called us here? Han Sen asked his roommates. Who knows? We are on the same page, said she. The coach has of course called us here to train. Now that we are all in the school team, we have to earn honors for Blackhawk. Zhang Yang was positive as ever. When Han Sen wanted to say something, Situ Shang blew the whistle to call them over. Today I have summoned you to show you some recordings of a student, who will become one of your rivals this year. Situ Shang turned the holographic device on and projected the video. It was an edited video of one person shooting at different times, and most of the scenes were shot in the venue of the Military School League tournament. In more than 40 minutes, the entire school team was so quiet that one could even hear a needle dropping on the floor. After the video ended, Shi Zhikong wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, OMG. Are you sure this guy is just a military school student instead of an evolver professional archer? We are against him. Impossible. We'll definitely lose. He must not be human. He is our opponent and absolutely a military school student, said Lu Meng casually. Situ Shang was interested in Lu Meng's answer and said, since you know this person, please introduce him to your teammates. Lu Meng said naturally, I believe you have all heard of him, Jing Jiwu, the captain of the archery team of Alliance Central Military Academy. People call him Monster. In his freshman year, He had led their archery team to become the champion of the tournament. Since his sophomore year, he had helped the Alliance Central Military Academy win every competition from Warframe to martial arts to Hand of God, with no exception. In his junior year, he did exactly the same thing. The Military Academy League had changed its rules because of him. Now one player is only allowed to participate in one field. Such bad luck. How come Jing Jiwoo happened to pick archery? You're getting ahead of yourself. Based on our strength, it is not likely that we would ever compete with the Alliance Central Military Academy. It does not even matter how strong Jing Jiwoo is. That is true. We could barely enter the second round in the previous tournaments. I really hope to encounter him. We will lose anyway. Better to him than to someone else. The senior members of the school team commented casually. Obviously they had lost confidence and spirit in years of failure. You know a lot about Jing Jiwoo, so how likely do you think we could beat the Alliance Central Military Academy? Asked Satu Shang. We stand absolutely no chance. They not only had Jing Jiwoo, but 2 of their team members ranked top 10 and the other 2 ranked top 20. However, we do not have anyone that ranks top 100, said Lu Meng bluntly. The senior team members all felt Satu Zhang's question was not practical. They would not even have a chance to face the Alliance Central Military Academy, so the presumption would not even happen. Satu Shang nodded and did not say anything. She turned to Han Sen and asked, Han Sen, what do you think? We can only know after a match, replied Han Sen with a smile. The senior team members cast odd looks at him. If the comment was from any other freshman, they would definitely tell the person all about the bad performances of Blackhawk in history. However, it was Han Sen who said it, so they remained silent. After all, Han Sen was the genius on campus and had achieved great success in other items. Deep down, they still felt contemptuous about what Han Sen had said. Satu Shang was satisfied with Han Sen's remark. She was glad to see that at least one person had morale on her team. Blackhawk had been a loser for so long that it was natural for the senior team members to lose confidence. We will watch another video, also from an unevolved person. Satu Shang played another video, the background of which was a virtual gaming platform. It is the White Bird's Forest from Sagittarius. Someone suddenly recognized that. When the video started to play, Han Sen was surprised. It was the video of him taking the White Bird's Forest test. Who is this person? That's so impressive. Shi Zhikong stared his eyes wide. This must be edited. Is he really an unevolved person? Is that also Jing Jiwoo? I have seen that. It is a real video and has been recognized by Sagittarius. I've also been to the scene, and was no match to that. Who is he? It is not important who he is. Do you think he's weaker than Jing Jiwoo? Asked Satu Shang. It is hard to say without a match. Everyone started to ponder. Jing Jiwoo was indeed strong, but the person in the video was equally good. It was very hard to tell who was the better archer. Since someone is Jing Jiwoo's match, why can't that be you? Asked Satu Shang. No one replied. The teammates were all thinking, how is it possible that we have that kind of skills? Although they all understood Satu Zhang's intention, they became even more depressed after seeing how good other people were. Han Sen, do you think this person is stronger than you? Satu Shang asked Han Sen. She wanted Han Sen to lead the team in this tournament. If he did not have the resolve to win, she would have to reconsider despite his good skills. I should be on more or less the same level. Han Sen cleared his throat and answered. It was him in the video, so of course it was the same. Han Sen was still wondering who had leaked the video. Fortunately, his facial features were blurred, and no one could tell it was him. He did not think it was Qin Zan, but who else would watch his test and record it? Han Sen did not mind either. It was fine if someone found out it was him. Han Sen's comment sounded arrogant to others. The level of the guy in the video was clearly beyond that of a monitoring school student. Although Han Sen did well in Warframe and black and white boxing, he rarely went to archery classes. Like what Satu Shang was thinking before, his teammates felt unsure about Han Sen's archery skills and were reluctant to believe that he had the same skill level. Satu Shang was satisfied with his answer. She thought he was confident, which was a great quality for someone to lead the team. The senior team members were also good players, and they often lost because of their lack of confidence. Fantastic. This year, our goal is to beat the Alliance Central Military Academy. So, let's work toward that. Then Satu Shang announced the training plan and asked each player to follow through. Han Sen, do you really think you can do the same? Zhang Yang asked Han Sen on their way back to the dormitory. Shi Zhikang and Lu Meng also looked to Han Sen, interested to hear his reply. Which video are you talking about? Han Sen asked. How about Jing Jiwu's? Zhang Yang widened his eyes. It sounded like Han Sen thought he could match both. Jing Jiwu's skills are hard to match. His fitness index is too high, and I lack in physical strength compared to him. After watching Jing Jiwu's video, Han Sen also thought he was a formidable opponent. His techniques did not seem fancy, but were extremely practical. In addition, he had an outstanding physique. Therefore, no one would be his match. Han Sen's physique was among the top in the unevolved category, but compared to Jing Jiwu, he was not as good. Currently, Han Sen's sacred and mutant geno points were not maxed out yet, and his Jideskin had not even reached the first phase. If he could improve on those two aspects, he should be able to beat Jing Jiwu. Han Sen, are you really as strong as the person in the White Bird's forest? Shi Zhikang couldn't help but ask. As a student in the archery department, Shi Zhikang knew how difficult it must be. It was the ultimate goal of any archer. More or less, Han Sen shrugged and said helplessly, if you will, we should go take the test here on campus, so that the senior team members would stop their bowls, Shi Zhikang said with anger. Although the senior team members did not say much at the time, secretly they commented on Han Sen's arrogance, which pissed Shi Zhikang off. It is unnecessary to prove anything to strangers. At the time of the match, the truth will speak for itself, said Lu Meng reasonably. Zhang Yang also nodded, we should ignore them now and practice hard. If the school sends us, we will show them Lu Meng is not impossible in the tournament. Shi Zhikang had to give up the idea of taking Han Sen to take the test. Han Sen, do you have a minute? A sensual female voice sounded when they were going back to the dormitory. Han Sen's roommates all widened their eyes, staring at Wangfu Pingqing who had walked up to Han Sen. What's the matter? Asked Han Sen reluctantly. Have you forgotten what you have promised me? Wangfu Pingqing smiled and asked. She then turned to his roommates, do you mind if I borrow him for a second? Not at all. Shi Zhikang blinked at Han Sen. Han Sen remembered that he had promised to treat her to dinner. Now that she had even come to him, he had no other option than to follow her. First hooked up with our campus belle, now the new goddess, how come I never got lucky? Said Shi Zhikang admiringly. Because your skin isn't as smooth. Why would the pretty ladies like a rough guy like you? Lu Meng tried to put him down. When the beauties get older, they would understand the benefits of being with the rough guy, rebutted Sam. Lu Meng threw a contemptuous gaze at Sam, who was tough-looking and full of dirty jokes. Aren't we going to eat? Why are we here? Han Sen felt suspicious and looked to Wangfu Pingqing. They were now at the gate of the military school. Without permission, it was impossible to leave the campus. We are going to eat. Take this. Wangfu Pingqing gave Han Sen a pass and led him out of the campus. The guard checked the pass and let them go. The minute they were out of the school, a private aircraft parked in front of Wangfu Pingqing. Wangfu, where are you taking me? Han Sen frowned and asked. I said we're going to eat. Wangfu Pingqing held Han Sen's arm and took him onto the aircraft. Han Sen felt his arm was in between clouds. He looked down and saw Wangfu Pingqing was wearing a white turtleneck jersey, showing off her curvaceous figure. After 40 minutes, the aircraft landed on a magnificent dome-shaped building. Holding Han Sen's arm, Wangfu Pingqing swiped her card and entered the building. Han Sen checked the name on the building and it was really a restaurant called Queen, and next to the name were 3 stars. Wangfu Pingqing took Han Sen to a private room on the top floor. The declaration of this room was a bit strange, different from a regular restaurant. The sofa was crescent-shaped, facing a wall covered by a curtain. The table was also an arc facing the wall. As Han Sen was wondering, Wangfu Pingqing had sat down on the sofa and took the remote to open the curtain. Behind the curtain, the wall was made of one-way glass, and they were actually on the balcony. When looking down, they could see a gigantic martial ring. On the martial ring, a heated combat was going on. Outside the ring was a cheering and shouting crowd. With another click on the remote, the sound could suddenly be heard. What do you want to order? Wangfu Pingqing clicked the remote again and the holographic images of different dishes and prices were all projected. It's my treat, so you should order. Han Sen was completely attracted to the 2 persons in the combat. There were both evolvers and it looked like they had already gained a lot of Geno points. They both had practiced great hyper Geno arts. The man had both his arms looking like black metal, and the woman was wearing a pair of shorts, with her long legs gleaming like silver. One used fists and the other legs. They both had extraordinary strength and speed. Whenever there is the flesh-on-flesh clash, it sounded like metal. Han Sen was strong among the unevolved. Compared to these evolvers, he still fell short. After all, they had different status. The hyper-geno arts used by the two also interested Han Sen very much, especially those that could change body cell structure. Those arts could make one's body as tough as a weapon, and one could even bare-handedly smash a tank. But they were not without flaws. Both the arms of the man and the legs of the woman could not stay like metal continuously. Every other minute, they would become normal flesh. "Wangfu, where is this?" When the food was delivered, Han Sen asked curiously. The Queen Restaurant is a business owned by the Ares Martial Hall. It is a combat-themed restaurant. Every day, Stevens from the Ares Martial Hall come here to perform. That not only boosts our business, but also promotes the Martial Hall. Wangfu Pingqing smiled and said. "You went through all the trouble to take me here. It could not only be for dinner." Han Sen commented. Taking him out of the school alone was a lot of trouble. "Would you plan to do after graduation?" asked Wangfu Pingqing, without answering Han Sen's doubt. "What plan could I have? I am in the military school and I will naturally be enlisted," Han Sen said casually. Wangfu Pingqing poured Han Sen a glass of wine and herself one. After taking a sip of the wine, she continued, "Ordinary military school graduates would be second lieutenant or lieutenant, and for you, it would be easy for you to become a major." "You flatter me," said Han Sen with a smile. "A major would be the highest rank any military school student can be." "So, do you plan to serve the army always, or just finish your mandate's serving term?" asked Wangfu Pingqing again. "I haven't planned that far," said Han Sen. Although the special school it belonged to the military, its functions were limited to God's sanctuary, and it would not have any impact on Han Sen's official ranking. "If you decide to work for the army, you should consider drawing the Ares Martial Hall. We have many alumni in the military right now, and they would be a huge help to you." Han Sen had understood Wangfu's intentions by now. When he was about to say something, Wangfu Pingqing smiled and said, "There is no hurry. You still have years until you graduate and can take your time considering." Someone looking like a manager suddenly knocked on the door and bowed to Wangfu Pingqing. "Miss, we have prepared everything as you asked." After the manager left, Wangfu Pingqing smiled at Han Sen and asked, "Do you know why this restaurant is named Queen?" Han Sen shook his head and thought, "How am I supposed to know that? I'm not part of your organization." "Because there is a real queen here," Wangfu Pingqing said seriously. "Queen?" Han Sen paused. There was no queen in the alliance. The highest political figure was the president, followed by the senators and generals. "Not the queen of the alliance, but the queen on the martial ring," explained Wangfu Pingqing, pointing to the martial ring. Han Sen then noticed that the two evolvers had left of the ring, and a host had walked to the center and said in an excited voice, "Now the highlight of the evening, the queen of ours will fight her 1000th combat. Will her highness remain undefeated? Let's wait and see. Please welcome the queen to the stage." Next, the lights were off in the entire martial ring, and the only spotlight hit on a tall woman in combat suit. She walked towards the ring wearing a butterfly mask to cover her face. She was about 6 feet tall and looked like a fierce weapon herself. The moment the woman walked out, all the audience started to cheer and calling her name with the same rhythm. The woman stood on the ring, raising her left arm and pointing her index finger and middle finger to the sky. With this gesture, the audience started to stand up and the atmosphere has become much heated. Today challenging Her Royal Highness is Xu Zhijiang from the Iron Fist. Martial Hall, with the introduction by the host, a man around 30 years old also came to the martial ring. Han Sen did not listen to the host, but kept her eyes on the woman who was called the queen. She had to such a fierce manner that it looked like she had seen a million deaths. Han Sen himself also had a fierce vibe, but compared to her, it was nothing. When Han Sen was regarding Queen, the combat began and Xu Zhijiang turned his fists into golden alloy and smashed them at Queen. The strike was fast and fierce, compressing the air as it went. Even with Han Sen's eyesight, he could not tell how Xu Zhijiang started the strike. Han Sen thought to himself, "Indeed, I am no match to strong evolvers. This is such a formidable strike." This was the famous Super Alloy Fist, an S-class hyper-geno art of the evolver section in the Saint Hall. Even among revolvers, only a few could use it well. This man was obviously much stronger than the last man. Soon Han Sen discovered that what Xu Zhijiang was best at was not his fist, but his footwork. His footwork was so fast that he approached Queen in just 2 steps. He also managed to make the fiercest strike in her weakest angle. Queen did not even move, letting the fist tougher than iron hit her temple. Bang! The fierce strike hit the woman's temple, only making her head move slightly. Very soon, she recovered and gazed at Xu Zhijiang with coldness. Xu Zhijiang looked incredulous. He could not believe that his signature could not even hurt this woman. My turn. Queen raised her left hand shaped like a knife, her white skin suddenly turning red. Seeing her raising her hand, Xu Zhijiang could no longer take the pressure and summoned his beast souls. His upper body was suddenly covered in armor and a long knife appeared in his hands. With a growl, Xu Zhijiang smacked at Queen with his knife. Like a lightning bolt, the blade was about to cut Queen. Her eyes cold, Queen did not mean to dodge. When the knife was in her face, she suddenly waved her hand at it. Her hand met the beast soul blade and the weapon broke in the middle, as if it were made of wood. And her hand did not even stop there, and moved past Xu Zhijiang. Crack! Xu Zhijiang's beast soul armor was broken, blood flowing from the gap. Queen moved her fingers and her hand became normal again. Xu Zhijiang thumped to the martial ring and never got up. In the cheering of the audience, the medical team immediately rushed over and tried to save Xu Zhijiang. Queen raised 2 fingers to the sky again, giving rise to even louder cheers. Then she walked off the martial ring and disappeared in the channel. Han Sen's eyes lit up. He had seen many videos of the combats between evolvers, but none of them was as good as Queen. Obviously, Queen was among the top evolvers. In the 1,000 combats, she never lost to a single person from any other martial hall. She is the queen here, and our best student. If you are willing to join the Ares Martial Hall, you could enjoy the same cultivation that she went through. You have great talents and might even do better than she, Wang Fupingqing said with a smile. She must not be just an ordinary student. Han Sen refused to believe that Queen was an ordinary student at the Martial Hall. Of course not, and if you are willing, you could become extraordinary as well. She blinked. How? If you marry me and become related with the Ares Martial Hall, then you would certainly be extraordinary. Han Sen choked on the water he just drank. Han Sen. Unevolved status. None lifespan. 200 geno points needed for evolution. 100 geno points gained. 100 ordinary geno points. 100 primitive geno points. 64 mutant geno points. 50 sacred geno points. Han Sen came to the steel armor shelter and checked his data. He still needed some mutant geno points. Since sacred geno points were hard to come by, he thought he would hunt for some mutant creatures first. As for Wang Fupingqing's invite, Han Sen was not that interested. Queen was indeed outstanding, but he did not believe that it was the result of the cultivation from the Ares Martial Hall. What made her different was her own personality. Was a strong woman. In the entire alliance, I am still too weak and must go to Second God's Sanctuary as soon as possible, thought Han Sen as he walked out the shelter, ready to hunt some mutant creatures. After leaving the shelter, he looked around and suddenly saw a red rope tied on a crooked tree. This was the signal he told Lu Weinan. At the time, he was only saying it casually and did not really want to cooperate with Lu Weinan. After all, they had fought each other, and Han Sen could not be sure that Lu Weinan would not hold a grudge. Han Sen had almost forgotten about it, but was reminded by the sight of the red rope. It was supposed to be Han Sen who left the signal, so Lu Weinan's behavior alerted Han Sen. Han Sen was interested to know what Lu Weinan was up to. He waited until nightfall and used the color shifter beast soul to approach the tree. Surprisingly, there were no traps. Han Sen saw that a note was tied to the tree. He took it out and saw a location written on it, which was in a mountain not far from the shelter. Han Sen paused for a while and still went to the said location. Even if Lu Weinan was trying to harm him, he needed to figure out why. If he was watched but did not know the reason, he would not feel comfortable. Luckily, he had the color shifter beast soul. At the said location, he hid himself and walked around. There was no trap, but Lu Weinan was under a tree. It looked like Lu was quite anxious. Why are you looking for me? Han Sen turned into dollar and walked to Lu Weinan. Brother, you have come finally. I've waited for you for so long. Lu Weinan came over excitedly. What do you need? Han Sen frowned. Brother, I found a sacred blood creature in Dark Swamp, but I was not able to kill it, so I want your help. Lu Weinan explained everything. Lu Weinan had been waiting for Han Sen for several days. He could not take care of the sacred blood creature, but he did not want to seek the gang's help either, because the gangs would take a big cut. That's when he thought of Han Sen and left the signal. When he was about to give up, Han Sen really came. What? You found a humanoid sacred blood creature? Han Sen stared, his eyes wide. Yes, it was covered in black armor and was holding a black spear in its hand. It was riding a black unicorn horse, which could float above the swamp, Lu Weinan described. A spear and a mount, what kind of creature is that? Are you sure you did not see a human? Han Sen looked at Lu Weinan incredulously. Brother, I kid you not. Although it looks like a person, you will see that it is definitely a sacred blood creature. So did you fight it? What's the outcome? Han Sen asked Lu Weinan. Lu Weinan blushed, it was too strong and its mount too fast. I had to use my iron feathered bird to escape. Han Sen suddenly understood that Lu Weinan must have been completely beaten, and that was why he had come to Han Sen. So if I could kill the sacred blood creature, how do you suggest we divide the gains? Asked Han Sen. Whoever gains the beast soul gets to keep it. As for others, I think that humanoid would be inedible. And all there is to share are its spear and mount. What do you say we each pick one, and I will let you pick first? Lu Weinan asked. Take me to check it out first. If I could kill it, then we can talk about how to divide. If not, then it doesn't even matter. Han Sen thought about it and said. Okay. Lu Weinan gritted his teeth and agreed. Han Sen did not kill him last time, which gave him some faith in Han Sen's character. If he were talking to another person, he would not show that person the creature first, as the information was his value in the deal. Han Sen carried the diamond sword from Holy Angel and followed Lu Weinan to Dark Swamp. Lu Weinan was leading the way on his flying mount, and Han Sen was flying using his wings. Half a day into the swamp, Han Sen found a mutant centipede more than 6 feet long. He cut the centipede in half with the diamond sword, and cooked the insect for some mutant geno points. The tough shell of the centipede was like tofu under the diamond sword. Lu Weinan saw the sword and his eyes lit up. Brother, this must be the sacred blood gear from that creature on Mystery Island. Did you manage to get its beast soul? You know your stuff. I did not get the beast soul, replied Han Sen casually and summoned Meowth to share the meat. Han Sen did not turn Meowth into its transformed state. It still looked like a kitty cat, eating meat at Han Sen's feet. Such a pity that I cannot summon the Golden Rock Worm King, thought Han Sen. The Worm King was always with Han Sen instead of Dollar, so he did not want to blow his own cover. Brother, you're still feeding it. Lu Weinan thought the cat was harmless as before and reached out to touch its head. Roar. Before his hand could touch Meowth, the cat suddenly turned into the transformed state of Black Tiger, biting at Lu Weinan. Lu Weinan was indeed great at escaping. Using his incredible footwork, he was able to take back his hand and run from the tiger. Meowth had already thrown itself at Lu Weinan and was ready to launch another attack. Meowth, come back to eat. Han Sen called. He was counting on Lu Weinan to lead the way and did not want him to be killed. Lu Weinan pointed at Meowth and shouted, "Isn't it mutant beast soul pet?" How come? Han Sen did not reply and continued to eat. Lu Weinan suddenly understood, it evolved. Lu Weinan shot an envious glance at Meowth, and said, "Brother, you are so lucky. Even your mutant pet has evolved. Now it must be more valuable than any other sacred blood beast soul." Yes, I was lucky. Han Sen thought to himself, if you see Holy Angel, you would know what a truly valuable pet looks like. Thinking of Holy Angel, Han Sen was a little upset. He had tried to feed her mutant meat, and she would not even look at it. When Han Sen was eating sacred blood meat, she became very interested. Unfortunately, Han Sen couldn't afford to feed her sacred blood meat yet. After the 2 persons and 1 cat were fed, they continued their trip. Because the centipede was too large, Han Sen was not able to gain a single mutant geno point with his full meal. After flying for several days in the dark swamp, they reached the destination. Unfortunately, all the mutant creatures they saw were too large, and Han Sen only gained 1 mutant geno point. They were at a water meadow. In the green grass stood a unicorn horse, on the back of which sat a knight covered in shiny black armor, with the black spear in his hand. Only by looking at it from afar, Han Sen was certain that it was not a human being, like Lu Weinan had said. The armor of the knights was neither metal nor stone, it was more like shell of the turtle or some kind of beetle. And there was no gap between the parts of the armor. It was very odd. Han Sen was sure that this was a sacred blood creature, and one that was very hard to deal with. It was much stronger than the stone man that Helen showed him. Just by looking at its spear and mount, Han Sen was sure that it was not an ordinary sacred blood creature. Humanoid creatures were already very strong, and this one even had a mount, which was something that Han Sen had not even heard of before. "Brother, am I right? Is it a sacred blood creature?" Hiding in the grass, Lu Weinan whispered to Han Sen. "Yes, it is indeed a sacred blood creature. However, it looks very strong and I am not very confident that I could take care of it." Han Sen told him the truth. The sacred blood creature was so strange. Han Sen did not think it would be weaker than the holy angel from the Mystery Island. However, he did not have a second sacred blood ghost butterfly at this point. Luckily, he had the diamond sword. Even if this creature was as strong as holy angel, he would still stand a chance. "Brother, I'll let you decide how to divide our gains." Lu Weinan thought Han Sen was expressing his dissatisfaction with his proposal and added, "I am afraid that the two of us will not be able to beat it." Han Sen believed that the black unicorn horse must have some special functions other than just a mount. Lu Weinan was very positive and said, "We have to try first. This kind of rare sacred blood creature must be worth a lot of money. If we happen to get its beast soul, then we will be able to make a fortune." "All right, so, let's talk about how to divide our gains first." "I'm afraid that your proposal will not do," said Han Sen. "What do you suggest?" Lu Weinan looked at Han Sen and said carefully, "Since you have provided the information, you could take 20% of our profits. The remaining 80% will be divided according to our contribution in the hunting. What do you think?" Han Sen thought about it and suggested. "Okay." Lu Weinan agreed to Han Sen's terms. This way, he could at least get 20%, while the large gangs would probably only give him a 10% cut. Also, if Lu Weinan made some contribution, he could get more. Lu Weinan had wanted to make some effort originally, because he might be able to gain the beast soul if he had a chance to make the last attack. After the two had finished the discussion, they sneaked up on the sacred blood creature hidden in grass. Han Sen thought, no matter how strong the sacred blood creature was, as long as it could not fly, it will not be too risky for the two of them. When they were 500 feet from the sacred blood creature, it suddenly looked to their direction. Han Sen saw very clear that behind the helmet of the sacred blood creature were a pair of red eyes, as red as the flames in the hell. Before Han Sen and Lu Weinan could react, the sacred blood creature quickly urged the black unicorn horse to charge them and raised his black spear. "Watch out, this guy is too strong." Han Sen grabbed the diamond sword with both his hands and used Judeskin to its full. The unicorn horse had an incredible speed. It could also float above the water and did not sink. Almost immediately, the sacred blood creature was merely a dozen feet from Han Sen. With its high speed, it quickly used its spear to stab Han Sen in the chest. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.